Chapter 261 The Formation of the Anti-Eastern Han Alliance. Lord, the enemy troops abandoned the city and fled through the east gate. Hua Mulan and Hua Xiong led the light cavalry to pursue us. Chu Tian and Fang Xianling looked at each other and felt that it was a bit unusual. The siege towers and catapults had just been launched into the siege, but the enemy troops actually fled. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Although it was strange that Li Mingjia and Takeda Tadayoshi escaped before the battle. The city did fall under Chu Tian's control. This was the third city that Chu Tian captured. It was not easy for the Korean army and the Japanese army to escape. Two cavalry generals, Hua Mulan and Hua Xiong, chased them. Hua Xiong did not command the Shiliang cavalry, but commanded Beima Yitsong to expand the victory. He saw the red cavalry of Shanxi and Chongjing at a glance. The fiery red armor is as eye-catching as the white horse Yitsong. So Hua Xiong temporarily led the white horse Yitsong to hunt down the red cavalry in Chongjing, Shan County. Hua Xiong's negative characteristics and character flaws were exposed, and he rampaged recklessly, directly heading towards the red cavalry of Shanxi and Chongjing. The white horse Yitsong is faster and suitable for chasing and killing, and is gradually getting closer to the Qibei cavalry. How dare you chase down my red cavalry? When Chongjing of Shanxian County saw Hua Xiong chasing him, he couldn't help but get angry and ordered the red cavalry to turn their horses around and attack the white horse Yitsong. Court death! Hua Xiong brandishes his sword and prepares to fight. In Hua Xiong's eyes, the opponent has been defeated and should not have much fighting power. However, Hua Xiong still underestimated the opponent's red cavalry. The opponent takes the initiative to retreat, which has little impact on morale. At the same time, high-level units generally have powerful capabilities. In order to pursue and kill, Hua Xiong led not the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, but the White Horse Yikong. The White Horse Yitsong were two completely different cavalry in the hands of Zhao Yun and Hua Xiong. While the Qibei cavalry was classified as a high-level heavy cavalry, Beima Yitsong was subconsciously used by Hua Xiong as a shock cavalry, and he suffered a big loss immediately. The armor coverage on the opposite side was higher. Dozens of White Horse Yitsong were stabbed to death by spears from the opposite side. The saber of White Horse Yitsong faced heavy armor, and the damage was limited. Shanxi and Chongjing held a spear and collided with Hua Xiong's sword. Both sides became angry. Hua Xiong was suppressed by Shanxi and Chongjing. Shanxi and Chongjing was one of the most powerful generals in Japan. Hua Xiong was no match for him, and his sword was almost knocked away. What is Hua Xiong doing? Leading the light cavalry to attack the opponent's heavy cavalry? Chu Tian was furious when he saw the head-on confrontation between Hua Xiong and the red cavalry of the Japanese Takeda Corps. Beima Yi is never used like this, Fang Xianling said. General Hua Xiong's shortcomings are too obvious. Except for the Shiliang cavalry, he may have difficulty controlling other arms. Chu Tian gave up the possibility of training Hua Xiong. Chasing the enemy was originally an easy task, but Hua Xiong is too reckless. Let Hua Mulan support him. Cao Sheng was still fighting hard against Yamagata Mazakage. Yamagata Mazakage was a fierce general of the Takeda family, and he had Japan's top cavalry. Cao Sheng, who took the initiative to pursue, was surrounded, and Hakuba Yoshitsune continued to die in battle. After Hua Xiong's enthusiasm gradually calmed down, he found that he was surrounded by cavalry in fiery red armor. This group of cavalry has equipment and has high attack and defense. Hua Xiong's killing was extremely laborious. Not to mention that there was a fierce General Shanxi and Chongjing waiting for an opportunity to fight Hua Xiong. Sama County Kuan, now is not the time to be delayed. Takeda Tadayoshi saw that Yamagata Masaki was angered by Cao Sheng and had the tendency to annihilate the intrusive Cao Sheng. But he took the initiative to stop Yamagata Masaki, because he had noticed that Hua Mulan was using the roundabout tactics of the light cavalry, trying to eat this red cavalry, compared with Hua Xiong, who usually uses heavy cavalry to go on rampage. Hua Mulan only knows the essence of light cavalry. Only Hua Xiong could use the expensive white horse Yitsong to attack the red armored cavalry. Hua Mulan's common tactic is to carry out large detours. The light cavalry is like an open hand, holding the enemy tightly in the palm of the hand instead of a fist. Once Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scouts take the back route, it will be troublesome to retreat. After being reminded by the Lord, Chongjing of Shanxian County understood how dangerous it would be for Hua Mulan to implement a roundabout strategy. So he gave up Hua Xiong, who was about to capture him, and led the red cavalry to leave. Takeda Tadayoshi ordered a light cavalry to stop Hua Mulan from completing a major detour, and both sides made decisions in the shortest possible time. The two cavalrymen continued to clash on the plain. gradually disappearing on the horizon. Hua Mulan got a king-level warhorse, and the Iron Eagle scout cavalry was extremely fast and kept chasing after it. The cavalry that came to stop her were defeated, and she clashed with the Qibei cavalry again, constantly using mounted fire to kill the Qibei cavalry in motion. Bows and arrows do little harm to the commonly equipped red cavalry, but they will eventually cause casualties to the red cavalry. Hua Mulan even took the initiative to attack the Red Bay cavalry from time to time, and her sharp horse spear pierced the red armor of the Red Bay cavalry. If the red cavalry had not been surrounded by other troops as cover, they would all have been captured by Hua Mulan. After chasing for more than 10 miles, Hua Mulan's cavalry arrows were almost exhausted. She knew that she was unable to intercept Qibei's cavalry and other enemy troops, so she retreated. The red cavalry wanted to fight back, but they couldn't catch up with Mulan, so they couldn't help but feel depressed. In this battle, including the losses incurred in defending the city and fleeing, Koryo and Japan lost almost half of their troops. Some of them were killed in battle, and some were captured by Chuon. Chuon once again surrendered the prisoners and gave them the honor of becoming Tian Khan's dogs. Now Chution's 5-nation coalition has turned into a 6-nation coalition of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Korea, Japan, the Mogul Empire of India, the Arab Empire, and the Kingdom of Spain. The general is guilty. Please punish me, Lord. Hua Xiong came to Chuon anxiously to plead guilty. After the war, he also realized that he had made a mistake, which almost turned the originally one-sided victory into a tragic victory. You will be fined 1 year's salary, and you will be punished with meritorious services. Thank you, Lord. Because of Hua Xiong's recklessness, he sacrificed 200 White Horse followers. When Zhao Yun found out about this, he, who was usually gentle, couldn't help but get angry. He specifically challenged Hua Xiong to a duel, and tortured Hua Xiong until he complained endlessly. From then on, Hua Xiong no longer dared to use light cavalry to attack heavy cavalry. Chuon did not dare to send Hua Xiong to chase the enemy again. Hua Xiong, like Wang Shuang and others, once he becomes reckless, no one can control him, and he will only bring military glory to the enemy. However, why did the lords of Korea and Japan choose to sacrifice half of their troops and flee? They judged that they could not defend the city, so they abandoned the city and fled. Or did they have another hidden agenda? Chuon captured the third city with less troops than expected, and the result was somewhat surprising. The worst scenario he imagined was to consume all the servant armies, and then invest the main force of the Eastern Han Dynasty to decide the outcome in one battle. Now it seems that there is no need to pay a heavy price, and a group of warriors have been captured. The warriors who usually stood high in Japan were trembling in front of Chuon, and did not dare to say anything. After Chuon surrendered to them, they all expressed their willingness to become Khan's loyal servants. They are more easily attracted to Chuon than Spanish knights or Indian Mogul soldiers. After all, the two civilizations are similar, and they are the lords of the suzerain country, so they can act confidently like dogs. In Chuon's view, the Japanese warrior group is just a group of mad dogs that can defeat the superiors. If these mad dogs are driven to bite people, the effect seems to be good. Fang Xianling was thinking about the question raised by Chuon. My subordinates believe that the sudden withdrawal of the enemy troops is probably because they have something to rely on. Otherwise, they would not easily abandon the stronghold. What the military advisor means is that they went to join other lords. Mostly so. After being reminded by Fang Xianling, Chuon judged that the pair of Li Minjia and Takeda Tadayoshi were probably going to join forces with other lords. The civilization surrounding the Eastern Han Dynasty formed an unbreakable alliance to suppress the Eastern Han Dynasty, expand the scope of investigation, and track their whereabouts. Chuon felt a little uneasy after he suspected that an anti-Eastern Han alliance was being formed nearby. There were many civilized lords around the Eastern Han Dynasty. A dozen lords united to encircle and suppress the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chuon would also have a headache when encountering such a coalition. I have an ominous feeling that we must join up with more Eastern Han lords. Zhao Long also realized that the anti-Eastern Han alliance was formed on the battlefield of the National War. In the north, there is also a great lord from the Eastern European steppes, Catarina, who is eyeing her. The city where Lien Po's army was located was now under siege by the anti-Eastern Han alliance. There were hundreds of war elephants and 100,000 troops under the city. The first lord of the Mogul Empire, Kshatriya, has assembled 5 major lords from South and Southeast Asia to besiege the city where the Lien Po army is located. The coalition he formed controlled 6 cities, and recruited more than 100,000 troops. The number of legions used for field battles alone was as many as 100,000. They are still recruiting troops. The seventh city where Lian Po's army is located is the nail that prevents them from advancing westward. Lian Po's lord and the prefect of Taiyuan County in Bingzhou, Hu Ma, recruited a large number of low-level soldiers in the city, which was able to withstand the siege of the anti-Eastern Han alliance. Despite this, the city will eventually run out of troops. The scale of the Chhatria anti-Eastern Han alliance continued to expand, attracting nearby Goryeo, Japan, Southeast Asian countries, and the Mogul lords of India to join. Tera Yoshinori, the lord of Hirado Castle in Japan, led a group of samurai and Ishigaru warriors from Kyushu Island to join the Kshatriya alliance. Tera Yoshinori, if you Japanese warriors join us, the Eastern Han lords in this city will be captured alive by us and then executed. Kshatriya sat in the main seat, while Tera Yoshinori, as the player daimyo of Kyushu Island and the lord of Hirado Castle, could only sit in the lower seat at this time. The reason is very simple. The population of Japan is not as high as that of the Moguls of India. In the cold weapon era, when the technologies of all parties were similar, population decided everything. Although the Japanese warriors looked down on the Indian Moguls in their hearts, they still respected the Indian Moguls on the surface. As the first Mogul lord in India, this Kshatriya is not in name only. His war elephants are different from ordinary war elephants and are not prone to going crazy. Even I don't know how to deal with his war elephants, unless using large ones of crossbows and trebuchets. Ping Yisheng secretly observed the Kshatriya war elephants. War elephants are so large that they cannot be hidden. The proud Kshatriya even displayed 100 war elephants to show their allies the national power of the Mughal Empire in India. When the Kshatriya alliance besieged Lianpa, two lords, Li Mingjia and Takeda Tadayoshi, led less than 10,000 remnant troops to join the Kshatriyas, making the Kshatriya alliance even more powerful. At the same time, they brought important news that Chuzemu, the first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty in the world, was to their west and now owned 3 cities. Chuzemu only has 3 cities. My war elephant will completely destroy his army and his title of first lord. The Kshatriya, the first lord of the Mughal Empire, learned that Chuon, the first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, was not far away, and had the idea of going to attack Chuon. In the main world of lords, the Kshatriyas, who have a large population, rank 4th in the rankings of lords. Not much worse than Chuon. If he can defeat Chuon, then he will replace Chuon and hold the title of the world's #1 lord. Many lords of the alliance also advocated marching westward to attack Chuon. The first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty has many heroes. Suppressing the first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty and killing or capturing his heroes can effectively weaken the national power of the Eastern Han dynasty. Everyone, we should take the lead in capturing this city controlled by the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty, and then march westward. Otherwise, we may be attacked from both sides. Ping Yisheng restrained the allied forces from wanting to attack Chuon directly. The lords of the Kshatriya alliance followed Ping Yisheng's advice and continued to besiege Lianpa's army, because the city guarded by Lian Po's army became an obstacle to the alliance's attack on Chuon's army. Ping Yisheng saw Takeda Tadayoshi. Takeda-kun, I didn't expect to see you here. It seems that the Takeda family's Red Cavalry also suffered a big loss from Chuzemu. Only Takeda Shinjin's aura of the entire army and the Red troops with the addition of Masaki Yamagami can compete with the Eastern Han dynasty. It's only possible. Takeda Tadayoshi is not a mediocre person. On the contrary, he has a clear mind. These Japanese lords are the lords who know the Eastern Han dynasty best among all civilizations. Compared with the arrogance of Goryeo, Mughal India, and Southeast Asian countries, they knew the gap between the two sides. Ping Yoshinori put a hand on the hilt of his samurai sword. If our Japanese territory was as vast as the Moguls, the people sitting on the throne wouldn't be Kshatriyas. They don't know what modesty is at all, Takeda Tadayoshi said. That's why we have to use the proud Moguls to consume the strength of the Eastern Han dynasty. In the next battle, we can just participate in the battle symbolically. Huma and Lianpa were surrounded by more and more enemy troops outside the city. Among the enemy troops outside the city are emperor-level and king-level heroes from other civilizations. Relying only on one Lianpa cannot make a comeback when the troops are at a disadvantage. Huma is also aware of this problem. If you continue to defend, your troops will be exhausted. Once the city is defeated, you will die. Be prepared for a breakout. Seeing that it was impossible to fight against the trap beasts, Abandoning the city and breaking out was the best option. Lian asked. To the east? To the west? There are enemy cities to the east, so we can only break out to the west, hoping that there are our friendly troops in the west. Otherwise we will be endlessly hunted and even killed. It is really disappointing to be defeated by Asen. Their numbers are too great, too much. Huma couldn't help but shake his head. He is one of the top 100 lords in the world. But he is besieged by the world's 4th lord and several top 100 lords. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Suddenly, Huma saw a black eagle circling in the sky. Why does this eagle look so familiar? Chapter 262 Negotiation and Declaration of War. The one who owns the 3 cities in the south is the world's 1st lord. I just want to farm well. Catherine's cavalry captured a group of defeated warriors alive in the south. They claimed to be the subordinates of a Japanese lord named Takeda Tadayoshi and provided important intelligence. Catarina glanced at the rankings. It has been 31 days since the start of the national war. The first place is Catarina, Lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 5,949 points, 1,900 city output, 513 village output, and 3,536 battle gains. The second place is Kshatriya, the Lord of the Mogul Empire, with 5,765 points. Third place, Jiujiang Laoqin, Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, with 5,356 points. Fourth place, Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty. I just want to farm well, with 5,200 points. Fifth place, the last Roman in the Roman Lords, with 5,199 points. In sixth place, the French Lord Never Surrenders, with 4,905 points. The seventh place is a small soldier at the border of the Eastern Han Dynasty Lord and the late Ming Dynasty, with 4,856 points. The eighth place is the commander of the immortal army of the Persian Lord. The lords of the Mogul Empire are almost catching up with me. Occupying cities is the most effective way to increase points. Catarina calculated. After a small-scale battle, you can get about 1,000 points by destroying or capturing 10,000 elite soldiers. But if you occupy a city, you will get 300 points for every 10 days of continuous occupation. She has 3 cities. If you occupy a city for 30 days, you will get 900 points. If you occupy a city for 24 days, you will get 600 points. And if you occupy a city for 12 days, you will get 300 points. The battle in the early stage is important. But in the later stage, the output of the city is even more important. Occupying a city for 3 months can yield 2,700 points. If she wants to maintain her number 1 position, she can only choose to occupy more cities. The city was also an important source of military strength. The lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty are really powerful. 3 of the top 10 are lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chuzimu. Catherine, accepted your 3 cities without any courtesy. After Chution captured 3 cities, he temporarily stopped expanding because he found that his situation was not good. His current points are 5,200, city output is 1,500, village output is 416, and battle gains are 3,284. If you occupy a city for 30 days, you will get 900 points. The other 2 cities will be occupied for less than 20 days, and you will get 300 points each. If you want to be number 1 in the world, there are only 2 ways to destroy the enemy and capture the town. You can get a lot of points by killing enemies at once, and you can get points continuously by occupying cities. Chutian's embarrassment is that he is caught in the middle of the big forces. To the west is the woods, difficult to march. To the south is the valley, unknown area. To the north is the Moscow Grand Duchy Lord Catarina, 3 cities. To the east is the anti-Eastern Han Alliance, 7 cities, and the besieged Eastern Han Lord Huma, a city. Chutian only has 3 cities in his hands. Whether it is expanding to the north or east, there is great resistance. Chutian planned to go immediately to join Huma's Lianpa army. If I go east to support Huma, whether I can defeat the anti-Eastern Han Alliance is another matter. Yekaterina will definitely go south and seize 3 cities. Chutian points to Ekaterina's forces in the north on a simple map. Fang Xianling and Zhao Long both frowned. Chutian's situation is indeed quite difficult. Huma was besieged, and as the lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, he had to save him. Chutian brought the troops of 3 cities to rescue. But it may not be possible to defeat the troops of the 7 cities of the anti-Eastern Han Dynasty alliance. Once, he had a stalemate with the Kshatriyas. Chutian's home was stolen by Catarina. Perhaps, Fang Xianling seemed to have an idea. The military advisor said it doesn't matter. The Kshatriya alliance has 7 cities, and its power is getting bigger and bigger. Once we are defeated, this alien lord named Lena will also be affected. My lord can try to unite with her. Defeat the powerful enemy first, and then show off the heroes. Uniting with the Catarina? Chuon and Zhao Long never thought of such a way. As lords of the Eastern Han dynasty, their thinking was fixed on relying on their own strength to destroy the anti-Eastern Han dynasty alliance. But now it seems that Feng Xuanling's strategy of uniting the Grand Duchy of Moscow and establishing close ties is not a bad idea. I have 3 cities. Catherine has 3 cities. And Huma has 1 city. There are 7 cities in total. They can indeed compete with the Kshatriya's 7 cities. Chuon could only simply use the number of cities to infer the strength comparison between the two sides. But it's hard to say whether Catherine is willing to join forces with us. She can just sit back and watch us be wiped out, and then send troops to occupy my 3 cities. She will have 6 cities, while the Kshatriyas will destroy Huma's and 8. A city. She still has the ability to fight the Kshatriyas. Chuon had no experience in joining forces with lords outside the Eastern Han dynasty. Despite this, Chuon still sent someone to send a message to Yekaterina, requesting that they join forces to deal with the Kshatriyas, the lords of the Mogul Empire. If Catherine is willing to join forces, the possibility of defeating the Kshatriyas is high. If she is unwilling to join forces, Chuon can only take risks. In order to save Huma, who is also a lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, Zhao Long had to put aside his hatred with Yekaterina. Envoys from the Eastern Han dynasty came to Yekaterina's camp, which was preparing to go south, and informed Chuon of his desire to unite. I just want to farm well. No, it should be Chu Zimu. He actually wants to join forces with me. Anti-Eastern Han Alliance. Catarina learned of Chuon's request and understood why the Kshatriyas, the lords of the Mogul Empire, ranked second in points and had a faint tendency to surpass her. The Kshatriyas gained a lot of benefits from the alliance. One person occupied 4 cities, and only 3 cities belonged to other lords. I want to negotiate with your lord face to face, Catherine said to the envoy. After the Eastern Han envoys left, Catherine led her army southward. She has 8,000 Cossack cavalry, 25,000 servants, and 30,000 low-level soldiers recruited during the National War. A total of 60,000 troops. The 60,000-strong army almost followed the Eastern Han envoys into Chuon's sphere of influence, so that when Chuon learned of Catherine's reply, her army had already arrived. Chuon gathered 12,000 Eastern Han troops, 19,000 servants, and 15,000 low-level soldiers to fight. The two sides faced each other on the plain. Count Catarina asks you to speak between the two armies. Ekaterin sent an envoy. Hua Mulan grabbed the corner of Chuon's clothes and said, My lord, you can't go. What if she is a bad woman and sends an assassin to attack you? My lord. Chuon frowned. There was no doubt that these novel words were taught to Hua Mulan by Xiao Liang. It seems that I need to teach her a lesson when I get back and not lead Hua Mulan to bad things. Behind me are 40,000 to 50,000 troops. She doesn't dare to touch me, just like I don't dare to touch her. Chuon took Schwar and Gui and Li Guang to negotiate. Yekaterina had to send at least several hundred people to kill Chuon. There is something I need your help with. Chuon arranged something for Hua Mulan in private. On that day, a great lord from the east and a west met in front of both camps, each carrying more than a dozen guards. The combined number of troops on both sides exceeds 100,000, and both of them are capable of commanding elite servant armies. If two people fight head-on, it will only hurt both sides and benefit the lords of the Mogul Empire. This forms the basis for negotiations. It was not the first time for Chuon to see a foreign lord, but it was the first time for him to deal with a female lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Ekaterina wears a bicorn hat, a diagonal ribbon and a corset, which outlines her beautiful figure. She looks like a European officer in the Musket era, which is very different from Eastern female generals such as Hua Mulan and Li Xiaoning. Behind Catherine was the 60,000-strong army she brought, including the Cossack cavalry, one of the best light cavalry in the world. Tsarist Russia used the Cossack cavalry to expand and occupy Siberia. Ekaterina was also sizing up the world's #1 lord. Apart from his oriental handsomeness, he didn't seem to have anything special. He didn't look like a tycoon. You want me to help you? It's not about begging. It's about mutually beneficial cooperation. How to say? The great Lord Kshatriya of the Mogul Empire is about to replace you as the #1. if the alliance led by him destroys our lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Do you think they will let you go? By then, he will use more than 8 cities to deal with you. How do you cope? Chuon carefully tested Yekaterina. Only common interests can achieve consensus. Without common interests, this group of great lords will not pay any attention to your sentiments. The Kshatriyas are going to deal with you, the lord of the Eastern Han dynasty. Then I only need to sneak up on you from behind and occupy your 3 cities. I can defeat him with 6 cities. There was a sense of pride in Ekaterina's words. To be precise, she was confident. For her, 6 cities could defeat the Kshatriyas, who had 8 cities. Sure enough, Ekaterina didn't want to join forces. So you led the army south just to start a war with me? I just want to see how powerful the world's #1 lord is. It seems that you are in trouble. When I am approaching the city, do you want to go to war with me? Or risk being attacked by me and go to save you? A companion? I'm curious about your choice. Ekaterina observed Chuon's reaction with a half-smile. She was very curious about how the world's #1 lord would make a choice when faced with a dilemma. If we join forces, we can divide the 7 cities of the Kshatriya alliance. You will occupy 4, and I will occupy 3. In order to win over the Countess from the Eastern European plains and rescue Huma, Chuon was forced to make concessions. Chuon rarely gives in. This is the bottom line. If you want me to help you, there are only 2 ways. Either defeat me or become my servant. You're playing with fire. Speak with your sword on the battlefield. If you defeat me, you can get everything. If you fail, everything you have is mine. Catherine resigned and returned to the army, protected by her escort. Chuon stayed where he was. It was more of a declaration of war than a negotiation. My lord, please give me a cavalry, and I will defeat them for you. Seeing that Yekaterina was disdainful towards Chuon, Schwar and Wangui took the initiative to request a battle and defeated Yekaterina and her Cossack cavalry. The women of the Grand Duchy of Moscow are very good at fighting and cannot fight head-on. Chuon looked into the sky and saw a black war eagle following Yekaterina. How? Chuon returned to the camp, and everyone looked at Chuon. The outcome of the negotiation would affect the subsequent decisive battle with the anti-Eastern Han alliance. Winning Yekaterina's support, and not being able to win it, may be 2 completely different results. If you want to gain her support, you have to defeat her completely. However, she is too conceited. Chuon made arrangements. It's not a big deal for the world's #1 lord. Are you not being forced by the lords of the Mogul Empire to ask me for help? The corner of Yekaterina's mouth raised. Her troops were approaching the city, which was equivalent to forcing Chuon into a desperate situation. Regardless of whether Chuon went to save Huma or not, he felt quite uncomfortable. Mulan's war eagle lands on Ekaterina's tent and cleans its wings. That night, 60,000 allied troops from the Grand Duchy of Moscow set up camp. Ekaterina especially came out to patrol and strictly prohibited alcoholism before the war. She wanted to destroy Chuzimu in one fell swoop in the battle and replace him as the #1 in the world. The Eastern Han dynasty just has a relatively large population. Otherwise, there is nothing to fear. Ekaterina returned to her tent. Nothing happened all night. It was about to break at dawn, and just when the allied forces of the Grand Duchy of Moscow thought that the Eastern Han army would not attack at night, something unexpected happened suddenly. Behind the Grand Duchy of Moscow, there was a sudden loud killing cry. The enemy's cavalry attacks the rear. Don't panic. Inform the Earl immediately. The allied forces of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were attacked because of the rear camp, and the generals immediately mobilized their troops. Yekaterina was awakened, and the camp had begun to shake. The rear camp is under attack. The left camp was attacked by the enemy. There were smoke and shouts of death everywhere, which seriously interfered with Yekaterina's judgment. Chuzimu, I didn't expect that. I just fell out yesterday, and today I can't wait to conquer me. But I'm not so easy to mess with. Order Dmitri of the Don River to support the rear camp and defeat the enemy. I estimate that the cavalry attacking the rear camp is only a small number. This is a tactic used by the Easterners to attack the East and attack the West. They have been using this tactic for 2,000 years, and there is still no trace of it. Novelty. Even the enemy attacking the left wing is a partial division, and the real direction of attack is the right camp. Strengthen the defense of the right camp. Ekaterina put on her bicorn hat and looked around. To the west was a forest. The enemies attacking the rear should go around the rear through the forest trails, so there must not be many in number. Chuzimu, do you think you can defeat me in this way? After Yekaterina strengthened the defense of the right camp, as expected, The right camp, which had no shouts of killing, was attacked by the Eastern Han army. Sure enough, I found out. Because a large number of soldiers from the Grand Duchy of Moscow defended the right camp. It was always difficult for the Eastern Han army to capture the right camp. Just when Yekaterina thought she had seen through Chu Tian's plan, the shouts of killing from the Eastern Han army attacking the right camp suddenly decreased, and violent shouts of killing broke out again from the left camp. The attack direction is still in Zwing. Yekaterina suddenly panicked. Go to support Zwing. It's true or false? Where is Chu Zimu's attack direction? At the front of the Muscovite allied forces, Lui personally led the heavy infantry of the Eastern Han dynasty and soldiers of the Arab Empire into battle to attack the enemy lord. The specific location of Yekaterina's main camp has been explored. Chapter 263, Capturing Catarina. It is useless to deal with this kind of woman. Negotiating with her is useless. Only by defeating her will she be willing to surrender to the lord. Fang Xiling stood on a high place, holding a folding fan in his hand, looking at the smoke-filled Moscow Grand Duchy camp below, while talking and laughing. The oars were flying into ashes. Military advisor. We still failed to capture the opponent's camp. Chu Tian interrupted Fang Xiling, the master of theory. Lui personally led the heavy infantry to raid the headquarters of the allied forces of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and penetrated 2 miles into the opponent's camp. The rear of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was attacked by Shirwansui's 1,000 cavalry, and the left camp was attacked by Schwarengui's army. At this time, it did not waver. If it were an ordinary legion, it would have collapsed long ago in such a situation. I can understand why she always ranked first during the national war. There must be a large number of heroes in her military camp. Not necessarily the heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Chu Tian, with 40,000 men, could not defeat the opponent's 60,000 men. There were more than 10 historical heroes in Catherine's army, as well as defensive facilities such as horses and trenches and superior strength. But Chu Tian's goal is not to completely eliminate the Yekaterina Legion. If the purpose is to completely eliminate the Yekaterina army, Chu Tian's 40,000 people may fight until only 10,000 people are left. The Yekaterina army will be completely wiped out, completely deviating from the original purpose. His intention was to conquer Catherine by force and let her follow him to defeat the Kshatriyas, the great lords of the Mogul Empire. The enemy began to counterattack. Fang Xianling discovered that after the initial panic, the allied forces of the Grand Duchy of Moscow began to counterattack under the leadership of heroes. The Grand Duchy of Moscow also has heroes of its own civilization, such as Dmitry of the Don, who once commanded an army of 150,000 to defeat the 200,000 army of the Golden Horde, one of the 4 great khanates of the Great Mongolia. There were also heroes of other civilizations in Catherine's legion, who resisted vigorously with wooden palisades and horses, and did not disintegrate. The infantry on both sides fought with wooden fences, trenches, and horses as the boundary. Soldiers were killed every moment. When various ministries of the Grand Duchy of Moscow resisted fiercely, Lui used heavy infantry and Arab Empire soldiers to destroy the defenses of the enemy's camp. The soldiers of the Arab Empire fell into a frenzy almost at the same time, risking their own lives to attack the camp where Catarina was staying, and used their lives to clear the way. Even Lui thought this group of people was crazy. Even crazier than the Yellow Turban army. In this battle, Chu Tian and Lui decided to sacrifice almost all the Arab Empire soldiers in order to conquer the unruly lords on the Eastern European plains. Li Xiaoning's women's army followed Li Yi's heavy infantry to advance. My lord, the enemy has arrived. Please retreat immediately under our protection. Catherine's guards retreated to protect her. Arrows rained down from the sky, and Catarina's guards formed a shield formation to block the arrows from the Shengsheng battalion. Guard soldiers continued to fall. Li Yi's heavy infantry tried to surround Catherine. If you can capture the opponent's lord, you may be able to make a forced landing of 60,000 legions. Yekaterina found that she had provoked someone she shouldn't have provoked, and she regretted provoking Chu Zimu. Chu Zimu could actually discover the location of her camp. Chu Zimu obviously concentrated his elite troops to attack her camp, hoping to kill or capture her. The guards around Catherine fell one after another, and it was too late for other troops to support her. Li Xiaoning led the detachment of women to break into Yekaterina's army, and went straight to Yekaterina herself. Ming Jin retreats the troops. Chu Tian was watching the battle from a high place, and was unable to judge the specific situation. So he gave up as soon as he saw the opportunity. After inflicting considerable casualties on the legions of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, he ordered the withdrawal of the troops. There are many heroes in Yekaterina, but Chu Tian doesn't know most of them. Just like Yekaterina doesn't know most of Chution's heroes. She is the most powerful Lord Chution has ever encountered. Retreat! Schwar, who was attacking the left camp, slowly retreated when he heard Ming Jin's call to withdraw his troops. The troops of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were worried about being ambushed, so they did not pursue Schwar. Li Yi's army also retreated back, because he had already penetrated 2 miles into the enemy's center, and the troops of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were encircling and attacking. If he does not retreat, he will be surrounded by troops led by the heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The battle gradually subsided. Chuon, who attacked the rear of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, had only 1,000 light cavalry and was unable to defeat the opponent's rear. Seeing that time was almost up, he withdrew. The two sides fought for about 2 hours. The Eastern Han army suffered thousands of casualties, and the Moscow Grand Duchy may have suffered more than 2,000 casualties. Where is your lord, Count? You guards can't even protect the Earl. You are really stupid. The commander-in-chief and military generals of the Grand Duchy of Moscow defeated the generals of the Eastern Han dynasty and came to report to Yekaterina, only to find that Yekaterina was captured alive by the women's army of the Eastern Han dynasty. Now Catarina should recognize our strength. Chution waited in the camp for the generals to return. His goal in this battle is also very simple: to attack Catarina's army and show her force. She will be willing to cooperate. As for capturing Catarina alive, Chution couldn't imagine it. After all, Catarina must have been very protective of him, and the probability of capturing her alive was very low. Just scare her this time. Li Guan, and Li Xiaoning returned to camp. Among them, Li Xiaoning also kidnapped someone, Yekaterina, who had negotiated with Chution not long ago. Chution couldn't help being stunned when he saw her. Li Xiaoning actually captured the First Lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Isn't this Count Catarina? Chu Zimu, you are so despicable. How do you know the location of my camp? Yekaterina was captured alive, and the sword at her waist was confiscated by Li Xiaoning. When she saw Chution, she gritted her teeth. She realized that Li, Hua Mulan, and Li Guang were heading straight for her. It was obvious that the location of her camp had been known to Chution in advance. A soldier never tires of deceit. If you surrender to me with an army of 60,000 men, I can promise not to kill you. Yekaterina was as cold as ice. Impossible. Even if I am captured by you, my legion will not surrender to you. In order to prevent this day from happening, I have made a rule in the army that once I am captured, my adjutant Sophia he will replace me and become the supreme commander of the legion. And this trick, however, Chution did not believe her words and decided to use Yekaterina as a hostage to persuade the opponent's 60,000 troops to surrender. When a dozen heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow learned that their lords had been captured, they decided to appoint their adjutant Sophia as the supreme commander, negotiate with Chution, and demand the ransom of their lords. There are some differences between the West and the East. Even if the lord is captured, it will have little impact on the nobles of the legion. In other words, Chution could not forcefully surrender the 60,000 strong army by capturing Yekaterina. The nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow are willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold to redeem their lord. Their lord is only worth 1,000 taels of gold. Even if I keep her as a servant, I will not let her go back. Chution no longer feels anything about 1,000 taels of gold. Isn't it just 1,000 taels of gold? Chution could already spend 10,000 taels of gold to build thousands of Xiliang cavalry in one breath. And he didn't care much about the 1,000 taels of gold. The Grand Duchy of Moscow army on the opposite side sent another threat. If their lord Yekaterina was not released, the Grand Duchy of Moscow army would immediately launch an attack on the Eastern Han dynasty army. Yekaterina was placed under house arrest in Chution's camp, and the armies of both sides were still facing each other, with tensions at war. Fang Xianling asked, "At present, it seems that it is impossible to persuade the 60,000 people on the opposite side to surrender. What does the lord plan to do with her? We can only take a step back and use Yekaterina's influence to control the 60,000 strong army on the opposite side and help us defeat the anti-Eastern Han alliance." After Chution captured Yekaterina alive, he once thought of directly annexing the other party's 60,000 people. But Yekaterina had a backup plan and let her adjutant take over the command of the Grand Duchy of Moscow's legion, refusing to surrender. Since he could not surrender, Chution returned to the starting point and forced Yekaterina to cooperate with him. He could execute Catherine, but he only killed one person, and the problem was not fundamentally solved. As a result, it will become a mortal enemy of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Chuon ordered Li Xiaoning to take Catarina to his tent and personally persuade her to surrender. Catarina was brought over and her hands were tied with hemp rope. If the soldiers on the Great Plains of Eastern Europe knew that the goddess in their hearts was brought to the enemy commander's tent like this, their hearts would probably be broken. As agreed, you have been defeated and everything you have belongs to me. I order you to help me with your army and annihilate the Mogul Empire Legion. And then I will grant you freedom. Chuon considered that there was little point in killing the other lord, so it was better to use her as much as possible. Putting Catherine back to harm Europe is also an option. The relations between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and European countries are not good, Yekaterina said stubbornly. You used conspiracy to defeat me. But that doesn't count. We have to fight openly and openly on the plain. In other words, you are still unwilling to give in? That's right. Then don't blame me for being rude. Xiaoning, tie her to the wooden post. Li Xiaoning listened to the order, only hesitated for a moment, and acted according to Chuon's order. Yekaterina's hands were tied, and Chuon's greedy eyes looked at her. She thought Chuon was going to use force, but she was still fearless. Instead, she puffed up her chest and said, "Come if you have the ability." What a very fierce woman. Li Xiaoning, who was loyal to Xiao Liang, was present. Chuon did not do anything excessive. He just said to Li Xiaoning, "Miss Yekaterina, please taste our oriental spirits." Yes. Li Xiaoning followed Chuon's instructions and poured wine into Yekaterina. Your oriental spirits are as light as water and have no flavor at all. Yeah. Chuon sat behind the desk, calm and composed. Catarina was poured a jar of wine, and her expression did not change at all. This was a common occurrence for her. She sneered. If it's a man, just go straight to him. Why use such despicable means? Who said I wanted to get you drunk? Chuon held a volume of Sun Tzu's Art of War in his hand, and his expression remained unchanged. Soon Yekaterina knew why Chuon had people pouring wine into her. Now she was tied to a wooden pillar and couldn't move. She couldn't help it anymore. Probably sensing something strange about Yekaterina, Chuon said, "Don't think that just because you took the name of the Queen of Tsarist Russia, you think you are a czar. Since you are a civilized player, you should at least have a sense of shame. Of course, if you have no sense of shame, I have no objection. I will just sit here and watch. Chuzimu. You? You devil." Ekaterina's face turned red. She was always arrogant and completely helpless. She was so anxious that she wanted to cry. I really can't bear it anymore. Continue to pour wine into her. If one jar is not enough, just 2 or 3 jars. Yes. Stop. I promise you. I can order my legion to assist you. Ekaterina finally couldn't stand Chuon's torture. She swore that Chuon was the person closest to the devil she had ever seen. After Yekaterina surrendered, she was finally released, and Li Xiaoning monitored her closely to prevent her from escaping. Her army still did not surrender, but her adjutant Sophia negotiated with Chuon. The two parties agreed that the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Eastern Han Dynasty army would march eastward to assist Huma, the besieged Taiyuan County governor of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and defeat the anti-Eastern Han alliance of the Kshatriyas, the lords of the Mogul Empire. According to the agreement, Catarina was still left with Chuon as a hostage. After the Grand Duchy of Moscow defeats the anti-Eastern Han alliance, Chuon will release Catarina. At the same time, the two sides divided the spoils in advance. For the 7 cities of the anti-Eastern Han alliance, Chuon was divided into 4, and Catarina was divided into 3. Chuon shook his head repeatedly. As soon as you agree to cooperate with me, you can get 4 cities. Why bother? Snort. Catarina sneered when she saw that Chuon was taking advantage of her, and was still acting obediently. Who could have thought that she would one day become someone else's prisoner as she traveled across the plains of Eastern Europe? Seeing that the rebellious Yekaterina was willing to surrender to Chuon, Zhao Long asked in a low voice, "Brother, what method did you use to tame her?" "No way," Chuon said politely. "How could I use such dirty tricks? I was moved by her affection and reasoned with her, and she finally found that cooperating with us is the best choice." If the sword had not been confiscated by Li Xiaoning, Yekaterina promised that she would stab Chuon to death with one blow. When did he show emotion and reason? Hua Mulan felt very uncomfortable when she saw Chuon taking Catarina as a hostage. She took the initiative to say to Chuon in private, "I don't like that wavy girl, and neither will Sister Xia." Chuon did not expect that Hua Mulan and Xiao Liang were in the same camp and rejected a Catarina together. If it was a cold summer, it probably wouldn't show anything wrong on the outside. But Hua Mulan dared to speak out. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But Chu Tian was surprised that Hua Mulan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Not like a subordinate. And the title of Wave Girl was probably taught to Hua Mulan by Xiao Liang. I just wanted to use her army. Chu Tian calmed Hua Mulan's emotions. 2 armies. 40,000 people from the Eastern Han Army and 60,000 people from the Grand Duchy of Moscow began to march eastward to rescue the Eastern Han lords, who were besieged by the Mogul Empire. Chapter 264 Chu Zimu is here. The situation of Lian Po's army is getting more and more dangerous. The anti-Eastern Han dynasty allied forces built hundreds of catapults and ballistae, and stones and crossbow arrows continued to destroy the city wall. Pieces of city bricks fell off due to the violent impact, revealing the rammed city wall, which was crumbling. Almost all defensive buildings such as the city gate tower, arrow tower, and horse face were destroyed by catapults and ballistae. Lianpa personally defended the city, and the number of troops in his hands dropped from 20,000 to 15,000, and then to 10,000. Now his strength is less than 7,000. After the various defensive buildings were destroyed, only the rammed earth walls of the city were left to resist the enemy. The reason why the city is strong is not only the majestic city wall itself, but also various additional defense facilities, which form a comprehensive city defense system. A city with only walls actually has a greatly reduced defensive capability. The anti-Eastern Han Alliance forces once again launched a fierce attack on Lianpa's army. Catapults and ballistae were used to cover tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to storm and cling to the central city. The coalition forces attacked the city from several directions at the same time. Lian Po's troops were stretched thin, and it was difficult to fully defend the city. Continue to recruit troops. Huma forced the residents of the city to become professional soldiers or rural warriors and go to defend the city wall. He and Lianpa almost exhausted the city's war potential, blocking the anti-Eastern Han Alliance for 24 days without falling. During this period, Huma tried to break out, but was driven back by the coalition forces. He received another notification from Chu Zimu, claiming that he would come to rescue soon. But until now, there has been no news from Chu Zimu's reinforcements. Lord, why haven't Chu Zimu's reinforcements arrived yet? Did he abandon us because he saw the enemy's strength? Don't talk nonsense. None of our lords in the Eastern Han dynasty is a coward at this time. He will definitely come to save us. He should be accumulating strength or thinking of a complete countermeasure. After all, there are more than 100,000 enemies under the city, and hundreds more the head fights the elephant. Huma knew Chu Zimu's difficulties. If Chu Zimu didn't consider the consequences and came to the rescue with enthusiasm, both of them might be wiped out, which would be meaningless. Instead of coming to die, Huma hoped that Chu Zimu would be more than 50% sure before coming to support him. It's just that in 3 days, at most 3 days, if Chu Zimu doesn't come to help, this city will be lost. Huma sighed. We have been attacking this city for 24 days and have lost 30,000 soldiers and horses. On average, we have lost more than 1,000 people every day, but we still cannot capture the city. At this rate, is it possible that we will not be able to capture the city even after the national war? City! Another strong attack was repelled by Lianpa, and the leader of the alliance, the Kshatriya, was furious. He faced Lianpa, who was good at defense. Even though Lian Po's troops were at an absolute disadvantage, he still blocked the coalition's attacks one after another. The anti-Eastern Han Alliance lost 30,000 people in order to capture the city held by Lian Po's army. They no longer have enough troops to defend. 2 Japanese lords, Teri Yoshimori and Takeda Tadayoshi, were observing the city wall where the Lianpa Corps was stationed, and realized that the Lianpa Corps was weak. It is less than 3 days from falling into the city. Although the Japanese lords were not as populous as the Indian Moguls, their strategies were superior to those of the Indian Moguls. The cavalry scouts of the Eastern Han Dynasty army marched eastward. Our scout cavalry suffered heavy casualties. While the anti-Eastern Han Alliance was making its final attack, the Eastern Han Dynasty's scout cavalry was already appearing nearby. All the lords paid attention to intelligence and reconnaissance. Every time the army was dispatched, a large number of scout cavalry appeared, indicating that reinforcements from the Eastern Han Dynasty had arrived. Chu Zimu, the first lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, is here. All the lords of the anti-Eastern Han Alliance knew that Chu Zimu had 3 cities in the west. After being delayed by Lian Po's army, Chu Zimu finally had enough time to gather strength and come to fight the anti-Eastern Han Alliance for a decisive battle. He only has 3 cities. We have 7 cities. And our military strength is 2 or 3 times his. Why should we be afraid? The Kshatriyas ride on war elephants and stabilize the hearts of the people. Although everyone knew that Chuzimu only had 3 cities, they were still walking on thin ice. On the horizon, the red dragon flag appears, and the hunting sound is heard. The razor-clad Shilian iron cavalry was at the forefront, holding spears and javelins, tall horses, and armored horses, forming a torrent of steel. The white horse eats Song, the Arabian Empire camel cavalry, the Tang dynasty archers, the Spanish plague knights, the Japanese warriors, the women's army, the Shisheng battalion and other units subsequently appeared. The coalition forces of more than 40,000 people appeared, and their momentum made the anti-Eastern Han Alliance afraid. The lords of the anti-Eastern Han Alliance have already led their troops to retreat. Tian Khan Chutian arrived and suppressed the enemy on the opposite side. The anti-Eastern Han Alliance army fell into panic and felt uneasy. Even the war elephant troops were somewhat shaken by the suppression of the Sky Khan effect. The elephant soldiers tried to contain the restless war elephants and prevent the war elephants from trampling their own troops when they went crazy. She has similar abilities? Chutian discovered that there was something special about Yekaterina. Chutian's Sky Khan trait has no effect on Yekaterina's legion, and Yekaterina's trait has no effect on Chutian's legion. In addition, Yekaterina can also command the servant army, and Chutian suspects that Yekaterina has characteristics similar to the Khan of Heaven. Perhaps she acquired the characteristics of one of the czars. From this point of view, Ekaterina is indeed a difficult enemy. That's it. Cossack cavalry. There are also African tribal warriors, Seljuk Turk cavalry, and Mamluk cavalry. How could there be so many reinforcements from the Eastern Han dynasty? The anti-Eastern Han Alliance found that in addition to Chutian's 40,000 people, there were also Yekaterina's 60,000 people. A total of 100,000 reinforcements had arrived, which was huge. The strength of the reinforcements is not less than that of the anti-Eastern Han Alliance. Since both Chutian and Yekaterina had servant armies, the anti-Eastern Han Alliance was actually fighting against 10 civilizations. The soldiers of the reinforcements came from the Eastern Han dynasty, Goryeo, Japan, Arabia, Spain, Moguls, India, African tribes, Seljuks, Central Asia, Mamluks, Egypt, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Why did his army increase? The Korean Lord Li Minja and the Japanese Lord Takeda Tadayoshi, who had fought against Chutian not long ago, saw Chutian's legion again and found that the number of Chutian's legion had increased several times. At that time, the Chutian army that attacked them only had 24,000 people, but now it is 100,000. There were also some soldiers that they had never seen before. It is impossible for the 3 cities to recruit so many elites. It should not only be Chuzimu's strength, but also other lords joining forces with him. The battle flag of the double-headed eagle is not the battle flag of Chuzimu, but the battle flag of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It is very likely that it is the Legion of Ekaterina, the first lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. How could such a proud lord as Yekaterina join forces with Chuzimu? The lords of the anti-Eastern Han Alliance were shaken. Ekaterina's legion can be said to be one of the top 10 legions in the world. Her choice to join forces with Chutian will affect the outcome of this decisive battle. Ekaterina's Cossack cavalry was the nightmare of countless people. What benefits did Chuzimu give her? We can give her more benefits and make her betray Chuzimu. The first reaction of the restless anti-Eastern Han Alliance lords was to win over Yekaterina. They were unwilling to make enemies of 2 of the top 10 lords in the world at the same time. What they didn't expect even more was that Yekaterina was unwilling to join forces with Chuzimu at first. But now she is a prisoner. Chutian can decide her fate, and she has no choice. She was a hostage and couldn't betray her. Sir, our reinforcements are coming. The garrison with less than 7,000 people in the city was overjoyed when they saw the red dragon flag appearing. They could no longer hold on without reinforcements arriving. And now reinforcements had finally arrived. The number of reinforcements is too much. Hu Ma, the governor of Taiyuan County, was greatly shaken when he saw 100,000 reinforcements arriving from the city wall. When did Chuzimu have so many troops? Moreover, his troops are of various types, comparable to the allied forces of the 10 nations. The allied forces of Chutian and Yekaterina gathered and faced off with the anti-Eastern Han Alliance in the plain area, with the flags of both sides covering the sky. They formed an alliance, and we have servant armies composed of various civilizations. Chuon rode a war horse and went out to observe the opponent's camp under the protection of several generals. After receiving 60,000 reinforcements from the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Chuon became more confident. Although the allied forces of the 10 nations were a mixed bag, and the coordination of various arms was chaotic, the anti-Eastern Han Alliance coalition forces were also a mixture of various arms, such as Indian elephant soldiers, Taunga spearmen, Shibai cavalry, Annan infantry, and Goryeo light cavalry. This may be the largest battle so far on the national war battlefield, with more than 10 civilizations participating in the battle. Catarina said contemptuously, "You don't need your legion. Just my legion can destroy them. Don't underestimate Eastern civilization." Chuon did not underestimate the Mogul Empire and the surrounding civilizations. Each civilization has its own top-level troops, which, when used well, can also pose a huge threat to the other party. "Is that why you begged me to come and help you? As a prisoner, you have to know your place." "You?" Chuon immediately sent soldiers to contact the defenders in the city to appease the morale of the defenders. Huma personally took Lien out to greet him. Because the reinforcements arrived, the anti-Eastern Han allied forces retreated a certain distance. So the siege of the city by the anti-Eastern Han allied forces was actually lifted. "Chu Zimu and Zhao Long, I owe you a big favor this time, and I will repay it. But it does not mean that I will surrender to you when I return to the main world." Huma is also very direct. Return favors that are due, but not hand over your power. "We made an agreement before the national war. Once we are targeted by other lords, we will join forces to fight against the enemy. We are just fulfilling the agreement." Chuon and Zhao Long don't care much about favors. The current situation is one where both prosper and lose. "Who is this person?" Huma felt incredible when he saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Catarina dressed as a European officer in the firearms era. Chuon's 10-nation coalition had already shocked Huma. At this time, another European female lord appeared, and this lord was still standing in their camp. "My servant, Catherine of Moscow." Chuon did not give Catarina any face, which made Catarina once again have the urge to stab Chu Zimu to death. "Catarina?" Huma was surprised by the identity of the person in front of him. Catarina still ranks first in the world in points. It is simply unimaginable that such a lord would stand in the Eastern Han camp. Catarina ignored everyone. In her opinion, if she had not been captured, she would have swept through this group of small and medium lords. But no matter how stubborn he is, he has to admit the fact that he was captured. "Although I don't like European guys, I still owe you a favor this time." Huma thought that Catarina came to help voluntarily. "Don't be so polite to her. It's her honor to help us. Otherwise." Chuon looked at the anti-Eastern Han Alliance forces on the opposite side. The war elephant at the front attracted Chuon's attention. He knew that elephant soldiers were very popular in Mogul India, Southeast Asian countries, and other regions, and they had strong destructive power. How to deal with elephant soldiers is a question that every conqueror who tries to conquer countries in South Asia and Southeast Asia must consider. Chuon asked Huma, "Have you fought against the war elephant?" "I had no experience fighting elephant soldiers at the beginning, so I was pressured into a decisive battle by the opponent's superior force. As a result, many of my heavy infantry were trampled to death by the elephants." Huma was frightened when he mentioned the opponent's war elephant. His Lianpa army was once severely damaged by the opponent's war elephant. The main reason is that coming from Bingzhou, he is not familiar with war elephants. Secondly, even if he is familiar with war elephants, he will still be killed by surprise if he is not fully prepared when encountering war elephants. To deal with war elephants, one must be well prepared. Ignoring the sneers from Chuon, Catarina squinted her eyes and looked at the war elephants of the Mogul Empire. War elephants were a completely unfamiliar unit to her in the plains of Eastern Europe. Chuon asked Fang Xianling how to defeat the elephant soldiers. "Miss Xiao once used the fire horse formation to defeat the Taishan thieves. War elephants are naturally afraid of fire. If the lord uses fire attacks, he can easily defeat the war elephant." Rational. Although Chuon had no experience in directly fighting elephant soldiers, he could still come up with countermeasures based on the elephant's habits. Huma interjected, "It's not that I didn't think of using fire attacks. I found that using fire arrows was effective against ordinary elephant soldiers. But fire arrows had little effect on the war elephants of the Kshatriyas, the first lord of the Mogul Empire. How are the Kshatriya war elephants different? His war elephant is very calm and will not easily get into trouble because of the sight of flames. I suspect there are heroes added as elephant soldiers. Otherwise the war elephant would not be so powerful. His hero may be the Indian hero Shivaji. This man was active in the late Ming dynasty and early Qing dynasty. He started fighting at the age of 16, organized 96 tribes in the Deccan Plateau into a military kingdom, and resisted the Mogul Empire, the most powerful empire in India at the time. He had a large number of cavalry and elephant soldiers. At the same time, a navy was formed. According to intelligence, he is a hero of the cavalry, war elephant, and navy. This was the first time Chuon knew that there were heroes from the 3 series. Many of his subordinates are heroes of 2 types, such as Su Sheng, who is a bout type and a navy type, and Li Guan, who is a bout type and a cavalry type. Shivaji was clearly one of the top heroes of India during the Mughal Empire. War elephants with the bonus of the top heroes of the Mughal Empire are indeed far different from ordinary elephant soldiers. Chapter 265 Assassination Operation by Chowchow's Camp. If Su Rong doesn't die, it will be difficult to own Yanzhou. In Jing County, Chowchow's army launched a counterattack against the Yanzhou allied forces. Li Dian, who was in charge of transporting grain, was ambushed by Su Rong, the cavalry captain of the Yanzhou allied army. 7,000 units of food were lost and more than 1,000 soldiers were killed. Li Dian fought and retreated, so he was not captured by Su Rong. Xiao Liang worshipped Su Rong as the cavalry captain and came to support the Yanzhou coalition forces to suppress Chowchow. With great results, Su Rong performed outstandingly and used his superior troops to cause a lot of trouble to Chowchow, greatly delaying Chowchow's advance. In particular, Su Rong's special attack on the grain road made Chowchow, who was on the offensive side, passive. Now Chowchow is no longer the stupid young man he was at the beginning. He has gradually become a hero and has a team of elite veterans. Even so, Chowchow was still tortured by Su Rong and restrained everywhere. The Yanzhou coalition, with Pang Wan as the infantry commander, confronted Chowchow head-on, while Su Rong and other cavalry generals attacked Chowchow's flanks, or grain roads, in an attempt to force Chowchow to retreat and prevent Chowchow from unifying Yanzhou. Prince Wen, the governor of Jing County, still did not give up the idea of competing with Chowchow for Yanzhou. During this period, Zhou Yafu and Zhou Can led an army of 40,000, with Shiliu Camp as the core, and set out from Pingchang to attack Peixian, Peiguavuzhou, and Fengxian, Peiguavuzhou, expand Xuzhou's territory to 2 counties, and open up Xuzhou and Yanzhou. The passage of Jing County. Xiaopei belongs to the Pei Kingdom of Yuzhou, but it is sandwiched between Yuzhou, Xuzhou, and Yanzhou. It can threaten the 3 states and is a battleground for military strategists. Therefore, many battles in the 3 kingdoms took place around Xiaopei. Chowchow, Liu Bei, Liu Bu, and Yuan Shu all once attacked Xiaopei or stationed troops in Xiaopei. Xiao Liang realized the importance of Xiaopei, so he sent Zhou Yafu to capture Peixian County in the name of supporting the Yanzhou coalition forces, and also captured Fengxian County, gaining a bridgehead to attack Yanzhou or Yuzhou. After Zhou Yafu's army captured 2 counties, it established a supply line and then marched into Jing County. Chowchow faced unprecedented pressure. His military strength was always at a disadvantage, and with Zhou Yafu's 40,000 Xuzhou soldiers supporting the Yanzhou soldiers, Chowchow had to use the strength of 1 county to fight against the soldiers of the 2 states. In this way, our army will be destroyed. Chowchow marked the advancing routes of various troops on the map, among which Zhou Yafu's army posed the greatest threat. Zhou Yafu's army is a full force with no losses. Once Zhou Yafu arrives in Dingtao, Chowchow's strategic intention to capture Dingtao will undoubtedly be shattered. Encirclement and support are ineffective. First of all, there were many Yanzhou coalition forces in Dingtao, and Chowchow did not have the extra troops to fight for reinforcements while besieging the city. Secondly, he may not be able to defeat Zhou Yafu if he divides his troops. Zhou Yafu plays steadily, and the probability of being ambushed, tricked, or confused is extremely small. If you want to defeat Zhou Yafu, you can only fight Zhou Yafu head-on. Su Rong's Yanzhou cavalry made up for Zhou Yafu's disadvantage of having only a small number of Xuzhou cavalry. Therefore, Chowchow's situation was worse than imagined. Perhaps this is not a good opportunity to capture Dingtao. The Lord can divide his troops to attack Shenlu County. Shenlu lacks the governor, and the foreign lord is weak. He controls Dongjun and Shenlu, connects Yuan Shao to the north, Yuan Shu to the south, and Lu Dai and Bao to the east. Faith can defeat Chu Ziji's plan. The mastermind Sun Yu proposed the technique of combining vertical and horizontal lines. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu are mortal enemies. How can they come and go at the same time? Yuan Shao was dissatisfied with Chu Zimu at Hula Pass and had hatred for a long time. Furthermore, Chu Zimu became the shepherd of Shuzhou at a young age and was on an equal footing with Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. The latter felt dissatisfied and would definitely be willing to send troops to attack Chu Zimu. Not only Chowchow. Sun Yu and other think tanks are thinking of ways to break the situation. But players in high positions in Chowchow's camp are also trying to reverse the outcome for Chowchow. It is said that Prime Minister Xia Pai is preparing to go to Dingdao to command the Yinzhou coalition forces to launch a second attack on us. Zhou Yafu's army will arrive soon, and our chances of winning are slim. How about a divorce plan? The alienation plan is basically useless against Prime Minister Pai. She is a player and knows that the probability of Zhou Yafu's rebellion is very small, so she will not fall into the plan at all. Only some incompetent princes would do such stupid things as changing generals on the spot. How about sending assassins to kill Lu Dai, the governor of Yenzhou, Bao Xian, the prime minister of Jibei, Yuan Yi, the governor of Shanong, and Lu Chong, the king of Qin, and seize all their armies? In this way, we can at least gain possession of Jibei Kingdom, Shanong County, and Qin Kingdom. The ability to compete with Chu Zimu. These counties are just a waste in the hands of those incompetent governors. If these troops are controlled by Chowchow, they can exert huge combat effectiveness. The player who once assassinated Zhang Miao, the prefect of Qinlu, once again proposed using unconventional means of assassination to seize control of nearby states and counties. The other core players who defected to Chowchow never thought of carrying out such a large-scale assassination operation. This time the target is several prefects and even governors and royal family members. The purpose of the assassination was to allow Chowchow to legitimately control the above-mentioned counties and expand Chowchow's territory. The reason why Chowchow was held back by the Yenzhou allied forces was mostly because the territory was too small and the troops were insufficient. With the power of one county, he could fight against several counties at the same time, which was already his limit. If Chowchow could control half or even most of Yenzhou, this would not be the case at all. The relationship between Chowchow and Bao Xian is not bad. If we assassinate Bao Xian, it may cause Chowchow to be dissatisfied or distrustful of us. You are worrying too much. Chowchow is a heroic figure. Now he is struggling to break the situation. If he can win through assassination, it is not a bad idea. So what if he sacrifices Bao Xian? After Bao Xian's death, Chowchow can legitimately gain Yu Jin's allegiance. He will just turn a blind eye. And maybe he will promote me later. The pressure brought by Zhou Yafu's army is too great. Maybe you can try your assassination plan. The interests of this group of players are tied to Chowchow's power. They serve as officials under Chowchow or command troops. And they consider issues from Chowchow's perspective. If they can successfully help Chowchow expand through assassination, they may be able to benefit from it. It is better to send assassins to assassinate Zhou Yafu or Xiaopai Prime Minister Xiao Liang. As soon as they die, the civil strife in Shuzhou will be over immediately. Some players have proposed more risky assassination plans. The common man became angry and blood spattered 5 steps forward. Assassins can sometimes change the course of history. Now Xiao Liang is in charge of the internal affairs of Shuzhou, and Zhou Yafu is the one who goes to Yenzhou. As long as these two figures are assassinated, the pressure brought by Shuzhou will naturally be relieved. Inappropriate. We are just fighting for hegemony with Chu Zimu in a regular way. We are Chowchow's subordinates, not lords. Even if we are defeated, as long as we surrender, he will let us go. But if we use unconventional means to anger Chu Zimu, he will come back in the future. If we get angry and massacre the city during the crusade against Yenzhou, we will be in misfortune. Furthermore, Xiao Liang and Zhou Yafu must have a large number of guards around them, so it will be difficult for the assassins to succeed. Instead, they will be resented by the other party. Soon, this group of relatively sober players gave up the idea of assassinating Shuzhou's top officials. Assassins have a limited success rate and turn normal confrontations into mortal enemies. They chose to become Chowchow's subjects rather than set up their own business. And most of them cherish their own lives. If one force falls, they can just change to another force. But once the lords and princes are defeated, the fate will be difficult to say. They did not know that their decision prevented the massacre of Yenzhou. Chowchow's army began to change its strategy of attacking Jing County. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan led a partial army to quickly capture Qinlu County. Clear out the foreign lords in Qinlu County. and turned Chunlu County into their own territory. Players who took refuge with Chowchow also began a large-scale assassination operation. Jibei Prime Minister Bao Xian, who trusted Chowchow, was unprepared. While patrolling nearby, he was attacked by more than a dozen powerful retainers and assassins and was killed on the spot. It is said that it was carried out by a small group of cavalrymen belonging to Su Rong, the cavalry commander of the Yanzhou allied forces. When Chowchow learned of this, he declared martial law across the entire army and stopped eating for a day. He had noticed who was instigating Bao Xian's assassination, but instead of punishing the person behind it, he acquiesced to this behavior. Because the military commander he favored lost his allegiance to Jin and officially defected to Chowchow. At the same time, Chowchow annexed Bao Xian's troops and gained control of most of the Jibei Kingdom's territory. His power expanded from Dongjun to Chunlu County, Jibei Kingdom, and several counties in Jin County. His living space was greatly improved, and the previous situation of imminent collapse of his power was reversed. Chowchow also became more aware of the importance of land and population. With a larger territory, you can recruit more soldiers. After Jibei Prime Minister Bao Xian was ambushed and killed, news came that Yanzhou Governor Lu Dai had been assassinated. Your Majesty, the latest information is that Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, and Bao Xian, the Prime Minister of Jibei, were attacked and killed. Chowchow claimed that it was our Shuzhou army. Chowchow received tens of thousands of troops and was able to regain his strength and surrounded Dingtao, while actively expanding outward. Xiao Liang, who was in Xiapi City at this time, learned that Chowchow had changed his strategy and was not eager to eliminate Gongzi 1, but was actively expanding. Lu frowned. She immediately understood that the person who actually ordered the assassination of Lu Dai and Bao Xian was either Chowchow himself or Chowchow's subordinates. She could not turn a blind eye to Chowchow's active expansion. When Zhou Yafu lifts the siege of Dingtao City by Chowchow's army, I will personally go to Dingtao City to take command. We must attack Chowchow to force him back to Dongjun. On the battlefield of the national war, Chu Tian successfully joined Huma, the governor of Taiyuan County. Now his camp is 7 cities, and the anti-Eastern Han Alliance opposite also has the strength of 7 cities. There is little difference in the number of troops between the two sides. The only thing that caused a headache for the Eastern Han camp might be the war elephant troops of the Kshatriyas, the first lord of the Mogul Empire. Several lords from the Eastern Han camp were discussing in the city how to defeat the enemy in a battle. The opponent has heroes who specialize in giving bonuses to war elephants. Their war elephants are indestructible, and even fire arrows cannot make them go berserk. You should give up the idea of confronting him and defend the city well. War elephants will not climb the wall. They cannot break the city. We'll retreat soon. Also, let me go. Catherine poured cold water on the 3 lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. If your cavalry encountered a war elephant, how would you respond? Of course, I have to cut off their supply lines. War elephants move slowly and consume a lot of food and grass. If they come to the Great Plains of Eastern Europe and I delay them until winter, 100,000 war elephants will all die. Winter in Moscow. No solution. Chu Tian and the other 2 Eastern Han lords all knew how terrible the winter in Moscow was. Countless conquerors fell in Moscow. The Mongols suffered heavy losses in Moscow, and Napoleon even more so. Moreover, the local folk customs are fierce. Huma said, destroying the opponent's food routes may be an effective way, but in order to attack the city, they have transported food from the surrounding cities to their camp, which is enough for them to consume for more than a month. You are willing to delay more than a month confronting them? The national war will not last long, and other lords may catch up from behind during this time. Huma's considerations are not unreasonable. During the confrontation between Chu Tian and the others, the Roman lords had a tendency to come from behind. The lords of the Arab Empire and the Persian Empire also took the opportunity to overtake. If Chu Tian used a war of attrition and faced off against the anti-Eastern Han Alliance for a month, his ranking would fall out of the top 10. Maybe we don't have to think too much and just use normal fire attacks. You should understand what I mean. My servant Catarina. Chu Tian knew that she also had the ability to suppress foreign races. The characteristics of the 2 people are enough to make the opposing war elephants feel fear, coupled with the fire attack. Catarina was seen to have special characteristics, but she just snorted coldly and did not answer Chu Tian. What she received were the characteristics of a czar. The czar drove the Cossacks and some nomadic tribes to serve the empire, and he had the ability to suppress foreigners to some extent. Kshatriya alliance. As the leader of the alliance, Chhatria is trying to lure Chuon into a head-on battle. He wants to defeat the combination of Chuon and Catarina as soon as possible and obtain the 7 cities in the west. By then, he will be the number 1 in this national war. His war elephant troops can only exert their real destructive power in a head-on decisive battle. My suggestion is to avoid a direct battle, as long as we wait and see what happens. Chuzimu and Catarina will definitely fight among themselves. Hirado Castle Lord Tera Yoshimori and Takeda retainer Takeda Tadayoshi learned that the Kshatriyas wanted to fight Chuon head-on and came to dissuade them. I have sent people to the Grand Duchy of Moscow to persuade Yekaterina to betray Chuzimu. But my envoy was killed in the military camp of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and there is no news. Yekaterina obviously stands firmly in Chuzimu's camp. When the Kshatriya mentioned this, he couldn't help but get angry. He didn't know that Yekaterina was captured by Chuon, and in order to protect Yekaterina's safety, her adjutant Sophia ordered the killing of the Indian Mogul envoys, and Yekaterina became the one who took the blame. If Ekaterina firmly stands in the Eastern Han camp, it will be even less suitable for a head-on decisive battle. I have made up my mind. Just watch me defeat the Eastern Han Dynasty army. The Kshatriyas were indifferent to the advice of the Japanese lords. You don't have a chance to win first place, so you're not in a hurry to fight. But I have a chance to hit first place, so how can I delay here? Kshatriya watched the 2 Japanese lords leave. Tera Yoshimori and Takeda Tadayoshi came out of the Kshatriya tent. Such a group of people ruling the Indus and Ganges plains is a waste of fertile soil. Sooner or later, he will become a prisoner of Chuzimu. If the situation goes wrong during the battle, we will retreat immediately. Chapter 266 The Fire Camel defeats the War Elephant. The Eastern Han Dynasty army and the Indian Mogul army form formations on the plains outside the city for a battle. The front row is the cannon fodder light infantry of the Mogul Empire, responsible for protecting one's own war elephants. More than 100 large war elephants lined up behind the light infantry, and the archers and spearmen on the elephants' backs were ready for battle. Further behind are the elite heavy cavalry. After the war elephants attack the opponent's formation, the heavy cavalry will follow up and destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. Different from the impression that Indian civilization is all infantry, the Indian Mogul Empire had a large number of cavalry, and even cavalry was the main force. The Kshatriya ascended to command the battle of 100,000 against 100,000 level. The central army is the Indian Mogul Empire Legion. The left wing is the Japanese Koryo Legion, and the right wing is the legions of Southeast Asian countries. This is a competition between the civilizations of East Asia and South Asia to determine who can become the overlord of Asia between the Eastern Han Dynasty and the Mogul Empire. 2 civilizations with almost the same population size. The Mogul Empire has always regarded the Eastern Han Empire as the biggest threat. If it were in the main world, the total population of our lords would be greater than that of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Unfortunately, the population would not be able to play a role in the national war. When I unify the Mogul Empire, attack the Central Asian countries to the north, and then attack the Western Region Protectorate, the government shocked the Eastern Han Dynasty. Kshatriyas are ambitious. The population size of the Mogul Empire was the same as that of the Eastern Han Dynasty, but the number of heroes was relatively small. As long as he unified the Mogul Empire in advance, even the entire Eastern Han Dynasty would tremble. The Mogul Empire will be a powerful enemy in the future, but not now. Chuon felt the hostility of the other party. He also divided his troops into 3 armies. The main force and servants of the Eastern Han Dynasty were in the center. The Lianpa army and the low-level armies were on the left, and the Moscow Grand Duchy army was on the right. You, the Eastern Han Dynasty, have only 50,000 people in total. Can you serve as both the central army and the left wing at the same time? Seeing that her 60,000 men were concentrated on the right wing, while the Eastern Han army was taking over the tasks of both phalanxes, Catherine couldn't help but doubt the capabilities of the Eastern Han army. Shut up! If your right-wing army cannot defeat the Japanese warriors, I will kill you. Catarina found that Chuon was completely unreasonable, and her legion was regarded by Chuon as a sharp sword to destroy the enemy. The Cossack cavalry was very fast, and such a cavalry was unceremoniously commandeered by Chuon. Their opponents were the warriors of the East. Military advisor, are the camels ready? In order to break the formation, Chuon decided to sacrifice the camels captured from the lords of the Arab Empire. Many of the trophies of the Arab Empire civilization were very practical. The soldiers of the Arab Empire worked tirelessly, and their camels were also useful. Fong Xianling replied, "It's ready." Today the war elephants of the Mogul Empire will die here. Chuon was very sure. In the Eastern Han camp, the Chinese army was led by General Li, Deputy General Li Guang, and the Han army was 10,000, with Shisheng Battalion as the main force. There are also 24,000 servants serving as reserves in the rear. The Chinese army is good at attacking. Lianpe, the leader of the left army, 5,000 Han troops, remnants of Huma and Xiaolong, plus 20,000 low-level soldiers, recruited from 4 cities. The left army is good at defense. The leader of the right army will be Dmitry of the Don, the hero of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, who once defeated the Mongols. He has an army of 60,000, including elite Cossack cavalry. The right army is good at attacking. Chuon's tactics were very simple. Lianpe's left army was used to defend and contain the enemy. The Chinese army inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy. And then the right army was used to destroy the enemy's left army, Koryo Dongying army. In frontal combat, there is very little room for maneuver, and more emphasis is placed on the quality of the generals and soldiers on both sides. Because he once fought against Yekaterina's legion, Chuon knew the strength of her legion, so he dared to let Yekaterina's legion serve as the right army. The war elephant seems a little restless. What's going on? The elephant soldiers of the Mogul Empire noticed that their mounts seemed a little uneasy and different from usual. The Indian hero Shivaji has the ability to strengthen the war elephant troops. The war elephants should not be so easily restless. But this time it is indeed unusual. Opposite them, there is a Sky Khan and a Tsar. The effects of the characteristics of the two monarchs are superimposed. And even the elephant soldiers, which are high-level units, are also affected. The Kshatriyas were not aware of Chuon and Catarina's abilities, and insisted on launching an attack. The two sides were at war with each other, and the battlefield was very depressing. The breathing of warriors, the panting of war horses, and the sporadic collision of shields and armor could all be heard. Soldiers on both sides were gathering strength. We have been besieged for nearly a month, and the enemy bullies the minority with their numbers. Today is the day we defeat the enemy. No matter what happens, we will fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. Lianpe personally boosted morale before the two sides were about to fight, and the morale of the left army was boosted. Many soldiers of the left army were besieged by the Mogul Empire Legion, and most of their companions were killed or injured. At this time, they finally had a chance to kill the enemy and take revenge. Lianpe is the general who blocks the Great Qin army head-on. Chuon noticed that the morale of Lianpe's army had improved, and at the same time, the defense had also improved. The left army is indestructible. Chuon did not arrive with Zhou Yafu, who was good at defense. But now, with the help of Lianpe, he was no worse than Zhou Yafu. This battle is related to the ownership of the National War No. 1. If we fail, we can only retreat temporarily. It won't fail. It's them who will lose. The Eastern Han camp only gathered 3 lords. The other Eastern Han lords were scattered in various places, and could not be assembled for a while. This decisive battle mainly relied on the generals of the Eastern Han dynasty, as well as the main force and servants of the Han army. Takeda Kuan, across from us are Boyar's heavy cavalry and Cossack cavalry, when fighting against the legions of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Are your red cavalry their opponents? Your Kyushu warriors are probably not very good either. We just need to hold off the cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The two Japanese lords were talking in front of the battle. They had little hope of winning. We have the backlight, and they are facing the sun. We have the advantage. We will win this battle. Attack! As the Kshatriyas ordered the attack, the 100,000-strong army of the anti-Eastern Han alliance rolled towards the Eastern Han camp. 10,000 light infantry and archers covered 100 war elephants and served as the main force of the central army. The light infantry held shields and spears and kept advancing. The war elephants swayed their heavy bodies, and the 10 war elephants at the front were even more heavily armored, with thick skin and thick flesh, like moving fortresses. A strong wooden tower was attached to the elephant's back, in which the archers and spearmen sat for protection. The pressure brought by hundreds of mobile fortresses is comparable to a heavy cavalry charge. In a sense, the sense of oppression brought by this 3-meter-tall behemoth is even stronger. With the help of their war elephant troops, the Kshatriyas severely damaged the unprepared Lianpe army. This time, he repeated his old tricks, trying to use war elephants to tear apart the enemy formation, and use heavy cavalry to completely destroy the enemy formation. Ordinary war elephants are afraid of rockets, but my war elephant troops have Shivaji's bonus and are less likely to go crazy. They will crush over your corpses. The Kshatriyas could already foresee the next scene of heavy casualties of the Han army. With the help of the hero Shivaji and his army of war elephants, dozens of princes were conquered by him in Mughal India. He was the first Mughal lord in India, and his army of war elephants was invincible on the Indus plains. Not only the war elephants, but also 2,000 heavy cavalry wearing iron armor at the rear. As long as the war elephants disrupt the opponent's square formation, the heavy cavalry will charge, and the light cavalry will expand the results. In this battle, he will become the uncrowned king. The combination of elephant soldiers and heavy cavalry put tremendous pressure on the eastern Han camp. Not many legions can stop such a combination head-on. This is also where the Kshatriya's confidence lies. I understand why you were besieged in this city for a month. The Mughal Empire has both war elephants and a large number of heavy and light cavalry. Chuon understood the reason why Huma's Lianpa army was severely damaged by the Kshatriyas. Not being familiar with war elephants is one aspect, and another reason is that Kshatriya, as a major lord in Mughal India with a population of tens of millions, has enough manpower and property to build heavy cavalry and recruit a large number of elite light cavalry. In the battle on the plains, the elephants and cavalry took advantage. Catarina, let's go to the central army. Chuon, who was watching the battle from a height, suddenly asked Catarina to go to the central army to suppress the battle. The war elephants and heavy cavalry troops on the opposite side will charge soon. If you want to die, you can go alone. I don't want to die with you. This is an order. Dot. Catarina was extremely reluctant and was taken to the central army by Chuon's escort. Zhao Long and Huma were surprised that Chuon went into battle in person. Chu Zimu, why do you want to sit in the middle army? Aren't you afraid of being shot by stray arrows? It is difficult to defeat Shivaji's elephant soldiers unless it is necessary. Chuon had to take risks, because the closer the characteristics of Tian Khan and Catarina the Great were to the enemy, the more obvious their effects would be. Zhao Long and Huma didn't know that Chuon planned to make full use of Tian Khan's effect. They thought that Chuon would personally take charge of the central army, take the lead and inspire the soldiers, and they couldn't help but admire him. Chuon and Catarina came to the vicinity of the Chinese army General Li, and were still approaching the front line. Catarina said coldly, "You are really a madman. A lord like you who often leads Cossack cavalry to plunder doesn't seem qualified to speak against me." With Chuon and Catarina personally taking charge of the central army, the marching war elephants became even more uneasy. The elephant soldiers and their war elephants are partners who get along day and night. At this time, they felt that the war elephants were getting more and more anxious, so they immediately calmed the war elephants' emotions. At the same time, the elephant soldiers immediately sent someone to report to the commander-in-chief Shivaji. At this time, the war elephant troops were less than 300 meters away from the eastern Han camp. The war elephant became increasingly unstable. Opposite are Tian Khan and Emperor Catherine. How can my war elephant troops be afraid of the enemy on the opposite side? Shivaji heard the report from the elephant soldiers ahead, and he felt uneasy. In the eastern Han camp, there were two special lords, who had a suppressive effect on foreign races. But he hasn't wavered yet. The three armies are already pressing forward, and the forwards of both sides are less than 300 meters apart. There is no way to retreat. Once the bulky war elephants are ordered to retreat, it will only lead to the collapse of the entire army of 100,000 people. As long as the eastern Han camp sent troops to pursue them, the Kshatriyas would surely suffer heavy losses. In Li Yi's central army, hundreds of Arabian camel cavalry led their camels to the front. This group of camels, including their humps, are more than 2 meters tall and have more impact than war horses. It is a pity that the combat performance of camels is not as good as that of war horses in most terrains, and they are more used in deserts and gobies to fight or transport goods. What does Chu Zimu think? He wants to use camel cavalry to deal with war elephants. This is a decisive battle between two great civilizations. Don't mess around. Zhao Long and Huma were surprised when they saw Chuon using camels to deal with war elephants, and they could only choose to trust Chuon. How can the camel cavalry of the Arab Empire be the opponent of my elephant soldiers? The camels will only turn around and run away when they see my elephants. It's really stupid. Camel soldiers can't be a match for elephant soldiers. The Mogul lords noticed the camel soldiers, and did not take them seriously. Camel? Why is it a camel? Is this a firebolt plan? Takeda Tadayoshi, Tara Yoshimori, and other Goryeo lords suddenly thought of Chuon's intentions and panicked. They wanted to notify the war elephant troops, but it was too late. Hundreds of camels were just victims of Chutian's defeat of the war elephant troops. The hay tied to the camel's tail was ignited, and the frightened camel rushed forward in panic. Hundreds of crazy camels were more powerful than war horses, and the pain of being burned by the flames defeated their fear of the enemy. The sand and dust were rolling, and the tall camel crashed into the mixed phalanx of infantry and war elephants on the opposite side. The Mogul infantrymen at the front were greatly panicked when faced with the impact of the fire camel, and subconsciously retreated or avoided the beast, which was taller than a war horse. It's useless. My war elephant troops are different from the elephant soldiers of other civilizations. With the addition of Shivaji's war elephant troops, the probability of war elephants going crazy will be greatly reduced. It is not that the Kshatriyas have not encountered similar tactics, but his elephant soldiers are unusual and will not be easily shaken. The war elephant is out of control. Impossible. The Kshatriya suddenly witnessed his hundreds of war elephants not being controlled by the elephant soldiers, but trampling his own troops crazily. The tall war elephants collapsed on their own in the face of the flames and crazy camels that frightened them. The huge elephant feet trampled the surrounding Mogul soldiers. Hundreds of Mogul soldiers died from the trampling and collision of the war elephants. Kshatriya's war elephants are a little special, but he ignored that Chuon and Catherine's monarch characteristics can frighten the war elephants and increase the probability of the war elephants falling into madness. Coupled with the impact of the fire camel, most of the war elephants lost control and destroyed their own phalanx. The Xisheng battalion, under the cover of the heavy infantry, attacks forward. Li issued the attack order at the right time. Li Guang rode on horseback to urge the archers of the Xisheng battalion forward, taking advantage of the chaos of the enemy army. He used long-range longbows to shoot at the Mogul Empire's phalanx, exacerbating the chaos of the opponent's central army. The 10,000 infantrymen were trampled by war elephants and hit by arrows from the Xisheng battalion at the same time, and were completely defeated. The Xisheng battalion was strengthened by Li Guang, Lui, and Chuon, and the locust-like arrows took away the lives of the Mogul Empire infantry. The flaming arrows fell like a meteor shower, and the war elephants afraid of fire rushed around. Chuon looked at the chaotic war elephants and couldn't help but shake his head. A high-level military unit like the elephant soldiers is a double-edged sword. Chapter 267 The White Robe shows off his evil deeds. The Cossacks on the battlefield are like the eagles in the sky. The Cossacks are always ready for danger. Sophia, the adjutant of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, drew the sword from her waist. The 7,000 Cossack cavalry behind her drew their sabers almost simultaneously, chanted Cossack proverbs, and charged against the combined Korean and Japanese armies on the opposite side. The Cossack cavalry roared like black clouds, trampling the weeds with their horse hooves at extremely fast speeds, trying to outflank the enemy. The boy heavy armored cavalry from the front attacked almost at the same time. They raised their spears and scimitars and attacked the Koreans and Japanese people head-on. The rear is a steady stream of servants and low-level soldiers. The 60,000 Muscovite allied forces launched an attack on the flanks of Korea and Japan, which only had more than 20,000 people. The Korean and Japanese legions were greatly frightened because they found that the plains on the battlefield were too vast, and the famous Cossack cavalry tried to use their best deterrent tactics to carry out flank attacks. The Cossack cavalry is indeed an excellent light cavalry, but it is a pity that it is not in my hands, and it was impossible to recruit Cossack cavalry in the Eastern Han dynasty. Chuon was somewhat jealous of the arms of other civilizations. Goryos by Wuban, Japan's Red Cavalry, the Mogul Empire's Elephant Soldiers, the Arab Empire's Believer Soldiers, the Cossack cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Each of these arms can play a special role. It just depends on how to use it. I don't know if it is possible to recruit Cossack cavalry if a Catarina is captured back to the Eastern Han dynasty, if she brings her own special type of Cossack cavalry. Chuon couldn't help but glance at Catarina. Catarina seemed to realize that Chuon was trying to trick her, and said coldly, "Only Cossacks can be transferred to Cossack cavalry. Even if you take me to the Eastern Han dynasty, I will not be able to recruit Cossack cavalry for you. I will keep my promise." Chuon's thoughts were noticed, so he gave up the idea. The prerequisite for the Cossack cavalry is Cossacks. Unless the Cossacks can be purchased through the Silk Road, it will be possible to form a Cossack cavalry in the Eastern Han dynasty. While Chuon was talking calmly with Ekaterina, Li Yi's army was already fighting with the enemy's Chinese army. The heavy infantry of the Eastern Han dynasty pierced the Mogul soldiers on the opposite side with their long halberds, and blood flowed down the body of the halberds. Under Li Yi's command, the Chinese army burst out with powerful combat effectiveness and quickly overwhelmed the opponent's first row of soldiers. The soldiers of the Mogul Empire, who had been trampled by war elephants, had their morale shaken, and were overwhelmed by Li Yi's Chinese army. The collapsed infantry phalanx and war elephants fell back and attacked the heavy cavalry units in the rear. Facing the defeated friendly forces, the Mogul Empire's heavy cavalry was unable to launch a charge and was forced to retreat. The army was defeated like a mountain when the elephant soldiers lost control. Once they were defeated, there was a chain reaction, and the whole army avalanched. Li Guan was in front, shooting arrows continuously, and the arrows were all fired. With a clang, Li Guang's arrow hit the armor of a war elephant, but was unable to penetrate. The arrow shaft was deformed and damaged at the moment when the arrow and the armor violently collided. What a hard guy! Li Guang saw an armored war elephant for the first time. He was famous for his archery skills, and it would be difficult for him to kill such a big guy unless he hit the vital part of the war elephant. If the fire attack had not been used to drive the war elephants crazy, it would have taken an unknown number of soldiers to kill them if they had been attacked head-on. Attack the trunk! Spears were thrust into the frenzied war elephants, driving them against the Mogul army. That idiot Chhatria! I have reminded him that he should not fight Chu Zimu on the plains. It is not surprising that he lost like this. Let's retreat. Ping Yoshimori looked at the collapse of the Chinese army, gave up his feeble struggle, and led the samurai army on Kyushu Island to retreat. He did not want to challenge the Cossack cavalry from Muscovite. Even if he could defeat the Cossack cavalry, he could not save the situation. Takeda Legion! Retreat! Takeda Tadayoshi stopped the eminent General Masaaki Yamagata and continued to preserve the strength of the Red Cavalry. The Japanese have begun to retreat. They must not want to spend too much troops to help the Indian Moguls. Why should I be the scapegoat? Li Minchiol, the Lord of Koryo, who was on the same battlefield as the Japanese army, saw that the two Japanese armies were retreating in a premeditated manner, and knew that Terei Yoshimori and Takeda Tadayoshi had reached a secret agreement in private before the war. Li Minja had less than 5,000 men in his hands. Once the Japanese warriors as the main force retreated, he would not be a match for the suzerain country at all. So he not only followed the example, but also escaped faster than the Japanese. You don't need to run faster than the enemy to escape. You just need to run faster than your allies. The 7,000 win-like Cossack cavalry had not yet fought against the Korean and Japanese legions. The latter had already retreated, and the Cossack cavalry could not help but be stunned. The enemy on the opposite side had no fighting spirit at all. Seeing that the Chinese army was frustrated, they were unwilling to turn the tide. Instead, they directly sold the lords of the Mogul Empire. Lian Po's army was originally positioned to defend, but Lian Po, who was observing from a high place, saw that Li Yi's army had broken into the enemy's center. So he simply let go and attacked the coalition forces of Southeast Asian countries on the opposite side. After the defeat of the Chinese army, the coalition forces of the Southeast Asian countries also lost all fighting spirit. Like the lords of Korea and Japan, they only wanted to preserve their own strength. They fell back, triggering a collapse of the rear reserves. Lian Po took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, venting all the depression of being besieged for a month in the past, and chasing down the legions of Southeast Asian countries. Schwar Sui was assigned to the Lian Po army. After Lian Po fought with the troops at the rear of the Southeast Asian army, he led a light cavalry alone and inserted into the Dai Viet army. He stabbed dozens of Dai Viet soldiers with long spears in his hand, and was the bravest of the three armies. Si Van Sui's cavalry plowed like iron plows, and the lords of Dai Viet were attacked by the cavalry of the overlord's fierce general Si Van Sui, losing hundreds of soldiers at a time. Schwar Sui was like a wild bull, rushing left and right, destroying the formation of the Dai Viet army and killing hundreds of people. In view of the frustration of being besieged not long ago, Lian Po led his soldiers to the front, holding a long sword, and knocked down a Dongxiu sword soldier with one blow. The soldier stepped forward to make up for it with a sword, stab him to death. Under the fierce attack of Lian Po's army, the coalition forces of Southeast Asian countries retreated 5 miles in a row. Maintain the front! The foreign generals tried their best to maintain the phalanx formation, but to no avail. The morale of the coalition forces had collapsed, and they were fighting independently. Seeing that the situation was over, many troops fled one after another. The troops who stayed behind were regarded by their companions as outcasts who attracted the enemy, and were overwhelmed by the Eastern Han Dynasty legions. The two lords Zhao Long and Hu Ma also had certain military command abilities. After Chu Tian and Yekaterina arrived at the Central Army, They observed the enemy's formation. They found that the opponent's army collapsed and did not seem to lure the enemy. So they ordered, "Pursue the whole army!" Woo! The sound of the horn echoed on the battlefield. The light cavalry led by Schwar and Gui, Hua Mulan, and Zhao Yun, who had recovered from his injuries, were ready. Hua Xiong Shiliang cavalry was also ready to go. They looked at the command podium almost at the same time. They didn't know that Chu Tian had already arrived at the central army, and that the people taking command of Chu Tian were 2 other Eastern Han lords. But the problem is not big. They received the order for a full-scale attack and led the main force of cavalry to attack the Mogul Empire Legion. Hua Xiong held a big sword in both hands, and 1,000 Shiliang cavalry finally came in handy. They were the last straw to overwhelm the Mogul Empire Legion. When the Shiliang cavalry charged, their iron hooves trampled the horses' hoof prints on the ground, and the ground seemed to tremble due to the impact of the Shiliang cavalry. The war elephant troops on the opposite side have been defeated. The formation is in chaos, and the heavy cavalry cannot be organized to charge. The Shiliang cavalry seems to be in a deserted land with no opponents. Hua Xiong once made a mistake because of his commander Baimei Song, and now he made meritorious service for his crime. When he changed back to the Shiliang iron cavalry, he finally showed his ability. With the broadsword in his hands, he used the strong inertia of the horse's charge to effortlessly kill the Mogul light infantry diagonally in front of him. Blood splashed on the horse armor, making the Han Xuanjia of the Shiliang cavalry look a bit eerie. The already defeated formation was helpless in the face of the impact of the Shiliang cavalry. Hua Xiong marched forward with great success, piercing through the enemy formation, leaving corpses everywhere behind. "If you want to kill the enemy general." Schwar and Gui was different from Hua Xiong's defeated troops, who pursued the enemy. He led the cavalry to cross, hoping to capture the lords of the anti-Eastern Han Alliance. The impact of defeating the soldiers of the Mogul Empire was not great. The loss of these soldiers was not a fatal loss to the populous Mogul Empire. What really affected the Mogul Empire was the killing of their heroes and lords. In order to make greater achievements, Schwar and Gui decided to obtain the head of the enemy lord. Zhao Yun and Schwar and Gui had similar ideas. He led the white horse Yi Song, and Schwar and Gui, one on the left and one on the right, attacked the Kshatriya and other lords who were observing on the hillside. The 2 cavalrymen, with their white horses and white robes, were no less fast than the Cossack light cavalry. The Kshatriyas and a group of lords were frightened, knowing that their army had been defeated and had no way to recover. So they led their reserve troops to leave the hillside. They also ignored the expensive war elephants and the armor of the war elephants, because saving lives was the most important thing. When they saw a white-robed hunting cavalry catching up behind them, they were immediately frightened. This group of white-robed cavalry is so conspicuous that it is almost impossible not to be noticed. But the unified white horses and white robes can greatly intimidate the enemy and make them fearful. "Go and stop the white-robed army!" The Kshatriyas and several Mogul lords ordered thousands of imperial feudal cavalry and their servants to intercept the white-robed cavalry. The imperial feudal cavalry is the aristocratic class of the Mogul Empire and possesses powerful combat capabilities. They are regarded as trump cards by the Kshatriyas and other lords of the Mogul Empire, hoping that they can stop Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun. However, they underestimated the combat effectiveness of the 2 young men in silver armor and white robes. Their cavalry was almost invincible in small-scale conflicts. Personal force can play a great role in a battle involving thousands of people. Before the 2 sides could fight in close combat, Bai Ma Yi Song had already used his hornbow to kill more than a dozen feudal cavalry. After the cavalry from both sides came close to fight, the formation of the white horse Yi Song gradually became denser. They drew their ringshot swords, stabbed or chopped, and fought fiercely with the feudal cavalry. "Leave these cavalry to me, and you go hunt down the enemy general." Zhao Yun faced the Mogul Empire's feudal cavalry. Not only was he not afraid, but he was full of courage. He led the white horse Yi Song to fight with the imperial feudal cavalry. His spear pierced the fish-scale armor of a feudal cavalry and knocked him down. He planned to give Schwar and Gui the credit for hunting down the Mogul lords. The military situation was urgent, and Schwar and Gui was not polite. He led the Tang cavalry to circumvent the interception of the Mogul Empire's feudal cavalry and continued to pursue the Mogul Empire's lords non-stop. The Mogul Empire's feudal cavalry couldn't help but become anxious when they saw Schwar and Gui avoiding them. "Your opponent is me, Chanshan Zhao Zilong." Zhao Yun took advantage of a feudal cavalry nobleman who was unprepared and pierced his throat with a spear, causing the surrounding Mogul servants to collapse and flee. Several feudal cavalry besieged Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun fought 1 against 3 at the same time, lifting the weight as lightly as he could without any pressure. Instead, he kept provoking the enemy to ride on his horse. "There is another white robe cavalry chasing after us." When the Kshatriyas fled, they were shocked to realize that the feudal cavalry left behind could not stop Schwar, and they became even more panicked. He now has only 200 guards at his disposal. This battle almost exhausted all his elites. "Do I have to use the last 200 people? Then I will have nothing. Can I survive 2 or 3 months on the battlefield of the national war?" The Kshatriyas struggled internally, but finally used the remaining 200 guards. 3 Indian Mogul generals brandished scimitars, and led the last 200 guards to launch a deadly attack on Schwar. "Commanders, let's see how I kill the enemy!" Schwar fired 3 arrows quickly, hitting all the targets, killing 3 Mogul Empire generals. The 200-man guards were greatly frightened when they saw that all 3 generals had been shot dead, and fled one after another, not daring to intercept Schwar. As the god of war of the Tang dynasty, Schwar archery skills had powerful armor-breaking capabilities. Even generals wearing fine armor would have to retreat. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty saw their general so majestic. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they fired arrows one after another. Dozens of guards were killed, and the cavalry of the Tang dynasty was able to drive straight in. The imperial feudal cavalry didn't stop it, and neither did the guards. Escaped separately, several lords of the Mogul Empire were afraid of the white robe cavalry of the Tarsul maggots. They only had a few people or a dozen close followers around them. At this time, only a few people can survive if they escape separately. Otherwise, they will all be captured or killed. Faced with the Mogul lords, who were fleeing separately, Schwar only selected the enemies with the best horses and armor to hunt down and kill them. The more powerful a lord is, the more expensive the horses and armor he owns, and may even be worth thousands of gold. No. The Kshatriya heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from behind, and his confidants were killed by arrows one by one. He subconsciously raised his head and looked diagonally behind him, and was horrified to find that Schwar Fong Tian painted halberd had been raised. Schwar only waved Fong Tian's painted halberd with one arm, but his strength was extraordinary. Bang! The Fong Tian Wa halberd, the exclusive weapon that originally belonged to Lu Bu, was swung down, and the Kshatriya was violently knocked off his horse and rolled on the ground several times. The sand and dust rolled, but when the Kshatriya stopped, there was no movement. After receiving a powerful blow from Schwar, the Kshatriyas, who were not very powerful, had no power to resist. The first lord of the Mogul Empire was defeated and died in the Second National War. Chapter 268, Changes in the National War. In the Lord world, in the Mogul Empire area of India, all the lords and free players who did not participate in the national war became a big sensation because of one incident. The first lord of the Mogul Empire, the fourth lord of the world, and the great lord of a high-ranking caste, Shah Dili's name disappeared from the leader list. When a lord's name disappears from the leaderboard, there are only 2 possibilities. First, he surrenders to the enemy. His identity as lord disappears, and he becomes a free player. Second, killed. The name of the Kshatriya disappeared during the national war, and it was most likely that he died during the national war. The death of the first lord of the Mogul Empire in India was extremely shocking to the small and medium lords and free players of the Mogul Empire. The Kshatriyas were great lords, with a population of tens of millions in the Indus plain, equivalent to a powerful Indian prince. His death caused an uproar and endless wars in the Indus plain. Several military generals left behind by the Kshatriya forces launched coups and attacked each other. The surrounding small and medium-sized lords also participated in plundering the Kshatriya heritage, exacerbating the chaos in the Indus Valley. At least 1 million people died because of the Kshatriyas. Died in the war. Who killed the first lord of the Mogul Empire? All players in the main world know this. Kshatriya may be the first lord with a population of more than 10 million to die in battle so far. The largest lord of the Mogul Empire was killed in battle. Fortunately, the lord is fine. When Xiao Lian heard about this, he took the first look at the name of Chuon, the top lord. When he saw Chution's name, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chution's name is still on the leader list, it at least means that Chuon is still alive. She was currently located in Dingdao City, Jin County, Yanzhou, where the war was raging. Zhou Yafu's army had forced Chowchow's army to lift the siege of the city. Dingdao City signed an agreement with Xiapi City to use the teleportation array. Chowchow is actively expanding. We should act steadily and compress his living space. Xiao Liang personally took control of Taocheng this time in order to organize the Yenzhou coalition forces to encircle and suppress Chowchow and drive Chowchow back to Puyang, East County. In addition to the main world being shocked by the death of the first lord of the Mogul Empire, the lords on the national war battlefield were even more shocked. They discovered that Kshatriya, the second-ranked lord in the national war rankings, was defeated and died in battle. The Kshatriya was replaced by I just want to farm well of the Eastern Han dynasty. With the points gained in this battle, Chutian is second only to first place to Catarina. The points of a Catarina in first place, and I just want to farm well increased sharply, while the name of Kshatriya, who was originally in second place, disappeared. This series of changes made it easy for the scheming lords to speculate on the connection. Ekaterina, who was ranked first, and Chu Zimu of the Eastern Han dynasty joined forces to eliminate the Kshatriya, the lord of the Mogul Empire, who was originally ranked second. Why did they join forces? What is the relationship between Yekaterina and Chu Zimu? All the surviving lords on the national war battlefield are speculating on the relationship between the two people. One person is in the Great Plains of Eastern Europe, and the other is in Shuzhou of the Eastern Han dynasty. Logically speaking, the two parties have never met. If it's not a personal relationship, then the purpose of joining forces is for common interests. What they didn't expect was that the first place Ekaterina was still Chu Tian's prisoner. The first is the prisoner of the second. I am afraid this situation has not been seen in 100 years. Schwar and Gui came back and reported to Chu Tian, who knew that his men killed the first lord of the Mogul Empire. The death of a great lord with a population of tens of millions would definitely cause a sensation in the main world, and could even completely change the structure of a civilization. For example, the great lord Kshatriya, who was killed in battle, had a chance to unify the Mogul Empire and establish a new empire. But he died in battle. His territory would be divided among other Mogul lords or princes, and others would replace him and establish a large empire in South Asia. If you die, just die. A dead Taoist friend will not die a poor Taoist. Chu Tian just sighed a little. Whoever unified the Mogul Empire has nothing to do with him for the time being. Wait until he has the ability to expedition to South Asia. The Eastern Han Dynasty army and the Moscow Grand Duchy army cleaned up the battlefield, plundered the spoils of war, and almost got into a fight because of the uneven distribution of the spoils. The Cossack cavalry were very capable in combat, but lacked discipline and were more interested in the loot. After Chu Tian and Yekaterina came forward to coordinate, the two sides resolved the conflict in a relatively peaceful manner. In this battle, the anti-Eastern Han alliance suffered more than 10,000 casualties and 20,000 prisoners. All the remaining lords and soldiers fled. The most astute were the two Japanese lords Tera Yoshimori and Takeda Tadayoshi. In such a fierce battle, the two of them together lost only more than 400 people. Even Chu Tian had to admire their sensitive sense of danger. The soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy were numerous, and they were very satisfied with the large amount of spoils they obtained through this battle. After they obtained enough loot, they did not forget to ask Chu Tian for their Lord Yekaterina. As agreed, my legion has assisted you in defeating the lords of the Mogul Empire, and you should release me immediately. Ekaterina can't wait to return to command her army. If she leaves her legion for an extended period of time, her prestige will decrease. It is too dangerous to put you back now. I have decided to carve up their 7 cities before giving you freedom. The crisis was resolved and Chu Tian won a great victory. But Chu Tian still did not relax his vigilance. Catherine's offensive was aggressive, and Chu Tian did not want to be attacked from behind by her Cossack cavalry during the siege. So he continued to treat her as a hostage and detained her in the camp. Despicable. We clearly agreed to release me after defeating the Mogul Empire army, but I didn't specify the specific time. I was in a bad mood today, so I didn't want to let it go. Even if your legion leaves you, you can still fight and gain points for you, so you don't have to rush back. Chu Tian simply played a word game to ensure that he would not be attacked by the Muscovite legion during the siege. Ekaterina no longer wanted to continue blaming this shameless guy. Chu Tian refused to release the dangerous Catherine, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the adjutants and generals of the Moscow Grand Duchy army, and they attempted to launch an attack on the Eastern Han army. The relationship between the two newly joined forces may break down at any time. He won't kill me. You go and occupy the 3 cities that belong to us. Unexpectedly, Ekaterina took the initiative to appease the Moscow Grand Duchy Legion and ease the conflict between the two legions. She realized that this was not the time to start a war with Chuon. She was deeply impressed by the combat effectiveness of the Eastern Han Dynasty Legion. The result of fighting against the Eastern Han Dynasty Legion would be that both sides would suffer losses, allowing the lower-ranked lords to catch up. Now she and Chuon are in the first and second place respectively, competing with each other, but they may not necessarily fight to the death. My legion expands to the north or east, and your legion expands to the south or east. Although Catherine was a prisoner, she still maintained a sane mind. The way to determine the winner between the first and second place players is not only to attack each other, but also to draw boundaries, expand each other, and ultimately compare with points. Chuon saw the strength of the Grand Duchy of Moscow legions, and was also unwilling to become an enemy of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If he wanted to destroy Ekaterina's 60,000-strong army, he would also have to fight extremely fiercely, instead of fighting to the death with the Ekaterina Legion. It is better to delineate the boundaries between the two sides, change the direction of expansion, and bully the weak lords. Then when are you going to let me go? When I feel better. Chuon was still worried and continued to detain Ekaterina and wait and see for a while. Ekaterina has arranged a qualified adjutant in advance, and there is a group of generals commanding the legion. So even if Ekaterina is not in the legion, the Grand Duchy of Moscow Legion can still expand. Don't really take me to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Ekaterina doubted whether Chuon would keep his promise and release her. If Chuon takes her back to the Eastern Han Dynasty, the problem will be serious. We go to attack the city. After Chuon killed the Kshatriyas, he divided 7 cities with the Catarina's army. These 7 cities are still guarded by troops. It will take time to capture 7 cities. According to the agreement between the two parties, Chuon mainly developed to the south, while Ekaterina developed to the north. There is a valley in the south. The valley is not too narrow. There may be other cities on the south side of the valley. The largest battle on the battlefield of the national war came to an end. The main force of the anti-Eastern Han Alliance army was defeated, losing 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers and horses, and the war elephant army was completely wiped out. However, the anti-Eastern Han Alliance still had some troops, and the surviving lords gathered their scattered troops to make up for the losses as much as possible. A Mogul lord discovers that the first lord of the empire, the Kshatriya, has been killed in battle as his name has disappeared from the rankings. Given the circumstances at the time, there was no other explanation other than death. Our first Mogul lord, Kshatriya, was killed in battle, and the pattern of the entire civilization will change. The mind of this Mogul Empire lord was blank. It was hard to imagine how much of a shock the sacrifice of a great lord with a population of tens of millions would bring to the entire civilized area. The status of the Kshatriyas in the Mogul Empire in India was equivalent to the status of Chuon in the Eastern Han Empire. If you imagine the impact of the death of Chuon on the Eastern Han Dynasty, you will know the impact of the death of Kshatriya on the Mogul Empire in India. Shivaji, a hero who originally belonged to the Kshatriyas, held his bleeding arm and came to join the lords of the Mogul Empire, only to find that his lords had been killed. He became a masterless general. You are still alive, which is a blessing among misfortunes. The Kshatriya is dead. So be loyal to me, the Brahmin. In the future, I will defeat the Eastern Han Dynasty in the main world, kill Chuzimu, and avenge your old master. Brahmin, the third lord of the Mogul Empire, surrendered to Shivaji. The Indian hero Shivaji turned to the Brahmins. Lord Brahmins recruited Kshatriya heroes and armies, and replaced Kshatriyas on the road to unifying the Mogul Empire. Across the valley to the south, the Hanzhong Lord Zhang Dao captured a second city. He noticed that Chuon was already in second place in the standings, second only to Catarina, who was first, and Kshatriya, who was originally second, disappeared. Chuzimu, I started too slowly, but once I develop, I can hit the number 1 spot. Zhang Dao transferred 1/3 of the city's defenders to the peasant uprising army, gaining a total of 50,000 peasant troops. His characteristic is that he can quickly recruit a peasant army, together with the troops he obtained before. There will be a total of 100,000 peasant troops. Zhang Dao followed the route of peasant uprising, which allowed him to quickly recruit low-level peasant armies, and the conversion rate between population and peasant army could reach an astonishing 3-to-1 ratio. The reason why Zhang Dao developed slowly in the early stage was because the 10,000 soldiers he brought were not strong. Once he has 2 cities, he can recruit 100,000 peasant troops, and the snowball will continue to grow, and the number of troops will only increase. The peasant army's tactics were more domineering than Chuon's servant army's tactics in terms of number of troops. Just wait! My peasant rebel army will sweep through this area. Zhang Dao led an army of 100,000 peasants to march towards the third city. As long as the third city is captured, he will have an army of 150,000. And the fourth city will be captured with an army of 200,000. The later the game gets, the stronger his ability to accumulate troops and points becomes, unless there is a lord who can curb his development momentum. In this area, the noble knights, hook axemen, crossbowmen and other units led by Joan of Arc of France, as well as the spear militia recruited on the national war battlefield, fought against two lords from the Americas. In all battles, victory or defeat depends on one mind. Joan of Arc waved the battle flag and rode into battle in person. The morale of the French Legion soared. The low-level spear militia burst out with powerful combat power, attacking the enemy army that outnumbered them, and overwhelmed the enemy army of the Mayan civilization in America. The noble knight fell into a frenzy and looked forward to death. He charged again and again until the enemy was completely crushed. Damn it! It's actually Joan of Arc's legion. Retreat immediately! The two American lords turned pale when they discovered that the French legion opposite had the hero Joan of Arc. The French legion with Joan of Arc and the French legion without Joan of Arc are two completely different armies. The lords of the Mayan civilization in America were defeated. Joan of Arc led the French knights to pursue them all the way, killing 10,000 enemies. The French lord, never surrender, checked the rankings. He originally thought he could catch up with a Catarina who was ranked first, but found that a Catarina's points had increased significantly. And I just wanted to be good in second place. Farming. The points are also very high. What's going on? Did they win a big victory? The French lord could not help but be disappointed. Although he had Joan of Arc, lords from other civilized areas also won. Being among the top three is easier said than done. Not far away, the knights and servants of the Teutonic Knights were approaching the city where the lord's main road was located. Some knights have the symbol of the Black Cross on their white robes and shields. We, the Teutonic Knights, must conquer more cities as soon as possible. The top 3 is basically hopeless. We strive for the top 10, or the top 5. Roman legions were also active in the southern part of the valley. In addition to some foreign lords, there is also the Eastern Han Lord Jiuzhou Laoqin who is active nearby. Chapter 269 3 European Lords. A city guarded by the Lord of Dai Viet Kingdom was besieged by the Eastern Han Army and the Servant Army. There are 3 missing and 1 is missing. In order to capture this city as quickly as possible, Chuon had already become familiar with the route. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will not cling to it. This was the 7th city he attacked. Whether fighting for first place or maintaining the advantage, he needs to occupy as many cities as possible. The points of Zhang Dao and several other lords are rising too fast. Chuon saw the ranking list. On the 45th day of the national war, several lords suddenly emerged from behind. The first place is a Catarina, Lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 10,549 points. Second place, Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty I just want to farm well, with 10,365 points. In third place, the leader of the Eastern Han Dynasty claimed Dao, with 9,957 points. Fourth place, the last Roman Lord of the Roman Republic, with 9,900 points. In fifth place, the Lord of the Kingdom of France will never surrender, with 9,850 points. The sixth place is Jiuzhou Laoqin, the Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty Empire, with 9,158 points. The seventh place is a small soldier at the border gate of the late Ming Dynasty, the Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, with 8,956 points. Eighth place, Lord Hohenzollern of the Holy Roman Empire, with 8,934 points. Ninth place, Commander of the Immortal Army, Lord of the Persian Empire, with 8,483 points. The 10th place is Umayyad, the Lord of the Arab Empire, with 8,325 points. After the death of the Kshatriyas, 4 of the top 10 lords were lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The leader of Hanzhong, Zhang Dao, suddenly emerged and was almost catching up with the first place Catarina and the second place Chuon. The points of the lords of the Roman Republic, the Kingdom of France, and the Holy Roman Empire also increased very quickly. Zhang Dao must have used the tactic of recruiting peasant rebels to rapidly expand his army, so the points increased faster in the later stages. As for other lords, it is very likely that they killed and captured a large number of people during the battle with Zhang Dao of the peasant rebel army. So the points rose quickly. Chuon can guess the situation of other lords through the changes in the rankings. When Zhang Dao's points increased, his peasant army was massacred by other lords, which indirectly caused the points of other lords to increase. Zhang Dao brought variables to the national war rankings. If this continues, Zhang Dao, or the lord who is fighting Zhang Dao at this time, may win the first place. I didn't expect that the peasant army could be used like this. After capturing the 7th city, we must go south as soon as possible and capture more cities in order to maintain our position. Considering that the leading position was not guaranteed, Chuon had to speed up the capture of the city. After the 7th city was besieged for 3 days, the Lord of Dai Viet, who felt he was outmatched, abandoned the city and fled. The Eastern Han Dynasty army was able to capture the city. Next, Chuon sent people to conduct reconnaissance in the southern valley, preparing to move to the south, in order to prevent the Moscow Grand Duchy army in the north from moving south. Chuon still detained Catarina as a hostage and asked the other party to use the rat weapon. Chuon was able to go south with peace of mind. We have to find a way to escape back. Although Catarina received preferential treatment in Chuon's camp, she was still depressed when she continued to be detained. She was worried that she would be taken to the Eastern Han Dynasty by Chuon, thus losing her territory with a population of millions. Rather than being a canary in a cage, it is better to be an eagle on the prairie. Eagle? Catarina saw a war eagle falling into the camp, and suddenly realized why her camp was attacked by the Eastern Han army. Hua Mulan was recruited by Chuon to investigate matters in the south of the valley, and the war eagle landed on her shoulders, which made Catarina firmer in her judgment. When Hua Mulan saw Catarina, who was still in the camp, she was extremely indifferent to her, and felt a vague hostility towards her. Catarina has a woman's unique intuition, and is aware of Mulan's hostility towards her, which is somewhat special. She thought of a way to force Chuon to release her. I didn't expect that your lord has a strong figure. He is not as tough on the outside as he looks on the outside. Catarina said something intentionally or unintentionally. Hua Mulan frowned, resisted the urge to pull out the Tang sword, and came to Chuon's tent. You send the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry south to conduct reconnaissance for 100 miles. I want all the information in the southern part of the valley. Chuon used the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry suitable for reconnaissance. The last general will obey. Hua Mulan's expression was strange. He probably thought Chuon was hanging out with that wavy girl. Are you tired? Do you need someone else to take over the investigation task? Chuon noticed something was wrong with Hua Mulan. The mission will be completed successfully in the end. Hua Mulan leaves. After Chuon decided to expand southward, Xiao Long and Huma resigned, and they planned to attack eastward. All 4 cities were owned by Chuon. In order to compensate them, Chuon divided the tens of thousands of low-level soldiers recruited among them, so that they could have the strength to expand eastward. Xiao Long had no city, while Huma had a city. They knew that if they continued to follow Chuon would basically occupy all the cities. So they had no choice but to separate and establish their own. It is also a good thing for Chuon that the 2 of them join forces to expand eastward. To the west is the forest. To the north is the Moscow Grand Duchy Legion, who was forced to become an ally. And to the east are Xiao Long and Huma, who are actively expanding. Chuon can expand to the south without any scruples. A large number of Iron Eagle Scout cavalry were dispatched to the southern valley, and the cavalry quickly crossed the valley to conduct reconnaissance. On the plain outside the southern valley, the leader of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhuang Dao, suddenly emerged and occupied 5 cities with an army of 250,000. Because there is no need to consider the issue of construction, Zhuang Dao can mobilize all the people. As for food, Zhuang Dao didn't consider it at all. The food in the city on the battlefield of the national war can just last until the end of the national war. That's enough. When the national war was over, he took this group of peasant troops back to Hanzhong. Food supply was not a problem because he had already started farming in Hanzhong. The peasant army still had to transform into a feudal regime in the later stages in order to last. Lord, the European lords are attacking again! When Zhuang Dao was preparing to continue to expand and increase his troops to 300,000 men, he, currently ranked 3rd, was finally targeted. Zhuang Dao's peasant uprising tactics were too overbearing, causing uneasiness among the surrounding lords. He had previously fought against several lords from France and the Holy Roman Empire, and had won many military exploits from them. This time, he was attacked by 3 powerful European lords. Zhang Dao held an army of 250,000 and didn't care when faced with the siege of 3 powerful lords. There are only 45 days before the start of the national war. They cannot recruit high-level troops to supplement their losses, because the recruitment cycle for high-level troops is generally more than 2 months. In other words, the elites they have brought are actually less than 30,000 people. After many days of fighting, the number of elites may drop to 10,000 to 20,000. I have 250,000 people, and I can use the human sea tactic to exhaust them all. They regard my army as points and want to destroy me. How can they give up so easily? Did you succeed? Zhang Dao realized the other party's purpose. Europe's 3 major lords see him as a threat and a way to rack up points. If the 250,000 peasant army can be wiped out, they may be able to squeeze into the top 3, or even become the first. Have you contacted Zhejiang Laoqin? Although he had confidence in his 250,000 peasant army, Zhang Dao took the initiative to contact Laoqin, the lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, who was in the same area. One of the 2 parties was a Hanzhong lord, and the other was a Guanzhong lord. They were relatively familiar with each other. So Zhang Dao wanted to find Zhejiang Laoqin to join forces to deal with these European lords. There is currently no deep hatred between the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty and the European lords. This is just a war under the rules of national war. Chuon also defeated a Spanish lord. Zhejiang Laoqin rejected our request for help. Didn't I say that during the Great War, the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty shared the same hatred with the enemy? Zhang Dao was moved. He did not expect that Zhejiang Laoqin, who presided over the First National War, would reject his request for help from the lord of the Eastern Han dynasty. It's not that I don't want to save you, but I'm also in trouble here. Zhejiang Laoqin looked at the Roman legion approaching the city. The Roman legion's eagle flag covered the sky. He originally gave up the idea of fighting the Roman legions, but the Roman legion still came to trouble him. He faced tens of thousands of Roman legions. At that time, Rome and the Qin and Han dynasties were the civilizations that dominated the West and the East respectively. Therefore, when Zhejiang Laoqin fought against the Roman legions, he was extremely cautious and was unable to divide his troops to support Zhang Dao, who was also the lord of the Eastern Han dynasty. Did the Roman legion reach an agreement with several knight lords in Europe and deliberately come to delay me? Zhejiang Laoqin judged that there was a connection between the knight lord and the Roman lord based on their performance. It would be difficult for a single European civilization to compete with the Eastern Han dynasty. But if the whole of Europe acted together, the outcome would be hard to say. The most important thing is that several of the most powerful lords in Europe are in this area. But the number 1 lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, Chuon, is missing. What Zhejiang Laoqin didn't expect was that Chuon's power was actually to the north of him. But the 2 sides were separated by a valley and didn't know each other's existence. Let me lead the Bingzhou wolf cavalry into battle and kill them to pieces. Lu Bu faced the Roman legions without fear. If I have Bai Qi and Wang Jian, of course I will confront them head-on. But this time I will focus on defense. Zhejiang Laoqin did not go to war because of Lu Bu's instigation. The Roman Empire civilization was a large empire that spanned 3 continents. It produced many outstanding commanders and generals. If you underestimate them, you will suffer a big loss. Moreover, Zhejiang Laoqin faced the First Lord of Rome and the imperial commander Scipio the Great. After all, Lu Bu was brave enough to be suppressed by Chowchow. Zhejiang Laoqin may face an enemy more terrifying than Chowchow. 3 European lords are marching towards the city where Zhang Dao is located. The noble knights of France have excellent armor, and some of them even have precious full-body armor. A large number of followers and baggage trains served as auxiliary troops. Cheap spearmen serve as cannon fodder. Crossbowmen and longbowmen serve as ranged troops. The real main force in the decisive battle is the knight. Joan of Arc is the core of this French noble knight army. She can turn decay into magic and bring huge bonuses to the entire army. That lord with a large peasant army must be a lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, he said. The French lord, Never Surrender, had some knowledge of this lord, who started a peasant uprising in the Eastern Han dynasty. Before the start of the national war, they conducted additional intelligence collection on the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Basically, they could judge the identity of the opponent through their tactics and military characteristics. Because the Eastern Han dynasty gave birth to the world's first lord, and the Eastern Han civilization itself was powerful. The famous lords of the Eastern Han dynasty and the great lords in Europe would pay attention to prevent them from being defeated during national wars. His army is large in number, but it is just a group of peasants. Once Joan of Arc's ability and the noble knights are used, they will be completely defeated. In fact, I don't need to join forces with the lords of England and Germany at all. They might instead rob walking part of the points should be mine. The French lords could see Joan of Arc's abilities, so they had full confidence in the French heroes and noble knights. This time, he joined forces with two lords. The Lord of England, God will bless you, owns the English longbow, one of the most powerful bow units in the world. Lord Hohenzollern of the Holy Roman Empire. He had the ability to recruit knights of the Teutonic Knights. The three lords are all top-notch lords in Europe, equivalent to the top 5 lords in the Eastern Han dynasty. It is easy for 3 people to join forces to deal with an Eastern Han lord. Moreover, their tacit understanding is better than the alliances between South Asia, Southeast Asian countries, Korea, and Japan. There will be times when the arrogant Gallic chicken seeks to join forces with us. Is he afraid of the more than 200,000 peasant troops? It is his honor that this lord of the Eastern Han dynasty was surrounded and suppressed by 3 of our civilized knights. The Teutonic Knights are about 30 kilometers away from the French noble knights. The mixed legion of English knights and longbowmen were 30 kilometers away from them, and the 3 legions showed a tendency to encircle them. A black war eagle hovered above the English legion, its sharp eagle eyes overlooking the vast plains, and the English legion marching on the plains. This English regiment used the St. George's Cross as its battle flag and was led by Edward the Black Prince. He noticed the war eagle soaring in the sky and stared at it for 3 full minutes. Edward, we are about to fight the legions in the east. So are you nervous? When the English lord, God bless you, saw his hero absent-minded, he thought that Edward, the Black Prince, was nervous. Lord, there is something wrong with that eagle. It seems to be spying on our marching route. As a legendary hero in England, Edward, the Black Prince, was aware of the danger. The war eagle raised by Mulan can hide it from most people. But some legendary heroes still notice that the war eagle is unusual. Eagle? The English lord looked into the sky, and sure enough there was an eagle hovering. Maybe it's just vultures. It's not surprising that they would eat the corpses of soldiers who died in battle. You should be lucky that they are not crows that bring misfortune. Otherwise it would be really disturbing. The common sense of an English lord clouded his judgment. Who would have thought that someone would have the ability to rely on a hawk for reconnaissance? The black war eagle hovered in the sky for a while, and then left to the north. The Black Prince Edward frowned, as if he had an ominous premonition. Chapter 270 The Battle between the Eastern and Western Lords. The length of the valley is about 60 miles, including the time it takes our army to arrive in the valley and out of the valley to reach the first city. It is expected to take 4 to 5 days. If we march by force, it may be faster. The number of cities in the southern valley may be between 15 and 30, and they are occupied by different lords. The number of lords is unknown, but it is certain that several big lords are at war, and there is smoke everywhere. Hua Mulan reported to Chuon the intelligence collected by Iron Eagle Scout, and basically completed the investigation of the situation in the southern valley. It is not clear how many cities there are, and who the lords are fighting. The war eagle is not a human being, and the intelligence it can detect is very limited. While reporting, Hua Mulan angrily glared at Catarina, who was rubbing Chuon's shoulders, wishing to kill her. This shameless wavy girl actually seduces her lord from time to time. Chuon was also a little surprised by Yekaterina's change in recent days. But Chuon thought that the reason why Yekaterina took the initiative to please him was to get Chuon to release her as soon as possible. So he didn't care much. The general believes that the lord should not indulge in beauty on the battlefield. Hua Mulan took the initiative to remonstrate. Chuon couldn't be more unjust. He didn't do anything. It was just Catarina who took the initiative to please him. So she rubbed his shoulders. But does Hua Mulan really understand what it means to be truly addicted to beauty? What's wrong with being obsessed with beauty? Can't we solve our needs by going to war? Yekaterina deliberately angered Hua Mulan, and also deliberately got close to Chuon from behind, with her long wavy hair almost falling on Chuon's shoulders. Hua Mulan finally couldn't help it, and the Tang sword was 3 inches out of its sheath. Okay, Mulan, please go out. And Catarina, please go out too. Chuon couldn't help but have a headache when he saw that the 2 people were full of gunpowder. He said to Catherine, even if you deliberately please me, in order to ensure that I can go south in peace, I will not release you as soon as possible. Snort. Catherine was angry and turned and left the tent. Hua Mulan was also kicked out by Chuon. She and Catarina looked at each other and disliked each other. Hua Mulan provoked. If Sister Siai were here, she wouldn't let you go. Catarina argued. I really want to compete with her. No matter who she is. She can guarantee that she will be able to respect your lord? Catarina, want to get someone who can use force conquer him and make him surrender. Chuon drove away the two women who were at war with each other, and could finally think about the next strategy. The space for northward development has been blocked by the Grand Duchy of Moscow. There are Xiaolong and Huma in the east, and Chuon does not want to compete with them for the east. There are 15 to 30 cities in the south. Chuon estimates that after the national war, he will not be able to occupy so many cities. In other words, the southern valley is enough for Chuon to develop, and Chuon only needs to ensure that it gets first place. Send an order to the whole army, except for the troops left to defend the city. All the rest of the main troops will go south. After ensuring the safety of the rear, Chuon issued an order to cross the valley and reach the plain or basin south of the valley. Chuon's main force of the Eastern Han Dynasty only has a few thousand people left, and the high-level troops recruited on the national war battlefield have not yet been trained. This time going south, he led 8,000 Han troops, 30,000 servants, and 20,000 low-level infantry to transport food. After Hua Mulan calmed down, she realized that she had been angered by Catherine and had somewhat offended her lord. In order to please Chuon, she volunteered to be a vanguard and clear the way for the army in front. In this national war, the servant army contributed a lot. Chuon's army of servants included many prisoners from Southeast Asian countries. After a day's march, the army arrived at the valley. Hua Mulan's cavalry took the lead in entering the valley to conduct reconnaissance to prevent an ambush. Then Chuon's army followed, and the baggage train stretched for 20 miles. In the plain south of the valley, the shouts of killing shook the earth. The English longbowmen threw rain of arrows, and thousands of peasant soldiers were shot and killed. The peasant army lacked armor and shields and had little chance of being hit by the arrows of the English archers. The English longbowmen of Edward the Black Prince were just mechanically bending their bows and arrows, and the iron arrows nailed the peasant army to the ground. A peasant army general in charge was shot by 2 arrows at the same time and died on the spot. The entire ground was almost completely covered with arrow feathers. Facing the fierce rain of arrows, the peasant army's offensive was frustrated, retreated, trampled on each other, and hundreds of people died under their own feet. The knights of the Teutonic Knights are gathering. At the front are 120 knights in full armor. Their armor covers the whole body, leaving only a few gaps. Like an iron can, indestructible. Even a compound bow has difficulty penetrating full body armor. This kind of armor is also very expensive. The Teutonic Knights plan to launch a desperate heavy cavalry charge with 120 knights in full armor as one banner, plus 7 banners of Teutonic Knights behind them. Most of the Teutonic Knights were equipped with robes and chain armor, armed with lances and swords, and gallop on their horses with great momentum. The black cross on their white robes brings death. The temporarily recruited peasant army was powerless to resist the heavy cavalry attack of the Teutonic Knights, and the defense line was easily broken through. The knight in full armor showed his sharp eyes from the iron jar, and the knight's sword in his hand easily chopped down a soldier who broke into the king's bandit camp. The soldiers of the east are nothing more than that. The Teutonic noble knights crushed through the sea of peasant soldiers, and countless peasant soldiers were knocked down and slaughtered. The Teutonic Knights are a powerful opponent. I didn't expect them to be so rich. They could assemble nearly 1,000 heavy cavalry, and among them were knights in full armor. The French lords were wary of the Holy Roman Empire lords, although they are now joining forces. In the main world, the relationship between France and Germany is not very good, and the two sides are one of the powerful enemies competing for Europe. Let Eastern civilization see the edge of our French knights. The French lord drew his knight's sword and ordered Joan of Arc to lead the knights to attack. The heavy horse hooves trampled the soil, leaving conspicuous horse hoof prints. Not to be outdone, the French noble knights charged towards the Eastern Han peasant army on the opposite side. The 3 European lords each invested 30,000 troops, and a total of 90,000 troops were used to deal with the Eastern Han Lord Dao. The vast majority of the 90,000 people were low-level soldiers recruited on the battlefields of the national war. The real main force of the battle was the knights. Elite infantry, longbowmen, and crossbowmen they brought, numbering less than 20,000. However, even with less than 20,000 elite troops, combined with other low-level troops, the 3 European lords are confident of defeating Zhang Dao's 250,000 strong army. Facts have proved that they were indeed close to success. The peasant army lacked damage to the charging knights, and could not break through the full body armor of the Teutonic Knights. Zhang Dao looked at the defeated peasant army with a heavy expression. He was waiting for the knights to fall into the trap he had set. When the speed of the knights dropped because they were trapped in the sea of people, Zhang Dao ordered the sergeant to beat the drum. And he also activated his own characteristics. Boom, boom, boom. The three-way drum sounded. And all the knights who were fighting on the battlefield felt that the peasant army of the Eastern Han dynasty was changing. And their morale was rising rapidly. The sky is dead. Huang Tian must stand. The sky is dead. Huang Tian must stand. The peasant army of the Eastern Han dynasty looked wildly in their eyes, shouted slogans, and launched a massive counterattack. In addition to the characteristics of Great Master, Zhang Dao also has other characteristics that can inspire the peasant army, prompting the peasant army to burst into powerful combat effectiveness. The increase in combat effectiveness of the peasant army can only last for a period of time, but it can make a comeback. The knights and soldiers who attacked the peasant army of the Eastern Han dynasty were counterattacked by the peasant army, and the number of casualties increased sharply. If you kill 10 peasant armies, you can kill 1 knight, and you have already earned it. A knight in full armor was pulled off his horse by the fanatical Yellow Turban army because his horse stopped. What was waiting for him was an iron axe or a giant hammer and other blunt weapons. Although full body armor is difficult to break through, the impact of a blunt weapon is enough to seriously injure or kill the noble knight inside the full body armor. Zhang Dao dared to go to war with 3 major European lords. He was somewhat confident in himself. Otherwise, he would not have easily allowed his 250,000 troops to come and die. The counterattack of more than 200,000 peasant troops was extremely fierce, surpassing hundreds of knights, and thousands of infantry were overwhelmed by the peasant troops. The Black Prince Edward was using a longbow to kill the crazy Eastern Han peasant army. But there were too many peasant troops. Even with his arms numb, it was difficult for him to clear out such a large number of peasant troops. The knights of the Teutonic Order were surrounded. The knight's sword in Joan of Arc's hand was slashing, and her wrists were a little sore. The peasant army was surrounded by swords and spears, and it was difficult to destroy them all. According to this trend, the legions of the 3 major European lords will be submerged in the vast sea of Eastern Han peasant armies. They underestimated the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty too much. Although the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty were relatively scattered during this national war, each lord had strong combat effectiveness. Lien Po's army withstood the siege of the anti-Eastern Han dynasty alliance for a month without falling into the city, while Zhang Dao tried to conquer the 3 major European lords on his own. If I can defeat the 3 major European lords at the same time, I will become famous all over the world. Zhang Dao saw a large number of casualties in the legions of the 3 major European lords, and knew that the balance of the war had tilted towards him. For the sake of France, I will wait for death. On the battlefield, something unexpected happened, and the French Legion of Joan of Arc was the first to launch a counterattack. The morale of the French Legion rose sharply, and its momentum surged, overwhelming the peasant armies from all directions. All the French soldiers surrounded by the peasant armies killed the enemies, and gathered towards the battle flag. Joan of Arc reorganized her army, gathered her forces, and launched an attack in the direction of Zhang Dao. Help! Guard! Heal! When the French Legion counterattacked, the Teutonic Knights also used their trump cards. The Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights personally went into battle. The Teutonic Knights fell into a state of fanatical belief and ran rampant among the peasant army. The vigorous counterattack of the medieval knights once again frustrated the Eastern Han peasant army. Zhang Dao encountered unprecedented setbacks. His mighty peasant army faced the iron barrel like medieval knights, and was defeated one after another. Moreover, the fanatic state of the Eastern Han peasant army has a time limit, and its duration is shorter than that of regular knights. Once the fanatic state of the Eastern Han peasant army disappears, the morale will decline and collapse in an instant. It's still not possible to challenge the 3 major European lords with my own military strength. If Jiujia Laoqin hadn't been entangled by the Roman legions, only 2 Eastern Han lords could defeat them in this battle. Retreat! Zhang Dao was not willing to accept defeat, but he had to admit the fact that he was defeated. Defeat is no big deal. He still has a chance. And this is a national war battlefield, not the main world. The competition in the main world is the real competition. The national war battlefield is just a preview, or an opportunity to understand the arms and strengths of different civilizations. Zhang Dao fought with 3 major European lords and was defeated. After losing tens of thousands of cannon fodder troops, he retreated. The 3 major European lords were in hot pursuit, and Zhang Dao counterattacked. Due to powerful heroes and troops such as Joan of Arc and the Teutonic Knights. Zhang Dao was defeated again. The French army captured a city in Zhangdao, leaving only 4 cities in Zhangdao. While the French legion was busy occupying the city, the Teutonic Knights continued to pursue Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao set up an ambush on the way and killed thousands of Teutonic Knights. The Teutonic Knights quietly retreated, not daring to go deeper alone. The English legion and the French legion came to join the Teutonic Knights and marched together. Zhang Dao once again clashed with the 3 major European lords, but lost the battle and retreated back. The Teutonic Knights captured another of Zhang Dao's cities. There are only 3 remaining cities in Zhangdao. The 3 major European lords led their armies to press forward step by step. Since they have become enemies with Zhang Dao, they must eliminate Zhang Dao's main force. The English legion occupied 1 city and defeated Zhang Dao until only 2 cities remained. The 3 lords obviously had an agreement to divide Zhang Dao's cities together, and each person would occupy 1 city. The 4th city is jointly controlled by 3 parties. When Zhang Dao had only 1 city left and was surrounded by 3 major European lords, Zhang Dao had no way to retreat. This is a city close to a mountain, with enemy troops from 3 directions. Zhang Dao bit the bullet and led all the main forces out of the city. Although there was little hope, he had no choice but to give it a try. It's less than 2 miles away from leaving the valley. Report. There are lords fighting about 30 miles away. Hua Mulan's cavalry sent news from the front one after another. There are lords at war. The cavalry troops are gathering and marching at full speed. Chuon was overjoyed when he heard the news. No matter which civilization the lords are fighting against, Chuon can profit from it. If the Eastern Han lord is at war with other lords, he can rescue friendly troops. If the 2 warring parties are lords of other civilizations, then Chuon can take over all at once. Soon all the cavalry were gathered and ordered to attack the battlefield where the fighting was taking place. The cavalry troops were led by Schwar, Zhao Yun and Hua Xiong. This cavalry includes a large number of servant cavalry, including Spanish knights, Turkic cavalry, Arab cavalry, and Goryeo cavalry. Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scout was left alone by Chuon. Hua Mulan asked in surprise, "Aren't we going to attack the enemies on the battlefield? Just leave the raid to Schwar and Gui. Let's take a back route and lay an ambush. Maybe we can catch a few famous European generals. Wouldn't it be nice?" Chapter 271 Ambush of the French Knights. The peasant army of the Eastern Han Dynasty was fighting fiercely with the European knights. The peasant army of the Eastern Han Dynasty, which was forced to a dead end, resisted tenaciously. Zhang Dao single-handedly blocked the attack of the 3 European lords and reached the limit. Lu Zongmin, the general of King Chuang, stabbed the Teutonic Knight's armor with his spear. The plate armor was dented, but it was difficult to break through the defense. Even so, the Teutonic Knight was injured by the impact of the spear, groaned, and almost fell from his horse. The Teutonic Knight swung his knight's sword, but Lu Zongmin blocked it with an iron spear, causing sporadic sparks to fly. Opposite is a hero of the knights, equivalent to the generals of the Eastern Han Dynasty. A pair of murderous eyes stared at this general from the east through the tiny cracks in his armor. As a general in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Lu Zongmin had no experience fighting against knights in plate armor. He had no way of fighting against a knight whose entire body was covered in steel armor. The plate knights of the Teutonic Knights were fighting against an Eastern general for the first time. They were both curious and wanted to kill the enemy in front of them. The 2 men have similar strength, but the plate knight hero has expensive full-body armor, which makes it difficult for Lu Zongmin to break through. Maybe it would be easier if he had a blunt object in hand. What kind of iron monster is this? Lu Zongmin and the plate armor knight hero fought against each other in the chaos. They fought several times in a row, but failed to defeat each other. The plate-armored knights of the Teutonic Knights galloped among the peasant armies of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and the peasant armies lacking armor were unilaterally harvested. It seems that we can only abandon the army and escape. Zhang Dao saw that the peasant army was fighting on its own, and his generals Lu Zongmin and Zhang Bao were helpless. So they thought of retreating. He had no sympathy for the fallen soldiers. The peasant army he brought from the Eastern Han Dynasty was only 10,000 people, and the remaining 200,000 troops were all strong men recruited on the battlefields of the national war. Furthermore, Zhang Dao has seen too many such scenes. Once a general succeeds, his bones will wither, and he will only become more and more indifferent to the wounded soldiers. Opposite were regular knights, and the peasant army's strength advantage, which lacked armor, was difficult to bring into play. Lu Zongmin and Zhang Bao were still fighting hard, but it was of little significance. Soon the enemy will be destroyed. and victory belongs to God. A lord who is not ranked among the top 3 in the Eastern Han dynasty requires us to join forces to defeat him. If any one of us fights against him alone, can we win? The 3 great lords of England, France, and Germany looked down at the dense battlefield from a high place. They were surrounded by hundreds of knights, not yet engaged in battle. Although the 3 of them defeated Zhang Dao, they knew that only 3 major lords could suppress one of the other lords if they joined forces. Zhang Dao's peasant army can overwhelm any of their legions. This is the advantage in military strength. Each great lord has his own unique tactics or special units. But unfortunately, no matter what, his legion is already in our possession, and we will divide its population equally. He's still dying. Zhang Dao's Eastern Han peasant army was still consuming the opponent's knights. In Zhang Dao's view, as long as the knights on the opposite side are exhausted, even if all the 200,000 peasant troops are killed, he has lost his mind a little. Just when the situation turned against the European Legion, the European Legion's flanks were suddenly hit, and the low-level units on the flanks collapsed, affecting the knights in the middle. What happened? The 3 European lords looked to the flanks, and saw a cavalry with white horses and white robes appearing, and several red dragon battle flags clanked due to the galloping horses. This is the Legion of the Eastern Han dynasty. Why are there other Eastern Han regiments nearby? What are the Rangers doing? Reserves? Go immediately to support the flanks. Oh, God. Luckily we still have a reserve team. The 3 major European lords are not good at it either. They have reserved a reserve team of 8,000 people in advance to prepare for any eventuality. Dozens of plate knights led a group of cavalry and low-level infantry to block the reinforcements from the Eastern Han dynasty. Schwar and Wangui, Zhao Yun, and Li Guan arrived with light cavalry. They bent their bows and arrows almost at the same time, using their superb cavalry archery to strike the opponent with a hail of arrows, killing hundreds of low-level soldiers. Then thousands of light cavalry drew their sabers and cut into the opponent's unsuspecting infantry square. The horses' hooves were raised high, trampling the infantry and archers under the horses' hooves. The infantry and archers who lacked time to turn had no ability to resist in front of the galloping light cavalry. Zhao Yun, who was leading the way, stabbed the infantry in front, easily stabbing the enemy to death, and defeated 7 rows of infantry in a row. Bai Mai followed closely behind, setting arrows on his horse and shooting at the enemy troops along the way. Zhao Yun has a white horse to protect him, and he is invincible in the enemy's formation. It wasn't until a dozen plate armor knights appeared that Zhao Yun's offensive was contained. Is this the knight in full plate armor that my lord said? Zhao Yun was besieged by plate armor knights, facing a group of tin cans. The attack was not very smooth. All vital points of the plate armor knight are covered by steel plates. A dozen plate armored knights discovered that Zhao Yun was not familiar with their armor, and unscrupulously drew their knight swords to attack Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun shouted loudly, used all his strength, held a gun with both hands, and stabbed the head of one of the plate armor knights with all his strength. The knight's sword and plate armor was knocked away by the red tassel gun, and the tip of the gun hit his helmet. The powerful impact gave the plate armor knight a concussion. Zhao Yun shot him again regardless of whether he was killed or not. A noble knight, who spent a lot of money to build full-body plate armor, was killed by Zhao Yun with an absolute difference in force. Schwar and Wangui is similar to Zhao Yun. He has stronger armor-breaking ability and an imperial-level weapon. Fong Tian's painted halberd can knock out plate armor knights or pierce plate armor. Li Guang used armor-piercing heavy arrows to shoot through the plate armor from a distance of 10 meters. The knight in plate armor looked at the heavy arrow that had penetrated the plate armor, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. The indestructible plate knights were quickly annihilated under the attack of 3 fierce generals. When the knights accompanying infantry saw their master killed in battle, their morale was shaken, and they retreated involuntarily. The death of the plate armor knight greatly boosted the morale of the reinforcements of the Eastern Han dynasty. The white horse followers, archers, and servant cavalry penetrated the opponent's flank and approached the central army. The Xiliang cavalry arrived late, and immediately tore a hole in the other direction after entering the battlefield. They are Eastern-style armored heavy cavalry. The cost of armor is less than that of full-body armor, but the advantage is that they can be made in large quantities. Huaxiong Xiliang cavalry galloped forward. As 7th-level cavalry, they allowed European lords to feel the power of Eastern heavy cavalry for the first time. The loose land city militia was weak against the heavy cavalry, and the formation was quickly overwhelmed by the torrent of steel. The flank is broken. The 3 European lords witnessed the defeat of the reserve team and fell into panic. They no longer had the troops to stop the Eastern Han reinforcements. Withdraw troops? In order to prevent the entire army from being annihilated, the three lords finally chose to withdraw. The knights and their entourage fled like a tide. I still have reinforcements. Whose army is this? Zhang Dao suffered heavy losses but survived. When he saw the familiar flag, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Zhang Bao. Lu Zongmin. Counterattack. Zhang Dao ordered a counterattack, and the remaining peasant army of the Eastern Han dynasty cheered up a little and hunted down the noble knight. When the reinforcements defeated the flanks, the victory was decided. Joan of Arc led the French knights to protect the Lord's retreat. The Teutonic knights suffered heavy losses and left under the leadership of the Grand Master, Wangui, Li Guan, Zhao Yun, Hua Xiong and others were chasing after them from the rear. They cooperated with Zhang Bao, Lu Zongmin, and other rogue generals to completely destroy the European coalition forces of the three lords. At least tens of thousands of European legions died in this battle. The three major European lords did not expect to win first and then lose. They retreated hastily. Soldiers can be recruited again after they die. But if a hero is killed or captured, it will be a huge loss to your civilization. Joan of Arc, Edward the Black Prince, and the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights protected their lords from escaping. As long as the lords and heroes were there, the loss was not too great. Zhang Dao and the three European lords have more points than me. The battle between them must be very fierce. Chuon, who was ambushing the European lords from behind, yawned. He could see that the first to fourth on the rankings were Zhang Dao and the three European lords respectively. This showed that the battle between them was extremely fierce, and both sides suffered a large number of casualties. Soldiers. Chuon was not in a hurry. He had already led more than 10,000 people to ambush on the enemy's retreat road. It would depend on who was unlucky enough to run into Chuon's ambush circle. Generally speaking, each lord pays attention to sending scout cavalry for reconnaissance, and the probability of a successful ambush is very low. But if Wangui, Zhao Yun, Li Guang and others, together with Zhang Dao's peasant army, defeat the European coalition, and the other party flees the battlefield in a hurry and has no time to conduct reconnaissance, then the success rate of the ambush will be greatly improved. A war eagle landed on Hua Mulan's arm, and Hua Mulan came to report. Lord, a defeated army is approaching. Prepare an ambush. Wait until the enemy is halfway across, and then intercept him. More than 10,000 soldiers and horses were ambushed in the dense forest. The French lord led thousands of elites to flee in the direction of Chuon's ambush. He escaped separately from the English and German lords, making it difficult for Wangui and others to divide their forces and pursue them. That Eastern Han cavalry has a general who can easily kill the Plate Knights. He must be the hero of the top three lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Otherwise it cannot be explained. The French lord knew how high the defense of the knight in full plate armor was. Dozens of knights in full armor were killed by the opponent's fierce generals not long after the fight, which shows the high strength of the opponent. Joan of Arc followed, her blood staining the battle flag red. As long as the legendary hero of France is not captured, then all losses are not a problem. I only brought 10,000 people to participate in the national war. When I return to France, I will get more soon. The French lord did not pay too much attention to the defeat. His real losses were only a few thousand people, and the rewards obtained from the national war could make up for the losses of thousands of people. Under his leadership, the remnants of the French legion entered Chuon's ambush circle. Joan of Arc held a battle flag in her hand and looked around. She suddenly had an uneasy premonition. Not just her, but the entire French legion was faintly suppressed by the characteristics of God of Heaven and Catarina the Great, and their breathing became rapid as a result. It must be my imagination. The French generals and soldiers thought they were being hunted by the enemy, and they were all in panic. When half of the French legion passed, a rain of arrows rose from the sky and fell along the parabola, shooting down the defeated French soldiers. Assault the enemy! Hua Mulan's cavalry rushed out and attacked the French army from the rear. Ahead is Li Xiong's detachment of women. The detachment of women is a high-level infantry, armed with 3-meter-long spears, forming a spear phalanx like an iron wall, and cooperates with Hua Mulan's cavalry to attack the French army. French soldiers fell one after another under the rain of arrows from the shooting battalion, facing the intensive rain of arrows. Except for well-armored knights, even infantrymen holding shields were unable to resist. Protect the lord! Joan of Arc held a square shield and protected the French lord with dozens of knights, braving the rain of arrows to attack Li Xiaoning's women's army. The knights also have their own vassals and followers. They follow the saint and charge into the women's army wave after wave, trying to carve out a bloody path. Because of Joan of Arc's influence, French soldiers fell into fanaticism and looked down upon death. Li Xiaoning also motivated his army, and the two female generals competed with each other in a tug-of-war. Louis led 2,000 heavy infantry and knights on foot to support Li Xiaoning, trying to block Joan of Arc's legion. However, the greater the pressure, the higher the fighting spirit of the French soldiers, and dozens of knights among them almost penetrated the formation of the detachment of women. This should be the French legion. The fighting will of that small group of knights is really tenacious. I should have left a strong general to deal with him. Chuon, who was watching the battle from a high place, could see that the knights led by Joan of Arc were about to cover her lord's breakout. He couldn't help but regret not bringing Schwar, Zhao Yun, Li Guang and other powerful generals with him. Otherwise he could have gone to intercept them. When the French knights were about to break through the formation of the detachment of women, Li Yi's heavy infantry arrived and used a longer spear than the detachment of women to stab the knight off his horse. Joan of Arc faced the heavy infantry attack and still fought desperately, blood spattering on her armor. No matter how strong one's ability is, it will be of no use in the face of the constant influx of enemies. Lord Protector, leave! Joan of Arc tried her best to fight for her lord's escape. She is a nice woman. It's a pity that we are enemies. Li Xiaoning couldn't help but admire military commanders like Joan of Arc, just like she had admired Xiao Liang in Xia City. But appreciation is appreciation. At first, Li Xiaoning and Xiao Liang were in the same camp, but now she and Joan of Arc are in hostile camps, so they will still take action when they should. She took off the bow and arrow behind her and aimed at Joan of Arc, who was fighting hard. Miss Li, my lord demands that she be captured alive. Li Yi stopped Li Xiaoning, who tried to shoot Joan of Arc. Li Xiaoning put down her bow and arrow. Can I keep her? Other people's infantry may not be able to do it, but my infantry can. Behind the palace of Joan of Arc, Li Yi's heavy infantry swarmed up and chopped off the horse's legs. The horse stumbled. The French hero Joan of Arc fell off her horse and was captured alive by Li Yi's infantry. The French lords escaped because of Joan of Arc's protection, with only a dozen knights left. No! Although the French lord escaped, he was hysterical. France's most legendary heroine was surrounded by Eastern Han soldiers, and her life and death were unknown. His most trusted general is gone. Chapter 272, Capturing the French Saint. The battlefield where the French knights were ambushed was littered with corpses. At least 1,000 French soldiers were killed in the ambush, and 2,000 French soldiers were captured. Among the 2,000 captured French soldiers, there were a dozen knights in full armor who looked like iron cans, hundreds of other knights, and the rest were foot soldiers or archers. Louis ordered the low-level infantry to clean up the battlefield, collect as much gold coins, silver coins and other property as possible from the dead French knights, and even take off their armor. Some armors are worth hundreds of taels of silver. A full-body plate armor was presented to Chuon as a trophy. This full-body armor can cover the entire person. The joints are also made of extremely complex steel sleeves and bolts, and the joints are tightened with screws. Plate armor is good armor, but it's a pity that it is tailor-made and must be used by soldiers of similar stature. Chuon had some understanding of Western full-body plate armor. This kind of plate armor, which took defense to the extreme, really came into being in the late Middle Ages and the early Renaissance. When plate armor became popular, firearms advanced, and heavy matchlock guns appeared to overcome it. So plate armor was quickly abandoned. In Lord, plate armor can be said to be one of the pinnacle armors in the cold weapon era. You cannot rely on its defensive power to think that full-body plate armor is necessarily better than pierced armor, chain mail, or cloth face armor. Armor also needs to consider cost and purpose. The manufacturing cost of pierced armor and cloth armor is much lower than that of plate armor, and it can be equipped with a large number of armies. However, full-body plate armor requires high joint flexibility and defense, so the production cost is very high, and only noble knights can afford it, not to mention 10,000 plate armors. But even 1,000 plate armors would make Chuon feel distressed. The noble men under the lords of France and Germany, together, would have hundreds of full-body armors. Second is the use. Knights and walking knights will choose to purchase plate armor if they have money. If you are a light infantryman and you still want to wear plate armor, you are making yourself uncomfortable. At the same time, plate armor will affect the longbowman's archery, because the longbowman's chest will be restrained by the plate armor when shooting arrows. Perhaps in the future, a servant knight order can be formed to build a team of plate knights. But not now. Chuon took these armors as trophies and brought them back to the Eastern Han dynasty for collection, or used them to equip his servant army. Even more collectible is the French battle flag. A girl from Orleans was brought over, only about 17 years old, with blood on her face. She became the second big shot captured by Chuon in the National War. She had a stubborn look on her face, resentful of being the captive of an Eastern lord. The despicable Eastern lord used the method of setting up an ambush to capture her. Chuon was very sure that she was the legendary French hero, Joan of Arc, the girl who led the French army against the invasion of the English army in the 100 Years' War and once won victory. Although she was eventually captured and executed, she helped shape the French nation and prevented England from annexing France during the 100 Years' War. Therefore, her popularity in France is higher than that of most generals, and her abilities are similar to Lishioning's, which can inspire the morale of the entire army. The national hero of France is captured by me. If he returns to the main world, those French lords will definitely go crazy. Chuon found that he had overplayed his hand. In the future, various French lords will definitely bear a grudge against him. But Chuon couldn't let Joan of Arc go. How could a legendary French hero be let go so easily? His reputation ranked among the top in Europe? Even if she is unwilling to surrender, she cannot put it back to strengthen the French lord. As for the revenge of the French lords, France is surrounded by civilizations such as England, Germany, Spain, Rome, and Macedonia. It is hard to say whether it can survive on the European continent where there are many powerful enemies. Furthermore, before the Age of Discovery began, apart from national wars, the French lords had no chance to come into contact with Chuon. Is this the Saint of France? She was captured by you. Catarina was shocked to realize that Chuon had captured an extraordinary person. This time the French kingdom suffered heavy losses, even more serious than the losses of the Mogul Empire. The first lord of the Mogul Empire died in battle, and the second and third lords took his place to unify the Mogul Empire. The top hero of civilization was captured alive, but no one could replace Joan of Arc in France. The French players will kill you, Catarina said to Chuon, while looking up and down at the French legend. What a poor little guy. I didn't expect the saint to fall into the clutches of the devil. Catarina still has a chance to go back, because her army is preparing to rescue her. And Catarina is very confident that she can go back. But she knew that Joan of Arc had been captured alive by Chuon. With Chuon's character of making the best use of everything, Chuon would probably not let Joan go. According to Chuon's favorite principle of equal exchange, how much price would the French lord have to pay in exchange for a legendary hero? A Joan of Arc may be worth tens of thousands or 100,000 troops. Are the French lords willing to pay that price in exchange? Release me now. The girl from Orleans stared at Chuon, her eyes as clear as the lake, but with a hint of anger. She is now guarded by Lishioning's detachment of women. Be loyal to me or die. Better die. Sure enough, Chuon's attempt to recruit Joan of Arc failed, and there was no room for maneuver. Joan of Arc was probably as loyal as Yu Fei and Zhao Yun. Her loyalty was to France. It was strange that she agreed to let her serve the Eastern Han dynasty. Give up. Even if you burn her to death, she won't surrender to you. You have only two options. First, trade her with the Lord of France. He may give you 10,000 taels of gold in exchange. 10,000 taels of gold can be used to build a small team of heavy cavalry. Second, execute her and completely enmity with France. France will also forever lack the powerful hero Joan of Arc, and she will not become your enemy in the future. Catarina sneered at Chuon's attempt to recruit Joan of Arc, and did not forget to ridicule. Chuon looked at Catarina. Catarina found that Chuon's eyes were suddenly extremely aggressive, which made her panic. I'm just telling the facts. You have no other choice. You are just my prisoner, and you have no right to tell me what to do. Chuon choked Catarina with one sentence. How to recruit these stubborn heroes is a big test for the Lord. Chuon placed his hope on military advisor Fong Xianling. Fong Xianling is indecisive when things happen. Fong Xianling listened patiently and said slowly, according to the Lord, this General Joan of Arc is loyal to a kingdom called France. If this kingdom is destroyed, and the family is destroyed, wouldn't she be able to be used by the Lord? The country is ruined and the family is destroyed? Does it have to be so cruel? Chuon really didn't expect that in order to gain the loyalty of the other party's hero, he would destroy the other party's country. Why do I feel like the villain in a novel? If France is surrounded by powerful enemies as my lord said, especially the Roman civilization. Then it is not impossible that it will be destroyed by the Roman civilization. Fong Xuanling's words reminded Chuon. Chuon does not need to personally destroy France. There are dozens or hundreds of civilizations in Europe, fighting against each other. The Kingdom of France may not survive, and may be destroyed in a few years. France will perish. I don't know when it will take. Chuon couldn't wait to pledge his allegiance to Joan of Arc and check her attributes. Chuon always felt a little unhappy that a legendary hero had become a prisoner but could not be used immediately. Fong Xuanling fell into a brief thought and found another way. The Lord can alienate his relationship with a French lord and take him back to the Eastern Han dynasty. He will make a 3-part agreement with him. If he serves the Lord for 5 years, he will be released and can return to France. 5 years. Although it cannot change the world, it is enough to change many things. Higher? Chuon did not expect that there was such a way to use Joan of Arc to work for him. 5 years in, Lord, can change the pattern of civilization. Who knows whether the Kingdom of France will still exist in 5 years? In addition, after 5 years, Chuon can still find a way to keep Joan of Arc. 5 years after 5 years. 5 years after 5 years. After she has become familiar with the Eastern Han dynasty, she may be happy here and not miss France. He is still a brilliant military strategist. Chuon's servant army is short of generals. Capturing a Joan of Arc alive can serve as the general of the servant army. Chuon and Fong Xuanling secretly planned how to plot against a 17-year-old girl. After knowing what he knew, Chuon faced the stubborn Joan of Arc and said earnestly, "The two countries are fighting for no reason. You, the French army, attacked our lord of the Eastern Han dynasty first, and I set up an ambush behind. Logically speaking, you France are at fault. You helped Zhou commit evil and were captured by me. This is God's will. That is, God's will. God thinks you are at fault. So he asked me to capture you alive as a punishment for you." Joan of Arc's eyes widened. She became a prisoner. How could it be God's arrangement? How did France become the unjust party? She wanted to refute Chuon, but found that she couldn't. This time it was indeed the French lords, who united with the other 2 European lords to take the initiative to attack the Eastern Han lords. According to Chuon's logic, I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will offend others. France is the unjust party. Joan of Arc overlooked one point. Based on the rules of national war, there is no difference between justice and injustice in national war. They are just fighting for the living space of their respective civilizations. There is nothing wrong with taking the initiative to attack. Seeing that the other party had been misled by him, Chuon continued, "But I am not a heartless person. I will send someone to negotiate with your lord. If he is willing to compensate 1,000 taels of gold, I will return you to him. If he compensates 3,000 taels of gold, for 1,000 taels of gold, I will free you and all the French prisoners. We will be reconciled." Hearing that Chuon was willing to release her and all the French prisoners for only 3,000 taels of gold, he was surprised. "I take back what I said before. Although you are an enemy, you are also a good person. Take good care of this girl and don't let her suffer." Chuon was serious. Li Xiaoning had no choice but to cooperate with Chuon. Before her lord replies, "I will not let her suffer any injustice. I will pay 3,000 taels of gold to buy Joan of Arc and more than 2,000 French prisoners." Catarina heard that Chuon planned to sell Joan of Arc and more than 2,000 French captives at a low price, and made a private offer to Chuon. 3,000 taels of gold buys a legendary hero, and more than 2,000 experienced warriors. This deal is worth it no matter what. Unexpectedly, Catarina had a lot of assets. She took out 3,000 taels of gold without even frowning. However, Chuon rolled his eyes. "You don't think I will really sell her? Do you? You?" As a great lord, Catarina quickly understood what Chuon meant. Chuon didn't want to let Joan of Arc go at all, and he didn't even seriously negotiate with the French lords. He was just deceiving the feelings of an ignorant 17-year-old girl. "You are so insidious!" Catarina couldn't help but exclaimed. "Each other." Chuon also felt troubled by Catarina, a smart woman. Moreover, Catarina also had the ability of a czar, and she might become more powerful in the future and rule the vast Eastern European plains. Chuon planned in his heart to shamelessly kidnap Catherine de Suzhou in the Eastern Han dynasty and stifle the birth of a great emperor. Chuon did not tell her that he did not intend to let Catarina go. Catarina had a plan in mind and didn't tell Chuon. 2 future emperor-like figures clashed invisibly. Chuon captured Joan of Arc, played himself as a victim, and gained the initial favor of Joan of Arc. Also influenced by the characteristics of Khan of Heaven, at least Joan of Arc did not dislike Chuon that much. What follows is some subterfuge to create a rift in the relationship between Joan and her lord. Zhang Dao was rescued by Chuon, who sent troops to pursue the European Legion, and the crisis was resolved. I can give you all 4 cities. After Zhang Dao learned that Chu Zimu had arrived, he generously gave up 4 cities occupied by European lords to Chuon. Without Chuon, he might have been defeated and died. Moreover, Chuon went south with the obvious purpose of annexing the southern cities. Chuon accepted it unceremoniously and captured the 4 cities occupied by European lords one by one, expanding his territory to 11 cities. Just relying on the points produced by the city, he could almost secure the first place. Chuon sent an envoy to ask the French lord to redeem Joan of Arc with 300,000 taels of gold. The French lord thought that Chuon was deliberately making things difficult for him, and drove the envoy away. 300,000 taels of gold can form a knighthood with tens of thousands of knights. Chuon was indeed deliberately making things difficult for him. He asked the envoy to describe the process to the captured Joan of Arc in a more embellished manner, and changed the amount of the ransom from 300,000 taels to 3,000 taels. Chuon concluded, "Unfortunately, your lord is not willing to exchange even 1,000 taels of gold. It seems that I can only take you to the Eastern Han Dynasty as a punishment for him. There is another option. If you do it for me higher, perform military exploits, and I can send you back to France in 5 years. Really? Chu Zimu. Never break my promises." Chapter 273, Strong Enemy of Rome. Joan of Arc of France has been captured. Now France's strength will drop a little. For me, that may be a good thing. When the German Lord Hohenzollern learned that the French lord had lost a core hero, he was surprised and even gloated a little. France is a great enemy of Germany, and it may be a good thing for France that its hero is captured. After the defeat, the 3 European lords retreated to the rear and joined the Roman lords. The French lord was furious. He tried to negotiate with Chuon and demanded to redeem his hero, but Chuon insisted on asking for 300,000 taels of gold. He couldn't redeem Joan of Arc at all, and he couldn't use force to get it back. The Roman lords learned that the 3 European lords were defeated, and knew that one would be prosperous and one would suffer. So he lifted the siege of Chowchow Laoqin and went on the defensive with the European lords. The Roman lord also knew that Joan of Arc was captured, but he was indifferent. France's strength was damaged, which was not necessarily a good thing for Rome. If we fight head-on, our French knight will not be defeated. He uses sneak attacks to suddenly attack our flanks, which is why we fail. We should join forces to defeat the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Defeat I just want to farm well. And he was knocked off the first position. The French lord was bitter about his defeat, and he tried to persuade other European lords to take action against Chuon and recapture Joan of Arc. But several European lords turned a deaf ear. Chuon's army now has 11 cities, and in the nearby area, there is a city of Zhang Dao and 6 cities of Chowchow Laoqin. The Eastern Han Dynasty camp is very powerful, with a total of 18 cities. The European lords are not bad either. The Roman lords had 7 cities. The French lords had 6 cities. The German lords had 5 cities. And the English lords had 4 cities. For a total of 22 cities. The 2 sides really fought. And in fact no one could do anything to the other. Focus on defense. The Roman lords finally made the decision. After the defeat of the 3 major European lords, the Roman lord was the strongest, and the other 3 lords were not allowed to listen to his opinions. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. In the Eastern Han camp, Chuon found that his expansion seemed to have reached its limit. Faced with this threat, the southern European lords formed a strong alliance. 22 cities supported each other, making Chuon difficult to capture. The greatest threat to Chuon was the Roman legion. The Roman legions had, it seems, more than one imperial commander. Even Chowchow Laoqin had to temporarily avoid the Roman legions in the absence of an imperial commander. Chowchow Laoqin learned that Chuon was heading south, so he took the initiative to lead his army to join Chuon. Behind Chowchow Laoqin were Lu Bu, Gao Shun, and other generals who had hatred against Chuon. When Lu Bu saw Schwar and Gui, Zhao Yun, Li Guang and others brought by Chuon, his face was gloomy. At Hula Pass, he could still remember Li Guangfeng's cold arrow wounding him. I didn't expect you to borrow Lu Feng's yen. Chuon was guarded by a group of fierce generals, and was not worried about Lu Bu. He looked at Gao Shun, the general beside Lu Bu. Gao Shun was also a loyal and stubborn general who followed Lu Bu all the time. Gao Shun's expression was calm, and he didn't understand why Chu Tian's eyes were looking at him randomly. I lack a strong general, but fortunately Lu Fengxian helped me. The territory in the southern valley has been divided up, and it doesn't make much sense for you to come again. As soon as Jiu Jiang and Lao Qin met, he talked to Chu Tian about the points that concerned him most. The north was divided between Chu Tian and Catarina, and the south was divided between Jiujiao Lao Qin and European lords. According to what Jiujiang Lao Qin said, if Chu Tian wanted to expand again, he would have to seize the city from the three forces of Jiujiao Lao Qin, Zhang Dao, and the European lords. The city of Chu Tian in the Eastern Han camp must not be moved, and they could only seize the city from the European lords. But there were 22 cities on the opposite side, which could muster more than 200,000 troops. The two sides fought fiercely, and it was a lose-lose situation. There are still 2 months until the end of the national war. I just need to suppress the European lords and keep them at their current size. I am the number one. Chu Tian alone has 11 cities and produces 3,300 points every 10 days, while the Roman lord has 7 cities and produces 2,100 points every 10 days. Chu Tian does not need to continue to expand, and no one can surpass him. The biggest competitors are all right in front of us. If the number of their cities does not increase, Chu Tian will be number one. In other words, Chu Tian only needs to delay the European lords here for the next 2 months. I heard that you captured Joan of Arc of France. I haven't seen this hero yet. I wonder if I can take a look. Jiujiang Lao Qin couldn't help but be surprised when he learned that Chu Tian had done such a shocking thing. Every civilization has several extremely popular heroes. It is strange that the French heroes were captured by the Eastern Han dynasty. She is still under house arrest by me. Chu Tian did not show off Joan of Arc. This matter should have been as low-key as possible. But the French lord escaped and could not hide it. So Chu Tian admitted it generously. Joan of Arc is still considering whether to be freed after serving the Eastern Han dynasty for 5 years and return to her loyal France. Zhang Dao is inseparable from them. But in the end, you took advantage. It's really unpredictable. Jiujiang Lao Qin couldn't help but be jealous of Chu Tian's capture of the French hero. He didn't care about offending France. If he were allowed to capture a Roman commander, he would even dare to offend Rome. Zhang Dao shook his head. If Chu Zima hadn't gone south, I would have been beaten to the ground by 3 European guys. Although I hate them, I have to admit that it is difficult for European tin cans to break through in a head-on confrontation. Chu Zimu is because we have strong generals. We can quickly clear out the plate knights. The production of iron cans in Europe is limited. Only nobles have such equipment. So there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, it does not necessarily have to be a head-on confrontation. Chu Tian was equally impressed by the full-body plate armor. Jiujiang Lao Qin drew a map of the nearby area. This place is actually a basin, and there is a plain further south. Mingguan is on the plain further south. However, he seems to be at war with the lords of the Arab Empire and the Persian Empire, and has too much time to take care of himself. That's why I said that all the territory has been divided up, and the next battle is of little significance. If you want to destroy the European lords with 22 cities, you can't do it in 2 months. And even 2 or 3 cities can't be destroyed. Can't beat it. Most other lords are also facing difficulties in annexing each other. Chu Tian's southward expansion path was blocked by the Roman legions. He discussed with Jiujiang Lao Qin and Zhang Dao, and finally decided to confront the Roman legions, but not fight and maintain the current situation. The Roman legions were restrained by them, and unable to continue to expand. The troops of both sides gathered in the city on the front line. Chu Tian could see the eagle flag of the Roman legion opposite. It is said that the commander of the Roman legions was Scipio the Great, who defeated Hannibal. In addition to Scipio, there were several other famous generals of Roman civilization. In a sense, the threat of the Roman lords was greater than that of Catherine. But Catherine used the mobility of the cavalry to break the situation faster. Catherine also has the characteristics of a czar, and has the ability to control the servant army. So she is ranked ahead of the Roman lords. As a civilization spanning 3 continents, the Roman Empire, together with the Byzantine Empire, has a history of thousands of years. It has fought in all directions and produced many commanders and famous generals. It may be our biggest enemy. Chu Tian was somewhat afraid of Rome. Rome can be said to be the civilization with the most famous generals besides the Eastern Han dynasty. The Mogul Empire had a huge population and fertile soil. but the quality of its heroes was not as good as that of the Eastern Han dynasty in Rome, and even barely compared to Japan. Are you going to compete with the Roman legion? The most powerful legion in Europe in the classical era. The civilization that coexisted with the Qin and Han dynasties at that time was called Great Qin in Eastern Rome. Catherine encouraged Chuon to attack the Roman legions. I am already firmly in first place. Why should I take the risk to attack the Roman legion? In addition to the Roman legion, there are also knights from 3 European lords. Now that 2 months have passed, they should have recruited the first batch of high-level troops, replenished their losses. Once my attack on the Roman legions fails, your legions will break their promise and sneak attack my city in the north. Chuon noticed the 2-month time point. The 1,000 infantry battalions, the 5th school of the Northern Army, and the 1,000 women's army recruited by Chuon in the first city have been trained. It is very likely that the first batch of knights recruited by the European lords in the national war battlefield have also come out. Cut! Catarina found that Chuon was not fooled, and felt somewhat resentful. She had already seen that Chuon didn't want to let her go at all. The Roman legions on the opposite side also noticed the intentions of the Eastern Han camp, and the Roman lords were in trouble. Chuon confronts him. He has no troops to expand, and can only maintain the scale of 7 cities. Chuon has 11 cities, and the points of both sides will become bigger and bigger. Sometimes diversion is the best offense. The Oriental people are really cunning. After ensuring that they can get first place, they will not let me expand. If this continues, my points will not even be in the top 5. The Roman lords were furious with Chuon's tactics, but he didn't dare to take the initiative to attack Chuon. Chuon had a large number of servants under his command, and one lord was equivalent to several lords. Jiuzhou Laoqin also had a combination of generals such as Lu Bu, Meng Tian, Meng Wu, Li Xian, Gao Shun, etc., and most of the Roman legions could not please them. Therefore, the Roman lords could only choose to go on the defensive, thwart the Eastern Han dynasty army's attack through defense, and then launch a counterattack. Chuon's tactic of surrounding but not attacking made his defensive counterattack tactics ineffective. Let us, the Roman legions, go out and destroy the enemy. The Roman commander Scipio asked for war. Joan of Arc has been captured alive, and I don't want you to be captured alive. We can unify the Mediterranean and then confront the Eastern Han dynasty. There is no need to rush. The Roman lords were worried that the imperial commander Scipio the Great would be captured by the Eastern Han dynasty, and the consequences would be more serious than that of Joan of Arc. In addition to the French lords, other European lords were also afraid of the Eastern Han dynasty, and were unwilling to go to war. So time passed day by day in the confrontation between the two sides, and no one could do anything to the other. Chuon had 11 cities, and his points were getting higher and higher, surpassing Zhang Dao, who only had 1 city left, and the 3 European lords, who were seriously injured. Steady in first place. The Roman legions had strong expansion capabilities, but they were delayed by Chuon and unable to take action. Instead, they fell far behind in points. In the north, Xiaolong, who was attacking a city, was attacked by Cossack cavalry. Without an elite legion, he was quickly defeated and was surrounded by the legions of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Catarina is not an ally. How could her legions attack me? This was the second time that Xiaolong was defeated by the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. This time he and his general Shui were in even more danger. The Grand Duchy of Moscow Legion has expanded from 60,000 to 100,000 people. Xiaolong only had more than 10,000 low-level soldiers in his hands. On the plains, he encountered a 100,000 strong Muscovite legion with Cossack cavalry, which was no match for them. My lord, I will risk my life to cover your breakout. Faced with the siege, Shui was still full of pride. There are 100,000 enemies. It's difficult to break through. We will all die in battle. Xiaolong knew that the Cossack cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was present. It was almost impossible for them to escape because they would soon be overtaken by the Cossack cavalry. A blonde female officer led the Cossack cavalry out to persuade Xiaolong to surrender. Friends of the Eastern Han dynasty, my dear Sophia, I only took the initiative to attack your legion in order to save our lord. If you surrender, I will never hurt you. To be precise, this is not a surrender, because I just want to use you in exchange for Chu Zimu so that our lord can come back safely. He is a shrewd man, and I doubt he has any idea of releasing our lord back. Catherine's adjutant Sophia was worried. At this time, it has been 2 months since Chuon promised to release Catarina. If it continues to be delayed, the national war will be over. Sophia was very suspicious that Chuon was coveting the beauty of their lord and wanted to kidnap Catarina back to the Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Zimu. Zhao Long found out that the reason why he was attacked by the Grand Duchy of Moscow was that Chuon robbed Catarina. And he couldn't help but feel depressed. His strength was not weak to begin with. But he was attacked by the Grand Duchy of Moscow twice in a row. And his points were almost at the bottom. Now he would become a prisoner of the Grand Duchy of Moscow's legion. This is not a surrender. It can only be regarded as an exchange. I will owe Chu Zimu a big favor. Zhao Long understood where the other party was coming from. And there was nothing wrong with compromising in this situation. If Shui died in the national war, it would be a huge loss to the Eastern Han dynasty. Thanks for your cooperation. Sophia placed Zhao Long and Shui under house arrest, and then led troops to ambush Huma and Lian Po's legions, once again relying on their superior strength to force Huma and Lian Po to compromise, which had suffered heavy losses. The elite of the Lian Po army had been exhausted in the war with the Mogul Empire, and it was difficult to resist the powerful Muscovite army. Huma heard about Sophia's intention, thought about it for a moment, and chose to compromise in order to prevent Lian Po from being killed in battle. Lord, I'm here to save you. The cunning Easterners are simply untrustworthy. This is the only way to save you. Catarina recruited many talents in the Eastern European plains covering an area of 4 million square kilometers. Even without her command, this army is still very terrifying. Chapter 274 Exchange of Prisoners. Chu Zimu, can you let me go back? You can do whatever you want. Do you want to warm the bed? Catarina found out that the national war was about to end, and Chuon had no intention of letting her go. So she had to give up her arrogant self-esteem and beg Chuon to let her go, even at the expense of her own body. Chuon was indifferent to this. Li Xiaoning, who temporarily served as a guard, was still watching with a blind eye. Chuon could not make mistakes easily. Come to the Eastern Han dynasty and serve me. You can command an army of servants. After Chuon's intention was discovered, he no longer concealed his thoughts. Catarina is the second player besides Chuon who can command the servant army. If she can be used for her own benefit, the speed of unifying the Eastern Han dynasty will be faster. Chu Zimu, you finally said your true thoughts. You don't want to let me go at all. This despicable and shameless guy. You are the devil, and you will go to H.L. after death. Catarina finally broke out. I don't believe in the existence of H.L. So your curse has no effect on me. You can still live by working for me. Otherwise you will only die. Chuon was indifferent to the curse of the West. He was an Easterner. Catarina was at a loss for words when facing the powerful Chuon. She was invincible in the Eastern European plains. And how often had she suffered such grievances? If I had known earlier, I would not have participated in this national war. Catarina muttered. She was afraid of being taken to the Eastern Han dynasty, which was a completely different civilization. Moreover, when she arrived in the Eastern Han dynasty, her fate was completely controlled by Chuon. If Chuon imprisoned her and did something weird, the Eastern Han dynasty legions faced off against the Roman legions, and there were occasional small-scale battles. But no decisive battle broke out. Both sides want to maintain the current situation and are unwilling to risk launching an attack. Hua Mulan is responsible for reconnaissance and monitoring the movements of the Roman legions. She noticed that Chuon still didn't let Catarina go, and she was depressed about this. She didn't know that Catherine had powerful characteristics, so Chuon kept her to prevent the emergence of the Russian Empire. Hua Mulan thought Chuon was seduced by this weighty girl from the West. What about Lena? What would she say when she usually stays with the Lord? Hua Mulan returned to the camp after completing her normal reconnaissance mission and asked Li Xiaoning, who was temporarily serving as a bodyguard, for information. Li Xiaoning thought for a moment and replied, probably a bed warmer or something. Hua Mulan was shocked. Sure enough, that shameless woman. The Roman legions are still guarding the city and have no intention of going to war. There are no reinforcements around the city. There are still. Hua Mulan came to report to Chuon. What else? If my lord wants to warm the bed, Mulan can do it too. It doesn't have to be Lena. Please don't be fooled by that bad woman. Lord. Hua Mulan said seriously the words that made her ashamed. Chuon thought about his actions. He didn't let Catarina warm the bed. You're worrying too much. Mulan is not good enough. Or she is still the same Lena. Hua Mulan secretly competes with Catarina, but finds that Catarina seems to have a better figure. You go down for now. Because Yekaterina deliberately provoked Hua Mulan. She indirectly caused a lot of trouble for Chu Tian. Mulan is not Yekaterina's opponent after all. I don't know if Xiao Lian can subdue her. If you bring such a capable woman back, there will definitely be chaos. Do you want to kill her? Chu Tian was not completely sure about forcing Catherine to surrender. Unless her army is defeated head-on and her confidence is completely destroyed, she will probably give up. Women who cannot surrender can only be killed or imprisoned. My lord, the Grand Duchy of Moscow's legions are moving south rapidly along the valley and requesting negotiations with us. Before the end of the national war, Chu Tian was thinking about how to deal with the Catarina. He received news that the Grand Duchy of Moscow's legions were moving south. I didn't expect she had such a trick. Chu Tian immediately prepared to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow Legion. Zhang Dao and Jiuzhou Laoqin learned that the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army was moving south, and they immediately reorganized their troops. The Eastern Han camp was in a very dangerous situation, with the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the north and the Roman legions, France, England, Germany and other European lords in the south. If attacked by both sides, the Eastern Han camp might not be completely wiped out, but some generals would definitely be killed. The Grand Duchy of Moscow Legion relied on its superior strength to capture Xiaolong, Hu Ma, Shi Sui, Lianpe and others who were once allies, and demanded to exchange their lords with Chu Tian. Chu Zimu actually arrested Ekaterina. It turns out that woman is not Chu Zimu's woman, but the first lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Zhang Dao and Zhoujiang Laoqin were shocked when they learned about the intentions of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. They didn't know about Chu Tian's capture of Ekaterina, and thought that the blonde girl Chu Tian always brought with him was Chu Tian's mistress. But it turned out to be just a hostage. Chu Tian captured Yekaterina, bringing crisis to the Eastern Han camp. Chu Zimu, what are you going to do next? We are being attacked by the Grand Duchy of Moscow and Rome, France, Germany, and England at the same time. In the absence of Mingguan and others, we have a high probability of defeat. Jiujiang Laoqin looked at Chu Tian. Now the fate of the Eastern Han camp lies in Chu Tian's hands. The great lords of Europe gathered in this area, but in the Eastern Han dynasty, only Chu Tian and Jiujia Laoqin still had strength. Xiaolong and Hu Ma were captured, and Zhang Dao's peasant army suffered heavy losses. Judging from the superficial military strength, Chu Tian and Jiujia Laoqin are more likely to be defeated. Chu Tian took a deep breath. We can only release Ekaterina. Otherwise the Muscovites will execute Lianpe and Shi Sui, which will be a huge loss to us in the Eastern Han dynasty. He didn't want to let Yekaterina go, but there were two important generals in the Eastern Han dynasty in the hands of the Muscovite Legion. It was a good deal to exchange Yekaterina for Lianpe and Shi Sui, who might not be reusable. The only pity is that Lianpe and Shi Sui are not Chu Tian's generals. Xiaolong and Hu Ma owe Chu Tian another favor. But the reason why Xiaolong and Hu Ma were captured was also because Chu Tian captured Yekaterina. Zhang Dao said, with the Catarina gone, a new First Lord will appear in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and releasing her should not affect the overall situation. You may not know. Only Chu Tian knew that Ekaterina had powerful characteristics and potential, and Chu Tian would not let her go easily if he had to. You want to release me? Yekaterina was mentally prepared to be kidnapped to the Eastern Han dynasty, and even raped by Chu Tian. However, in the last few days of the national war, Chu Tian suddenly decided to release her. Your army came to force you to surrender. I originally planned to let you go, but they were really wasting their efforts, Chu Tian said. Liar. Yekaterina didn't believe that Chu Tian would let her go so easily. If her army hadn't forced her into the palace, Chu Tian would definitely have brought her to the Eastern Han dynasty. Catherine, can finally return to Eastern Europe, to Moscow, where there is fine wine and cold winter. Chu Zimu, if I meet you again next time, I will definitely defeat you and then capture you again. In the past 2 months, everything you do to me, I will repay you twice as much. Ekaterina seems to be in a good mood. She can finally leave this devil's control. Doubling the return? Chu Tian approached step by step, almost pressing Ekaterina against the wall. Don't forget that you are my prisoner. You have been defeated once, and now everything about you is mine. Ekaterina could feel Chu Tian's heavy breathing. She thought Chu Tian was going to ask for interest before releasing her, and struggled. You can conquer my body, but you can't make me surrender. She struggled internally, but knew that she had no strength to resist. So she had no choice but to close her eyes, as if resigned to her fate. However, Chuon just wanted to warn her not to act recklessly next time. Xiao Ning, bring her to the front of both sides for exchange. Catarina opened one eye and found that Chuon was indifferent. She couldn't help but get angry. Doesn't she have any feminine charm? Catarina was taken outside the city by Li Xiaoning and exchanged prisoners with the Muscovite Legion. The Grand Duchy of Moscow just wanted to exchange their lords. So they kept their promise and released all the captured Eastern Han camp soldiers such as Xiao Long, Huma, Lianpa, and Sherwan Sui. In the eyes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which was going to war, Catarina was more important than these Eastern Han prisoners. She was the only lord who led them to unify the Grand Duchy of Moscow and establish the Tsarist Empire. My lord, God bless you for your triumphant return. Adjutant Sophia led a dozen generals and hundreds of soldiers to greet Catherine. Catarina, who had been wronged and humbled by Chuon, regained her heroic aura in front of her subordinates, her eyes unruly and a bit cold. As long as she didn't meet Chuon, she would still be a great lord across the Great Plains of Eastern Europe, a desperate enemy of the Polish-Lithuanian Federation, and the future candidate for the Empress of the Tsarist Russian Empire. Your Majesty, Earl, should we unite with the Roman, French and other legions to attack the Eastern Han dynasty? Sophia proposed to Catherine to attack the Eastern Han dynasty. No, our enemy is not the distant Eastern Han dynasty. Germany, France, and Rome are the bigger enemies. After returning to the main world, I will unify the Grand Duchy of Moscow, destroy the Polish-Lithuanian Federation, and attack the Germanic region. I will meet you again next time, Zimu. I must. Catarina couldn't help but grit her teeth when she thought of Chuon's torture to her during this period, especially when he made her talk down to him. She vowed that if Chuzimu was captured, she would make him feel the shame of trying so hard to please the enemy. Xiao Long, Hu Ma, Lianpa, Sherwan Sui, and others were escorted back to the city by Zhao Yun. The Grand Duchy of Moscow also released their soldiers. For the Moscow Grand Duchy Legion, they did not lack 20,000 prisoners. Zhang Dao said, Catarina was captured by you. After she returns to her own legion, she may become angry and attack us. Our situation remains unchanged. You don't understand her. The national war is about to end, and she will no longer consume troops and carry out meaningless revenge. Only interests can make her act. Chuon was ready to fully defend. His number one position is unshakable. Sure enough, as Chuon expected, after Catarina returned to her own legion, she took charge of the legion again, counted the losses and spoils, and then began to withdraw to the north. Chu Zimu, I really don't know whether to say I'm grateful to you or to blame you. Xiao Long and Huma were inexplicably involved in the grudge between Chuon and Catarina. At this time, they were exchanged by Chuon for Catarina, and they felt complicated. No need for your favors. In addition to replacing the lords and heroes of the Eastern Han dynasty, Chuon also had another purpose. He brought Joan of Arc, who was still hesitating, and witnessed Chuon releasing Catherine. Fong Shilling whispered to Joan of Arc, Our Lord has always kept his promise. Catarina was also a prisoner of the Lord, and she was released. As long as the girl serves our Lord for 5 years, our Lord will follow the agreement. Release the girl and prepare the expenses for her return to France. Joan of Arc is in trouble. Chuon wanted her to serve, and the enemy he was attacking was not France. But it did not violate her beliefs. That weighty girl is finally gone. Mulan was probably the only one who benefited from it, and finally relaxed. The end of the national war is getting closer and closer, and the points ranking list has almost become a foregone conclusion. The points gap between the various lords has widened, and it is already too late to overtake. First place, Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, I just want to farm well, with 35,075 points. Second place is Catarina, Lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 33,147 points. The third place is a small soldier at the border of the late Ming Dynasty, the Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, with 30,365 points. Fourth place is Umayyad, the Lord of the Arab Empire, with 29,323 points. Fifth place, Commander of the Immortal Army, Lord of the Persian Empire, with 29,212 points. Sixth place, the last Roman Lord of the Roman Republic, with 28,001 points. The seventh place is Tongkai, the Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty Empire, with 27,352 points. I didn't expect that our Roman legion would not even be able to make it into the top 5, because of being restrained by the Eastern Han dynasty. The Roman lords couldn't help but feel depressed. With his strength, there is absolutely no problem in entering the top 3. But he was forced to stay here by Chuon, unable to expand, and was gradually surpassed by the lords behind him. The little soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty was really strong. If the national war lasted longer, and I was restrained by the Roman legions, he might surpass me. And Catarina, her legions captured many cities for her. Chuon noticed that at the end of the Ming dynasty, a small soldier at the border had accumulated points quickly and inadvertently reached the top 3. The 3 major European lords were attacked by Chuon and were restrained in this basin, so they did not even enter the top 10. Europe's power took a huge hit. Catarina had a chance to win first place, but in order to rescue her, her army wasted a lot of time capturing Xiaolong and Huma, and failed to capture more cities. Chuon captured Catarina and indirectly won the first place for himself. From this first point of view, detaining Catarina was undoubtedly the right choice. We in Japan can't even reach the top 10. The daimyo with the highest points, Oda Nobunaga's retainer, only ranks 11th. The Japanese lords couldn't help but despair when they saw that the rankings would not change much. Chapter 275 The First Confrontation with Rome. The national war is about to end, and all lords can return to their respective territories with their populations. Chuon received a notification from the system that he could take the residents of 11 cities back to the Eastern Han dynasty. Chuon brought only 6,000 of the 10,000 main troops he brought. He also recruited a number of high-level units on the national war battlefield, including the detachment of women, infantry battalion, Shilio battalion, cavalry archers, and other units to basically make up for the losses. At the same time, Chuon also has about 30,000 servants, including about 12,000 special-type servants and 18,000 low-level soldiers. Except for the special arms, the other low-level arms are temporarily recruited soldiers. Back in the Eastern Han dynasty, it would be difficult to maintain such a large army, so they will be turned into civilians and resettled. Chuon decided to settle these people in various counties in Shuzhou. I didn't expect that we would not be able to fight the Roman legions in the end. Chuon's only regret was this matter. There is a price to pay for starting a war. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, both sides did not fight. If there was a serious fight, generals on both sides might be killed, or more than half of the high-level troops might be killed. These big lords all pay attention to stability. In order to deal with Zhangdao, European lords need 3 people to join forces, under the premise that the strength of both sides was almost the same. Both sides maintained restraint. There will be opportunities to fight the Roman legions in the future, and they will become powerful enemies. Zhejiang Laoqin also regretted not being able to fight the Roman legions. With the existence of teleportation arrays, expeditions can be carried out. It is indeed possible to fight Rome in the future, provided that they can reconquer Europe. Europe may not be willing to see the rise of the Roman Empire. After all, this is not the era of Rome. We in the Eastern Han dynasty also need to unify as soon as possible. Don't let the 3 kingdoms stand at odds with each other by then. Once the 3 kingdoms stand at odds with each other for decades, Europe might come over. Who knows what will happen in the future? Chuon talked with Zhejiang Laoqin. Both the East and the West are trying to speed up the unification. Europe does not have a tradition of unification. But in the face of threats from the East, Europe will most likely be committed to the cause of unification. After all, the larger the territory and the larger the population, the safer one's own civilization will be. Can you control Lubu? Join forces with Dong Zhuo. You don't want to take over Dong Zhuo's power after Dong Zhuo's death, do you? It is rare for Chuon to meet Laoqin. After returning to the main world, the 2 sides will become potential competitors again. If Zhejiang Laoqin successfully takes over Dong Zhuo's army, he will undoubtedly become a strong enemy. Guanzhong is no less than Shuzhou. When I return to Guanzhong, I will try to get Dong Zhuo to make me the silly colonel. Chuon, Xiaolong, and Huma were secretly shocked. The silly Xiaowei is a secret supervisor who supervises the capital and the surrounding areas. He is similar to the governor and has greater power. He is in charge of the 7 counties of the capital. If Dong Zhuo really moved Zhejiang Laoqin to be the silly Xiaowei, then the Eastern Han dynasty would officially enter the stage of separatist rule, with the state pastor, the prefect, the governor, and the silly Xiaowei coexisting. Zhejiang Laoqin did not hide his ambition at all. Even Chuon, who was far away in Shuzhou, saw what Zhejiang Laoqin was thinking. Get ready to return to the Eastern Han dynasty. Jiujiang Laoqin, Xiao Long, and Huma returned to their respective camps. I don't know what's going on over there in Xuzhou. Chu Tian was unable to know the situation in Xuzhou, and was somewhat worried about Xuzhou. If Xiao Liang cannot suppress the aristocratic families in Xuzhou, some hidden dangers will remain. Hua Mulan stood beside Chu Tian. It was rare to see Chu Tian show a concerned expression. Hua Mulan was a little envious of Xiao Liang. She didn't have such a chance because Chu Tian would take her with him in every battle. That's the powerful Roman legion that my lord mentioned. Even my lord is very wary of the Roman legion. I heard that their heavy infantry phalanx is indestructible. Schwar and Zhao Yun led a group of high-level cavalry to patrol outside. When they saw the Roman eagle flag, they were eager to try. We can attack their scouts or grain trucks. Good. Although Chu Tian strictly ordered the generals not to engage in battle with the Roman legions in order to prevent them from falling into a meaningless flesh-and-blood battle, small-scale conflicts between the two sides continued. Before the end of the national war, Schwar and Zhao Yun wanted to join forces to do a big thing and meet Rome, whom their lord regarded as their great enemy. They led 1,000 white horse cavalry through quickly and penetrated deep into the rear of the Roman legion. The white horse cavalry is very fast, and can retreat calmly even if it is surrounded behind the enemy's rear. The Roman legions were counting the populations of each city, and planned to move the populations of the 7 cities back to Rome. Compared with the population of the Eastern Han dynasty, the current Roman Republic was not yet an empire, and its population was insufficient. It was equivalent to a state in the Eastern Han dynasty. The population of nearly 1 million in 7 cities was a huge wealth for the Roman Republic. In addition to ranking rewards, the population in gold and silver of the national war battlefield are also part of the loot. Population is a more important reward for us in Rome than points. If there is sufficient population, the Roman Republic can annex other surrounding civilizations and become a large empire. However, they are not eligible to become Roman citizens and can only become slaves. The Roman lord stood on the city wall and looked at the Eastern Han camp opposite. One state in the Eastern Han Empire was equivalent to the size of a European civilization. He had to find a way to become the consul of Rome before he could start Rome's quest for hegemony to unify the Mediterranean. A group of white horse cavalry left the opponent's camp and broke through our defense line. There are about 1,000 people. The Roman lord received a report from a Roman general and looked surprised. He did not expect that the national war was about to end, and the cavalry of the Eastern Han dynasty would dare to take risky actions. Before annexing the nomadic civilization, the Roman legions lacked qualified cavalry, and relied on heavy infantry as the main force. Facing the cavalry actions of the Eastern Han dynasty, he could only send out a few light cavalry from the Roman legions. On the plain, a Roman army gathered in the city where the lord was located after performing the task of counting the population and loot. This Roman army had only 3 cohorts, about 1,500 men, including 100 cavalry. In addition to the Roman troops, there were more than 1,000 civilians and escorted loot. The Roman general Scipio the Younger wore a Roman-style helmet and rode a horse to escort the spoils. The Roman legion did not fight a decent enemy in this national war, and even eliminated a lord of Guan County in the Eastern Han Empire. Scipio the Younger, Roman commander, the adopted son of Scipio the Great. He destroyed Carthage, the enemy of Rome, conquered Spain, and served as Roman consul. Why are the lords afraid of the Eastern Han dynasty? As long as we draw the opponent out to fight in the wild, our Roman legions can completely defeat and destroy the Eastern Han dynasty legions. Scipio the Younger and Scipio the Great, 2 famous Roman commanders, were both in the Roman legion. They were confident that they had the ability to defeat the Eastern Han dynasty legion. But their lord refused their request to go to war because Joan of Arc of France was captured, and he was unwilling to take the risk. Fighting with the Eastern Han dynasty army may lead to the capture of 2 famous generals, Scipio and Scipio. General. Cavalry. There is a cavalry approaching quickly. The light cavalry conducting reconnaissance in the front suddenly issued a warning. Array up! Scipio the Younger immediately formed his troops, and the 3 Roman cohorts quickly formed their formation. 1,000 white horse cavalry have roared in, following the Roman scout cavalry. 2 of the experienced Roman brigades lined up immediately, while the 3rd Roman brigade seemed a little panicked when faced with the light cavalry from the east because they had new recruits joining them. Schwar and Zhao Yun teamed up to go deep into the enemy's territory and quickly attacked the 3rd Roman brigade. A round of arrows came, and dozens of Roman soldiers were killed by arrows. Both the white horse Yi Tsung and the Tang cavalry were extremely good at riding and shooting. Roman soldiers rarely fought against Eastern cavalry. and they immediately suffered a big loss. Schwar holds Fang Tian's painted halberd, and Zhao Yun holds the red tassel spear. They break into the chaotic Roman 3rd Brigade and are invincible. When the Roman soldiers saw the horses' hooves raised high, Schwaringui's Fang Tian painted halberd hit his head, smashing the Roman soldier's helmet and head into pieces. The recruits of the Roman 3rd Brigade were attacked by White Horse Cavalry and suffered heavy casualties. When the first round of charge by the White Horse Cavalry ended, less than 200 of the 500 people of the 3rd Brigade were left. The cavalry of the East is so brave! Scipio was shocked when he saw that a large group of infantry had 300 casualties. Although the 3rd Brigade was recruited on the battlefield of the National War, with his commander's bonus, it was caught off guard by Schwarengui and Zhao Yun. After Schwarengui and Zhao Yun launched their first charge, they gathered the White Horse Cavalry, and only a few of them were killed. They attempted to attack the remaining Roman force of less than 1,200 men. The Roman legions are nothing more than that. Let's work together to destroy this Roman army and achieve military success. Good! Schwarengui and Zhao Yun's confidence soared after they destroyed a Roman brigade. 1,000 White Horse Cavalry, led by Schwarengui and Zhao Yun, charged against the other 2 Roman brigades. As long as the formation of the Roman brigade is loose, they will completely annihilate the Roman legion. Follow orders! The famous Roman general Scipio the Younger retracted his contempt for the Eastern Han Dynasty army, facing the impact of the White Horse Cavalry. If they were not dealt with carefully, they might be completely annihilated. The 2 Roman cohorts were attentive, with soldiers in the front holding javelins and shields, and Roman archers in the rear. Schwarengui and Zhao Yun led the light cavalry. After reaching a distance of 40 or 50 meters, the light cavalry turned around and fired arrows on horseback. The Roman army gathered its formation. The first row of infantry squatted with their shields on the ground. The second row of infantry placed their shields on top of the shields of the front row. The third row and subsequent infantry raised their shields above their heads, stacking up like tiles. The arrow rain fell, and many of the arrow rain were blocked by shields. The losses of the Roman legions were less than Schwarengui and Zhao Yun imagined. Fire the arrow! The Roman infantry archers fired arrows, causing casualties to the White Horse Cavalry. Schwarengui and Zhao Yun only used mounted archery as a test, and had not yet made the impulse to use light cavalry to directly attack the Roman legion, which was mainly heavy infantry. The advantage of the light cavalry is that it can constantly interfere with the infantry phalanx. Once the infantry phalanx is in chaos, the light cavalry can go on a killing spree. For infantry, a good commander is even more important. In contrast, cavalry can also perform miracles under the leadership of strong generals. Schwarengui and Zhao Yun saw the Roman legions in neat formation and immediately led their cavalry to bypass them. Scipio the Younger witnessed Schwarengui and Zhao Yun's test, not attacking the Roman legions head-on, and said to himself, they did not fall into the trap. He was eager to fight in close combat with Schwarengui and Zhao Yun's Eastern cavalry. With the strength of the Roman warriors, as long as they fought in close combat, they could probably strangle the White Horse Cavalry. His 2 cohorts of Roman veterans were no match for the defeated 3rd cohort. Once Schwarengui and Zhao Yun's cavalry approached, the Roman legions would use javelins to inflict hundreds of casualties on the White Horse Cavalry. How to destroy this Roman army? They lack cavalry and use mounted fire for harassment. Schwarengui and Zhao Yun faced the Roman brigade and baggage train, and after a brief discussion, they decided to use mounted archery to deal with the Roman army. The White Horse Cavalry surrounded the Roman army and fired arrows quickly. The sharp arrow clusters shot through the shields of the Roman heavy infantry. Schwarengui's Tang Dynasty archers generally used armor-piercing heavy arrows that cost more than 100 gold. The Roman shields may not be able to block them all. Many arrows penetrated the shields and nailed the arms of the Roman heavy infantry to the shields. Roman soldiers continued to die, one after another. The arrows fired by Schwarengui were even sharper. Not only did they penetrate the shields, they were also unable to withstand the chain mail and scale armor of Roman soldiers. After the Roman soldiers in the front row were killed, the Roman soldiers in the rear immediately filled the vacancy. Facing the light cavalry and compound bows from the east, the Roman heavy infantry legions, which did not pay attention to the construction of cavalry, ran into trouble. The light cavalry of Schwarengui and Zhao Yun did not engage in close combat with them, leaving the Roman heavy infantry with strong melee combat power unable to attack. Cavalry is very important. We must have a strong cavalry that belongs to Rome or a cavalry from a reliable ally. Little Scipio was helpless in the face of the cavalry attack of the White Horse Cavalry. If the Roman army went out to attack, it would fall into the trap of the Eastern Cavalry. And the Roman Legion, which was mainly heavy infantry, would be difficult to catch up with the Eastern Light Cavalry. He waited for the arrows of the Eastern Hussars to be exhausted. The Roman legions were passive, and many hot-tempered Roman heavy infantry gritted their teeth against the Eastern Cavalry. Without the coach's order, they did not dare to catch up. Schwar and Zhao Yun gave the arrogant Roman heavy infantry a lesson. But the Roman legions did not collapse completely. Their commander has strict military discipline. Unless we have a heavy cavalry in our hands, it will be difficult to annihilate their entire army. Schwar harassed them several times, and saw that the Roman legion remained motionless. His cavalry did not bring many arrows, so they may not be able to destroy the Roman heavy infantry of more than 1,000 people. On the horizon, a black cross battle flag appeared, and a Teutonic knight in full plate armor led a group of light cavalry. They received a request from the Roman lords, and came to the aid of Scipio the Younger. If Scipio was captured alive, it would be an unbearable loss for the Roman lords. Retreat! Schwar and Zhao Yun were worried that they would be surrounded by the Teutonic knights after running out of arrows. So they abandoned the Roman legions and evacuated quickly. The Roman legion pursued them at this time, but Schwar and Zhao Yun had already walked away. Chapter 276. The National War ends. The Eastern Cavalry is so powerful. My soldiers suffered hundreds of casualties, and many of them were experienced warriors. Seeing Schwar and Zhao Yun leaving, little Scipio gained a new understanding of the Eastern Cavalry. He would rather encounter the shock cavalry attacking the Roman phalanx head-on than the horse archers from the east. Baimai, who is good at riding and shooting, is in a certain sense a cavalry archer. We have limited knowledge of the cavalry in the east. The light cavalry attacking our rear this time are high-level special cavalry, so their cavalry shooting is very powerful. Only plate armor can block their rain of arrows. I am Teutonic Grand Master of the Order, Hermann von Salza. The Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights shook hands with the famous Roman general. The Roman lord learned that a group of Eastern Light Cavalry had caused a lot of casualties to the Roman brigade of Scipio the Younger. After learning a lesson, he began to pay attention to the cavalry. He had to conquer a civilization that was good at cavalry as a vassal of the Roman legions in order to protect the flanks of the Roman legions. Otherwise, you will suffer losses again when encountering the Eastern Cavalry. Schwar and Zhao Yun returned to the camp to report the results of the battle. Chuon did not punish the two, but instead asked them to record their military exploits. They used light cavalry to test the Roman legions and became familiar with the Roman legions' fighting methods, which was also a gain. At the same time, he commended Schwar and Zhao Yun for their calmness. If Hua Xiong faced the Roman phalanx alone, he might forcefully attack the Roman phalanx and then be defeated by Scipio the Younger. However, if Chuon knew that Schwar and Zhao Yun once had the opportunity to capture the Roman commander Scipio alive, he wonders whether he would still praise Schwar and Zhao Yun for their calmness. This confrontation with the Roman legion was just a small fight, and the loss of several hundred people was not a terrible defeat for the Roman legion. Schwar and Zhao Yun only lost 20 or 30 cavalry in battle. No matter how powerful the combat effectiveness of a single arm is, it is not as good as the cooperation of multiple arms. Even elephant soldiers must be protected by light infantry. Chuon believed that the early Roman legions had considerable flaws. It was not until Rome conquered nearby civilizations and absorbed their strengths that they gradually became stronger. The two sides did not pay much attention to this battle and continued to confront each other. At the same time, the Roman lords relied on the cavalry of the European lords to protect the rear and prevent the Eastern cavalry from sneaking into the rear again. On the day the national war ended, Chuon had already counted the populations of 11 cities. The 11 cities have a population of more than 1 million. Many of the young men in 4 of the cities were transformed into peasant armies by Zhang Dao, all under Zhang Dao's command. In addition, many young men were killed in the war. Among them more than 1 million people. The elderly, young, women and children accounted for the majority. But for Chuon, 1 million people is an unexpected gain that is no less than a points reward. Bring them back to the Eastern Han dynasty to enrich the population of Suzhou. In 10, 20, or 30 years, they can give birth to several million people in Suzhou. The population taken away by Chuon will become the race of the civilization by default. Similarly, the population taken away by the European lords will become white. Bringing back 1 million people at once is more than the 800,000 yellow turbans brought back from Qingzhou last time. This time Monsieur will have another headache. Seeing such a large population, Chuon couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Xiao Liang. Even though the two had a relationship, Chuon still called her Miss Xia. He also didn't expect that he could plunder so many people from the battlefield of the national war. For some small civilizations, a population of more than 1 million is enough to make them ecstatic. For Chuon, a Shuzhou herdsman, a population of 1 million was acceptable, and resettlement was relatively simple. Next, as long as he waits for the end of the national war, he can return to the Eastern Han dynasty with a large number of people. Chuon can also choose to distribute the birthplaces of these populations to various counties. Each of the 4 counties he currently controls can absorb hundreds of thousands of refugees. The first place is still Chuzimu. How many times have I lost to him? But this time I didn't feel any emotions at all. It seems I'm used to it. The third-ranked Mingguan ordered Chang Yuchen and Li Chengyang to count the cavalry. He came from behind and ranked third in the world, but was still beaten by Chuon and Catarina. 2 of the top 3 in the world are lords of the Eastern Han Empire, which is enough to be proud of. The Roman lords and the 3 major European lords were suppressed by Chuon and Jiuzhou Laoqin. They had no room to perform in the next 2 months. So they were ranked low, and the 3 major European lords fell out of the top 10. The military advisor at Mingguan counted the population. There are a total of 270,000 registered households and a population of 1.1 million. For us in Liaodong, population is the most important resource. The main purpose of Mingguan's participation in the national war was to plunder the population. The folk customs in Liaodong are relatively fierce. There is no shortage of land, but population. On the seaside of the battlefield of the national war, the fighting ships and sterns of the Eastern Han dynasty were cruising. They had naval battles with the Spanish lords. In the northern part of the battlefield, Catherine also plundered millions of people and returned to Moscow. When these people arrive in Moscow, they will become the source of cavalry. A population of 1 million means more to Catherine than to Chuon. Like Mingguan, her territory faces the problem of insufficient population. After returning to the Legion of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, although Catarina took charge of the Legion again, she always felt a bit boring. Her subordinates treated her with respect, and no one could be sarcastic, which was boring. Don't let me meet you in the future national wars. Otherwise, I will definitely capture you alive and step on your face with my military boots. Catarina thought of that annoying guy again. In recent days, she would even dream about being bullied by Chuon, and she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Your Majesty, the Earl, has been a little strange lately. Catarina's adjutants and main generals all noticed Catarina's abnormality, but they did not dare to ask directly. On the battlefield of the national war, the Goryeo Lord Chui Zishan was still fighting the Lord from Wuling County. The Lord of Wuling County was ambushed by Chui Zishan and defeated by the Goryeo heavy cavalry. The flag of the Eastern Han dynasty fell to the ground, and Chui Zishan stepped on the dragon flag with his feet. This Lord of Wuling County was not ranked high in the Eastern Han dynasty. He was unfortunately defeated in the face of Chui Zishan, the first Lord of Goryeo Kingdom, and his hero Ulji Mundiok. Chui Zishan gathered the military generals of the Goryeo Kingdom, and with the strongest strength of the Goryeo Kingdom, he was still able to win against the Lord of a weak county in the Eastern Han dynasty. Chui Zishan carefully prepared a sneak attack in Liaodong, but was defeated miserably at the hands of Mingguan, the prefect of Liaodong. Now he finally defeated an Eastern Han lord, even though the other party was only one of the top 10 lords in the Eastern Han dynasty. Chui Zishan still found it difficult. This time the anti-Eastern Han alliance failed. The Eastern Han dynasty will enter the stage of separatism among the heroes, and our situation in Goryeo will become even more difficult. Although Chui Zishan defeated a lord of Wuling County, he was still worried. During the period of separatist rule, any prince could go to war head-on with the Goryeo Kingdom. Mingguan, the governor of Liaodong, was always an insurmountable obstacle for him. The Japanese lord, a retainer of Oda Nobunaga, as the lord with the highest points in Japan, was only ranked 11th. He took a look at the rankings and saw that 4 lords from the Eastern Han dynasty were in the top 10. The gap is too big. Unless Oda Nobunaga can unify Japan faster than the Eastern Han dynasty, and then annex Goryeo and occupy Ryukyu, he will have the power to resist. Even worse than the Japanese civilization was the Mogul Empire. The population size of the Mogul Empire was almost the same as that of the Eastern Han Empire. As a result, the first Lord Kshatriya was killed in battle, and no lord ranked among the top 10 in the world. With nearly 1/5 of the world's population, not one lord is in the top 10, or even the top 15. which has to be said to be a huge shame. The Arab Empire and the Persian Empire, both ancient civilizations, have their lords in the top 10. The reason why the Mogul Empire encountered Waterloo was that it encountered the joint efforts of Chuon and Catherine. The National War was completely defeated not long after the beginning of the National War. The First Lord was defeated and died in a tragic manner. I, the Brahmin, will take revenge for the hatred of this national war. The population of the Mogul Empire, even if there are 2 or 3 top 10 lords in the world, it will not be surprising. The Chuzi of the Eastern Han dynasty destroyed our foundation. The third lord of the Mogul Empire was only the 37th, and he hated Chuon deeply. If Chuon hadn't defeated him in the battle and caused him to lose all the cities, his ranking would not have been so low. The situation in Southeast Asian countries is not optimistic either. The top ranking among the Southeast Asian countries is a lord from a Japahit kingdom, Indonesia, followed by a lord from Dai Viet kingdom, Annam. Chu Zima's points are too high. Back in the Eastern Han dynasty, I can't compete with him. I only have 2 counties, Beihai Kingdom and Donglai County in Qinzhou. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the population is seriously insufficient. Mr. Zhao from Qinzhou also participated in the National War, but did not meet Chuon and others. He is only ranked 41st and has given his best. They plundered 300,000 people to make up for Beihai Kingdom's losses, but they were still short of resources. The last time Chuon directly moved 800,000 people from Beihai Kingdom at once. Do I have to join forces with Chowchow to defeat Chu Zima? Faced with the dilemma, Mr. Zhao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Once Suzhou is unified, Qinzhou may be Chution's next target. The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty are a strong enemy, but the Arab Empire is far away from the Eastern Han dynasty, and they will not fight with them in the main world for 10 years. We in Persia will regain the glory of ancient times, occupy Central Asia, and attack the Western Region Protectorate. The Eastern Han dynasty is not far from our Seljuks and Khwarezm. Their Western Region Protectorate will threaten the security of Central Asia. As long as the Western Region Protectorate is defeated and Yumen Pass is controlled, the threat of the Eastern Han dynasty to Central Asia can be eliminated. Some civilized lords in Central and West Asia were also a little wary of the power of the Eastern Han dynasty. No one was directly affected more than the lords of Central Asia. Central Asian civilizations include the 36 countries in the Western region, including the Dayuan Kingdom and the Wusun Kingdom, as well as ancient civilizations such as the Seljuk, Khwarezm, and Kushan empires. They began to notice the threat posed by the Western Region Protectorate in the Eastern Han dynasty. 1 hour countdown to the end of the National War. All Chution's troops gathered in the city, and all the generals gathered. Joan of Arc was still under semi-house arrest, guarded by the detachment of women. She asked Chuon for the last time to release her and let her return to the French lord. But Chuon did not agree and forcibly took her back to the Eastern Han dynasty. As long as she was brought to the Eastern Han dynasty, if she wanted to leave the Eastern Han dynasty, she would have to serve Chuon for 5 years. After obtaining the service of France's top hero for 5 years, as long as he unifies the Eastern Han dynasty as soon as possible, no matter what happens in 5 years, Chuon will definitely make a profit. What kind of civilization would the Eastern Han dynasty be? Can I really return to France? Joan of Arc was helpless. Her lord was not willing to even give her 1,000 taels of gold to redeem her. She could only be taken to the Eastern Han dynasty to serve the lord and exchange her military exploits for freedom. Fong Xuanling's strategy of retreating at least did not arouse Joan of Arc's resentment towards the Eastern Han dynasty. As long as there was any hope of returning to France, she would grasp at straws like a drowning man. 10 minutes to the end of the National War. National War rewards will be settled within 1 day after the National War ends. The scene in front of the main force led by Chuon changed. The place he chose to return to was Xiapi City when they set out. In the main world, all players know that the National War is coming to an end. When the great lords return to their respective civilizations, the world that has finally been peaceful is expected to be full of bloodshed again. The lords of the Indus Valley of the Mogul Empire fought over the division of the First Lord's territory. In Yinzhou of the Eastern Han dynasty, Chowchow was driven back to Dongjun by the Yinzhou coalition forces. Chowchow once controlled the 4 counties of Yinzhou, Dongjun, Shenlu, Jibei, and Shanong. He also invaded Jin, but he was never able to unify Yinzhou. Xiaoliang, Zhou Yafu, Su Rong, together with Gongzi I, Pangwan and others, captured Shanyang County and expelled Chowchow from Jin County. Chowchow's sphere of influence was reduced to 3 counties. Chowchow went to attack Dongping Kingdom again, and the two sides fought in Dongping Kingdom. The situation was not favorable for Chowchow, because Chu Zimu was about to return to Shuzhou. Chu Zimu is about to come back. Does God want to destroy me? Chow Munda? If Chow was born, why should Chu be born? Chowchow watched the stars at night. The moon and stars were sparse, and the crows and magpies were flying south. His mood was as cold as winter, with the north wind blowing. Chu Zimu had not returned yet, and Xiao Liang, who was left behind, only mobilized troops to besiege Chowchow. And Chowchow felt it was difficult. What should we do if Chu Zimu comes back with the generals who participated in the national war? Sun Yu held a scroll of bamboo slips and said, My lord, the foreigner proposed to unite Mr. Zhao of Donglai, Su Xian of Guanling, Yuan Shu of Yuzhou, and Yuan Shao of Jizhou to form a Zimu encirclement network to jointly suppress Chu Zimu and Gongzi Wen. My subordinates deeply agreed. It is difficult to defeat the enemy with just the strength of our army. Zimu Siege Network? Chowchow is deeply interested in the strategies proposed by the players. Chu Tian joined forces with Gong Ziwen, and he also had to join forces with other princes as soon as possible to break the situation. In Dingtao City, Xiaopai Prime Minister Xiao Liang personally took charge and sent Zhou Yafu to lead his troops into Dongping State, Yinzhou, to confront Chowchow and prevent Chowchow from unifying Yinzhou. War reports from the front continued to reach Dingtao. At the same time, Pang Wan once again led his troops to invade Dongjun and threaten Puyang. Chaoren led the Dongjun garrison to hold on. It's time for the Lord to come back. Xiao Liang touched his flat belly, but there was no response at all. He couldn't help but sigh. When the Lord comes back, I must squeeze him dry. Chapter 277 National War Rewards. It snows heavily in Xiaopi City, Shuzhou. Chu Tian led the main force and the servant army back. The battle flag was damaged, and they could see the majestic city. When the officials of Xiaopi City heard that Shuzhou Mu had returned, they went out of the city to greet him. Mi Zhu, Qin Gui and other familiar figures were all there, as well as a few officials who were unfamiliar to Chu Tian. Provide food and fodder for the army. The servant army will be placed separately. Chu Tian immediately provided the food and fodder needed by the legion. The servant army needs to set up special camps for settlement, surveillance and management, and form separate camps. This group of servants are high-level cannon fodder, ranging from Spanish knights to soldiers of the Arab Empire. Their ranks range from 1st level to 7th or 8th level, and their customs are different. Chu Tian saw a middle-aged man in his 30s, standing next to Zhao Yu, Wang Lang and other famous people from the Shuzhou family. He was obviously a disciple of the Shuzhou family. Probably sensing Chu Tian's confused look, the middle-aged man took the initiative and bowed. Zhang Zibu has met Mr. Zhou Mu. Zhang Zibu? Chu Tian seemed to have heard this word somewhere. Could it be Zhang Zhao and Zhang Zibu? Although Zhang Zhao was arrogant at this time, his status was not high yet. He was surprised and said, Master Zhou Mu still knows that there is Zhang Zibu in Pingchang? Zibu is a talented person, so he naturally knows. Chu Tian really didn't know that Zhang Zhao was in Pingchang Kingdom. Most of Chu Tian's civil servants were based on the Shuzhou family. Zhao Yu is a famous scholar from Langge Kingdom. Wang Lang is a famous scholar from Donghai Kingdom. Qin Gui and Chen Ding are famous scholars from Xiaopi Kingdom. And Zhang Zhao is a famous scholar from Pingchang Kingdom. The number of talents from aristocratic families serving as officials in Shuzhou is increasing, and a political group represented by the Shuzhou aristocratic family has obviously formed. This is also where Chu Tian finds it difficult. Almost all civil servants in the late Eastern Han dynasty came from local aristocratic families. Fortunately, Chu Tian's power also had unfounded civil servants such as Fang Xianling and Li Kui to check and balance them. Zhang Zhao was a historical civil servant recruited by Xiao Liang, so his allegiance could not be to a woman, but to Chu Tian, the Mu of Shuzhou. Name Zhang Zhao. Talent, Emperor level civilian. Level, 55. Identity, an important minister of the Eastern Wu dynasty. Ask Zhang Zhao if he is unsure about internal affairs. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 27, maximum 33. Force, 15, maximum 16. Intelligence, 80, upper limit 84. Politics, 94, maximum 96. Charm, 81. Phaseality, upright. Favorability, 55. Characteristic 1, Hope of Jiangdong, SS level exclusive feature. The powerful people of Jiangdong and Shuzhou families have a plus 5% satisfaction with their power. And the powerful people of Jiangnan and Xuzhou families have a plus 20% satisfaction with their power when using disciples of Jiangnan and Xuzhou families as officials. Administrative efficiency will be improved. People's sentiment in counties in Jiangnan and Xuzhou will not decline easily. Characteristic 2. Entrusting the lonely and important ministers, S-level trait. When assisting the young master, the probability of rebellion among the powerful civil servants and generals is reduced, and the negative impact of the death of the master on the people's hearts and public security is greatly reduced. Characteristic 3. Old and spicy, A-level trait. Attributes will not decline easily due to age. Characteristic 4. Dare to give direct advice, neutral, with a high probability of pointing out the Lord's personal mistakes. But it is easy to anger the Lord. Chuon took a look at the attributes. The S-level characteristics of this entrusting lonely and important minister really left Chuon speechless. The triggering conditions for the S-level characteristic entrusting a solitary and important minister are Chuon's death and the presence of a young master. Chuon hoped that Zhang Zhao's characteristic would not be triggered in his whole life. Kodo's SS-level trait. Kodo's hope is actually very practical, because Zhang Zhao is from Xuzhou. The scope of Jiangnan hope involves Xuzhou's aristocratic families. With Zhang Zhao here, the aristocratic families and powerful people in Xuzhou and Jiangnan can be stabilized. Their increased satisfaction means that the probability of betrayal decreases. Sun Tzu once compared Zhang Zhao to Guan Zhong. After Sun Tzu's death, Zhang Zhao took charge of the internal affairs of Sun Wu. He relied on his reputation to stabilize people's hearts and continued to assist Sun Quan. It is not wrong to say that he was the number one person in Sun Wu's internal affairs. However, Zhang Zhao dared to remonstrate, and his relationship with Sun Quan was not very good. Chuon estimated that Zhang Zhao might quarrel with him in the future. With Zhang Zhao's ability, he can definitely become one of Chuon's important ministers, even for the sake of his heir, Zhang Zhao, who has the characteristic of entrusting a lonely and important minister, must be reused. The current use of Zhang Zhao is to stabilize Xuzhou and prepare for taking Jiangdong in the future. Chuon respected Zhang Zhao very much and appointed him as the bookkeeper of Xuzhou Mu, in charge of money and grain books. Zhang Zhao had already been appointed by the local lord when he was in Pingchang. He was a prisoner, but he was directly promoted by Xuzhou Mu. He was somewhat flattered. Chuon temporarily worked in Xiapi City to resettle all the people he brought back. The resettlement of millions of people cannot be completely solved within a few months. The servant army is temporarily stationed outside Xiapi City, and a centurion is set up to monitor it. Entry into the city is strictly prohibited. Chuon alone formed a camp of servants. He also wants to know what happened in Xuzhou and its surrounding areas during this period. What Chuon cares most about is Chowchow's development. Where's Miss Xia? Chuon never saw Xia Liang, nor did she come to greet her. He couldn't help but be a little surprised, thinking that something had happened to her. Miju replied, This Xia is working hard to suppress the expansion of Chowchow's power in Dingdao City in Jing County. Chowchow indeed launched an attack during this period. During his absence from Xuzhou, Chowchow predictably went on an expansion drive. Because the Yinzhou allied forces' attack on Chowchow was frustrated, they not only failed to eliminate Chowchow, but instead caused Chowchow to grow bigger and own 3 counties, Dongjun, Chenliajian, and Jibei Kingdom. He is currently at war with Zhou Yafu in Dongping Kingdom. Players from Chowchow's forces worked hard to help Chowchow gain the support of the Sun family in Chuon. Chowchow's reputation increased greatly, and because of the bonuses brought by Sun Yu and Sun Yu, the people of the territory were stable, and Chowchow's logistical pressure was reduced, allowing him to fight freely. So even if Xia Liang personally took charge and Zhou Yafu was dismissed, Chowchow was still struggling and had no tendency to lose. But Chuon didn't need to worry too much. The war was raging in Yanshou and had almost no damage to Xuzhou. Chowchow was the one who suffered. Li Yi's army was stationed at the junction of Guanling County and Xiapi Kingdom. Mi Fang's Donghai Kingdom defense troops went south, and Chen Deng recruited 20,000 troops in Donghai Kingdom. In addition to launching military operations against Chowchow's forces, Xuzhou's left-behind forces, Li Yi's army, were about 40,000. Mi Fang's Donghai Kingdom defense force was 10,000, and Chen Deng's temporarily recruited army was 20,000. A total of 70,000. They were eliminated by Xia Liang deployed at the junction of Guanling County and Xiapi State. Chuon quickly understood. She plans to level Ling County as soon as the national war ends. At present, There are 70,000 people, with Chen Ding, who is familiar with the terrain of Guanling County, as the main general, and Mi Fong as the deputy general. They are ready to attack Guanling County at any time and unify Suzhou for Chu Tian. As long as Chu Tian gives an order, the 70,000 strong army will be overwhelming, and the lords of Guanling County will definitely be caught off guard. The lords of Guanling County also participated in the national war. While all parties have not yet recovered from the shock of Chu Tian's return, they immediately attack Guanling County, which has a high probability of success. Lu Yi and Schwar and Gui led the light cavalry and went to the front line of Guanling County to take over the 70,000 strong army without stopping. Lu Yi served as the commander of the infantry and archers. Chen Ding served as the deputy general. Schwar and Gui served as the commander of the cavalry unit, and Mi Fong served as the deputy general. Before Lu Yi and Schwar and Gui arrive, order Chen Ding and Mi Fong to attack Guanling County immediately. Chu Tian understood the good cards Xiao Liang had arranged for him and struck decisively. Even Chu Tian might not be able to react. The lord of Guanling County was even more unprepared, and the unification of Suzhou was just around the corner. Chen Ding and Mi Fong led their troops to attack Guanling County, causing panic among the Guanling County defenders. When the Guanling County defenders gathered their forces for defense, Lu Yi and Schwar and Gui had already taken over the 70,000 strong army. The 70,000 strong army they took over was more powerful than the army commanded by Chen Ding and Mi Fong. Congratulations, my lord! Guanling County is about to be acquired, and the state is worthy of its name. Fong Xianling knew that Yang Yi in Guanling County could not stop the raid launched by Lu Yi, Schwar and Gui, Chen Ding, and Mi Fong, and it would not take long to capture Guanling County. There are a total of 5 counties in Suzhou, and Guanling County is the last county. If Guanling County is captured, Chu Tiankai will become the real pastor of Suzhou. The state pastoral achievements of the achievement system will also be completed. In addition to military affairs, Chu Tian also looked through the account books such as money and food. Only when you have money and food can you raise an army. As soon as Lu Yi and Schwar and Gui returned to Suzhou, they were immediately ordered by Chu Tian to dispatch them to the front line. They were ordered to face the danger and led the light cavalry to the front line of Guanling County without stopping. Zhao Yun was left as a guard by Chu Tian, while the other generals rested themselves. After Chu Tian read all the account books and had a good idea of Suzhou's development, he went to check on the placement of the servant army. The servant army is only afraid of Chu Tian, and it is difficult for ordinary generals to control them. This group of senior cannon fodder is Chu Tian's weapon against Chowchow. Chu Tian couldn't wait to see Chowchow's expression when he faced the Arab Empire soldiers, who were not afraid of death. Zhao Yun whispered, "My lord, Miss Xia is here." Chu Tianjing was reminded by Zhao Yun and looked in the direction Zhao Yun pointed. Xiao Liang arrived with Hua Mulan and Li Xiaoning, dressed in white dresses. Her long skirt has been improved by herself, paying more attention to body beauty and not looking loose. It's just that her eyes are a bit malicious. Chu Tian's heart tightened. Xiao Liang walked up to Chu Tian and said in a voice that no one else could hear, "I heard from Sister Mulan that the Lord seems to be having a heated relationship with a woman named Lena. Well, let me think about it. To be precise, it's a woman named Catarina. She seems like paint and glue, and she even wants her to warm the bed. It's just an exchange of interests." Xiao Liang didn't wait for Chu Tian to explain, but her delicate body was already rubbing against him. She sniffed Chu Tian's ear and blew her breath like orchid. "Lord, it smells like lying." Chu Tian only felt that this guy was getting more and more attractive, almost making him unable to control himself. The alien is so bold. Officials such as Fong Xianling, Zhang Zhao, and Mi Zhu did not accuse the prestigious Xiao Liang of misconduct. They have come to understand how the aliens behave. There are a large number of foreigners in Suzhou, and their values have had a huge impact on the local gentry and influenced each other. The sale of underwear in silk shops in various cities in Suzhou is a phenomenon of cultural fusion. "Sister Xia." Hua Mulan blushed a little when she saw Xiao Liang's bold behavior, but for some reason, Xiao Liang did not have as many scruples as the ancients, but instead made Hua Mulan have the urge to violate feudal ethics. Apostasy seems exciting, as expected of the head of the family that I recognize. Li Xiaoning couldn't help but sigh. "I'll explain it to you in private." Chu Tian gently let go of Xiao Liang. If she continued to rub him like this, something big would happen. Chu Tian thought he could have a good rest for a few days after returning from the national war. But judging from Xiao Liang's resentful eyes, It might not be that simple to rest. There is a teleportation array between Dingdao City and Xiapi City. Chuon and Gongzuwen signed an agreement that both parties can use the teleportation array. Xiao Liang came back from Dingdao City as soon as possible. Ahem. Chuon coughed twice, causing Fang Xianling, Zhang Zhao, Mi Zhu and others to come back to their senses. Everyone's eyes wandered and they looked around, pretending that they had not seen anything just now. Each of these disciples from aristocratic families is smarter than the last. Some things just need to be understood and not revealed. Chuon asked Xiao Liang about the siege of Chowchow. At the same time, he learned that Mr. Zhao had deployed 20,000 troops at the junction of Beihai and Langya Kingdom before participating in the national war. So he made a judgment. Cao Mingda will join forces with Mr. Zhao. Chuon had to guard against this. His power expanded, and Chowchow was suppressed in 3 counties. Fighting alone, Chowchow was no match for Chuon. Only by uniting with other princes could Chowchow deal with Chuon, who was stationed in Suzhou. Xiao Liang nodded. Master Zhao has sent people to contact the players in Chowchow's camp before the national war. The probability of them joining forces is indeed very high. To deal with strong countries, it is inevitable for weak countries to join forces. It turned out that Mr. Zhao had already had an affair with Chowchow. He is also a man of means. When he was asked at Hulao Pass to send a support army south to support, he sent Shui Wanche. According to the agreement, even if we are defeated, we will stay with each other, and the other person's family has a way to survive. Chuon revealed the gentleman's agreement he had made with Mr. Zhao. Family? Xiao Liang felt warm in her heart when she heard what Chuon said. She has no family in this world. The only one who can be considered a family member is Chuon. Langya Kingdom is also her home, so she will try her best to keep Langya Kingdom. The 70,000 troops stationed in the southern part of Xiapi Kingdom must be your arrangement. I have ordered the 70,000 troops to go south to attack Guanling County. Your lord is wise. What reward do you want? Of course. Chuon and Xiao Liang returned to where they were staying. Xiao Liang was already a little unable to hold back and was eager to try. However, Chuon suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! The rewards for the Second National War have been cleared. This time there are only ranking rewards. Ding! Congratulations on winning first place in the Second National War. You have obtained a random characteristic of Genghis Khan Temujin, the SSS level cavalry characteristic of Grey Wolf and White Deer. You gain the opportunity to grant a random trait to another player. You get a random 8th level building blueprint. You get a random 7th level building blueprint. You have obtained a random historical general recruitment order. You have obtained a random historical civil servant recruitment order. You receive a random special talent recruitment order. A series of reward reminders shocked Chuon. All the lords risked their lives to participate in the national war. In addition to plundering the population in gold and silver, there were also a lot of rewards. Chapter 278 Grey Wolf and White Deer. Grey Wolf and White Deer are the cavalry characteristics of Genghis Khan Temujin, who almost conquered the world. Chuon did not expect that he, whose 4-dimensional attributes were comparable to Mifang, would get a powerful cavalry characteristic. It's just that this cavalry characteristic has become Chuon's characteristic, and it seems a bit overqualified. Chuon didn't personally lead the troops at all. Lord, what's wrong with you? Xiao Liang was undressing Chuon, but found that Chuon had calmed down and couldn't help but feel depressed. Could it be that after the Lord became good with the Catarina, he lost all interest in her? The national war rewards have been settled, Chuon explained. He is not Lu Xiaohui, and he will not sit still. Xiao Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Chuon was cold to her, which scared her. Chuon was able to see Temujin's top attributes. Temujin originally led the Mongolian cavalry that was feared by the world. They fought from Asia to Europe and Africa, and went on expeditions to Southeast Asia and Japan. They were almost invincible on land. Name, Chuon, I just want to farm well. Title, Marquis of Kaiyang County. Official position, Shuzhou Mu. General Anton. Level, 53. Commander, 65. Force, 56. Intelligence, 50. Politics, 69. Kung Fu, Huang Tianju, can improve physical fitness. Characteristics, Tian Khan SSS. Somlang White Deer SSS. 4 Worlds and 3 Dukes S. Great Sage Master S. Great Han Army Spirit A. Special Arms, the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the 5th Battalion of Tunki. Yuechi. Infantry. Cha Shui and Shisheng. Chu four-dimensional estimation is not much different from Xuzhou's unparalleled General Mi Fong. He focused on the Green Wolf and White Deer. Characteristics of the SSS level. Name, Grey Wolf and White Deer. Grade, SSS grade. Origin, it is said that the Grey Wolf and White Deer are the ancient totem of the Mongols, and one of the top cavalry characteristics. Effect, cavalry march speed plus 10%. Speed during forced march plus 15%. Cavalry all attributes plus 15%. Light cavalry damage plus 25%. Heavy cavalry charge plus 25% impact. Destroy enemy troops morale plus 25%. Scope, only applicable to cavalry commanded by the hero with this characteristic. Dot! Chu scalp went numb when he saw Genghis Khan's characteristics. This characteristic is simply the ability that all cavalry generals dream of. The cavalry led by generals with the Green Wolf and White Deer trait are fast, deal high damage, and can fight sustainably. No wonder the Mongolian cavalry could conquer the world. Chu estimated that only a few cavalry generals such as Wei Qing and Wei Xubing had abilities that could compare with Temujin. Grey Wolf and White Deer are not the characteristics of Temujin's monarch. However, Chu commanding ability was not high, and the top-level cavalry characteristics in his hands were of little use. If Schwar and Gui and other cavalry generals had the characteristics of Song Wolf and White Deer, they would be more powerful. Is it possible that I have to lead a cavalry myself? Chu couldn't help but be confused. Although many monarchs have commanded cavalry, Chowchow served as a cavalry captain in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Li Shimin often led black armored cavalry to attack enemy formations, and Temujin personally went on expeditions. Xianyu, Yelu Abaoji, Yelu Dashi, and Tuoba Tao. There are countless examples of monarchs leading cavalry in battles. And those who fight in person are usually monarchs who conquer the world. The founding monarch had no military merit and could not suppress the generals. In addition to cavalry, there are also monarchs who command infantry and naval forces. Chu found that he was going further and further on the road to becoming Li Shimin. He had the Songlang White Deer characteristic and wasted it if he didn't use it. In addition to the characteristics of Songlang White Deer, Chu also obtained 2 architectural drawings. One is the 8th level architectural drawing of Han Yuefu. Han Yuefu institution can be established. One is a 7th level architectural drawing of a 7th level infantry battalion. There are also 3 recruitment orders, corresponding to civil servants, military generals, and special talents. Lord, have you read the rewards? Xiao Liang is not interested in national war rewards. She just wants to squeeze Chu dry. You defended Xuzhou and made great achievements. Please show me. One of the special national war rewards that Chu received was the opportunity to give other players a random characteristic. He can use this reward to win over other players. But other players may not be reliable. So it is better to strengthen Xiao Liang, who is responsible for guarding the house. Take a look. It's not the body. It's the panel. The player panel. Chu saw Xiao Liang was about to take off her long skirt and quickly corrected him. The coolness of summer suppresses blushing. Name, Xiao Liang. Official position, Prime Minister of Xiapai. Lieutenant of the Military Governor. Occupation, Civil Servant. Level, 45. Commander, 23. Force, 16. Intelligence, 60. Politics, 65. Characteristic, Business Talent, B-level trait. When managing the market, Business Prosperity plus 3%. When talking with businessmen, at a negotiating advantage. Special Arms, none. Xiao Liang's attributes are even more pitiful than Chu Tian's. But with her mind, even if her bonus is very low, she still performs outstandingly. Players' intelligence and politics only provide bonuses under certain circumstances and do not represent their true abilities, because this characteristic can only be given to others, and it must be a player. Chu Tian will of course give this opportunity to Xiao Liang, who is closest to him, so that she can get closer to the historical hero. I plan to give you a special reward. After the various lords who participated in the national war came back, they caused a huge sensation around the world. All civilized lords and players know the deeds of the infamous Eastern Han Lord Chu Zimu. In the 2nd month of the national war, Chu Zimu teamed up with Yekaterina, the lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, to defeat the anti-Eastern Han alliance led by the Kshatriya, the first lord of the Mogul Empire. The Kshatriyas were defeated and died. The lords of the Mogul Empire in India all remembered Chu Zimu, the lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, who killed the Kshatriyas. although other lords of the Mogul Empire wished for the death of the First Lord. The death of the First Lord at the hands of the Eastern Han lords was a shame for the Mogul Empire in India. But there were other civilizations more humiliating than the Mogul Empire. Several of France's top heroes, Joan of Arc, were captured by Chu Zimu of the Eastern Han dynasty, which was regarded as a great shame and humiliation by France from top to bottom. Lord Joan of Arc is one of the top 3 heroes in France. Even in order to strengthen Joan of Arc as an imperial hero, the other heroes in France were weakened a lot. And in the end, they were captured by the Eastern Han dynasty. Never surrender. You are the center of our France. Try to redeem Joan of Arc from the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Without her, our French national power will be greatly weakened. The French lord never surrendered. After he returned to Paris, he was spurned and scolded by all French players. France relies on women, Joan of Arc, and dwarfs, Napoleon, because there is no Napoleon in Lords. Joan of Arc is the #1 hero in the hearts of French players, before the open beta of Lords. In response to the voice of French male players, Joan of Arc's attributes were strengthened at the expense of other French heroes being slightly weakened. As a result, Joan of Arc, who was asked by France to become a popular imperial hero, was captured by the Eastern Han dynasty. This is equivalent to the daughter who has been raised with great difficulty being taken over by other men. I will send people to negotiate with the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Even if we lose everything, we will redeem our French hero. The French lords never surrender were forced to negotiate with the Eastern Han dynasty due to the pressure of public opinion in France. France is somewhat different from the Eastern Han dynasty. Parisian players have a huge influence on public opinion. If he wants to unify France, he must get the support of Parisian players. Moreover, France's luck has been blessed by Joan of Arc. The loss of this hero will have a great impact on France's national destiny. Unlike the Eastern Han dynasty where there are saint-level heroes, the emperor-level Joan of Arc is already the upper limit of heroes in France. In addition to the death of the first lord of the Mogul Empire in India and the capture of Joan of Arc, 2 major events that shocked all civilizations in the world. There is also a secret rumor circulating between the Lord Chu Zimu of the Eastern Han dynasty and the Lord Catarina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Coming and going. Many lords who pursued Catarina asked Catarina if this was the case. But Catarina had no response. Europe has a tradition of acquiring each other's land through marriage. And most other European lords coveted Catherine's territory and military strength. Catherine's silence greatly increased the credibility of this secret. And many people believed it to be true. From today on, with the goal of unifying the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, all lords who do not surrender will be executed. Instead of being distracted by gossip, Catherine began the road to unifying the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. In Qingzhou, Lord Zhao Gongzi led Dorgan, Wu Sangui, Guan Hai, Shui Wanche, and Tai Shirtsi back to Beihai Kingdom. Beihai country is his base. I actually obtained a characteristic of Huang Taiji. Mr. Zhao was somewhat shocked after seeing his reward. Compared with the rewards Chu Tian received, Mr. Zhao's rewards were slightly inferior. The gap between ranking 1st and 41st is still huge, just like the gap between Temujin and Huang Taiji. Your Excellency, Chowchow, the governor of Dongjun, has sent an envoy. Ask them to come see me. The player was sent by Chowchow's forces to negotiate with Mr. Zhao. After Zhao Gongzi returned to Beihai Kingdom, he already knew that Chowchow was not having a good time during this period. Chowchow is the largest prince in Yinzhou, and Mr. Zhao is the largest prince in Qingzhou. They both face the threat of Shuzhou. In the situation where the Shuzhou family is the dominant one, they are in despair. Both Chowchow and Mr. Zhao understand this truth. The player sent by Chowchow saw Mr. Zhao and said bluntly, Mr. Zhao, Chu Zimu has won the first place in the national war again. You can speculate on the rewards Chu Zimu received based on the rewards you received. His reward must be your superior replacement. His strength must have been greatly improved. If we don't join forces, Shuzhou and Yenzhou will become his territory. We have no power to resist it all. Mr. Zhao fell into a brief silence. He, a lord who ranks 41st in the national war, can obtain the characteristics of Huang Taiji. So Chu Tian, who ranks 1st in the national war, can obtain characteristics that are powerful enough to imagine. Mr. Zhao responded. Before the national war started, I sent people to contact you, and I was ready to join forces with Yenzhou. Mr. Wen and Chowchow have become mortal enemies. It is impossible for him to join forces with us. So he is likely to continue to fight with us. Chu Zi seeks an alliance. We hope that you can go south from Beihai Kingdom to Langya Kingdom and threaten the place where Chu Zimu started. Langya Kingdom is the core of Chu Zimu. Once threatened, he will definitely send a large number of legions to garrison in the northern part of Langya Kingdom. Unable to divide his troops to attack Yinzhou. If you let me contain Chu Zimu, what benefits can I gain? If I confront him, I will be restrained by him and unable to develop. We, Chowchow, only have the remaining counties in Yinzhou, which is Gongzi Wen's territory. You and Yuanshu divide Shuzhou. Yuanshu gets Pingchang Kingdom and Xiapi Kingdom. And you get Langya Kingdom and Donghai Kingdom. Langya Kingdom and Donghai Kingdom are currently the two most populous counties in Shuzhou, will be more rewarding for you. Langya Kingdom and Donghai Kingdom. But I only have two counties now. Beihai Kingdom and Donghai County. After the destruction of the two counties by the Yellow Turban Rebellion, millions of people were killed, injured, and lost. Unless I can unify Qinzhou, only then will I be able to contain Chu Zimu's main force. I need the official position of Qinzhou Governor or Qinzhou Mu to unify the entire Qinzhou. Don't worry. Jiuzhou Laoqin has become Dongzhuo's most trusted general. As long as he advises Dongzhuo, he can make you the governor of Qizhou. You can show the trend of attacking Langya Kingdom while dividing your troops to quickly pacify the states. Dorgan and Wu Sangui when Guan Hai surrendered. There were still 100,000 Yellow Turban troops who surrendered. You can completely use the 100,000 Yellow Turban troops to capture the entire Qinzhou at all costs. Will Jiuzhou Laoqin help me get the official position of Qinzhou governor? He is currently the second-ranked lord in the Eastern Han dynasty. Naturally, he does not want Chu Zimu to widen the gap. Just imagine, if Chu Zimu occupied Shuzhou, Qinzhou, Yenzhou, and then captured Yuzhou, then his power would be the same as that of Guandu. Chowchow during the war was almost the same. Even if Jiuzhou Laoqin owned Guanzhong, he couldn't compete with Chu Zimu, who owned the four states. Right? Furthermore, Chu Zimu had colluded with the lords of Longxi County and wanted to use the lords of Longxi County to contain him. Jiuzhou Laoqin. Similarly, Jiuzhou Laoqin hopes that we can contain Chu Zimu. If Jiuzhou Laoqin wants me to contain Chu Zimu, then he needs to sell me a batch of excellent war horses at a low price. The Han dynasty should have many excellent horse farms in Guanzhong. And he can also buy war horses from Liangzhou and Bingzhou. What do you want with a fine war horse? Recruit the 8 Banners Cavalry and Guan Ning Cavalry. 7th level Cavalry? The players in Chowchow's camp couldn't help but look askance. Mr. Zhao was known by the other party about the generals. And the other party could guess the special arms based on the generals. Not bad. But I am recruiting Guan Ning Iron Cavalry. But I still lack the 3-eyed fire gun. Wu Sanggui's Guan Ning Cavalry. You can buy a batch of 3-eyed fire blunderbuss from Mingguan, the prefect of Liaodong. He already has a small group of Guan Ning's cavalry. Mingguan and Chu Zimu seem to have a good relationship. He can make money from it and cause some trouble for Chu Zimu. He won't refuse. Then we will follow the agreement. As long as I annex several other counties in Qinzhou as soon as possible and have enough troops, I will officially go south to Langya Kingdom. When Mr. Zhao was talking to Chowchow's envoy, Mr. Zhao's player scout told him an important piece of information, which shocked Mr. Zhao's body. Mr. Zhao, what happened? There are approximately 60,000 to 70,000 troops in Shuzhou, launching an offensive against Guangling County. Guangling County's defense line has been breached, and Chu Zimu may be able to unify the entire Shuzhou. Chapter 279 New Hero. Ding! You have obtained the SS level characteristics of Xiaochuo of Liao Dynasty. The heroine comes to court. Xiao Lian was given a random characteristic by Chu Tian. When she got this characteristic, her expression was a little strange. Xiaochuo is one of the few women in Eastern history who can take charge of military and state affairs. Her monarchical characteristics are lower than those of Ying Sheng, Li Shimin, Temujin and other great emperors, but higher than ordinary emperors. Xiaochuo's characteristics. Chu Tian knew who Xiaochuo was, the most powerful woman in the history of Liao Kingdom. Chu Tian can see Xiao Liang's characteristics through her faceplate. Name, the heroine comes to court. Level, SS level monarch characteristics, auxiliary. Origin, Xiaochuo's characteristics. Defeated the Song army several times. During the Regency period, the Liao dynasty reached the peak of its national power. Effect, the effect can be exerted when serving as the principal wife of a monarch/lord/lord. The loyalty of the civil servants and generals of the power is not easy to decline. And the strong and powerful families are not easy to betray, which has a deterrent effect on the civil servants, generals and families, the political, economic, And cultural development speed of the power is plus 3%. The blessing value of the territory is plus 5 when going on an expedition with her husband. The attack power of the whole army is plus 7%. Defense plus 7%. Morale decline rate minus 7%. Whole army aura. The triggering effect of this feature is really hard to describe. But the effect is indeed terrible. And it also brings a lucky aura to the entire army. Lord, don't look at this attribute. Xiao Lian didn't give Chuon a chance to struggle. She wasn't interested in the characteristics. But she still found it more exciting to overthrow the Lord. The next day, Fan Xianling, who served as military advisor, saw Chuon coming back from the national war battlefield with dark circles under his eyes. He probably knew what happened. Miss Xia was in a good mood and graceful. When Fan Xianling saw Miss Xia, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Not only Fan Xianling, but also representatives of aristocratic families such as Zhang Zhao, Chen Gui, Mi Zhu, and Wang Lang also felt the pressure. Compared with the affinity of the 4 and 3 princes of Chuon, Xiao Liang's heroine Ling Chao has a suppressive power. Bring these 2 drawings to Xia City and mobilize resources for construction. The guards will be responsible for escorting them. If anything goes wrong during the process, they will all be executed. Chuon attached great importance to the construction drawings of the 7th level infantry battalion and the 8th level Han Yuefu, and immediately arranged for craftsmen to build them. Han Yuefu is an institution under the jurisdiction of Jiuqing Shaofu in the Han dynasty that specializes in the management of music, dance and singing teaching. It is responsible for compiling folk music from various places, organizing, adapting and composing music, singing and performing, etc. This is already an official cultural institution, comparable to non-urban music studios. I plan to use the special building of Han Yuefu to formally establish the Han Yuefu Institution, which will be directly under the jurisdiction of the Lord's Mansion and funded by the Lord's Mansion. If Cayenne, Wu Qingcheng and others can enter the Han Yuefu to work, they don't have to show their faces. Han Yuefu it can be divided into several departments: editing, teaching, and music studio. Chuon took the opportunity to formally establish an official organization to manage poetry, music, and dance. Anyway, Luoyang has been burned and Han Yuefu has been disbanded. Chuon can just build a new Han Yuefu in Lenga Kingdom. Han Yuefu is not an institution for fun, but an official institution that can bring serious profits. The role of Han Yuefu is reflected in improving cultural prosperity and popular sentiment, and then increasing economic prosperity and even population. Special talents can also be recruited. For example, Kai Wenji can completely engage in cultural creation work in the editing department, as long as the Lord's Mansion pays her monthly salary. Fan Xianling, Zhang Zhao, Mi Zhu, Wang Lang and others participated in the discussion to determine the framework of Han Yuefu. The Han Yuefu is divided into 2 internal institutions, Wenhua Pavilion and Kaidu Pavilion, which are responsible for collecting, creating, and teaching poetry, music, dance, and calligraphy without having to appear in public. It has jurisdiction over Lefang, Dufu Thatched Cottage, and other cultural buildings that can bring direct income. After the Han Yuefu is established, in the name of the Han Yuefu, we will recruit literati and talented women from all over Shuzhou and even the whole world, regardless of gender or origin. Only talented women will be recruited. Chuon plans to take advantage of the troubled times to carry out changes and catch all the talents in one fell swoop. In troubled times, relying on the Legion to suppress aristocratic families has less resistance to implementing changes. After confirming the formation of Han Yuefu, Chuon began to recruit 7th level heavy infantry Yinjia. Level 7 infantry battalions can recruit Yinjia. Military type Yinjia. Level 7th level heavy infantry. Basic attack power 24, basic defense power 24, basic speed 5. Pack horse can be improved. Skills: Advanced Fansun increases morale. Special shield formation increases defense. Special spear formation increases damage to cavalry. Lin Zhan, morale increases after defeating the enemy. Characteristics: Yishui Yanhun, when the general of Yan State serves as the leader. Attack power +2. Defense power +3. Formation stability +10%. Military pay 10 taels/month. Required equipment: Gold level long sword, Gold level heavy infantry armor, Gold level square shield, and a pack horse. Other equipment: longbow, infantry crossbow, arrows, swords, war horses. Training period 3 months. Maximum quantity, 10,000. Yan Jia is Lu Yi's special unit. When Lu Yi is in trouble, using Yan's generals to temporarily command him can also bring bonuses to Yan Jia. Chowchow has ordinary 4th level heavy infantry, but compared with the 7th level Yan Jia, it is much inferior. Heavy infantry, like heavy cavalry, is expensive to build. Yan Jia's equipment starts at gold level, and is more expensive than 4th level heavy infantry. Recruit 1,000 Yan Jia. Chuon gritted his teeth. He knew that 1,000 Yan Jia meant more than 100,000 taels of silver, and he had to pay military pay of 10,000 taels of silver every month. 1,000 Yan Jia can already be used as the core of trapping and suppressing the formation in the mid to early stage. Just like the Shilian Iron Cavalry, he still has 3 recruitment orders in his hand. The first recruitment order, a random special talent recruitment order, can recruit a random historical special talent. Chuon used this special talent recruitment order without ceremony. Ding! Consume a random special talent recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the swordsmith Mosia. Ding! The achievement system's S-level achievement Go Jiang Moi is activated. Collect swordsmith Go Jiang and Mosia to get special rewards. Name, Moi. Talent, swordsmith, historical special talent. Gender, female. Age 18. Commander, 17. Force, 70. Intelligence, 70. Politics, 14. Charm, 75. Favorability, 50. Phaseality, unlucky. Characteristic 1. Sword-making family, SS level trait. With sufficient raw materials and funds, it can produce sword weapons of royal level quality and below. Characteristic 2. Blacksmith master, S level trait. The weapons produced by the blacksmith or arsenal to which it belongs has plus 5% weapon attack power, plus 5% armor defense power, and a small probability of improving the quality of weapons and armor. Only applicable to one building. Feature 3. Forging technology improvement, S level feature. The production cost of weapons in the blacksmith or military shop is minus 10%. Only applicable to one building. Story: the wife of Wu State swordsmith Gan Jiang, the daughter of Oyezi, and her husband forged the famous sword Gan Jiang Moi. Go get her Moi. Chuon didn't expect to recruit Oyezi's daughter, although he is not Oyezi himself. Mosia is already a special talent second only to Oyezi. The weapons workshop that Moi is stationed in produces weapons of higher quality and lower cost. A 10% reduction in the cost of a military craftsmanship workshop is enough to save tens of thousands of taels of silver every month. The achievement, Go Get Her Moi, is activated at the same time. Gan Jiang and Moi were originally a couple, but now they are probably going to be tied together again. Can you create the famous sword General Mosia? Chuon was deeply interested in the 2 long swords of Gan Jiang and Mosia in the legendary Top 10 famous swords. If it can be made, it would be good to use it as a sword for yourself, or to give it to generals to win people's hearts. Moi was a girl who was only 18 years old. She tied up her long hair and said, "Unless the general is here, we can work together to build a long sword." Sure enough, Mosia is bound to Gan Jiang to create the legendary Top 10 famous swords. Both Gan Jiang and Mosia must be gathered together. Would you mind working in the armory? Mosia is not like the eldest lady in the boudoir compound. She is more simple and unpretentious. She is a master swordsmith, and her strength has reached 70. Forging weapons is a job that requires a lot of physical strength. Without a certain amount of force, it is really impossible to hammer weapons. Before arranging Moi to the military craftsmanship workshop, Chuon considered her personal thoughts. For special talents, Chuon will not force them easily. I am willing to serve you in the military workshop. If I find out the whereabouts of the general, I will tie him up even if I tie him up. In order to make Mosia work hard, Chuon also promised to complete the achievement task. Mosia's body trembled. Thank you, sir. Your talent should not be wasted on forging ordinary weapons. You only need to forge king-level or emperor-level weapons. If you need materials, you can get them from the Lord's mansion. Of course, Chuon would not ask a master swordsmith to make ordinary weapons used by soldiers. The weapons Moi forged were swords for military generals, or famous swords collected by princes and nobles. Even if Chuon doesn't use it, it will probably be worth a fortune if it is auctioned. Regardless of the quality, Chuon put up a wooden sign and told everyone that this was a sword made by Oyezi's daughter. A long sword costing 10 taels. Chuon dared to sell it for 100 taels, or even 300 taels. If Mosia only made one long sword a year, Chuon would even dare to sell it for 1,000 taels. This is a method he learned from Xiao Liang in the past few years. Chu Tian ordered Chao Yuan, who was responsible for supervising the manufacture of weapons, to contact Imosia. He first prepared a house for Imosia in Xia City, and then worshipped Imosia according to the standards of the top craftsmen. In the sphere of influence controlled by Shuzhou Chu Tian, top craftsmen can receive preferential treatment in the true sense of the word. At least a few dozen taels of silver every month, as well as a house and allowance. It can be said that if Imosia joins the Chu Tian force, although he is not as wealthy as the aristocratic family, he will be able to live and eat well for the rest of his life. Moi's improved forging technology saves military expenditures worth thousands of taels of silver every month. Not to mention that the equipment produced by her military workshop is of higher quality. In the end, I make the profit. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel very good after getting Imosia. This is the first time he has seen special talents other than literary talents. These are the real working people. Chu Tian admired Imosia very much. There were not many famous heroines, and there were even fewer swordsmiths. After Chu Tian sent someone to resettle Imosia, he took out a random general recruitment order, which allowed him to recruit a random general. This kind of recruitment did not surprise Chu Tian even if he had not used 10 or 8, but he had used 4 or 5. Ding! Consume a random general recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the king-level General Zheng Zhilong. A young man stood in front of Chu Tian, with a tall figure and a hint of pride between his eyebrows. Zheng Zhilong. If you are not familiar with the somewhat complicated history of the late Ming dynasty, you may not know who Zheng Zhilong is. But there is one person who players of the Eastern Han dynasty must know, Zheng Chenggong, the national hero. Zheng Zhilong is Zheng Chenggong's father. Zheng Chenggong was the second generation of the sea, and inherited some of Zheng Zhilong's retainers, soldiers, and ships before he started his later career. Zheng Zhilong was a well-known pirate leader in the southeastern coastal areas in the late Ming dynasty. He started from scratch and was proficient in Hokkien, Japanese, Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese. Later, he wandered to Arato Castle in Japan during the Warring States period, where he met a wealthy overseas Chinese businessman from Chuenzhou and was put in a position of great importance. Within a few years, he became a wealthy man. Later, Zheng Zhilong returned to the southeast coast and established his own business. He owned thousands of ships and traveled all over the world. The navy of the late Ming dynasty was no match for him. The Dutch East India Company's fleet in the Far East was defeated by Zheng Zhilong. He was called the shipping king of the East at that time. Such a person is comparable to the protagonist of a novel. And even novels dare not write like this. The only regrettable thing is that Zheng Zhilong later accepted the Ming court's invitation to assist Nanning. He was defeated by the Qing soldiers and surrendered. He was placed under house arrest and died. Zheng Chenggong parted ways with him. This can be regarded as no guarantee for the late festival. Otherwise, as a naval hero, Zheng Zhilong's ability rating would be higher. And now Zheng Zhilong is actually under his command. Before Chu Tian learned about the recruitment results, he imagined countless situations. Even Bai Qi and Han Xian considered it. But he never thought that he would recruit the great pirate Zheng Zhilong. It is not easy to control Zheng Zhilong. Chu Tian had another naval hero, Su Sheng. But Su Sheng fought more on inland rivers. And Zheng Zhilong, as a shipping king in the late Ming dynasty with 1,000 to 3,000 ships, started from scratch, and his naval combat capabilities were more powerful than Su Sheng's. At that time, Zheng Zhilong's enemies included other pirate groups, the East India Company, and the Ming dynasty navy. In the end, Zheng Zhilong was able to stand out, which was enough to show his strength. The Jing family navy also has a common problem. They are experts in naval warfare, but are amateurs in land warfare. Very nice. Although Zheng Zhilong is a bit difficult to control, Chu Tian just lacks a naval general who can fight on the sea. Later, there were the first batch of naval generals who conquered Korea and Japan by sea. It seems that we can attack Jiaodong by sea and attack Mr. Zhao's territory, making him vulnerable from both sides. Chu Tian thought of the purpose of the navy. The navy can be used to protect merchant fleets, and can also conduct sneak attacks on enemy territory behind the sea. Chu Tian planned to take Zheng Zhilong with him for training first to increase Zheng Zhilong's loyalty, and then consider sending him to Chu County to train the navy for fighting in the Yellow Sea and East China Sea. A powerful navy requires a large investment of resources and several years of hard work to become an army. Chapter 280 Ship King and Fame. You will serve as my bodyguard for the time being. Chu Tian deliberately wooed Zheng Zhilong. the shipping king of the late Ming dynasty, and tamed Zheng Zhilong when he was young and had no ambitions, so that he would not be so easy to betray in the future. Zheng Zhilong thought that Chu Tian's appointment of him as a guard was a sign of his importance. So he readily replied, "The last general will take the order." Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction and secretly glanced at Zheng Zhilong's panel. Name, Zheng Zhilong. Talent, King-level General, Navy Department. Level 30. Identity, Fujin General Soldier. Naming Pingwagong. Age 21. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 79, maximum 92. Only applicable to naval battles. Force, 77, maximum 85. Intelligence, 72, maximum 79. Politics, 48, maximum 56. Charm 80. Phasiality, Brave. Favorability 50. Characteristic 1, Ship King, S-level trait. Warship collision damage plus 15%. Fire ship damage plus 15%. Navy unit attack power plus 15%. Water bandits and pirates are afraid of it. Feature 2, Maritime Trade, S-level feature. When sailing at sea, the probability of encountering sea storms, pirate attacks, reefs, and strandings is reduced, and the probability of cargo damage is reduced. Characteristic 3, Fu Chuan, A-level characteristic. When leading Fu Chuan in combat, the overall performance of Fu Chuan is plus 5%. Characteristic 4, Incompetent in land battles, negative trait. During land battles, the commander attribute is reduced by 10 points. Special arms, Zheng Jiajun, 5th level naval infantry/archers. Upper limit of 30,000. Obviously, Zheng Zhilong is a pure naval hero, but he is not good at land battles. The 92 points of commander in naval battles directly becomes 82 points on land. Chu Tian did not intend to let Zheng Zhilong fight on land. On land, the infantry included Zhou Yafu and Lui. The longbowmen included Li Guang. And the cavalry included Schwar and Gui, Zhao Yun, Hua Mulan and others. Zheng Zhilong only needs to command the navy well. Zheng Zhilong, who has strong naval combat capabilities, is expected to replace Su Sheng as the commander of the naval battalion, while Su Sheng can only serve as deputy general. On land, except for Zheng Zhilong's commander attribute changing from 79 to 69, his military force will not change. At the same time, in addition to being a commander for maritime operations, Zheng Zhilong is also suitable for commanding merchant fleets to trade in various ports. From the perspective of naval warfare and maritime trade, Zheng Zhilong is more practical than an emperor-level commander on land. Chu Tian temporarily handed over Zheng Zhilong to Zhao Yun for training, so that Zheng Zhilong could learn what loyalty is and quickly integrate into the small circle of Shuzhou generals. After consuming 2 random historical figures recruitment orders, Chu Tian only had 1 random civil servant recruitment order left. Chu Tian didn't think too much and just used it casually. There were so many recruitment orders that Chu Tian received this time that Chu Tian didn't even feel bad about using them. Ding! Consume a random civil servant recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the Imperial Civil Servant Du Ruhui. Ding! The S-level achievement Fong Mao Du Duan is completed. Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui obtain the bond characteristic Fong Mao Du Duan, and you obtain the 8th level special building construction drawings of Lingyan Pavilion. Chu Tian was suddenly startled. Du Ruhui, who is as famous as Fong Xianling, was actually recruited. Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui are Li Shimon's right-hand men, collectively known as Fong Mao Du Duan. One is good at making suggestions, and the other is good at decision-making, which can be called a legend. Fong Xianling once recommended Du Ruhui to Li Shimon, saying that he was smart and knowledgeable, and Wang Zuisai was the best. The two have a good personal relationship. Du Ru later strategized and joined the army, and made great achievements in winning the world for Li Shimon. Name, Du Ruhui. Talent, Imperial Advisor. Level 40. Identity, Li Shimon Shogunate. Kai Guogong. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 47, maximum 55. Force, 31, maximum 35. Intelligence, 92, upper limit 96. Politics, 87, maximum 93. Charm 90. Phasiality, calm. Favorability 50. Characteristic 1, plan for the future, SS level trait. When accompanying the army in battle, there is a high probability of making proposals, and a high probability of seeing through the enemy's plan. Characteristic 2, decision, S level trait. When making a decision, there is a high probability of selecting a favorable proposal. Characteristic 3, wise Prime Minister, S-level trait. Public support and public security are not easily reduced, and administrative efficiency is improved. Characteristic 4, Fong Mao Dujua, Bond characteristic. When going out at the same time as Fong Xianling, intelligence will be temporarily +1, making it easier to make favorable judgments when they're in the same force as Fong Xianling. The administrative efficiency of the two will be improved. This was the first time Chuon saw the Bond feature. This is the fourth feature given to Fong Xianling by the achievement system, which can temporarily enhance the abilities of Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui. Now Chuon has a second top counselor. In addition to Fong Xianling, he also has Du Ruhui at his disposal. In the future, Chuon will take Fong Xianling with him, and he can also ask Du Ruhui to assist other generals in the expedition. Li Yi's own resourcefulness is not low, and he does not need a military advisor. It is not easy for Zhou Yafu to fall into the trap, and he does not need a special advisor. The cavalry regiment may need a top tactician. Most cavalry heroes are relatively reckless, so it is necessary to equip the cavalry legion with top-notch counselors. However, Chuon was very worried about whether Du Ruhui could withstand the intensity of the cavalry regiment's march, which was constantly making surprise attacks of hundreds or thousands of miles. In addition to adding a feature of Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui to the rewards of the achievement system, there is also another reward for the 8th level special building Lingyan Pavilion. Chuon looked at the architectural drawings of Lingyan Pavilion. Name, Lingyan Pavilion. Description, a high pavilion with images of heroes built in the Tang dynasty to honor the heroes. Effect, unknown. Construction conditions, the title is King or Emperor. The effect is unknown. It can only be built after becoming King or Emperor. Chuon completed the achievement task and obtained the 8th level special architectural drawings, but found that Lingyan Pavilion could not be built at all and had no idea of its effects. Call yourself King or Emperor? Chuon couldn't imagine it. Now we have just entered the situation of separatism among the heroes. Various princes are vying for power in the Central Plains. The princes only regard themselves as governors, state pastors, and governors. If whoever takes the lead in proclaiming himself king or emperor, everyone will attack him. Furthermore, the aristocratic families and people within the influence will also be dissatisfied with this. No one dares to risk the disapproval of the world before they have enough strength. Yuan Shu proclaimed himself emperor when his strength was not enough, and the outcome can be imagined. Chuon kept the drawings of Lingyan Pavilion well, and later became king, and then mobilized resources to build Lingyan Pavilion. Lingyan Pavilion was originally built to honor the founding heroes of the country. Without the title of king or emperor, there would be no founding heroes. It is useless to build Lingyan Pavilion now. Therefore, the restrictions on the construction of Lingyan Pavilion are quite reasonable. In desperation, Chuon stayed in the High Cabinet. Fortunately, there are no restrictions on the use of Du Ruhui as a counselor. You can safely use Du Ruhui as the second strategist. Fong Xianling's status is still unshakable in Chuon's mind. Fong Xianling has the highest intelligence of 97, and Du Ruhui has the highest intelligence of 96. This difference doesn't make much difference, and it's difficult for top strategists to calculate against each other. Fong Xianling's status lies in the fact that he is a veteran of the Lengge Kingdom and has followed Chuon all the way. His seniority is second only to Hua Mulan, Xiao Liang, Li Kui, and Zhou Yafu. Moreover, Fong Xianling also had the power of being a Yulao. He thought about getting his lord to marry and take concubines all day long, so Chuon had to consider his kindness. Du Ruhui, like Fong Xianling, was a disciple of an aristocratic family. He was attracted by Chuon's 4 generations and 3 nobles characteristics and was very loyal. It has to be said that disciples of ancient aristocratic families monopolized most of the positions of civil servants and counselors. Even though Zhuge Liang claimed that he was a commoner and worked hard in Nanyang, he was actually a descendant of the Zhuge family of the Lengge Kingdom. His ancestor was a silly school captain, roughly equivalent to the governor, and his father and uncle were prefects and county magistrates. It is not the commoner as understood by later generations. Chuon introduced Du Ruhui to many officials and appointed him as his military officer, while Fong Xianling continued to serve as the chief historian. There is no direct relationship between Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui, but after the two met, they suddenly hit it off, and they had the same compatibility. Chuon looked around at everyone. His group of civil servants and staff was getting bigger and bigger. The counselors include Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui, his right-hand men, and the internal affairs include Li Kui, Zhang Zhao, Chen Gui, Mi Zhu, Wang Lang, Zhao Yu and others. It can be said that there are many talents. This group of counselors is divided into two factions. The non-local group represented by Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Li Kui, and the Shuzhou family group represented by Zhang Zhao, Chen Gui, Mi Zhu, Wang Lang, and Zhao Yu. The average quality of talents in non-local groups is extremely high, and each of them is famous. But Shuzhou Shijiao group has more talents and has huge influence in Shuzhou. Strong dragons cannot overwhelm local snakes, and Shuzhou Shijiao group has the upper hand. However, Chutian is on the side of the non-local group, so the non-local group with Chutian's support can overpower the Shuzhou Shijiao group. Taking stock of the internal affairs talents he had, he found that his civil servants were from Wei, Wu, and Shu. Chutian always felt that something was missing. Help me find out how old Zhuge Liang is, and whether he is still in Taishan County at this time. Chutian thought that he was missing Zhuge Liang, so he took the initiative to contact Shuiyu, who was responsible for inquiring about information among the players. Shuiyu has always been famous among players. Although she is not a core figure in Chutian's forces, Chutian still relies on her to get information sometimes. Taishan County is involved in the war between the Yin-Zhou coalition forces and Chowchow. What are the details? I will report to you after I find out the detailed information. Thanks for your hard work. Chutian rarely uses players as his subordinates, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't reuse players, such as Xiao Liang and Shuiyu. He has used them both. Moreover, many middle and low-level officials in Shuzhou are from players, and even the legions have players who are military generals. Chutian tried to make 3 new heroes: the swordsmith Imo Xia, the pirate ship King Zheng Zhilong, and the famous Prime Minister Du Ruhui, integrate into the civil servants and generals of Shuzhou. And Xiao Liang was entrusted with a new task by him to arrange and win over France's representative hero Joan of Arc to serve Shuzhou. Humph. The Lord actually wants his woman to place another woman. Xiao Liang was a little helpless about this task. Although Catherine was not brought back to the Eastern Han dynasty by Chutian, Chutian brought back Joan of Arc from France, a French girl who was not aware of the dangers of the world. Xiao Liang was quite surprised at first when he learned that Joan of Arc was captured by Chutian. This is the temporary house our Lord has prepared for you in Xiapi. It faces north and south. Xiao Liang brought Joan of Arc to her residence and introduced her to the layout of the house. She talked about it in detail, showing that she was more educated than ordinary generals. Joan of Arc's eyes flickered. She learned that the woman in front of her, Miss Xia, had a high status in the mind of the Lord. If she took Miss Xia as a hostage, the Lord might let her return to France. Joan of Arc is considering whether to hold Xiao Liang hostage. Xiao Liang noticed something strange about Jean, and glanced at Jean randomly. Jean felt nervous, probably seeing Joan's thoughts. Xiao Liang sighed quietly. My lord has given you the status of a free citizen of the Eastern Han dynasty, which is completely different from the servant army. I have arranged a place for you and entertained you like this. I also regard you as a good sister. But they want to kidnap me. The farmer and the snake. Is this the spirit of France? No, that's not the case. Joan of Arc quickly explained. You only need to fight for the Lord for 5 years before you can return to France. 5 years will fly by in a blink of an eye. So just think of it as your experience in the East. If you have any problems, you can come to my sister. If someone bullies you, my sister will definitely help you. You take the lead. The 17-year-old Joan of Arc was deceived by Xiao Liang, and the two parties were not opponents at the same level at all. Leading troops to fight does not mean that you have strong ability to deal with people. Zhou Yafu is the best example. As Xiao Liang's guard, Li Xiaoning realized that Joan of Arc had just wanted to kidnap Xiao Liang and threaten Chutian, but was defused by Xiao Liang's kindness offensive. In Li Xiaoning's eyes, Chutian and Xiao Liang were working together to kidnap the ignorant girl. Our current enemy is a prince named Xiaomingda. In this way, sister, if you want to return to France as soon as possible, I can propose to the Lord that you help us defeat him, and the Lord will consider letting you return to France in advance. Xiao Liang's words were like a trap that followed the lead. He first got close to Joan of Arc, then gave her hope of returning to France as soon as possible, and then made Joan of Arc work for Chutian for the first time. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. If there is a second time, there will be a third time, and there will be a fourth time. Joan of Arc looked at this kind-hearted elder sister. Defeat Xiaomingda? Who is he? You can think of him as a big duke. A very bad duke. If I can return to France early, I am willing to go to war. Joan of Arc was inspired and finally decided to go to the battlefield to serve Shuzhou Mu. But it is definitely not allegiance. I just want to exchange for freedom. Poor child. May God bless you. And you can successfully defeat the powerful enemy and gain freedom. Xiao Liang was like a magic stick, calming down Joan of Arc effortlessly. But he said to himself, the saints in France are just like that. If it is that Catherine, it will be more difficult to deal with. On the other side, Shuiyu, in accordance with Chu Tian's order, entrusted players in Taishan County to find out information about Zhuge Liang. She reported to Chu Tian. I found out about Zhuge Liang. Their family is still in Taishan County. Chapter 281 Chinese version of Joan of Arc. Zhuge Liang is probably only 7 to 8 years old. His father, Zhuge Gui, the Prime Minister of Taishan County, passed away not long ago. He is still stranded in Taishan County and is detained by the Lord of Taishan County. Soon Chu Tian learned of Zhuge Liang's whereabouts. Zhuge Liang is still a child, and Chu Tian is qualified to be his father. Zhuge Liang fell into the hands of the Lord of Taishan County. Is it necessary to fight Taishan County for a future talent? Chu Tian thought it was necessary because the Lord of Taishan County once participated in the coalition forces that besieged Langya Kingdom. Taishan County is one of the 8 major counties in Yinzhou, and Shuzhou only has 5 counties. If Taishan County to the west of Langya Kingdom can be captured, Chu Tian's territory will change from 5 counties to 6 counties. Take Guanling County, and then covet Taishan County. Chu Tian's army is fighting on 2 fronts, fighting Chowchow on one side and pacifying Ling County on the other. Only when the troops attacking Guanling County are vacant can the Chu talents dare to attack Taishan County. Otherwise it will be a 3-front battle. The consequence of a 3-line battle is that as long as there is a problem on one line and the foundation is threatened, the other 2 lines of troops will be forced to retreat. Lord Zhou Mu, there is a French envoy asking to see you. While Chu Tian was dealing with internal affairs, someone suddenly came to report. The French envoys? They are thousands of miles away. How could they end up here? Chu Tian quickly understood that it was probably the French who used the teleportation array of the World Trade Node to come to Nanhai County in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and then came to Shuzhou through the teleportation array of Nanhai County. The purpose of their arrival must be to redeem the representative hero of their own civilized zone. In order to make them give up, Chu Tian decided to meet the French envoys. Soon several blonde envoys arrived. Chu Tian had Zhao Yun as his guard and was not afraid. Chu Zimu, we are players of the French Paris Guild. Our hero Joan of Arc was captured by you, and you hope to redeem her with gold and silver. Her abilities are not suitable for you in the Eastern Han Dynasty, but they are of great significance to us in France. How much gold and silver do you want? 1,000 pounds of gold? Or 3,000 pounds? Or 10,000 pounds? The French envoy went straight to the point and explained his purpose. Chu Tian was unmoved. Joan of Arc has pledged allegiance to me. She is now my subordinate, not a prisoner. It is impossible for me to allow others to buy my subordinates with money. How will my other subordinates view me? One of the French envoys exclaimed. Impossible. How could she be loyal to the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty? If you pay attention to the news about the Eastern Han Dynasty, you will soon know that she is fighting for me and expanding my territory. Chu Tian deliberately provokes the relationship between them. There are still French envoys who are unwilling to believe that the spiritual symbol of France will be loyal to another civilization. We need to question her. She has just pledged her allegiance to me, and it is impossible for you to shake her determination. Forget your hero. She is already a free citizen of the Eastern Han Dynasty. God will bless her, and she will start a new life in the new Garden of Eden. When Chu Tian dealt with the French envoys, he deliberately acted like a translator. The French envoys didn't know whether it was true or not, and Chu Tian prohibited them from contacting Joan of Arc, so they had no way of knowing the real situation. You can leave now, and don't come to take advantage of us. The free people of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian drove away the French envoys, and determined that Joan of Arc was a free citizen of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Regarding Chu Tian's hegemonism, the French envoys gnashed their teeth in hatred, but they were helpless towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian's territory is equivalent to 1/4 to 1/2 of France. Even the largest lord in France is just a marquis, controlling 1/5 of France's territory, which cannot be compared with Chu Tian. Furthermore, the distance between the two sides was too far, and the French expedition to Shuzhou was just a castle in the air and unrealistic. If we meet on the battlefield of a national war in the future, you will regret it. All our lords in France will regard you as an enemy. Facing the threat from the French envoys, Chuon said as if nothing had happened. France, you'd better ask for your own blessings. Caesar of Rome will conquer Gaul. Isn't the predecessor of your France Gaul? If France can't even resist Rome, what's the point? How can you be my enemy? The French envoy was driven out. Indignant. This Eastern lord is simply a devil without leakage. And he is so thick-skinned that he regards the heroes of France as free citizens of the Eastern Han dynasty. While they hated Chuon, they were also shocked by the prosperity of Siai city. After Li Kuei's governance, Xiaoqing became popular. The public security was stable. The economy, agriculture, and culture were developed. And the population gradually increased. It currently has a population of 300,000. All kinds of special buildings were piled up in Siai city by Chuon. And different effects were superimposed layer by layer. So that Siai city developed very quickly. And it was not far from becoming a large city. During this period, Chuon returned to Siai city. He ordered Zhou Yafu to hold Chowchow and Pangwan in Dongping Kingdom to interfere, slowing down Chowchow's development. On the Guangling County battlefield, there were 70,000 troops led by Li, Schwar, Ding, and Mifang. Chuon led the remaining main force and servants to the north of Langya Kingdom, and re-expanded with Langya Kingdom as a base. Langya Kingdom is the bridgehead for attacking Taishan County and Qingzhou, and it is also the most important core area of Chuon. Before dealing with Chowchow, Chuon planned to deal with Chowchow's allies first. Otherwise, when Chuon was at war with Chowchow, Master Zhao suddenly attacked Langya Kingdom, and Chuon's rear would be unprotected. In Gaoyu County, Guanling County, Yang Yi gathered tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to defend, and could not attack by force for a while. After Yang Yi came back from the national war, he hurriedly organized a defense. As a result, the defense line was broken by Lu Yi and Schwar, and he could only defend the city and wait for the situation to change. Even with Lu Yi's siege bonus, siege is still a pain. Lu Yi and Schwar inspected the city defenses and said to Schwar, if we attack by force, we will probably have to kill or injure 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers and civilians before we can capture Gaoyu. I will lead the cavalry to bypass Gaoyu and attack Guangling. As long as the Guangling prefect is captured alive, Yang Yi will definitely surrender. Okay, with me here, Yang Yi dare not leave the city. Your priority is to attack the city, and attack the heart first. Lu Yi agreed with Schwarengui's tactics. Guangling is the administrative seat of Guangling County, which is equivalent to the Yangzhou area in reality. As long as Guangling is captured, the Chuon forces can drink from the Yangtze River. If Chuon's navy is strong, there is no need to go south to attack Jiangdong. However, Chuon's focus was ultimately on the north, where the cavalry was strong. After destroying the powerful northern princes, Chuon would then go south to Chubi. Schwarengui only led part of his troops to bypass Gaoyu and attack Guangling directly, causing panic among the prefect of Guangling and the people in the city. As soon as I came back from the national war, I faced a situation where 70,000 troops marched straight in. Who can stop me? The governor of Guangling felt his scalp numb, because Chen Ding knew the terrain of Guangling County. It was difficult for the defenders of Guangling County to use the terrain advantages to block the attack, so they had to retreat into the city. Xu Zhoumu has an order to surrender within 15 days and persuade Yang Yi to surrender, so that he can save his life. Otherwise, all officials and lords will be executed on the day the city is broken. In order to get Yang Yi, Chuon also used Guangling prefect Yang Yi as lord. If even the lord surrendered, Yang Yi would definitely surrender as well. Because both sides do not yet have the concept of a kingdom, there will be no situation where military generals will be loyal to a certain kingdom. On the 15th, the prefect of Guangling was struggling. Although surrendering can save one's life, the days of being as prosperous as the current 2D emperor are gone forever, and they will most likely become civilians. This is also the reason why many big lords take a gamble even though they know they are losing. After gaining power, one cannot bear the loss of power. When Lu Yi and Schwarengui struggled to conquer Guangling County, Chuon returned to Siai City and advanced through the teleportation array and transferred the center of power to Siai City. At the same time, he dismissed Xiao Liang from his post as Prime Minister of Siai Pai and appointed him as Prime Minister of Langya. At the same time, he appointed Li Kui as Prime Minister of Siai Pai. Chen Ding, the Prime Minister of the East China Sea, went to Guangling County to fight. Chuon also sent Zhao Yu from Langya to serve as the Prime Minister of the East China Sea. According to Chuon's plan, After Guanling County is captured, Qin Ding will serve as the prefect of Guangling and maintain a defensive posture towards Jiangdong. Xutian's expansion direction is in Qinzhou and Yinzhou, and it sticks to the direction of Yangzhou and Yuzhou. Xutian is not so arrogant as to attack 4 states at the same time. After Xiao Liang convinced Joan of Arc, he took her to the Lord's mansion. Lord, please keep your promise. Within 5 years, as long as I have achieved enough military exploits for you, please let me return to France. Joan of Arc carefully probed Xutian's tone. Of course. You are living with Hua Mulan during this period. Don't try to leave the Eastern Han dynasty on your own. There are several teleportation arrays and world trade nodes between the Eastern Han dynasty and France. If you leave on your own, you will be captured alive by other lords, especially those who fall in the hands of infidels. The fate will not be like this. You should know that people's hearts are sinister, and there are not many people like us. Xutian was worried that Joan of Arc would run away secretly during her service and deliberately frightened her. I know you are a good person, so I am willing to help you defeat Xiaomengde. I heard that if you defeat him, you can shorten the 5-year period. Xiaomengde? Xutian looked at Xiao Liang. She made a look intentionally or unintentionally, and Xutian understood. Can! Xutian agreed. It is possible to shorten the 5-year period, but Xutian did not specify how long it would take. Wouldn't shortening the period by 1 month also shorten it? Xutian tried to check the panel of the French legend heroes. Name, Jeanne d'Arc, Joan of Arc. Level 32. Age 17. Description, a legendary figure in the 100 Years' War between England and France. Gone. Xutian still couldn't see the panel attributes of Joan of Arc. The current Joan of Arc is more like a cooperative relationship. Once the cooperation period is up, she will leave. This was not the first time Xutian encountered such a situation. Some generals are willing to serve, but not necessarily loyal. For example, Zhao Yun, who was wandering before, and Lu Ji and Hua Tuo, who are still living in Xiaqing, are willing to lead troops to fight and contribute for various reasons. But their relationship with the Lord is not a monarch-subject relationship. From now on, you can lead an army of servants and follow me on expeditions. Only Xutian can suppress the servant army, so Xutian must be tied to Joan of Arc to achieve the greatest effect. When will we beat Xiaomengde? Joan of Arc is already eager to attack Chowchow and return to France as soon as possible. Whereas 90% of the time preparing and only 10% of the time fighting. So please be patient. Xutian rejected her idea of going out to fight immediately. Xutian planned to defeat Chowchow's allies one by one, making Chowchow feel desperate, so he would not agree to attack Chowchow immediately. Next, Joan of Arc lived in Hua Mulan's house and acted with Hua Mulan. Xutian used Hua Mulan to monitor Joan of Arc, while establishing a friendship and forcibly Chinesizing Joan of Arc. Not to mention how you will deal with Joan of Arc. What are you going to do with Hua Mulan? My lord. After Xiao Liang left, Xiao Liang took the initiative to ask Xutian. Hua Mulan was probably just like Joan of Arc, an ignorant girl abducted by Xutian. Do you and Hua Mulan have any secret deal in private? Xutian noticed something. Xiao Liang was already dissatisfied with his desires, and with Hua Mulan added to the mix, Xutian felt the pressure. Then it depends on whether the Lord wants to play something more exciting. Xutian decided to establish the 5th School of the Northern Army and form his own guards. He needed a guards. He already possesses the aura of the entire army, the soul of the Han army, and the cavalry characteristic of Song Lang White Deer. He is much more powerful than generals like Mi Fang and Lu Sandao. The characteristics of Song Lang and White Deer allow Xutian to compare favorably with king-level cavalry generals. The disadvantage is that Xutian's basic command is relatively low. The 5 schools of the Northern Army are divided into 5 battalions: Tunki, Yuechi, Infantry, Chashui and Shisheng. Among them, the Sound Battalion and the Infantry Battalion are already available for recruitment. The Tunki camp is also easy to recruit, because the troops used by the Tunki camp are Han cavalry. However, Yuechi camp and Chanshui camp were Xiongnu cavalry and Wuhuan cavalry that surrendered to the Han dynasty, and their troops needed to be imported from Bingzhou, Yuo and other places. According to the setting of Lord, the Infantry Battalion is light infantry. The Chanshui Battalion is longbowmen. The Tunki Battalion is heavy cavalry. And the Chanshui Battalion and Yuechi Battalion are light cavalry. The 5 schools of the Northern Army with complete arms are capable of almost any military operation. Xutian's Tian Khan characteristic also has a 10% attack bonus against the Xiongnu and Wuhuan cavalry, coupled with a Songlang White Deer that greatly strengthens the cavalry. Chanshui Camp and Yuechi Camp will be a trump card that Chu Tian personally commanded. As heavy cavalry, the Tunki Battalion can also explode with powerful combat effectiveness due to the bonuses of Han Army Soul and Songlang White Deer. Try to recruit Huns from Bingzhou and other counties, or go to Western Liaoning to recruit Wuhuan. The special characteristics of the 5 schools of the Northern Army forced Chu Tian to use the Huns and Wuhuan people as cannon fodder. Fortunately, Chu Tian has the characteristics of Khan, so it is not easy for rebellion to occur. The cavalry battalion of the 5th school of the Northern Army is a 6th order heavy cavalry, which is somewhat inferior to the Xiliang cavalry. However, the cooperation between the 5 schools of the Northern Army is much more practical than that of the Xiliang cavalry. A single Xiliang cavalry also needs the cooperation of other arms. Otherwise it will be captured alive like Huaxiong. At Chu Tian's signal, Chu Tian sent people to Bingzhou and Western Liaoning to recruit or trade Huns and Wuhuan people. In Lords, as long as there is money, criminal human trafficking is not uncommon. While recruiting the Huns and Wuhuan people, Chu Tian sent people to buy horses and expand the army. Chapter 282 Start Overseas Trade. There are 5 schools of the Northern Army, including the Shengsheng Battalion and the Infantry Battalion, with a total strength of 3,000 people. Tunki Camp, Chanshui Camp, and Yuechi Camp each had a strength of 1,000 men from Chu Tian. Excellent war horses were expensive, and it was difficult to fully staff 3 cavalry battalions. As heavy cavalry, the Tunki Battalion requires excellent iron armor and horse armor, which are more expensive. The 5 schools of the Northern Army currently have a strength of 9,000 people, and have become the guards directly commanded by Chu Tian, known as the 1st Guards Regiment, in addition to ordering the 5th School of the Northern Army to serve as the 1st Guards Corps. Chu Tian ordered Li Xiaoning's Women's Army to become the 2nd Guards Corps, directly loyal to Chu Tian. The leader of the 2nd Army is Li Xiaoning, with a current strength of 6,000. The 1st Guards Corps is a comprehensive corps, and the 2nd Guards Corps is a corps based on light infantry, equipped with swords, shields, spears, crossbows, and pack horses to enhance the combat effectiveness and mobility of the detachment of women. In order to once again strengthen the cavalry of the Guards Corps, Chu Tian ordered Hua Mulan's Reconnaissance Regiment to become the 3rd Guards Corps, with 15,000 light cavalry under its jurisdiction, directly responsible to Chu Tian. Among them, there are 2,000 6th-level Iron Eagle Scouts and 13,000 ordinary light cavalry. There are 3 Guards regiments, with a total of 30,000 people. Among them, there were 12,000 infantry and archers, and 18,000 cavalry. Under special circumstances, Xiao Liang has temporary command authority over the 3 Guards Corps. It is impossible to temporarily allocate troops in future battles as before. With the expansion of territory and the trend of multi-front operations, Chu Tian began to strengthen the functions of the legion. In addition to the 3 Guards legions, there is also a servant legion of 12,000 special soldiers selected from foreign captives. Only Chu Tian can tame it, and can be considered the 4th Guards Legion, since Joan of Arc has no allegiance. Chu Tian will only appoint her as the leader of the servant army when she goes on an expedition. Usually, Chu Tian will personally command her. In the same way, Xiao Liang has the power to take over the servant army under special circumstances, such as Chu Tian's injury. The 3 Guards Corps plus the Servant Corps. The guards have a total of 42,000 people. Chu Tian must have a powerful guard army to ensure his power, and to intimidate aristocratic families everywhere. If aristocratic families in various places are unwilling to change, they must consider bearing the wrath of Chu Tian's guards. Chu Tian could have used the unreasonable army of foreign servants to suppress the family. In addition to the Guards Corps under his personal command, Chu Tian also divided the legions into 3 levels. The first level, the main army, is used to conquer princes from all sides, expand territory, and achieve great achievements. The first main legion, Le Yi's Offensive Legion, was led by Lieutenant General Li Guang, with a strength of 40,000, including 2,000 Yinjia, 7th level, high-level troops, and 2,000 Western Han Dynasty Border Guard archers, 5th level. The second main army, Zhou Yafu's Defensive Army, with Deputy General Zhou Song, has an establishment of 40,000 people, of which the high-level troops have an establishment of 6,000 Shiliu Camp, 6th level. The third main legion, Wanggui's White Robe Cavalry Legion, under the command of Deputy General Zhao Yun, has a strength of 25,000 cavalry, among which the high-level units have 2,000 elite Tang cavalry archers, 6th level, and 2,000 white horse each Sung, 6th level. The 4th Main Legion, Su Rong Shiliang Cavalry Legion, with Deputy General Hua Xiong, has a strength of 15,000 cavalry, including 1,000 Shiliang cavalry, 7th level, for high-level units. The Special Main Force Army is planned to be composed of Zheng Zhilong and Su Sheng to form the Fubo Army, with an establishment of 30,000 people, composed of soldiers of the Jing family navy and soldiers of the Suqiao navy, and 400 warships, sentinel ships, walking boats, stern ships, fighting ships, troop ship. The main force has a total of 150,000 troops. The significance of the establishment is that if the troops are lost at the front, the rear will be replenished as soon as possible. If the entire army is wiped out, Chutian will consider dismantling the organization and reorganizing a new army. The main army is called the main army because they are the absolute main force and are more powerful than Chutian's guards army. Now in the period of expansion, it is impossible for Chutian to control all the troops in its hands, like the Song dynasty, by strengthening the branches and weak branches, focusing on culture over military affairs. The Guards Corps and the main corps totaled 192,000 people. For Chutian, who was about to have 5 counties, there was little financial pressure. The second level is the Local Defense Corps. The Langya Kingdom's Defense Corps consists of General Zhang Ba, Deputy General Sun Guan, and 15,000 low-level troops. The Donghai Kingdom Defense Corps, led by General Mi Fang, has 10,000 low-level troops. Xiapi State Defense Corps, led by General Li Kui, who also serves as Prime Minister, has 10,000 low-level troops. Guanling County Defense Corps, led by General Chen Ding, who also serves as the Prefect, has 30,000 low-level troops. Pingchang Kingdom Defense Corps, led by General Yin Li, has 15,000 low-level troops. The Local Defense Corps totaled 80,000 people. As the name suggests, the main task of the Defensive Corps is defense. When necessary, the Local Defense Corps will also cooperate with the main army to attack the enemy's territory. Although Chutian stipulated the separation of military and political affairs, on the premise that the main generals were in the main army, the defensive armies of some counties could only be handed over to the local prime minister and prefect commander. Li Kui had no reason to betray Chutian. As for Chen Ding, his father Chen Gui was equivalent to a hostage under Chutian. Chutian relied on Chen Ding to defend the lords of Jiandong in Guangling County, so he allowed Chen Ding to recruit 30,000 troops there. The third level of military strength is actually the city defense troops, government officials, and township warriors in each county. After Chutian strictly stipulated the number, he didn't pay much attention to it. As a state herdsman, he had long given up using Xiangyong to participate in battles. Xiangyong was mostly used to transport grain. There are 42,000 Guards Corps, 150,000 Main Corps, and 80,000 Local Defense Corps, totaling 272,000 professional soldiers. With the current financial resources of Shuzhou, it can be supported, as long as the various places in Shuzhou rest and recuperate for 10 years. The military strength can even be doubled in 10 years. Once the framework is set, legions can be established, merged, split, or reorganized in the future. After determining the troublesome issue of legion organization, Chu Tian ordered the officials in charge of recruiting troops in the Lord's Palace to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps to replenish the strength of each legion. Currently, Lei Offensive Corps, White Robe Cavalry Corps, Donghai State Defense Corps, and Guangling County Defense Corps are attacking Guangling County. Zhou Yafu's Defensive Corps and Su Rong Shiliang Cavalry Corps are confronting Chowchow. Zhou Yafu and Su Rong have Gongziwen as their ally, who can temporarily delay Chowchow. Once Guangling County is pacified, 3 Guards Corps and 2 main army groups can be dispatched to attack Taishan County. In order to attack Mr. Zhao of Qinzhou in the future, Su Sheng must be ordered to form the Fubo army as soon as possible. Chu Tian planned to advance both by land and water to destroy Mr. Zhao in Qinzhou. Lord, there is a Japanese lord who plans to establish trade relations with us. Although Xiao Liang's status has become higher, he still holds the account book and comes to inform Chu Tian of a decision that requires him to make the final decision. The relationship between Japan and our Eastern Han dynasty has always been at odds. Why do they come so shamelessly to ask for trade? Chu Tian only gave the 2 Japanese lords a lesson during the National War. As a result, not only were the 2 lords not angry, but they came to trade shamelessly. The war must be fought, and the business must be done. You can earn gold and silver from the Japanese, as long as you are not selling strategic materials. Why not trade with them? Japan has a large number of silver mines. Once a trade surplus is formed, Japanese silver will continue to flow in. Eastern Han Dynasty. Let him come in and see me. Chuon's expansion of the army's establishment required the purchase of a large number of high-quality war horses, the forging of weapons and armor, and extensive construction work in each county, leaving a huge gap in gold and silver. The Japanese lords came to request trade. The goods they wanted to buy were nothing more than silk, tea, porcelain and other materials that had nothing to do with the war. Selling them to them would not increase Japan's military strength. Soon a lord arrived in person, handed the samurai's sword to the guard outside the door, and calmly negotiated with Chuon alone. This Japanese man has some courage. Compared with Goryeo, the Southeast Asian countries, and the Moguls in India, Chuon was more prepared to guard against the Japanese. But the Japanese area was not large, so it was difficult to do anything. The Lord of Hirado Castle, Tara Yoshimori, once clashed with you on the battlefield of the National War and lost 100 soldiers and horses. The Japanese lord revealed his identity. Chuon thought about it for a moment, and soon found out that Ping Yisheng was one of the Japanese lords who supported the Kshatriyas. However, Pinjioshi Shengming protected himself and retreated as soon as possible. In the end of the battle, only 100 people died. Chuon stared at the warrior. As a lord, you come to Shujo alone. Are you not afraid of death? Tara Yoshimori replied. That's wrong. If you kill me, my retainers will take my place, which will not do you any good. On the contrary, I want to establish trade relations with the lords of the Celestial Kingdom. Hirado Castle will be open to ships from Shujo. There will be an endless flow of businessmen from both sides. You can collect taxes of up to 10,000 taels every year. Xiao Liang whispered to Chuon. The purpose of his request for trade is probably to make money. He can earn tariffs and the price difference. After Xiao Liang's reminder, Chuon understood Ping Yisheng's thoughts. In fact, both lords can benefit from trade between the two parties, and the common people are losing. But the common people have gained the goods they want. Yes, it is limited to tea, porcelain, silk, calligraphy and painting and other non-military items. Of course, Ping Yisheng also did not want Japan's few military supplies to flow into the Eastern Han Dynasty. The two sides reached a trade agreement, and merchant ships from Shujo Tsushin Port and Hirado City can travel between them. Tariffs are also determined at the same time. The Eastern Han merchant ships in Chu County can use the teleportation array to reach the waters near Hirado City, shortening the navigation time. Without the teleportation array at the port, the distance between the two sides would be too far. Chuon could even use the teleportation array to send the Fubo Legion to sneak attack Hirado City. Of course, Chuon would not go all the way to attack a Japanese city, as that would mean that he would be constantly counterattacked by Japanese lords. Unless Chuon has unified the Eastern Han Dynasty, it will not be able to fight for a long time. Ping Yisheng's purpose in signing this treaty was not to attack Chu County. First of all, his navy may not be the opponent of the Fubo Corps that is about to be established. Secondly, a sneak attack on Tsushin means being attacked by the Shujo Corps. When Ping Yisheng signed the trade treaty, he found that his hand holding the brush was shaking. Chuon's Heavenly Khan trait also has a suppressive effect on him. Your Excellency is a little strange. Ping Yisheng felt inexplicably afraid. Yeah. Chuon was no different, and signed a trade agreement between the two parties. The treaty is just a paper document. Chuon can tear up the treaty and start a war at any time, when necessary. The teleportation array can also be closed, and the country is closed off. Chuon was a little disgusted with seclusion. As long as it is strong enough and convenient for trade, there is no need to close the country, because the navy of the Eastern Han Dynasty did not attack others, and others would burn incense and worship Buddha. Ping Yisheng originally thought that Chuon would make things difficult for him. But Chuon was obviously an enlightened trader, and actively promoted trade between the two sides. Zheng Zhilong can come in handy. Take advantage of the trade opportunity, and figure out how to get to Hirado City and the sea area near Hirado City. We will also attack Japan in the future. Chuon closed his eyes slightly when he saw Ping Yisheng leaving. He had realized that Ping Yisheng needed money, so he put aside his conflicts and came to trade. It just so happened that Chuon also needed money. Moreover, Chuon planned to take advantage of trade opportunities and send Zheng Zhilong to explore how to attack Japan. What is the first thing every Eastern Han lord does after unifying the Eastern Han dynasty? That is to fight against Korea and Japan. Chuon has already begun to make plans for the future. The trade with Hirado Castle was only a small prelude to the conquest of Japan. In Liaodong, Mingwan received a trade request from Zhao Gongzi, the governor of Donglai, to purchase a three-eyed fire gun. It can add a little trouble to Chu Zimu and make a profit from it. So why not do it? At present, only Mingwan in the Eastern Han dynasty has the ability to produce three-eyed fire blunderbuss. He readily sold 700 three-eyed fire blunderbuss to Mr. Zhao and asked him to form the Guan Ning cavalry to create trouble for Chuon. I will also launch an attack on Gongsun Zan and Prince Yin in western Liaoning as soon as possible. While they are competing with Yuzhou Mu for Yuzhou, I will make a surprise attack on western Liaoning. Mingwan gave up the endless war with Koryo and focused his energy on the western Liaoning corridor. If he wanted to conquer the Goryeo kingdom, his strength as a Liaodong governor was somewhat lacking. In the Western Region Protectorate, the Lord Huan competed with another big lord for control of the Western Region Protectorate, and the two sides fought fiercely. The population of the Western Region Protectorate is less than 10 million. But if the Western Region Protectorate can be unified and the 36 countries in the Western region are forced to surrender, there may not be any hope of dominating Central Asia. General Chen Tang of the Western Han dynasty led the Han army and servants to kill the enemy generals, pursue the victory, and defeat the enemy. After several years of experience, Lord Huan had a resolute face and said to a general beside him, Gao Xianji, I plan to unify the Western Region Protectorate and not expand to Yumen Pass. I want to defeat the 36 kingdoms, expand to Central Asia, and establish a big empire that rules Central Asia. The princes in the pass have strong soldiers and horses, and we can become king in Central Asia and the Western regions. Maybe we can also invade the Moguls in India. Gao Xianji pulled the restless war horse and looked in the direction of Central Asia. When all the princes in the pass were fighting, no one noticed the distant protectorate of the Western regions, nor did they expect that Huan, the protectorate of the Western regions, had become a lord with a population of several million. It wasn't until this low-key lord applied to the Chang'an court to become the protector of the Western regions that Jiuzhou Laoqin remembered that there was such a lord in the Eastern Han dynasty. I want Dong Zhuo to die as soon as possible so that I can take over Chang'an and threaten the emperor to disobey him. It's up to you to provoke him. Jiuzhou Laoqin said to Jiasu who came to visit his house. Asterisk Gao Xianji, the Jidushi of the 4 towns of Anqi in the Tang dynasty, was good at running and had superb mountain marching ability. Chapter 283 Yang Wudi's Allegiance. Guanling County is willing to surrender. Please Shuzhou Mu to treat everyone with mercy. The prefect of Guanling County was attacked by Schwar and Gui and finally decided to surrender. Facing the devastating attack of Shuzhou Mu's 70,000 strong army, he was completely unable to resist, and he would only be defeated and killed if he continued to fight. Chowchow and Mr. Zhao had no time to support them. The city gate of Guanling opened, and Mi Fang rushed in first to accept surrender. Brother Mi! Schwar and Gui couldn't stop him in time, and couldn't help but shook his head. If the other party pretends to surrender, Mi Fang will be gone. Fortunately, the prefect of Guanling did not pretend to surrender. Mi Fang controlled the whole city, and couldn't help but feel a little elated. He finally won a big victory. Mi Fang was one of the 4 major contributors to the victory of Guanling County this time. Lu Yi, Schwar and Gui, Chen Dang and Mi Fang took credit for conquering Guanling County. The reason why Mi Fang was arranged to attack Guanling County was probably because Xiao Liancan provided a large amount of support to Chu Tian in the Mi family. So he reciprocated the favor and gave Mi Fang an opportunity to lead troops in battle and make meritorious deeds. Otherwise, if Mi Fang leads an army of 70,000 to attack Guanling County alone, he might be defeated by Yang Yi. Schwar and Gui could already see the water of the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River is like a desperate chasm. Without a powerful navy, it would be difficult to cross the natural dangers of the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River in Lord is wider and comparable to a lake. The water network in the south is crisscrossed, and Schwar and Gui's White Robe Cavalry Regiment will be affected by the terrain, and its combat effectiveness will be reduced to some extent. According to the agreement, you need to go to Gaoyu County to persuade your General Yang Yi to surrender. If Yang Yi is willing to serve our lord, your situation will be much better. Schwar and Gui especially found Yang Yi's lord, the prefect of Guanling County, and asked to persuade Yang Yi to surrender. The life or death of a player lord doesn't matter. What Chu Tian cares about is getting Yang Yi's allegiance. Yang Yi is known as Yang Wudi, and is an excellent cavalry general. If he obtains his loyalty, Chutian can form an additional main army. Yang Yi was trapped in Gaoyu by Lu Yi. When he saw Schwar and Gui leaving, he attempted to fight back. However, Lu Yi's commanding ability was far superior to that of Yang Yi, making it difficult for Yang Yi to find opportunities for combat. Unless there are reinforcements, nothing can be done. Yang Yi frowned. It would be okay if he was dealing with an ordinary commander. But this time his opponent was Lu Yi, who had teamed up with him to attack Langya Kingdom. He and Lu Yi have worked together before, so he knows how powerful Lu Yi is. At this time, news came from Guanling, and Lu Yi specially sent someone to shout to the defenders. Guanling has surrendered. It will be useless if you continue to trap Gaoyu. If you don't surrender as soon as possible, the governor of Guanling will be executed. The defenders were shaken when they learned that the prefect had surrendered, since even the prefect of Guanling has given up resistance. Their persistence is meaningless. Yang Yi bowed to the south, sighed a little, and took off his armor. Open the city gate. Present the city and surrender. His lord was in the hands of the enemy, and if he did not dedicate the city, he would only be doing harm to his lord. Lu Yi and Chen Ding occupied Gaoyu, and Yang Yi ordered his soldiers to tie them up, saving a lot of effort. I didn't expect that we were friends before, but now we are enemies. It is not a pity to lose at your hands. Yang Yi was convinced by his defeat to Lu Yi. His force is much higher than that of Lu Yi, but his personal force has limited effect in front of an army of tens of thousands. We will still be friends in the future. Someone, please untie General Yang Yi. Lu Yi did not deliberately embarrass Yang Yi. Yang Yi as lord was captured, and it was impossible for him to escape. If the Yang family will betray their lord and escape alone, then Yang Yi is not the character of the Yang family general. Yang Yi said, I may not necessarily be loyal to Shu Zhou Mu. You will be loyal to Lord Zhou Mu, because this is the price your old master paid for his life. Faced with Shu Zhou Mu's threat, Yang Yi found it difficult to refute. The other party has already grasped his psychology. Threatened by the governor of Guanling, Yang Yi could only choose to be loyal. After Gaoyu surrendered, Lu Yi and Chen Ding went to Guanling to join Schwar and Gui and Mifang. Chutian appointed Chen Ding as the governor of Guanling County in advance, taking over the internal affairs and military affairs of Guanling County in advance, and guarding against powerful enemies in Jiangnan and Huainan. I will govern Guanling and protect the territory and the people. If it is not a first-rate general, even if 100,000 troops arrive, I will be able to stop it. Chen Ding looked towards the Yangtze River. On the opposite side were the 6 counties of Jiangnan. The 6 counties of Jiangnan are the most populous counties, because a large number of players choose to be born in Jiangnan. If there is a lord who can unify the 6 counties in Jiangnan, then it will be another powerful prince who is divided into one side. Suzhou and Hangzhou are well established, and the world is full of them. After being developed by players, Jiangdong's potential will be very terrifying. Schwar and Gui said, in Lujiang County, one of the 6 counties east of the Yangtze River, there is a lord named Tonke. He has an elite army under his command, called the Beifu Army. If he comes to attack, be extra careful. If the Beifu Army comes to attack, I will be on the defensive. We will go to Langya Kingdom and report the results of the battle to Mr. Zhou Mu. Lu Yi, Yang Yi, Chen Ding, and Mifang temporarily stayed in the army to guard Guanling County, and then took Yang Yi with them to return to Langya Kingdom using the teleportation array. Chutian already knew in advance that Lu Yi and Schwar and Gui occupied Guanling County, because the S-level achievement, one party of princes, control of a state within 10 years, has been completed. Chutian's personal attributes have been greatly improved. Name, Chutian, I just want to farm well. Level, 53. Commander, 80, Force, 70, Intelligence, 75, Politics, 77. Characteristics, Tian Khan SSS. Somlang White Deer SSS. 4 Worlds and 3 Dukes S. Great Sage Master S. Great Han Army Soul A. Special Arms, the 5th School of the Northern Army. Barely a diamond level commander. Chu Tian estimated that he was at the same level as Zhang Ba, but Zhang Ba's characteristics and weapons were far inferior to Chu Tian's. Now Chu Tian is no less than a king-level commander with his domineering characteristics and military types. Such an attribute can be called a prince, and it should be much higher than Yuan Shu, Kong Rong, Tao Qian, Zhang Lu and others. Chu Tian can still accept his current situation, and his command and force should be higher than that of Sun Quan. After completing the achievement mission of one side of the princes, Chuon also received a level 6 shipyard blueprint. The 6th level shipyard can produce more advanced warships, including fighting ships used in inland rivers or coastal areas, and 400 material warships used in naval battles. About 27 meters long, about 5 meters wide, and about 1.8 meters deep. Chuon ordered a 6th level shipyard to be built in Siuxian, using Siuxian as the base of the Fubo Corps. The Fubo Corps also had an important mission to supervise the trading ships and prevent the Japanese from causing trouble in Chu County. Su Sheng has already gone to Chu County to form the Fubo Army. In addition to high-end shipyards, Chu County also built 5th-level naval camps, 5th-level docks, and other buildings. Lord Zhou Mu. Mr. Hua Tuo has arrived at the Lord's mansion. When Chuon was checking his dashboard, the miracle Dr. Hua Tuo whom he sent to invite arrived. Hua Tuo saved many soldiers for Chuon on the battlefield of the National War and made great contributions. Chuon planned to reward him, but Hua Tuo declined. Hua Tuo only received part of the reward for living. Chuon was quite helpless that he could not leave Hua Tuo, who was wandering around. Hua Tuo was a wandering sorcerer who had no intention of being loyal to any force and was not even willing to be hired. It was difficult to force him to do so. Currently, Hua Tuo is still living in Xia City, and Chuon asked him for advice on an important matter before he left. Lord Zhou Mu, please come to your house. Could it be? Hua Tuo thought that one of Chuon's family members was ill. Otherwise, why would Chuon specially send his servants to invite him as a doctor? I have something to ask of you. Chuon looked a little embarrassed. Does Divine Dr. Hua know how to maintain health? Hua Tuo was puzzled. Master Zhou Mu is young and vigorous, so why does he need to maintain his health? Chuon is miserable. Xiao Liang has been pestering him since he came back from the National War, and recently he even planned to take Hua Mulan with him. Hua Tuo was good at observing, hearing, and asking questions, and he quickly understood Chuon's troubles. The matter of men and women is really a headache. Ding! The miracle Dr. Hua Tuo teaches you the special skill of Wu Qin Shi. Do you want to accept it? Chuon suddenly received a notification from the system. Hua Tuo's self-created 5 animal opera can be taught so easily, regardless of the effect of Wu Qin Shi. Chuon immediately accepted it. Name, Wukingxi. Level, 0 out of 10. Effect, it is said that bacon has the effect of strengthening vitality and prolonging life. This is not a great skill. As long as you persist every day, it may be effective. Hua Tuo didn't mind teaching 5 animal opera to Chuon. Thank you, the miracle doctor. Although Chuon didn't know whether Wu Qin Shi could be effective, since it was a skill actively taught by the miracle Dr. Hua Tuo, it shouldn't be useless. Master Zhou Mu can also teach Wu Qin Shi to the people around him. In this case, wouldn't anyone be able to practice Wu Qin Shi? Chuon plans to promote it throughout Xuzhou. Hua Tuo sighed. Everyone in the world can practice, but how many can persist? Chuon was silent. What Hua Tuo said made sense. Whether Wu Qin Shi is effective varies from person to person, and few people can persist for a long time. Master Zhou Mu, Louis, Shueli, Chen Ding and Mi Fang would like to see you. While Chuon and Hua Tuo were talking, another servant came to report. Hua Tuo did not want to participate in internal affairs, so he stood up and left. Sir, please. The servants of the Lord's mansion took Hua Tuo out of the mansion. Hua Tuo met Louis, Shueli, Chen Ding, Mi Fang and others who had returned from Guangling. Among them, Chen Ding and Hua Tuo met. Hua Tuo was worried. Yuan Long, I think your complexion is not good. If you don't stop eating raw fish as soon as possible, your life will be short. Why are Yuan Hua so alarmist? Chen Ding didn't take it seriously. Hua Tuo shook his head and left. When Chuon heard this from behind, he was secretly shocked. Historically, it seems that Chen Ding did die because he liked to eat raw fish and parasites entered his body. Chen Yuanlong, if you want to serve as the governor of Guangling County, you must prohibit eating raw fish. Chuon issued orders to Chen Ding as Xuzhou Mu. The judgment of the miracle Dr. Hua Tuo is by no means alarmist. Chen Ding frowned, wondering why both Hua Tuo and Xuzhou Mu asked him to avoid food. Chuon persuaded Chen Ding, but whether Chen Ding listened or not was another matter. He set his sights on the captive Yang Wudi. Yang Yi and Lui had caused him a lot of trouble before, but now both enemies have become his subordinates. Yang Yi, if you are willing to serve me, you can forget about the past, and your lord, and the lives of the entire people of Guangling County can be saved. In order to make Yang Yi surrender, Chuon had to use a certain degree of coercion. If Mr. Zhou Mu treats everyone in Guangling County leniently, Yang Yi is willing to be loyal. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of the Imperial General Yang Yi. Yang Yi was very straightforward, without any sloppiness. The Lord has already surrendered. And if he continues to delay, it would be hypocrisy. Chuon could see Yang Yi's attribute panel. Name Yang Yi. Talent, Imperial General, Cavalry Type. Level 54. Identity, Famous General of Northern Han Dynasty and Northern Song Dynasty. Age 30. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 80, maximum 83. Force, 94, maximum 96. Intelligence, 65, maximum 69. Politics, 41, maximum 44. Charm, 92. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 40. Feature 1 Wangui, SS level exclusive feature. When attacking the enemy formation, own attack power plus 20%. Cavalry attack power plus 10%. Enemy morale decrease rate plus 10%. There is a chance of falling into panic. Characteristic 2, Bravery, A-level trait. When the enemy is outnumbered, own attack power plus 20%. Feature 3, Light Cavalry Assault, A-level feature. When the commander of the light cavalry launches a surprise attack that surprises the enemy, the cavalry damage plus 10%. The probability of the enemy falling into panic increases. Special Unit, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, 6th level light cavalry. Upper limit of 5,000. After Yang Yi expressed his loyalty, he showed a high degree of loyalty, and his loyalty reached 85. If Yang Yi's lord had not surrendered voluntarily, it would have been extremely difficult to obtain Yang Yi's allegiance. Even if Yang Yi's lord died in battle, he would be hated by Yang Yi. Because the prefect of Guangling County was demoted to a commoner by Chuon, the price of his life was Yang Yi's loyalty. So Yang Yi officially became Chuon's general. Although Yang Yi's favorability towards Chuon is very low, it does not affect his loyalty. What surprised Chuon was that Yang Yi could recruit the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, which was Lu Bu and Zhang Liao's army. In history, Yang Yi led the cavalry in Taiyuan and Yunnan. During the Three Kingdoms period, he led the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, which seems reasonable. Today I have Yang Wudi's allegiance, and the whole world can win it. Of course, Chuon had to praise Yang Yi since he got him. This is equivalent to the ancient kings always bragging about a talent they received, such as being the mastermind, being the king's assistant, being brave enough to defeat 3 armies, and defeating 10,000 enemies, etc. Ding! The S-level achievement general of the Yang family is activated. Collect 3 historical military generals Yang Yi, Yang Yanzhao, and Mogul to get special rewards. Chuon's achievement system reacted again. Aren't there many generals in the Yang family? Chuon was a little surprised. And the lord? There may be only 3 generals of the Yang family. The real Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao, and the fictional Mogul. Mogul's achievements include 4 great women, and Yang family generals. Bong Xianling and Du Ruhui gained a new characteristic by completing the achievement. Bong Yao Du Ju. If Chuon can complete 2 achievements, maybe Mogul can get 2 additional new characteristics. Thinking of this possibility, Chuon couldn't help but look forward to it. If Mogul could be recruited and she could complete 2 more achievements, she should be very capable. Chapter 284 A Powerful Enemy. The Real White Robe. I can appoint you as a captain and form a new cavalry regiment, known as Invincible. The establishment is tentatively set at 10,000 low-level light cavalry, and the sources of troops come from the cavalry of Guangling County. After Chuon obtained Yang Yi, he immediately activated Yang Yi, who had a loyalty of 85, to form the 5th main army, the Invincible Cavalry Army. Currently, 2 of the 4 main legions in Shuzhou are cavalry legions, namely, White Pao and Shiliang. Yang Yi's cavalry legion is codenamed Invincible, taken from Yang Yi's nickname. If there is a chance to recruit Yang Yanzhao and Mogul in the future, they can be incorporated into the Invincible Cavalry Corps. Does Mr. Zhou Mu trust the general? Yang Yi was directly appointed as a school captain and commanded 10,000 light cavalry. This is a kind of trust for a newly surrendered general. I believe in your character and your ability. This cavalry army will become even bigger in the future. I hope that under your command, this cavalry army can become truly invincible. Chuon's tone was full of expectation. But he secretly thought in his heart that if the loyalty of the Yang family generals was even doubted, then there would be few trustworthy generals left. Yang Yi was quite moved, and his loyalty increased from 85 to 87. A scholar dies for a confidant. His old master has ceded him to the new master, and the new master can provide him with a broader space to play. With Yang Yi joining in to form an invincible cavalry corps, the number of professional soldiers in Suzhou increased from 272,000 to 282,000. Chuon did not recruit Bingzhou Longqi for Yang Yi in order to build a huge army of 272,000 people. Chuon almost went bankrupt. He did not have the budget to buy new war horses, let alone go to Bingzhou to recruit suitable soldiers. The horses of the low-level light cavalry can be raised by themselves in Suzhou. The cost of ordinary war horses is relatively low, so there is not much pressure on Chuon to form low-level light cavalry. High-quality war horses can only be purchased in Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou. Let Yang Yi command the low-level light cavalry, which is also useful. The light cavalry added by Yang Yi is stronger than the ordinary light cavalry. After settling Yang Yi, Chuon asked people to register the merits of Li, Schwar and Gui, Qin Ding and Mi Fang. After 2 battles, the national war and the attack on Guanling County, Li got along with the generals and gained their trust. Li Yi's loyalty to Chuon reached 89. If Mr. Zhou Mu gives me twice as many troops, I can capture the entire Jiandong for Mr. Zhou Mu. Mi Fang shared the credit for the capture of Guanling County. He was extremely arrogant and had the ambition to annex Jiandong. Captain Mi will definitely be able to serve as a general in the future. Chuon comforted Mi Fang. He knew that Xiao Liang deliberately let Mi Fang gain some military exploits in order to repay the Mi family's kindness. As for sending Mi Fang to conquer Jiandong, unless Chuon's brain was caught in the door, he would give Mi Fang troops to attack Jiandong. With Chuon's current strength, Chuon dare not say that he can annex the 6 counties in Jiandong. There are many powerful lords in the 6 counties of Jiandong, and the role of the cavalry is quite limited. They are unfamiliar with the place and are faced with many difficulties. Not to mention giving Mi Fang 140,000 troops. Even if Mi Fang is given 400,000 troops, if he goes south to Jiandong now, his entire army will be wiped out. Chen Yuanlong, I leave the internal affairs and military affairs of Guanling County to you. If Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, sends the Beifu army to attack, clear the plains and ask for help immediately. Do not leave the city to fight. Chuon warned Qin Ding, who was about to take office as the governor of Guanling County. The threats that Qin Ding wanted to defend came from 2 places, Jiandong and Huainan. Chuon was not worried about the lords in the area south of the Yangtze River. He was worried about Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang. Chuon, who had begun to pay attention to collecting intelligence, knew that Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, had the powerful Beifu army of the Eastern Jin dynasty, which posed a greater threat to Guanling County. My subordinates will be careful. Qin Ding heard about the reputation of Beifu army more than once. He was reminded by Chuon again, and kept the name of Beifu army firmly in his heart. Except for the Guanling County Defense Corps that continues to stay in Guanling. The rest of the corps are stationed in Langya Kingdom. Our next offensive will be centered on Langya Kingdom. On the premise of ensuring that Chowchow could not expand, Chuon began to clear out the princes south of the Yellow River and north of the Yangtze River who might join forces with Chowchow. Chowchow may be the worst of the princes. He doesn't have many opportunities for development and is constantly being consumed. Chuon focused his energy on Chowchow of Yanzhou and Mr. Zhao of Qinzhou. The prefect of Guanling County has surrendered. In addition to Chowchow and Mr. Zhao, his enemies also include Yuan Shu from Yuzhou. But Yuan Shu is not much feared by Chuon. During Yuan Shu's crusade against Dongzhou, he attacked the governor of Yuzhou, Kong Shi, and replaced him as the new governor of Yuzhou. At the suggestion of players in Yuan Shu's camp, Yuan Shu ruled Yingchuan County, Runan County, Nanyang County, Zhejiang County, and other counties with Xuchang as the center. This large county is one of the largest princes at present, and it rules a population larger than that of Suzhou. However, Yuan Shu's power also had great hidden dangers. He reused a group of strangers who had made great contributions to his power, and even made them governors. Without the help of Yuan or the military strength possessed by Yuan, Yuan Shu would not be more powerful than Chuon. It can be thought that there are many independent lords under Yuan Shu's command, and they work together to form Yuan Shu's power. The alien lord wanted to take advantage of Yuan Shu's reputation, so he attached himself to Yuan Shu. In Yangdi, Yingchuan County, a stranger from Yuan Shu's influence led a team of white robe cavalry to visit a family. This counselor is only about 20 years old, still young. Feng Xiao, I have come here 3 times in a row to ask you to come out of the mountain. You were still young before, but now you are about to reach your prime. You should come out of the mountain, make immortal achievements, and be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. The alien lord tried to persuade Guijia, a young counselor who was about to reach his prime, to come out. At this time, Guijia has not yet reached his peak state, but he is already a first-class strategist. If he can gain Guijia's allegiance, he will have a candidate for the position of mastermind in the future. Guijia carefully looked at the foreign lord in front of him. He looked at the thatched cottage 3 times, and it could be said that he was not sincere. Moreover, the other party has several generals under his command who are full of talents and are more worthy of seeking refuge than Yuan Shu. Finally, Guijia said to the Yuan lord, who was attached to Yuan Shu's forces, Bo Xiao is willing to be loyal. Good. Lord Yuan was overjoyed to receive the allegiance of Guijia, one of the top strategists of the 3 kingdoms, and he paid 3 visits to the thatched cottage. He had already targeted Guijia when he was young, so that he could directly recruit Guijia when he reached the age of leaving the profession. Bo Xiao, please pack your bags. We will go to Huainan soon for development. Why did my lord choose Huainan? Chao Mingde, the governor of Dongjun, asked the governors from all over the country to besiege Shuzhou Muchu Zimu. Yuan Shu sent 1 lord to Zhejiang, 1 to Pei, 1 to Liang, and 1 to Runan. The only goal was to capture Shuzhou. I was sent by Yuan Shu, lord of Zhejiang County. My subordinates heard that Mu Chuzi of Shuzhou planned to build a strong army and strong horses. I am afraid that Yuan Zhejiu is not his opponent. 2 fists are difficult to defeat with 4 hands. No matter how powerful Chu Zimu is, he cannot face the forces of Qizhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou. He has no skills at all. My subordinates think that the master intends to establish his own business? Ha! I really can't hide it from you. Chowchow is far away from Yuan Shu's control, and at the same time, it is at the intersection of north and south. To the south, you can pursue Jiangdong, and to the north, you can pursue Qingxiu, and you can achieve great things. I also have several famous generals under my command, and I have obtained why should we bow our knees to serve Yuan Shu if we are loyal and filial. Lord Yuan was appointed as the governor of Zhejiang County by Yuan Shu. His goal has been achieved and his power has been established. There is no need to stay in Yuan Shu's power to wait for orders. When we arrived in Chouchuan, we waited for an opportunity to attack Shuzhou and Qingzhou, and replace Chu Zimu as Shuzhou Mu. This alien lord is obviously very ambitious. Ambitious lords are more likely to gain the trust of counselors. Since Guijia decided to serve the other party, he packed his bags and prepared to go to Chouchuan. Outside the door, a group of white-robed cavalry were waiting for the lord to come out. Fortunately, I have targeted Guijia in advance. Otherwise, Guijia would have been snatched away by players from Chowchow's forces. With Guijia as my strategist, I will dominate Huainan. The lord said to himself. Having a top strategist or not is crucial to the development of a force. Not everyone is as luxurious as Chu Tian. He has 2 counselors, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, as well as a large number of interior ministers who are no less than counselors. The frail white-robed general asked, Lord, has Guo Xiao decided to be loyal? He has made up his mind. Siyun. 3 days later, we will go to Chouchuan, quickly sweep and take over Zhejiang County, and wait for an opportunity to attack Shuzhou. Shuzhou Muchu Zimu will focus on dealing with Chowchow of Yanzhou and Xiao Gongzi of Qingzhou. He must not have thought that there will still be a little person like me. After all, I am just a subordinate of the inconspicuous Prince Yuan Shu, and even more inconspicuous. Who would have thought that I have a general like you? Ziyun? Moreover, I don't only have a general like you. The alien lord is eager to try. If Chu Zimu fights with Chowchow of Yanzhou and Xiao Gongzi of Qizhou, and he attacks Xiaopei or Xiaopi from Chouchuan, Shuzhou will fall into his hands, challenging the First Lord. This operation is extremely risky, but he has the advantage that he is so inconspicuous that no one can imagine that one of Yuan Shu's foreign troops will recruit Chen Qingji, a famous general from the southern and northern dynasties. Famous masters and generals should not keep themselves in prison, and thousands of troops should avoid white robes. Chen Qingji's white-robed cavalry are the real white-robed army. Shuzhou Mu has a cavalry unit equipped with white horses and white robes. Name the white robe army. But they have nothing to fear in front of your cavalry. Your white robe army is the real white robe army. Lord Yuan dared to go to Chouchuan and participate in the attack on Shuzhou Muchu Zimu on behalf of Yuan Shu's forces. The confidence came from Chen Qingji and Guijia. Chen Qingji pondered. Are there other white-robed soldiers? It would be a blessing if we could fight against them. We don't need to confront them head-on. As long as Chu Zimu's main force dares to leave Shuzhou. This is our chance to occupy Shuzhou. 3 days later, this alien lord led about 30,000 soldiers and horses to leave Yingchuan County and go to Shouchuan. Among the 20,000 soldiers and horses, there is a small group of white-robed cavalry. Their morale is far beyond that of ordinary cavalry. The enemy is the young Shuzhou Muchuzimu? Guijia followed the foreign lord and Chen Qingji's white-robe army to go south to Shouchuan. An important consideration for him to seek refuge with this alien lord was that this alien lord had the famous General Chen Qingji and several generals. In addition to sending foreign lords to garrison various places, Yuan Shu also personally gathered an army to prepare to recapture Peixian and Fengxian and capture Pingchang. Peixian and Fengxian are the 2 counties of Pei State in Yuzhou. In order to open up the channel for Shuzhou to assist Gongziwan, the prefect of Jing County, Xiao Liang sent Zhou Yafu to capture Peixian and Fengxian. Yuan Shu felt threatened, and in order to capture Shuzhou, he planned to defeat the powerful Shuzhou Muchuzimu first, and then attack Chowchow. In Yuan Shu's view, Chu Zimu was a greater threat than Chowchow. The major princes currently competing for the Central Plains and Huainan are none other than Chu Tian, Chowchow, Xiao Gongzi, Yuan Shu, and Gongziwan. Yuan Shu had the largest population, but because of the looseness within the forces and Yuan Shu's worrying character, both Chowchow, Chu Tian, and Zhao Gongzi still looked down upon Yuan Shu. Chu Tian still collected more or less information about Yuan Shu. Chu Tian became cautious after suffering a huge loss due to insufficient information last time, when Yuan Shu sent out various troops and horses to prepare for Shuzhou. Chu Tian had already collected a lot of information. Why does Yuan Shu come to join in the fun? Chu Tian couldn't help frowning when he learned that Yuan Shu's troops were divided and planned to attack Shuzhou. If it were just Yuan Shu in history, he who now owned Shuzhou could completely despise Yuan Shu and not regard him as a threat. But Yuan Shuan, Lord, has many alien lords attached to him. The reason why they relied on Yuan Shu was also very simple. Before Yuan Shu became emperor, he had a lot of fame, which could effectively attract talents and population and expand rapidly. When their wings are full, they can start their own business. One of the alien lords, who asked Yuan Shu to come to Shouchuan to help Yuan Shu expand his territory, caught his attention. Chu Tian's intelligence agency has obtained a lot of information about this lord, and one piece of information attracted Chu Tian's attention. This lord has a 90% chance of gaining the allegiance of the genius Guijia and the White Horse Army god Chen Qingji. Although Chu Tian attached great importance to intelligence collection this time, how to deal with the information obtained was also a troublesome matter. He brought Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun together to form the White Robe Cavalry Corps. But this time, they encountered the real White Robe army led by Chen Qingji. We have to find a way to capture Chen Qingji. The White Robe Cavalry Regiment I established is the real White Robe Cavalry Regiment. Facing a strong enemy like Chen Qingji means that if you capture Chen Qingji, you will also strengthen your own strength. Chu Tian must try to plot Chen Qingji under the premise that the other party is Guijia. The difficulty is astounding. Chu Tian considered that he had no time to fight for Shouchuan, so he had to find a way to contain Chen Qingji. I want to see Tang Ke, the prefect of Lujiang, and ask him to contain the enemies in the direction of Shouchuan. I think he will be interested in Shouchuan City and Chen Qingji. Chowchow is trying to form a siege network against Chu Tian, and Chu Tian is also trying to contact other lords to break the siege network. He knew Tang Ke, the prefect of Lujiang, but the two sides had never cooperated. This time he planned to use Tongjua's Beifu army to contain Chen Qingji's white-robed army. Isn't it just a combination of vertical and horizontal? Who can't do that? Chapter 285 Attacking Mount Tai. Lujiang County. Chaisang City. Many houses that were burned down by rockets are still emitting black smoke, under the premise that the defenders suffered heavy casualties. The Beifu army led by Lu Laoji, a fierce general of the Beifu army, stormed Chaisang. 50,000 low-level soldiers climbed up the city wall from all directions, putting pressure on the Chaisang defenders. The prefect of Lujiang, Tang Ke, held a sword and supervised the battle below the city. Rockets shot all over the sky into the city, burning all the houses, gate towers, and arrow towers near the city wall. The fierce general Lu Laoji had already ascended first and killed dozens of defenders with his own hands. He was extremely brave. The Beifu army followed Lu Laoji and climbed up the city. 1 against 5. They quickly occupied the city wall. Congratulations, my lord. Chaisang City has been captured. The main force of the Yuzhong County governor was almost wiped out by our army in Chaisang. A general congratulated Tong Ke. My lord, Chu Zimu sent someone to deliver a letter. He named it and asked you to read it in person. Tong Ke took the letter presented by his subordinate and read 10 lines at a time. Ask me to attack Shochuan? Chu Zimu really thinks highly of me. Tong Ke, the prefect of Lujiang, received Chu Tian's request. Jiujiang County is one of the 6 counties in Yangzhou, and Huainan is the barrier to the south of the Yangtze River. Chu Tian thinks that Tong Ke will not be interested in Shochuan. During the Three Kingdoms period, Wei and Wu fought for decades around Hefei and Shochuan, and both sides were helpless against the other. If Jiangdong forces want to enter the Central Plains, they must capture the Huainan region, especially Shochuan and Hefei, before they can plot Shuzhou, Qingzhou, and the Central Plains. The military general asked, My lord, do you plan to continue to occupy Yuzhong County, or attack Shochuan according to Chu Zimu's request? We have captured Chaisang and established a foothold in Yuzhong County. We can attack when we advance and defend when we retreat. It will be a matter of time to capture Yuzhong County. It is better to attack Jiujiang County instead. Use Shochuan as a barrier, and then attack Danyang County. Huanwen, I will leave 20,000 troops with you. You can recruit troops and horses in the Chaisang area and wait for an opportunity to capture the entire Yuzhong County. I will personally command the navy to attack Shochuan. Yes. Huanwen, a famous general in the Eastern Jin dynasty, pacified the Shu region, made 3 northern expeditions to the Central Plains, and recovered some lost territory. His achievements were outstanding. The governor of Lujiang has responded and will personally lead the main force to attack Shochuan. After Chu Tian asked Tong Ke to attack Shochuan, he quickly received Tongchua's response. As expected, Shochuan is like a fishbone stuck in the throat of the forces that want to develop in Jiangdong. If Shochuan can be captured, Jiangnan will be safer. Otherwise it may be attacked by northern forces at any time. Chu Tian judged that Tongchua's power wanted to develop into the 6 counties of Jiangdong, so Tong Ke would have to consider whose hand Shochuan would fall into. If Shochuan is controlled by Chu Tian, Tong Ke will feel very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. If he doesn't attack Shochuan, Chu Tian will attack Shochuan. This is equivalent to the fact that after Chowchow took control of Shochuan, Sun Quan could only continuously attack Shochuan, and then he would be dragged around Shochuan for the rest of his life, unable to make an expedition to the north of the Central Plains. The Beifu army that lured Tong Ke fought with Chen Qingji's white-robed army. Shochuan City is definitely not easy to capture. Before that, I will go to Taishan County to capture Zhuge Liang alive. Chu Tian united with Yanzhou Gongzuan and Yangzhou Tong Ke to delay Yanzhou Chowchow and Yuzhou Yuanshu. Chu Tian was able to concentrate on dealing with the Lord of Taishan County and Mr. Zhao of Qingzhou. Spread the news that our army is gathering in Langya Kingdom with the purpose of attacking Beihai Kingdom. Chu Tian deliberately confused his vision. He recalled the Lei Corps and the White Robe Corps to the Langya Kingdom, and at the same time ordered Yang Yi to command the cavalry in Guanling County, form an invincible cavalry regiment, and go to Xiaopei to garrison against Yuanshu. At the same time, Mi Fang's 10,000-strong Donghai Kingdom Defense Corps was stationed in Pingchang, joining forces with Yin Li's 15,000-person Pingchang Kingdom Defense Corps, and echoing Yang Ye's 10,000 cavalry. On the surface, the main force assembled by Langya Kingdom was going to attack Qingzhou, which aroused the panic of Qingzhou Master Zhao. He hurriedly sent more troops to the border between Beihai Kingdom and Langya Kingdom, bringing the number of troops on the border to more than 40,000. In fact, what Chu Tian wants to attack is Taishan County. He will seize Zhuge Liang first, and at the same time cut off the connection between Chowchow and Mr. Zhao, and defeat them one by one. The troops used to attack Taishan County this time included 3 Guards Corps, Lei Yi's Offensive Corps, and Schwarengui's White Robe Corps, totaling more than 100,000 people. It is as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as plundering as the fire, and as motionless as the mountain. The attack must be unexpected and fast. So fast that the enemy has no time to organize a defense. Attack Guanling County, using 70,000 troops at a time, breaking through the opponent's defense line and marching straight in, forcing the Guanling prefect to surrender. This already has the prototype of a blitzkrieg. Chu Tian, who had tasted the sweetness, planned to occupy Taishan County with overwhelming force. And this time, for the first time, he used the captured Joan of Arc as the leader of the servant army to go on an expedition, giving the French the illusion that their saint was already serving the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Hua Mulan's mansion is next to the Lord's mansion. And now Joan of Arc has also moved in, under the supervision of Hua Mulan. I can finally go on an expedition. Joan of Arc was overjoyed when she was informed of the expedition. She also thought that as long as she gained as many military exploits as possible, she could return to France early. Xiao Liang was combing his long golden hair, whispering like a devil. The enemy this time should be very weak. It is just a warm-up for you. Do your best for the Lord. In order to Chinese-ize the French hero, Xiao Liang even induced Joan of Arc to put on a long dress from the Eastern Han dynasty. Both Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc are warrior-type heroes who are not sensitive to ordinary life. Under the training of Xiao Liang, they gradually become enlightened. The time for the expedition has been set. It will be in 3 days. Hua Mulan, who was also tempted by Xiao Liang and wore a long skirt, came back and informed Joan of Arc of the specific time of her expedition. Joan of Arc seemed to have something in mind. I need a battle flag to use some of my abilities. Battle flag? How about the red dragon flag? It might work. Joan of Arc felt complicated when she thought that she, a French saint, was holding the flag of the Eastern Han dynasty. I'm going to make preparations. Sister Mulan, do you plan to come to the Lord's mansion tonight? Xiao Liang glanced at Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan hesitated, but finally nodded. Only Joan of Arc didn't know what the two men were referring to. Soldiers and horses from all walks of life gathered together, and Li Yi's army traveled a long distance back to Langya Kingdom. They only rested for a day or two before going out to attack Taishan County. Chuon assembled 3 guard legions and 2 main legions, intending to destroy the lords of Taishan County in one fell swoop. Hua Mulan from the Scout Legion, Joan of Arc from the Servant Legion, Li Yi from the Offensive Legion, and Schwar and Wangui from the White Robe Legion. For first-rate heroes led their lieutenants to report the assembly situation to Chuon. Chuon's eyes swept across their faces and felt their high fighting spirit. These people are all heroes suitable for fighting on the battlefield and have no fear of the enemy. Li Yi and Schwar and Wangui had the largest number of troops and were the main force attacking Taishan County, with a total of 65,000 troops, followed by 36,000 people from the 3 guards regiments. The strength of Taishan County is only 50,000. With twice the strength, we entered Taishan County along the Qi River, captured Fay County, and went directly to Fengao County, the seat of Taishan County. As long as Fengao County is captured, Taishan County will be ours sooner or later. Thing. The cavalry of the White Robe Legion and the Scout Legion serve as the vanguard. It would be best if they could approach the city and make a forced landing directly to the Taishan County governor. Before setting off for the expedition, Chuon once again reiterated his combat goals. The cavalry quickly broke through the opponent's defense line and occupied the Taishan County headquarters. I can lead a cavalry and participate in the raid. Joan of Arc volunteered. And there were many cavalry in the Servant Legion, including French and Spanish knights, Indian Mogul, and Arab light cavalry. Okay, you and Hua Mulan will go together. Chuon was not worried about Joan of Arc's rebellion. She had no one she knew in the Eastern Han dynasty, and could not escape. More than 100,000 people left Xiaoqing, and Li Xiaoning's women's army stayed in Xiaoqing. Chuon personally commanded the 5th School of the Northern Army. He always felt a little strange when he saw a French hero named Joan of Arc holding the dragon flag of the Eastern Han dynasty as a battle flag. But over time, it became normal. Mr. Zhao of Beihai Kingdom paced uneasily. According to the intelligence he received, Chu Zimu had assembled more than 100,000 troops in Langya Kingdom. The target of the attack was probably Beihai Kingdom. Master Taisho, the army assembled in Langya Kingdom has left Xia City. Is their marching direction north? No. It's Taishan County in the northwest. Why would he attack Taishan County? Mr. Zhao immediately looked at the tiled map. He thought Chuon was going to attack Qingzhou, but he didn't expect that Chution's strategic intention was Taishan County in Yanzhou. He plans to bring Taishan County into his sphere of influence and cut off the connection between Qingzhou and Yanzhou. Mr. Zhao summoned Tai Shirzi, Shui Wanche and others to discuss how to deal with the changing situation. Chution's actions were too unexpected. Immediately go south to attack Langya Kingdom. Otherwise, once Chu Zimu captures Taishan County, our Beihai Kingdom will be next. Mr. Zhao realized Chution's strategic intention. Taisher Siai said, Dorgan and Wu Sandui are still attacking Linzi of Qi State. Without their troops, we may not be able to capture Langya State. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan have tens of thousands of troops defending in Zhucheng. At this time, we have to put pressure on Langya Kingdom. It is better than doing nothing. You lead 30,000 people south to attack the counties. Prince Zhao said Taisher Siai to put pressure on Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, forcing Chutian to return to his army. In Fay County, Taishan County, Lord Iran was hosting a banquet for the powerful men of Fay County. As one of the 3 major lords of Taishan County, he participated in the coalition forces that besieged Langya Kingdom. In Fay County, he can be a local emperor, speak the truth, and live a prosperous life. Many powerful people also took the initiative to ask for marriage with them. Taishan County is still in a tripartite situation. The 3 lords are attacking each other, but no one can do anything to the other. The various princes were busy with crusade, but no one cared about Taishan County, which is located between Qingzhou, Yanzhou and Xuzhou. It's not that no princes want to take Taishan County, but that no princes can free their hands to attack Taishan County. A player army Sima came to the Lord of Feixian County in a hurry. Oh no! Shuzhou Muchuzimu is launching a large-scale attack on Taishan County and is heading straight for our Feixian County. The Lord of Feixian County trembled with his hands. The wine bottle fell on the table, and the wine spilled on the floor. Didn't Chuzimu want to attack Master Zhao of Qingzhou? Why did he come to attack Taishan County? When the powerful men in Fei County heard this, they also fell into panic. Shuzhou Mu used all the troops of Shuzhou to attack Taishan County. How could Feixian County resist them? There is no need to panic. We just need to hold on to Fei County. Mr. Zhao in Qingzhou will not sit idly by while Chuzimu attacks Taishan County. I also heard that Yuan Shu is gathering troops in Pei State to prepare to attack Xiaopei and Xiapi. If Fei County is defended for a month or 2, Mr. Zhao and Yuan Shu will give Chuzimu a headache. The Lord of Feixian County suppressed the fear in his heart and felt a little relieved when he thought that he would have reinforcements. He knew that he was no match for Chutian, but he still had hope. As long as he waits for reinforcements, he can still maintain his current power and status. Occupying Feixian County, he has power, status, money and women, and he is unwilling to lose them all. Not to mention that he participated in the anti-Chutian alliance organized by Chao Bao at that time and had a grudge against Chutian. If he was captured by Chutian, he would definitely not survive. The powerful men in Feixian County looked at each other. It was difficult for them to imagine that they could stop Shuzhou Mu's army. However, the Lord of Feixian County, who was determined to resist, had military power. He gathered about 15,000 people to defend Feixian County, forcing the powerful to defend the city together. He would definitely not be Chutian's opponent in a wild battle. He thought he could hold on to the city for a month or 2. We must defend Feixian County, and we can't let Chuzimu take away everything from me. Despite his firm determination, the Lord of Feixian County could not help but tremble when faced with the most terrifying existence in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Players living in Fei County heard that the Shuzhou Mu army was coming, and they immediately fled and took refuge in other counties. As the first state pastor and one of the largest princes in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Chutian's every move attracted much attention. News of the Shuzhou army's attack on Taishan County in Yanzhou spread quickly. Shuzhou Mu Chutian was full of martial virtue. As soon as the national war ended, he conquered Guangling in the south and attacked Mount Tai in the north. He was powerful in all directions. Taishan County! How could he attack Taishan County? When Chowchow heard the news, he couldn't help but feel desperate. Once Taishan County is occupied by Chutian, his power and that of Mr. Zhao will be divided. Chutian can send 1 or 2 generals to recruit troops in Taishan County, and then attack the Jibei Kingdom and Dongjun occupied by Chowchow's forces, and continue to compress Chowchow's living space. Yuanza, you are from Taishan County, and are familiar with the terrain of Taishan County. You will lead the soldiers and horses of Jibei Kingdom to assist the Taishan County governor. Chowchow could not sit back and watch Chutian annex a large county in Yanzhou. He wanted to personally fight Zhou Yafu in Dongping State, so he could only send Eugene, one of the 5 good generals, and his Qingzhou army to support Taishan County. The prefect of Taishan County is a foreign lord who is not within Chowchow's sphere of influence. Urge Yuan Gongli to attack Xiaopei as soon as possible, and Zhao Gongzi to attack Langya Kingdom. Otherwise we will all become prisoners of Chuzimu. Chowchow said people to urge Yuan Shu and Zhao Gongzi so that they could threaten Shuzhou from 2 directions. Yuan Zhoujiu led an army of 50,000 people to set out from Xucheng, and then raised another 50,000 troops from various places. A total of 100,000 people. It will take quite a while to reach Peixian County after the horses and carriages are exhausted. Who did Chu Zimu send to stop Yuan Gongli? Yang Wudi. Chapter 286 Joan of Arc's First Battle. This is the army of Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu, the lord of Peixian County, and a group of powerful men from Peixian County came to the city wall and looked at the hundreds of thousands of Shuzhou troops arriving below. Hundreds of red dragon flags were hunting, and the army under the city was neat and tidy, with everything from light infantry to crossbowmen, heavy armored infantry, and heavy armored cavalry. Further back, there were a large number of country warriors and carriages transporting food, which was so majestic, swinging, there is no end in sight. After successfully becoming Shuzhou Mu, Chutian can give full play to Shuzhou's terrifying war potential. Heavy infantry. The lord of Peixian County couldn't help sweating. He saw the 7th level soldier Yin Jia in front of the 100,000 strong army. 1,000 Yin Jia soldiers were uniformly armed, holding halberds and shields, and wearing heavy armor. If this was a battle in the wild, 1,000 Yin Jia would be enough to defeat an infantry phalanx of tens of thousands of people on the opposite side. Only the strong city wall gave the lords and powerful men of Peixian County some peace of mind. 3 guards regiments and 2 main force regiments formed formations in the city, preparing to capture the first county of Taishan County in one fell swoop. The lord of Fay County was one of the 3 lords of Taishan County who originally attacked Langya Kingdom. He was captured alive and executed. Chutian had already wiped out the lords who were targeting him in Shuzhou, and now it was his turn to wipe out the lords in Taishan County. Lui served as the leader of the siege, and Li Guang served as the main force of the first team. At the same time, Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun participated in assists. After conquering Fay County, they can gallop in Taishan County, siege the city, in order to occupy Taishan County as soon as possible. Chutian directly ordered the attack on Peixian County instead of carrying out a long siege. The baggage team carried the parts of the siege equipment from the carriage and quickly built the siege equipment. Boom! 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 The strong men with bare shoulders beat the war drums, and the cowhide war drums made a dull and deep sound, which frightened the lords and powerful men of Peixian County. Peixian County has to withstand the strong attack of Shuzhou's 100,000 troops. Xisheng Battalion and Infantry Battalion assist the Li Corps. Chutian temporarily handed over the powerful Xisheng Battalion and Infantry Battalion to Li Yi's command. The cavalry led by Chutian was very powerful, but had no bonus against the infantry and longbowmen. By temporarily placing the Xisheng Battalion and Infantry Battalion under the command of Li, Lui can exert a more powerful combat effectiveness. Lui used the flag to command and set archers to suppress the defenders of the city wall. Thousands of arrows were fired together, and the arrows from the Xisheng Battalion poured down, killing the enemy constantly, making the defenders on the city wall dare not take the lead easily. A powerful man from Peixian County was shot by a stray arrow and fell on the city wall. The other powerful men and generals in Fay County looked pale. The arrows from the Shuzhou army were extremely fierce, and they were completely suppressed. Joan of Arc, holding the red dragon flag in her hand, saw that the advance team was about to attack the city. She rode up to Chutian and volunteered. "Lord, please allow me to take the initiative to participate in the siege." Chutian glanced at her. He didn't know much about Joan of Arc's abilities, but since she dared to take the initiative, she should have some confidence in him. "You lead 500 elite servants as the advance team." "Yes." Joan of Arc selected a group of 500 servant infantry including foot knights, Japanese warriors, and Japanese sword players to serve as the 4th advance team. The other 3 advance teams include Li Guang, Schwar and Gui, and Zhao Yun, each leading 500 elite infantry. Li Yi's army attacked Fay County from all directions, scattering the defenders and confusing them, giving the advance team an opportunity to take advantage. The 15,000 defenders in Peixian County felt extremely strenuous in the face of the strong attack by Li Yi's army. Li Yi's siege bonus caused a lot of damage to the defenders, and the number of casualties was rising rapidly. In the vast siege battle, the lives of soldiers were like a piece of grass, not much different from data. "Go ahead and attack the city first." About 2 hours after launching the offensive against Peixian County, Chutian judged that the time was about right, so he sent 4 advance teams to capture Peixian County in one fell swoop. "God is with us!" Joan of Arc holds the red dragon flag in her hand, and has a touch of holy temperament. The morale of the 500 advancers led by her sword, and the advancers fell into a frenzy. "Attack!" She personally waved the battle flag, and 500 servants rushed to charge the city wall. When Chuon saw the enthusiastic advance team in the central army, he couldn't help but look sideways. Joan of Arc's ability is a bit like religious fanaticism, and even the soldiers in the east are more or less affected. The first team of Li Guang, Schwar and Zhao Yun attacked almost at the same time, attacking Fay County from 4 directions, hoping to climb the city wall first. Use kerosene! Lord, there are enemies on all sides, and there is simply not enough kerosene. The defenders faced 4 advanced teams at the same time. They did not have extra troops and sufficient supplies to defend the city, so they could only hastily organize defenses on various city wall sections. The defenders poured down kerosene and threw stones. Soldiers who were attacking the city were constantly being drenched in kerosene, screaming and falling from ladders. A Japanese warrior was hit by a stone, and his head was bleeding. He still gritted his teeth, climbed up the city wall, and used his samurai's sword to help the warriors defending the city. Several garrison soldiers armed with spears surrounded the warrior. Encouraged by Joan of Arc, the Japanese warriors risked their lives and charged at the defender's spear phalanx, only to be penetrated by the spears. Madman! Although none of the defenders was stabbed by the samurai's sword, his irrational attacks terrified the defenders. In the rear, there were crazy Japanese warriors and Dongxiu sword players who climbed onto the city wall. They fought one after another and fought with the defenders regardless of the cost, breaking the defenders' spears and cutting their way out. A group of knights on foot ascended the city. They were well armored and held shields. They crashed into the phalanx of spears and stabbed the defenders to death with their long swords. The 500 servants of Joan of Arc were the first to attack regardless of the cost. After hundreds of people were killed, they had established a foothold on the city wall and continued to expand the scope of their occupation. Joan of Arc personally went to the city, planted the red dragon flag on the city wall, held a knight's sword in hand, led a dozen knights into the defenders, killed several people with her own hands, and forced the defenders to retreat. A guard soldier slashed at Joan of Arc with a sword, but the fanatical knight beside Joan of Arc knocked him away with his shield, and the knight's sword pierced the chest of the defender. The soldiers around her were extremely crazy and kept attacking. On the other side, Li Guan also led a team to ascend the city. He held a strong bow and kept shooting at the defenders. His bow and arrows can penetrate most armor at close range. Schwar and Zhao Yun personally went to the city. They used their personal force to quickly clear the defenders on the city wall. They stepped on the corpses of the defenders one by one. The narrowness of the city wall allowed Schwar and Zhao Yun to fully display their military force. The breakthrough of the first team made the defenders' situation more dangerous, and the defenders also faced the continuous attacks of Li Yi's army. Already lost, each section of the city wall was fighting hard, facing the attack of so many fierce generals. Fay County was unable to stand alone. The Lord of Fay County turned pale. He thought he could sustain it for a month or two, but without precautions, he couldn't stop it for even a day. A small group of knights, led by Joan of Arc, went straight to the Lord of Fay County. The defenders around Fay Lord were defeated. They found that their spears had stabbed the knights in full armor without breaking the defense. The gold-level general went to intercept, but was stabbed to death by Joan of Arc with a sword, and blood spattered on the face of the Fay Lord. The Lord of Fay County was so frightened that he slumped to the ground. As a player, he knew that these were Western cavalry, and those who could wear full-body armor were not ordinary cavalry, but noble knights. How come there are knights in Chuzhou? Lord Fay watched in despair as the knight, with only one pair of eyes, raised his sword. The Lord of Fay County died in the battle, and Fay County surrendered. Chuon had already decided to execute Fay Lord before attacking the city, so the siege troops did not have to show mercy. The Chuzhou army entered Fay County to obtain supplies. How should we deal with the powerful people in Fay County? Kill them all, and the proceeds from the confiscation of their homes will go to the Lord's mansion. Chuon launched a war against Taishan County, consuming an astonishing amount of food and grass every day. A siege battle consumed as many as 100,000 arrows. In order to make up for the expenses, Chuon ordered all the powerful men in Fay County to be executed. These powerful people chose to resist, giving Chuon a reason to execute them. At the same time, their family properties were confiscated to make up for the losses. Fay County has been conquered. The cavalry can march straight in and obtain supplies on the spot. Chuon sent the White Robe Army, the Reconnaissance Army, and the Servant Army. They set off from Fay County and tens of thousands of cavalry went straight to the Taishan County government office. The abilities possessed by the legendary heroes of France are really terrifying. Even the Eastern armies will be affected. They are as crazy as the faith soldiers of the Arab Empire. Chuon watched Joan of Arc lead thousands of servants and cavalry to go north with Schwar and Wangui, Zhao Yun, and Hua Mulan, and he had some understanding of her abilities. But it is a pity that such a legendary hero no longer belongs to France. 3 cavalry regiments galloped in Taishan County. As the vanguard, they defeated the defenders in various places in Taishan County and divided their forces to advance. They captured towns, villages, and even cities, and provided supplies on the spot, with little reliance on logistics. Kill the enemy! Joan of Arc held the Red Dragon battle flag, led thousands of servant cavalry, with more than 100 knights as the vanguard, and the rear cavalry followed, and scattered a Taishan lord's army of 10,000 people. Low-level infantry and archers are powerless against expensive knights. Such an active army on the battlefield in Taishan County attracted the attention of many people. And soon news came out that Joan of Arc was active on the battlefield in Taishan County, and serving for Suzhou Muchuzi. How could our saint serve the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty? Did she really surrender to the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty? She is our hero in France. Has she forgotten her identity? Or is she being plotted by Chu Ziji? France was in an uproar when they learned that their saint was really working for Chuon. They once sent envoys to Chuon to demand the redemption of Joan of Arc. Chuon claimed that Joan of Arc had become a free citizen of the Eastern Han Dynasty. They did not believe it at first. But the news that Joan of Arc was fighting for Chuon in Taishan County reached France. The French believe it 60% to 70%. In their eyes, Joan of Arc has committed treason and the saint has fallen. Speed up the march. Eugene, who arrived in Jibei Kingdom, hurriedly assembled 30,000 Qingzhou troops. He was caught off guard by Chu Zimu's blitzkrieg. Chu Zimu's cavalry galloped in Taishan County, as if they were in an uninhabited land. At this time, Eugene had just assembled troops to rescue Taishan County. I hope it's not too late. Despite some despair, Eugene marched towards Taishan County as planned. If Taishan County can be defended, Taishan County will be merged into Chowchow's sphere of influence, directly threatening Langya Kingdom. Master Taisho, about 40,000 cavalry are marching straight in. The fastest cavalry is already less than 100 miles away from Fengao County. When the Taishan County governor learned that the Suzhou cavalry was marching straight in, his hands trembled. Chuon attached great importance to cavalry tactics, which completely gave the Taishan County governor no time to organize an effective defense. 40,000 cavalry were destroyed, and everyone in Taishan County was in danger. No one dared to send troops to support Fengao County, the seat of Taishan County. Once they appear in the wild and are encountered by Suzhou's 3 cavalry regiments, they will be completely wiped out, and no one will be spared. Chao Gui, I wonder if you can stop Suzhou Mu's army for me. The prefect of Taishan County asked a historical military general for help. He only has this historical military general, Chao Gui, the general of Lu State in the spring and autumn period, defeated Qi State in the Battle of Chowchow, leaving behind the illusion. Chao Gui's debate. I'm afraid the general won't be able to turn the tide. It's better to hold on to the city. Chao Gui was also helpless when facing the situation where Taishan County was fully attacked by the Suzhou army, and the Suzhou cavalry was invincible in Taishan County. Chao Gui had certain military talents, but he was powerless in the face of absolute strength. It seems that defending the city is the only chance. The governor of Taishan County thought that Chuon could have 40,000 cavalry south of the Yellow River, and he could not think of fighting with him in the wild. Why haven't the reinforcements promised by Chowchow arrived yet? The governor of Taishan County placed his hope on Chowchow's reinforcements. In Pei State, Yuanshu's vanguard General Qiao Rui has arrived here, together with the lords of Pei State who are attached to Yuanshu. They have gathered 30,000 soldiers and horses, and are still recruiting soldiers to prepare to attack Xiaopei. Qiao Rui held a banquet for the lords and powerful men of Pei State. Master Mu of Yuzhou is about to lead an army of 100,000 to Pei State to attack Suzhou. We will have 30,000 soldiers and horses as the vanguard, and recruit another 20,000 new soldiers, so we can have an army of 150,000, known as 500,000. He will destroy Chu Zimu's power with the power of Mount Tai, an army of 150,000 people. The lords of Pei State present were horrified when they learned that Yuanshu had assembled an army of 150,000 to attack Xiaopei and Xiapi. Most people did not notice that Yuanshu's power was rapidly expanding, and he could already assemble an army of 150,000 to attack Xiaopei. If 150,000 troops attack Xiaopei and cut off the connection between Chuzimu and Gongziwen, then Chuzimu may be defeated in the struggle for hegemony in the area south of the Yellow River. Xiao Rui toasted to the lords and powerful men. You will assist Lord Mu of Yuzhou in capturing Xiaopei and Xiapi. After the success is achieved, you will be rewarded according to your merits. Master Xiaowei, this is the information collected by the spies of Pei State. Yuan Shu's General Xiao Rui has recruited 30,000 troops in Pei State, and is also recruiting a large number of new soldiers to prepare to attack our Xiaopei. Yang Yi, who had just taken refuge in Shutian and was stationed in Xiaopei, received information from Pei's spies and finally decided. We can take the initiative to defeat Yuan Shu's vanguard first and drive them back to Xucheng. Otherwise, Yuan Shu's army will arrive and join the vanguard. The momentum is even greater. Yang Yi led 10,000 old cavalry troops from Guanling County, quietly left Xiaopei, and took the initiative to attack Jirui. Chapter 287 Duchan and Han Yuefu. The soldiers and horses in the city are mobilized frequently, and there must be another battle. This time Lord Zhou Mu is attacking Taishan County. It is said that the three major lords of Taishan County once attacked the Langya Kingdom and were hated by Lord Zhou Mu. So this crusade was launched. I just need an excuse to attack Taishan County. During Chutian's expedition, the residents of Xiaqing discovered that there were a large number of horse-drawn carriages transporting grain and grass to the front line every day. The crusade against Taishan County requisitioned 100,000 local warriors from the Langya Kingdom and thousands of horse-drawn carriages and mule carts. There was an endless stream. Xiao Liang needs to continuously dispatch food and grass to the front line. But Chu Tiankai has no worries. She and Li Xiaoning were patrolling the city to ensure the security of Xia City, followed by a group of government officials. The players and civilians in the city couldn't help but look at the patrolling Xiao Liang and Li Xiaoning. Just a glance was pleasing to the eye. Some players in the city carry weapons, which may affect public security. Therefore, their weapons must be collected, and the Lord's Mansion shall have full jurisdiction over public security. Li Xiaoning pointed at the players with swords on their waists on the street. Xiao Liang also noticed this problem. It seems that it is necessary to issue a knife-hunting order to prohibit civilians from owning weapons and armor. In the past, remnants of the Langya Kingdom's yellow turbans, mountain bandits, and horse thieves were everywhere, and it was understandable for civilians to own weapons. But nowadays, in addition to the wars between princes, all kinds of bandits are suppressed by the government, and civilians with weapons will become a threat and may even be used by the enemy. The weapons owned by many aliens are even more precious than those of ordinary soldiers, and they may not be willing to hand them over. Civilians whose weapons have been confiscated will be given certain compensation. Those who are unwilling to hand over their weapons will be expelled from Xiaqing. They have assets in Xiaqing, so they will not be reluctant to hand over their weapons. We can also replenish the arsenal by collecting weapons. Yes. When Shuzhou Mu personally attacked Taishan County, the Lord's Mansion posted a notice requiring all civilians to hand over all weapons within a month. This decree is called the Knife Hunting Order. The Sword Hunting Order caused a violent reaction in Xia City, and free players who were accustomed to wearing swords were unwilling to hand over their swords. However, after the detachment of women and the Xiaqing Yamen suppressed dozens of recalcitrant free players, the vast majority of players chose to compromise. Deep down they still agree with the control of weapons. Chutian is working hard to calm down the troubled times, and the Sword Hunting Order is one aspect of calming down the troubled times. When no one in the world needs to carry weapons when going out, it means that the troubled times are basically over. For more precious weapons, the Lord's Mansion purchases them at low prices, and players who are unwilling to sell them to the Lord's Mansion can also sell them themselves. The Lord's Mansion is collecting weapons. From now on, only the government will own weapons in Langya Kingdom. This may not be a bad thing. Shuzhou Mu is young and promising. Is it possible that the only way to stop war in this world is to use force? There is no other way. Lu Ji talked with Zhang Xian, a great scholar who came to the Eastern Han Dynasty. They studied in the same school and knew each other. With Lu Ji, Kai Yong and others settling in Du Fu's thatched cottage, Xiaqing has now become a gathering place and refuge for the great Confucians in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. There are wars going on everywhere, but Shuzhou has been relatively calm. At least Xia Cheng couldn't let the enemy invade the city. Zhang Xian recently heard that Lu Ji and Kai Yong were in Xiaqing of Langya Kingdom, not far from Beihai Kingdom. So he came to Shuzhou Langya Kingdom from Qingzhou Beihai Kingdom to meet them. Lu Ji said, Mu has reorganized Han Yuefu in Xiaqing and expanded the scope of Han Yuefu to include poetry, songs, music, dance, etc. To be honest, I have recommended my daughter to take a job in the female pavilion of Han Yuefu, so that I can rely on her in the future. Kai Yong stroked his beard. After resigning at an old age and sending Kai Wenji to Han Yuefu, he finally solved his worries. The Han Yuefu was an official institution, and Kai Wenji entered the Han Yuefu to engage in the compilation of literary and artistic works, and she belonged to the ranks of officials. Although the status of Han Yuefu is not high among the institutions under the jurisdiction of the Lord's Mansion, it is still an official. Chu Zimu was a man of meritocracy, and did not even spare women. We old guys don't have a few good years to live. Why don't you stay in Xia City, and we can study the classics together? The Lord's Mansion will distribute salary every month, so we can have no worries about food and clothing. Lu Ji tried to retain Zheng Xian. Chu Tian treated this group of great scholars from the late Han dynasty well, as long as they could bring bonuses to the territory. It didn't matter if Chu Tian spent a small amount of money to worship them. Zheng Xian hesitated a little. This place is also in chaos, Lu Ji said meaningfully. But Xia City has never been captured. From the perspective of Lu Ji, who was good at using troops, it was already a miracle that Xia City had experienced several wars in the past few years without ever falling. My friends are here. I might as well live here. Zheng Xian heard that living in Xiaqing would free him from worries and allow him to concentrate on studying knowledge. So he came up with the idea of living in Xiaqing. A city that has never been sacked by enemies means that there is no need to worry about the loss of manuscripts. Du Chan, who was stranded in Xiaqing, asked Wu Qinchang if he could be recommended to Han Yuefu, a music studio under the jurisdiction of Han Yuefu. Wang Yun sent her and her group to Langya Kingdom for refuge, but instead Wang Yun was robbed by Dong Zhuo and taken to Chang'an. Now Du Chan is almost penniless and needs a job. Whether it is Han Yuefu or a music studio under Han Yuefu, it is a suitable job for her. My sister came just in time. Han Yuefu recruits talented women from all over the world. With my sister's talent, although I can't say that she is accomplished in writing, her dancing is definitely not bad. I can recommend you to Han Yuefu. Maybe you don't need to go to Yuefu. Fong is as public as her sister. Wu Qincheng takes great care of Du Chan. Han Yuefu? Han Yuefu also recruits women? And women of my status. With your talent, you are not an ordinary citizen. So, I will try to recommend it to the Han Yuefu. If you can go to the Han Yuefu to teach dance, it would be the best. The 8th level Han Yuefu building is about to be completed. As an important government office, Xiao Liang personally intervenes in the matter. The Han Yuefu is quite special, except for a few clerks who serve as clerks. The rest of the members must be talented people who are proficient in music or writing. Kai Yong, Kai Yin, and Du Fu are all willing to join Han Yuefu. And there are also some recommended talents. Xiao Liang checked the list of personnel for the upcoming Han Yuefu, and some of them were recommended. Du Chan? As a player, Xiao Liang certainly knows who Du Chan is. Unexpectedly, Han Yuefu would attract many special talents living in Xiaqing. I want to meet this Du Chan. Xiao Liang was worried that someone would risk Du Chan's name to join Han Yuefu, and planned to check it himself. Du Chan was summoned by Lang Yaxiang and was flattered, so she still accepted the call. She thought Lang Yaxiang was a man, but it turned out to be a female official. Are you Du Chan? Xiao Liang carefully looked at the young Du Chan, but she already looked like a flower shy of the moon, as if she was a beautiful embryo. According to legend, the word closed moon, in the saying, closed moon shames flowers, refers to Du Chan. The little girl's acting name is indeed Du Chan. I can agree to your entry into Han Yuefu, but you need to agree to one condition. Being cold in summer is inevitably selfish. Can you really enter Han Yuefu? As long as you spare some time every month after arriving at Han Yuefu, you can teach me how to dance. Xiao Liang sees that Du Chan is only 13 or 14 years old, so he can lead him on the right track. And he can also learn dance skills from Du Chan. And maybe he can please Chu Tian. Du Chan agreed easily. Of course, it's not a problem. Do you have a place to live in Xia City? According to the Lord's Mansion's allowance for special talents, with your rank, you should be able to buy a private house in Xia City soon. Xiao Liang did not lower Du Chan's allowance because of her young age, but instead paid her allowance according to the treatment of top talents. As one of the 4 beauties, the bonus Du Chan brings to the territory is self-evident. And Chuon seems to have special characteristics. Even as a woman. Xiao Liang. I feel pity for Chuon. Sir, are you serious? Chuon did not expect that not only could she enter Han Yuefu, but she would also be regarded as a top talent. Mr. Shuzhou Mu is a meritocracy. As long as you stay and work in Han Yuefu with peace of mind, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Ding! The SS-level achievement mission of 4 beauties has begun. Chu Tian, who was fighting in Taishan County, suddenly received a reminder that the achievement of 4 beauties was actually activated. Chu Tian had no impression of conquering any of the 4 beauties. There is only one possibility, and that is that there are 4 beauties serving in the Lord's mansion. Is it Han Yuefu? Chu Tian thought of the Han Yuefu that was being built. If a talented woman joins the Han Yuefu, she will be indirectly loyal to Chu Tian, and can also start the achievement of 4 beauties. When you return to Xiaoqing, you must see which of the 4 beauties joined Han Yuefu. Nanwuyang County has surrendered. Chu Tian led the army to advance behind the cavalry. Wangui, Zhao Yun, Hua Mulan, and Joan of Arc's cavalry had already penetrated deep into the enemy territory. Chu Tian's army was in the rear to attack the city and take over the second county seat. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were taken by Chu Tian to join the army. The two joined forces to make more accurate judgments. Du Ruhui deduced the march progress of the vanguard cavalry. According to the itinerary, the 3 cavalry regiments should be less than 100 miles away from the Taishan County headquarters. The prefect of Taishan County does not have any decent generals. Only Chao Jiui, a famous general from the Lu state in the spring and autumn period. Chao Jiui should have some ability, but in front of my cavalry generals, he is nothing more. Unless he was a general at the level of Han Bai. Wei Hua. Chu Tian didn't think that the Taishan prefect could stop his 40,000 cavalry. This is 40,000 cavalry. And behind the 40,000 cavalry is a lot of silver. The monthly military salary alone exceeds 100,000 snowflakes of silver. Without the support of the 5 counties of Shuzhou, Chu Tian would not be able to support so many cavalry. The Black War Eagle flew down and landed on Hua Mulan's shoulder. A legion of about 30,000 people belonging to Chowchow's forces entered Taishan County. Yu Jin's marching route of the Qingzhou Legion was spotted by Hua Mulan's War Eagle. And Wangui, Zhao Yun, and Joan of Arc gathered in the direction of Hua Mulan. I have an ominous feeling. Yu Jin led 30,000 Qingzhou troops to reinforce Taishan County. The closer he got to Fengao County, the more uneasy he became. Stop the march. Send out cavalry to investigate. Eugene sent out the few cavalry. As a general, he had a keen intuition about danger. Eugene chose to camp in a nearby village. When marching in the wild, you could only rely on scouts to explore the surrounding situation. For Jean, Shuzhou's cavalry could appear from any direction. After resting for about 3 or 4 hours, the cavalrymen who were exploring the front reported hurriedly. Sir Colonel, the enemy's cavalry was found in front. And they were very large in number. How many? About 10,000 riders. Yu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already made a judgment. Our military strength has been discovered. A group of captains and commanders under Eugene's command all looked at Eugene in unison. As if chilling. The 30,000-strong Qingzhou Legion, mainly infantry and archers, was targeted by tens of thousands of cavalry, and was in a very bad situation. I will personally lead a team of soldiers and horses to the rear, and you will retreat to the town behind. Only after exploring the enemy's situation can we advance. In order to prevent the entire army from being annihilated, Eugene had to stay behind. The captains and commanders under his command were afraid of him and retreated according to Eugene's order. Eugene only led 5,000 soldiers and horses to the rear. The enemy's infantry are evacuating the village. The Iron Eagle scouts sent by Hua Mulan to investigate came back one after another to report on the Forbidden Army's movements. Keep exploring and we'll give chase. Hua Mulan waved her right hand, and 15,000 cavalry galloped towards the Forbidden Army. From a bird's-eye view, Joan of Arc's servant cavalry, Wangui and Zhao Yun's white-robed cavalry were like pliers, attacking the Forbidden Army. Lord Captain, the enemy's cavalry is catching up. Don't panic. Eugene couldn't help but be horrified when he looked at the Iron Eagle scout appearing behind him. The enemy cavalry was faster than he thought. A high-level cavalry appeared on the horizon, armed with spears, tang knives hanging on their waists, and horned bows on their backs. The entire cavalry exuded a fierce momentum, making them look like an elite division. Mulan's Iron Eagle scouts have a lot of combat experience. The first group of veterans, who followed Mulan, have reached level 60 or above. There is a world of difference between veterans of hundreds of battles and new recruits. Exuding an invisible murderous aura, Eugene felt the pressure from Iron Eagle Scout. Behind the Iron Eagle Scouts, there were light cavalry all over the mountains and plains. Some of them were only equipped with relatively cheap Hunhuan fur swords. They were obviously light cavalry, who had just been recruited. Even so, 15,000 cavalry swept in like a tide, bringing a huge shock to Eugene. Unless the opponent's cavalry general is mediocre, he will have no chance of defeating so many cavalry. Eugene couldn't even tell whether the evacuation could be successful. Would Shuzhou Mu let a mediocre cavalry general command so many cavalry? If 5,000 people are sacrificed, 25,000 people can be evacuated safely, which is still acceptable. Eugene was prepared to abandon 5,000 infantry and archers. Lord Captain, a second cavalry group appears in front. When Eugene focused his attention on Hua Mulan's cavalry at the rear, the 25,000 Qinzhou army in front was attacked by another cavalry group. Eugene's face turned pale instantly. His 30,000 Qinzhou legion had been outflanked by the opponent's cavalry. Chapter 288 The Powerful Yang Wudi of Padua. Kill! Yang Yi held a long spear and led 2,000 light cavalry to sweep through like a whirlwind, stabbing the enemies along the way to death. The light cavalry behind him held a ring-headed sword and easily killed the soldiers of the grain transport team. A baggage team belonging to Yuan Shu's forces was attacked by Yang Yi. 2,000 soldiers escorting grain and grass and thousands of warriors were routed by Yang Yi's cavalry. There were soldiers and warriors fleeing everywhere. Yang Yi looted some of the grain, and the grain that he couldn't take away was directly set on fire by Yang Yi. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and black smoke could be seen from miles away. Yang Yi's eyes reflected fire. Even Yang Yi couldn't help but feel sad when a fire burned down the precious food. But this baggage team was one of the baggage teams that Yuan Shu used to hoard grain and grass on the front line of Pei State in order to attack Xiaopei and Xiapi. It was impossible for Yang Yi to let Yuan Shu calmly hoard grain, grass and troops in Pei. Therefore, he chose to take the initiative. Chu Tian ordered him to garrison Xiaopei, and Yang Yi had certain independent powers and could judge whether to send troops. The cavalry under Yang Yi's command reminded, "Sir, the enemy's reinforcements will arrive soon. It's time for us to retreat. The arrival of the enemy's reinforcements is exactly what I want. Rather, attacking the baggage train is only a secondary purpose. Our real goal is the enemy's reinforcements." Yang Yi ambushed the cavalry troops nearby. In addition to the 2,000 cavalry that attacked Yuan Shu's carriage, Yang Yi had 8,000 cavalry that he did not use, just to give the fleeing grain transport soldiers and Xiang Yong the illusion that he only had 2,000 cavalry. Yuan Shu's vanguard General Qiao Rui learned that a small number of Shuzhou cavalry had attacked the grain transport team in the rear. He was furious and personally led 10,000 cavalry to encircle and suppress Yang Yi, who attacked the grain transport team. The mobilization of 10,000 cavalry alarmed the foreign lords of Pei State. What on earth is Qiao Rui going to do? A cavalry force of about 2,000 people made a surprise attack on a grain transport team. Thousands of units of grain and grass were burned. The general was furious, so he went to chase them. Oops. The foreign lords of Pei State knew how powerful Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu was, and Chu Zimu specially sent Yang Yi's invincible army to station in Xiaopei just to deal with him. Xiao Rui will most likely fall into the trap. We are going to respond. If we can come in time, maybe the damage will not be too heavy. It is very likely that Yang Wudi, the guard of Xiaopei, personally led the cavalry to attack the baggage train. We divided our troops into two groups, one to support Qiao Rui and the other to attack Xiaopei. What do you think? Okay, each of us will have 15,000 troops. The lords of Pei State collected intelligence about Xiaopei and knew about Yang Wudi's reputation. Yang Yi rode a war horse and hid by the woods. He sent 2,000 cavalry to lure Qiao Rui's cavalry. As long as Qiao Rui enters his ambush circle, Qiao Rui will probably suffer heavy casualties. The enemy cavalry has arrived. Get ready to kill the enemy. Qiao Rui's 10,000 cavalrymen were biting the small group of cavalry sent by Yang Yi to lure the enemy. Yang Yi's cavalry burned part of Yuan Shu's food and grass. And Qiao Rui, as the vanguard general, had no shirk in his duty. He was angry that he would be punished by Yuan Shu, so he immediately led his troops to chase Yang Yi. With their superior strength, they could annihilate Yang Yi's 2,000 cavalry. Everyone says that's Yang Wudi. In my opinion, he's just a junior who can run around with his head in his arms. Xiao Rui chased and killed 2,000 Chuzhou cavalry. But the latter did not dare to fight. Instead, Xiao Rui shot several of them to death with horned bows. 2 teams of cavalry chased him on the plain, and the cavalry used to lure the enemy gradually led the bridge into the woods where Yang Yi was ambushing. As the surrounding terrain changed subtly, Xiao Rui also realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, there were shouts of killing, and Yang Yi led the 8,000 cavalrymen in ambush to rush out and charge from the side towards the 10,000 cavalrymen on the bridge. The horses' hooves rolled, and Yang Yi took the lead. Using the powerful impact brought by the charge of the horses, the spear easily pierced the armor of the opposing cavalry. The successive light cavalry rushed past, and the 10,000 cavalrymen on the bridge were cut off at the waist and defeated. Yang Yi killed 4 of the opponent's cavalry in one charge, turned his horses around, and organized another charge. The cavalry of both sides were fighting nearby. The momentum was earth-shattering, and their weapons collided. Yang Yi's spear swept across, and swept away 2 or 3 enemy cavalry around him. The latter was trampled by the horse's hooves, and narrowly escaped death. Xiao Rui held a big sword in his hand, and killed 2 cavalry led by Yang Yi. He was Yuan Shu's general, and still had some strength. He was sweating profusely now. There was no doubt that he had been ambushed by Yang Yi. Both sides had 10,000 cavalry. Yang Yi's cavalry took the initiative, and routed Xiao Rui's cavalry. Xiao Rui was unable to command the defeated troops, and decided to retreat. The thief will leave! Yang Yi caught a glimpse of Xiao Rui's general flag, and saw that Xiao Rui was planning to abandon the cavalry army and escape. So he only led 100 cavalry to chase Xiao Rui. The enemy cavalry who blocked Yang Yi along the way were killed by Yang Yi and Yang Yi's cavalry. 100 cavalry were in a deserted state amid the rout of troops on the bridge. When Yang Yi was an enemy of Chutian, he was suppressed by Schwar Gui, who was more powerful, so his performance was not particularly conspicuous. But when fighting against Xiao Rui, Yang Wudi finally had a chance to shine. Xiao Rui couldn't help but feel frightened when Yang Yi caught up with her. Chutian gave Yang Yi a fine war horse. Yang Yi was extremely fast. He swung his spear with both hands and swept towards Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui held a broadsword in her hand to block Yang Yi's spear. But her figure swayed, and she almost fell off her horse. Protect the general! Xiao Rui's soldiers bent their bows and arrows, aiming at Yang Yi. More than a dozen arrows were shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi swung his spear and knocked away several arrows. But 2 more arrows hit Yang Yi's armor. Unfortunately, you are already injured. Xiao Rui was hysterical because of the threat posed by Yang Yi's powerful force. His eyes were covered with red bloodshot eyes. When he saw that Yang Yi was injured, the threat was finally lifted, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Xiao Rui waved the sharp horse-cutting knife, trying to kill Yang Yi and his horse together. However, the injured Yang Yi was still strong and blocked the sword with his spear. With a little effort, he pushed the sword back with all his strength. The spear then pursued him, and the sharp tip of the spear penetrated Xiao Rui's throat. Even though I'm injured, I can still kill you! Yang Yi withdrew his spear and splashed a pool of blood. Xiao Rui's consciousness gradually blurred. Her body slumped, and she fell from the horse's back. Xiao Rui's soldiers were horrified that their general was killed like this. Although their general Xiao Rui was not a first-rate general, and he may not even be considered a second-rate general, the fact that he was easily killed by the injured Yang Yi was enough to scare them. You, the generals, have been enthroned. Surrender without killing! Yang Yi was hit by 2 arrows. He calmly picked up Xiao Rui's head and showed off his power to Xiao Rui's cavalry. Most of the cavalry collapsed, and there were more than 1,000 cavalry from Yuan Shu's force, who were really frightened by Yang Wudi's force and chose to surrender to Yang Wudi. Yang Yi simply cleaned the battlefield, and when his goal was achieved, he began to retreat to Xiaopei. Xiao Rui is just Yuan Shu's vanguard general. Yuan Shu's army has not yet arrived. Yang Yi cannot suffer too many losses. Otherwise, he will not have the troops to defend Xiaopei. The vanguard general, who killed Yuan Shu, has weakened Yuan Shu's spirit. When Yang Yi returned to Xiaopei, he encountered a mixed force of 15,000 infantry, archers, and cavalry from the strange lord of Pei State. Yang Yi made a prompt decision and led the cavalry to attack the unprepared Pei State army. Yang Yi and his cavalry rushed left and right among the enemy troops, killing dozens of people with one person. They were invincible. The foreign lord of Pei State was attacked by Yang Yi's cavalry on the plains, and was defeated one after another, losing thousands of people. Like an avalanche, Yang Yi's troops marched forward with great success, chasing the enemy for 12 miles and killing 2,000 people. The foreign lords of Pei Kingdom withdrew to a nearby town and defended behind closed doors, thus preventing Yang Yi from continuing to attack. Yang Yi led the cavalry, and was unwilling to expend too much force in a tough battle. He led the cavalry in a circle below the enemy's town to show force to the defenders before withdrawing. Yang Yi dared to lead a cavalry force to the gate of Siai city, and tried to kill Chuon with one arrow. Now you can deal with enemies without any famous generals. And you can go unimpeded. The Lord of Pei State, who was defeated by Yang Yi's surprise attack, was still frightened. After seeing Yang Yi leading the cavalry to leave, he sat on the city bricks and said, "As expected of Wangui, why was he weak when fighting Chuzimu, but invincible when he attacked us? No, well, there is another army going to attack Xiaopei. If they encounter Wangui's cavalry." Yang Yi successively killed Yuan Shu's vanguard general Xiaorui and killed thousands of people. On his way back to Xiaopei, he encountered another alien army that went to attack Xiaopei. Without saying a word, Yang Yi mustered up the courage to attack the marching alien lord army and defeat it. The alien lord's army was defeated and was chased by Yang Yi all the way, and they hurriedly fled back to their respective territories. Yang Yi killed another 2,000 enemies and captured more than 1,000 prisoners. When Yang Yi, who had great military exploits, returned to Xiaopei, he counted his losses and found that he was less than 1,000 cavalry. Even the number of prisoners was more than the cavalry lost. The magistrate of Pingchang County was shocked when he saw that Yang Yi led his troops into Yuan Shu's sphere of influence. Instead of suffering heavy losses, he brought back 3,000 prisoners. He learned that Yang Yi defeated 3 opposing armies in a row, killed thousands, captured thousands, killed the enemy's vanguard general, and burned the enemy's grain carts. He praised Yang Yi highly. "General Yang is worthy of being Yang Invincible." Mi Fang and Yinli, who were stationed in Pingchang, were equally surprised when they heard about Yang Yi's military exploits. Mi Fang muttered, "I didn't expect that my defeated generals would perform so amazingly. It seems that Yuan Shu's generals are not very good either. If you give me 10,000 cavalry, I can capture Yuan Shu alive." General Xiaorui was killed by Shuzhou Mu General Wangui. Pei's troops suffered 10,000 casualties and were unable to attack Xiaopei. 8,000 units of food and grass were destroyed in one go. The news that Xiaorui was defeated and killed reached Yuan Shu's army on the way, and Yuan Shu's entire army was shaken. Xiaorui was one of the top generals under Yuan Shu. Only Jiling, Zhang Sun and others could compare with him. As a result, Yuan Shu's army was beheaded by Yang Yi, who took the initiative before Yuan Shu's army fully attacked Xiaopei. The death of a vanguard general will have an impact on the morale of the entire army. Yuan Shu was in a terrible mood. One of his generals died like this. "Is this Yang Yi really invincible?" Chief Shi Yang Hong said. "It must have been Wangui who set up an ambush and used conspiracy to kill Xiaorui. Please don't be swayed by this, my lord." After hearing Yang Hong's explanation, Yuan Shu felt a little relieved this time. It must have been Yang Yi who set up an ambush, and Xiaorui died. But the foreign staff of Yuan Shu's power knew it well. Xiaorui and Wangui cannot be compared. Not to mention that Xiaorui was ambushed and attacked by Wangui. "I wonder if I can use gold and silver to bribe Wangui. Wangui is powerful in Peigua. If he can be used by me, I will let him attack Xiaopei with an army, and Shuzhou can be gained by Yuan Gongwa." Yuan Shu saw that it was difficult to defeat Yang Yi, so he came up with the idea of bribing Wangui. At present, Yuan Shu has money, food and soldiers, but lacks good generals. Isn't it just money? Yuan Shu has it. "I'm afraid Yang Yi will not be swayed." The foreign staff dispelled Yuan Shu's unrealistic idea. If the Yang family, which is full of loyal people, will be bribed by Yuan Shu, then Yang Yi will no longer be Yang Yi. "Wangui is so fierce. What should we do?" Seeing that the bribery failed, Yuan Shu asked Yuan staff for advice. Yang Yi's 10,000 cavalry turned to attack Pei's 40,000 troops, killing and wounding Pei's 10,000 troops. They were so brave that even Ji Ling was inferior. Yuan Shu was afraid of Yang Yi, who was famous in Pei Kingdom. "My lord can make use of the superior force to advance into Xiaopei step by step. At the same time, he divides his troops and plunders Pingchang. As far as we know, Pingchang's defenders are Mi Fang and Yinli. They are just ordinary generals, much different from Wangui." The alien staff are well aware of the abilities of different generals, and know when to pick the weak ones. No matter how powerful Wangui is, he is only one person after all. Yuan Shu listened to the opinions of Yuan staff. "Take Xiaopei with 50,000, Pai with 50,000, and order the prefect of Zhejiang to send troops to Guangling. Sichuan City in Zhejiang County controls the Huainan region and is the only way between Jiangdong and the Central Plains. The Zhejiang prefect, who is attached to Yuan Shu, led the white-robed army to take over the city and recruit troops on a large scale. The recruitment conditions for the white robes are quite harsh. After all, they are 7th-level light cavalry. Sir, Yuzhou Mu asks you to send troops to attack Guanling County and put pressure on Shuzhou Mu. Yang Wudi, the general of Shuzhou's animal husbandry, killed the vanguard general Qiao Rui in Pei State and burned some of the grain and grass. Yuzhou's animal husbandry was furious. The prefect of Zhejiang took over Sichuan City. But before he could fully occupy Zhejiang County, Yuan Shu couldn't wait to ask him to attack Guangling. Yuan Shu is really a waste. Like Tao Qian, he has a vast territory and has money and food, but he has no generals. If Qiao Rui dies, he will die. The governor of Zhejiang ignored Yuan Shu's orders. He is now out of Yuan Shu's control and has used Yuan Shu's influence to recruit troops and control the city. There is no need to obey Yuan Shu's orders. But he did covet Shuzhou. Chen Ding, the governor of Guangling County, is a general. It may not be that easy to capture Guangling County. Urgent report. Lujiang governor led the navy to attack Sichuan City. The prefect of Zhejiang was about to capture Guangling County. And Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, led his navy to attack Sichuan along the crisscrossing water network. That guy Tong Kai. When the governor of Zhejiang heard that it was the governor of Lujiang who was attacking, he couldn't help but be afraid. The Beifu army of Tong Kai, the prefect of Lujiang, can exert strong combat power in areas like Huainan where water networks are crisscrossed. It seems that the Beifu army must be defeated in order to control Huainan. The governor of Zhejiang also had to treat Chu Tian's request for reinforcements with caution. Chapter 289 Besieged in Jin. Eugene, one of the 5 good generals, is now in a very dangerous situation. The rear troops he leads, totaling 5,000 people, are surrounded by Hua Mulan's 15,000 cavalry. There were horse hooves and rising dust everywhere. Eugene stood firm in his position and was unable to advance or retreat for a while. No matter who the other party is, they may become my prisoners today. Hua Mulan constantly sent cavalry to interfere with riding and shooting, trying to disrupt Eugene's formation. The Imperial Guards are relatively strict, and his 5,000 Qinzhou army has not been shaken by the continuous attacks of Hua Mulan's cavalry, and currently maintains its formation. But even so, 5,000 people were surrounded by 15,000 cavalry, and the situation was extremely dangerous, and even escaping was not easy. Unless the other 25,000 people can return to rescue me, I may become a prisoner. Is being captured a destined fate? Eugene felt somewhat weak when facing Hua Mulan's 15,000 cavalry. Eugene brought 30,000 Qizhou troops to Taishan County, of which 25,000 were the first to retreat. Eugene only led 5,000 troops to the rear, and he pinned his hopes on the remaining 25,000. The 25,000 Qinzhou army, who retreated first, did not escape the fate of being surrounded by cavalry. Joan of Arc's 4,000 servant cavalry took the lead in catching up with the Qinzhou army. She held high the red dragon flag and led 4,000 servant cavalry to attack Qinzhou army, which was the main force of Eugene, and penetrated it. Joan of Arc has the ability to make the soldiers fanatical, and in a short period of time, the Arab cavalry, European knights, Indian cavalry, and Goryeo cavalry massacred all sides in the Qinzhou army. They are not ordinary cavalry, but elite cavalry brought by various civilized lords to participate in national wars. The Arab cavalry held Damascus swords high, the European knights held lances, and the Goryeo cavalry held spears, piercing the Qinzhou army for the second time. 4,000 servant cavalry took turns to attack the 25,000 Qinzhou army, and actually killed the Qinzhou army to pieces and collapsed. Joan of Arc and her cavalry were busy catching prisoners, but they couldn't catch them. After the defeat of the 25,000 Qinzhou army, there were defeated troops all over the mountains and plains, which was equivalent to a servant cavalry capturing 6 prisoners. Too many people. Joan of Arc held up the battle flag and was helpless in the face of the fleeing Qinzhou army. When the White Robe army led by Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun arrived, 25,000 Qinzhou army fled. They took the opportunity to expand their results and obtain more prisoners. Perhaps we can use this group of prisoners to strengthen Taishan County's troops. Schwar and Gui knew that after Chu Tian captured Taishan County, he would definitely need to send troops to garrison Taishan County to cut off the connection between Chowchow and Mr. Zhao. The captured Qingzhou army can be converted into the Taishan County Defense Corps in the future. The Servant Cavalry and White Robe Cavalry almost destroyed the 25,000 Qingzhou army. The 5,000 people who were imprisoned were unable to support themselves. Hua Mulan never let go of Eugene, and was still using cavalry to constantly interfere with Eugene's phalanx. It's getting late. Eugene observes the sky and can take advantage of the darkness to break out. All officers and soldiers. Life and death depend on one thought. The brave will survive. The cowardly will perish. Eugene drew his sword and took advantage of Hua Mulan's unpreparedness to break through. 5,000 Qingzhou troops fought hard and followed Eugene to charge westward on foot. The night caused serious disturbance to the Iron Eagle Scouts' War Eagle, making it difficult to monitor Eugene's movements. The cavalry did not dare to charge at will, lest they injure their own men. In the melee, the soldiers around Eugene fell to the ground one by one, and there were fewer and fewer soldiers. Even Eugene himself was shot in the back by stray arrows. Eugene groaned, but still fought hard, knowing that he could work hard, and while his morale was still high, he would have a chance to break through the siege. Iron Eagle Scouts and light cavalry chased Eugene's cavalry in the dark. Hua Mulan pulled out the Tang sword and personally participated in the chase. The two battlefields lasted until dawn the next day. The 30,000 Qingzhou army that Eugene brought to Taishan County was almost completely wiped out. Eugene fled at the cost of serious injuries, gathered his defeated troops, and recalled less than 10,000 Qingzhou troops. After the defeat, Eugene knew that he had less than 10,000 Qingzhou troops and was unable to support Taishan County. So he returned to Jibei Kingdom and gave up meaningless support to Taishan County. About 2,000 people were captured in total. The enemy generals escaped under the cover of night. After Hua Mulan's cavalry cleared the battlefield, they reported the results to Hua Mulan. The enemy's generals can hold on for a long time and break through, which shows that they have some ability. Take them to attack Fengao County and let the enemies in Taishan County know that their reinforcements have been defeated. Hua Mulan drove more than 2,000 prisoners and continued to attack Fengao County. Since he couldn't be captured alive, it would be good to capture his legion alive. The Qingzhou army belongs to the third level of arms and is more elite than the first and second level light infantry. On the other side, Schwar and Gui, Zhao Yun, and Joan of Arc captured more than 10,000 Qingzhou troops, and they also drove the prisoners to attack Fengao County, the seat of Taishan County. These Qingzhou troops are also suitable as cannon fodder troops for siege. There are about 30,000 garrison troops in Fengao County, Taishan County's headquarters. These troops are enough to defend Fengao County in peacetime, but they are stretched when facing the 100,000 troops of Shuzhou Muchuzemu. Shuzhou's 40,000 cavalrymen drove the Qingzhou army to the foot of Fengao County. The red dragon flag was fluttering, and the white robe cavalry, reconnaissance cavalry, and foreign servants showed off their force in Fengao County. The soldiers and horses were strong, and they came with the power of victory, putting unparalleled pressure on the defenders. The prisoners of the Qingzhou army were brought to the city and announced to the defenders that Chowchow's legion supporting them were almost completely destroyed. That's Eugene's Qingzhou legion. I didn't expect that the famous 5 sons of generals would not be Chu Zimu's opponent. The prefect of Taishan County recognized the Qingzhou army, and Hua Mulan even captured Eugene's general flag and threw it under the city. Taishan County was besieged, and all other counties surrendered. The entire Taishan County was invincible. A county was attacked by the main force of a state and had no power to fight back. There is no news yet from Yuan Shu and Mr. Zhao. I still want to continue to hold on, waiting for the situation to change. The prefect of Taishan County also participated in the attack on Langya Kingdom, and he knew that Chu Tian would probably not let him go, and he couldn't let go of his power and status. In Fengao County, Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, Zhuge Jun and 2 of Zhuge Gui's daughters were forcibly kept in the city by the Taishan County prefect. Zhuge Gui was originally the county magistrate of Taishan. When Lord Yiren rose to power, he was defeated and captured. Lord Yiren, who replaced the Taishan prefect, continued to appoint Zhuge Gui as the magistrate of Taishan. Zhuge Gui died of illness not long ago, and the Zhuge family was left by the Taishan County prefect to support them every month. As long as the 3 Zhuge brothers grow up in the future, they will have no shortage of counselors. Zhuge Jin is already 15 years old and is about to reach the age where he can become an official. Zhuge Liang could wait 10 years to become an official, but Zhuge Jun was even later. In the city, they heard the noise of soldiers and horses outside the city. Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang somewhat realized that the city had been surrounded. The prefect of Taishan County actually controls only 3/3 of Taishan County. And it will be difficult to achieve anything after all. Maybe taking refuge in Shuzhou can revitalize our Langya Zhuge family. Our ancestor was originally the Sili Shaowei. When will our descendants have another governor? It is said that Shuzhou has many talented people under his command. And I might not be able to be reused if I join him. Zhuge Jin was not far away from the age of becoming an official. So he had to choose a suitable object of allegiance among the many princes. He is now the eldest son of Zhuge Gui's family. And he must consider the future of his family, and the future of his younger brothers and sisters. The ancestor of the Zhuge family was Sili Shaowei. And his father and uncle were county magistrates and county prefects. Zhuge Jin wanted to shine on his family name. Zhuge Liang is past the age of bedwetting and runny nose. But he has not grown up yet. He didn't know who Shuzhou was who attacked Taishan County. And he didn't know that Chu Zimu launched the war against Taishan County mostly because he wanted to rob Zhuge's family. The Zhuge family is full of talents. How could Chu Tian, who planned to kill all the heroes in the world, let them go? In order to rob Zhuge Liang and his family, Chu Tian attacked Taishan County. In order to gain the allegiance of Joan of Arc, Chu Tian even wanted to destroy a country in France. Others fight for oil, while Chu Tian fights for talents. The governor of Taishan County did not expect that what triggered Chu Tian's idea of attacking Taishan County would be his detention of Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang. If he had known that taking in the Zhuge family would lead to an attack by Chu Zimu, the Taishan County governor might not have kept them by force. Chao Gui led 30,000 garrison troops to guard Fogao County. According to his lord's request, he held on while waiting for Yuan Shu and Prince Xiao to attack Shuzhou and wait for changes to occur. The cavalry under the city faced the strong city garrison by Chao Gui and found it difficult to capture it for a while. Using precious cavalry to attack the city, the losses were unimaginable. 2 generals. My lord has ordered that the white-robed army return to Yangdu County of Langya Kingdom along another road to support the counties in the northern part of Langya Kingdom. The counties are being attacked by Master Zhao's army and require cavalry to support them for thousands of miles. Schwar and Zhao Yun had just arrived at the Taishan County headquarters when they received an order from Chu Tian, requiring them to immediately move to the north of Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou was surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. Chu Tian adopted the tactic of concentrating the main force and defeating them one by one. Therefore, when the Taishan County battlefield no longer needed so many soldiers and horses, Chu Tian transferred Schwar and Zhao Yun to the northern part of Langya Kingdom to support Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. We were transferred to the northern part of Langya Kingdom, and only 2 women were left to lead the cavalry. But with them here, we can hold on until the Lord comes. After Schwar and Zhao Yun greeted Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc, they immediately led the White Robe army along a different road from when they came to support Zhang Ba and Sun Guan in the northern part of Langya Kingdom. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan have been defending the northern part of Langya Kingdom for Chu Tian for a long time. But with their abilities, they may not be able to hold on for a long time. Considering the pressure on Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, Chu Tian transferred the White Robe Legion to the northern part of Langya Kingdom. Schwar and Gui fought almost non-stop from Guangling County to Taishan County, and then to Langya Kingdom. The number of troops under the city was suddenly reduced by half. Before Chu Tian's main force arrived, only Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc were left among the commanders surrounding Taishan County. This is our chance to turn defeat into victory. Staying in the city is always the best option. If we can defeat the siege party, we may be able to force them to consider retreating. When the prefect of Taishan County saw the white-robed army withdrawing its troops, he immediately had the idea of leaving the city to attack the enemy. The opponent seems to have only 2 female generals left, and they should be easy to bully. I don't know what the opponent is capable of, but maybe I can give it a try. Chao Gui didn't know much about Hua Mulan or Joan of Arc, but he agreed with the idea of the Taishan County governor. That night, Chao Gui personally led 10,000 people out of the city to attack at night, and the prefect of Taishan County responded. The night attack troops were discovered by patrolling secret posts. The 2 sides fought in the dark, and the shouts of killing echoed in the wilderness outside the city. Chao Gui realized that the enemy's cavalry also had strong combat power in the melee, and he was completely unable to please him. Seeing that the sneak attack could not succeed, he began to withdraw into the city. Under her leadership, Joan of Arc's army of servants fell into fanaticism again, chasing Chao Gui all the way, and almost broke into the city from the city gate. If Chao Gui hadn't been assisted by the prefect of Taishan County, Chao Gui might have been killed by the crazy army of servants. In the melee at night, Both sides suffered losses, but the defenders in the city suffered greater losses. The prefect of Taishan County frowned. The opponent's cavalry still had the upper hand even in the melee at night. He didn't know how to defeat the cavalry outside the city. Joan of Arc also has the ability to constantly drive soldiers into a frenzy, bursting out with powerful combat effectiveness. Chao Gui was still not satisfied in front of the two women. I didn't expect that Chu Zimu sent two female generals to attack the city. It was difficult for us to defeat them. Those are not ordinary heroines. One is a legend from the east, and the other is a saint from the west. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before Taishan County falls. We can only place our hope on Yuan Shu and Mr. Zhao. What's the use of Yuan Shu's troops without a qualified commander? Yuan Shu is just a waste. Everyone in Taishan County is confused about the future. When Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc besieged the Taishan County government, the Northern Army's 5th School Regiment led by Chu Tian and Li Yi's offensive army finally arrived at Fengao County. The Taishan County government. Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu is here. The Taishan County garrison spread the news in panic. The name of Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu spread in the city like a plague, and Jir cried at night. According to the news, Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang are still in the city. It would be interesting to capture the generals. Chu Tian commanded the 5 schools of the Northern Army to come to the city. He looked at the defenders walking on thin ice on the city wall, and thought that the Zhuge family could easily get it. In the northern part of Lengge Kingdom, in Zhucheng County, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were attacked by Tai Shi's 30,000 troops, and were in danger. Tai Shi's force was fierce, and he led the leading troops to scale the city wall several times. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan had to sacrifice a large number of soldiers to drive Tai Shi off the city wall. Out of fear of Tai Shi, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan specially formed a team of sharpshooters. Once Tai Shi appeared, they would immediately shoot cold arrows at Tai Shi, so that Tai Shi would not dare to take the risk of climbing the city wall first. Despite this, life was not easy for Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. I heard that my lord is advancing vigorously in Taishan County, but our side has suffered heavy casualties and is about to fall. If my lord does not send the main army to support us, once we are defeated, Zhu County and Kaiyang County will be shaken. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were disgraced, and they were worried because the Taishan army under the city had begun to build catapults, crossbows, and other large siege equipment in preparation for a new round of offensive. Chapter 298 Banners and Guan Ning Cavalry. When Chu Tian's army arrived at Mount Tai, they immediately built siege equipment and prepared to attack the city. Fengao County relied on the steep terrain of Mount Tai to build a city that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, being easy to defend and difficult to attack does not mean that it is impossible to capture. It just means the price you pay. A large number of catapults, ladders and siege towers were formed, and Li Yi's army prepared to storm the city under Mount Tai. Chu Tian saw Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc, who had broken through all the way to Fengao County, and commended them a little. The latter had basically adapted to the roundabout combat method of cavalry commonly used in the east. It was only a matter of time before Fengao County was captured. Chu Tian was even more worried about the 2 battlefields of Lengge Kingdom and Pei Kingdom. The defenders faced the pressure of Zhao Gongzi and Yuan Shu respectively. Taishan once again organized an offensive against Zhucheng County, and soldiers all over the mountains and plains flooded the city. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's resistance is tenacious. They have been responsible for defending the northern part of Lengge Kingdom for a long time. They usually produce a large number of defense equipment, so they can hold on until now. My lord, Dorgan and Wu Sangui are here. When Taishan failed to attack, Dorgan and Wu Sangui captured Linzi City, the seat of Qi State. After receiving the order, they led a large number of cavalry and infantry back to Beihai Kingdom to assist Taishan in attacking Zhucheng County. At the same time, Mr. Zhao personally conquered Zhucheng County and personally supervised Dorgan and Wu Sangui. In order to prevent Dorgan and Wu Sangui from betraying, he took the 8 Banners Cavalry and Guan Ning Cavalry into his hands. Dorgan and Wu Sangui would only temporarily command them during peacetime wars. A group of white flag cavalry appeared, numbering thousands, with brave soldiers and strong horses. Wu Sangui's Guan Ning Cavalry is almost the opposite color to the Zhengbai Banner Cavalry. It holds a 3-eyed blazing gun and is well armored. With Guan Ning's cavalry at his disposal, Wu Sangui finally felt confident. Wu Sangui was driven all the way from Zhanhuan town to Qinzhou by Chu Tian, and Wu Sangui was in a very embarrassed state. He obtained Guan Ning's cavalry and regained his courage to fight. although due to Mr. Zhao's limited financial resources, he currently only has 700 Guan Ning's cavalry. There are more and more enemies under the city. We may not be able to stop them this time. Zhang Ba ascended the city and looked down at the increasingly numerous Qingzhou army. His brows furrowed. There are at least 60,000 to 70,000 enemies under the city, and the number is still increasing. Sun Guan also came to the city wall, as Mr. Zhao dispatched the main force southward. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were under increasing pressure. Zhang Ba lost an eye in the previous Battle of Chuzhou, and Sun Guan also suffered from a hidden disease. The two cooperated with each other, and still blocked the pressure brought by the Qingzhou army. However, as there are more and more enemies, it may be difficult to continue to hold on. The Qingzhou army already has elite cavalry. Zhang Ba pointed at the two armies brought by Mr. Zhao. One black and one white. One Guan Ning cavalry, and one 8 banners cavalry, Shabai banner. I don't know how it compares to our elite cavalry in Chuzhou. Sun Quan couldn't help but compare the two cavalrymen with Chuzhou's elite cavalry. The people guarding the city are Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. As second-rate generals, it is a miracle that they can hold on to this city for a long time. Mr. Zhao brought several generals to the city to observe the city's defense, and was surprised by the performance of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. He also thought that Taisher Siai could easily capture the city. They have prepared a large amount of materials to defend the city, so they can hold on. They can use a large number of yellow turban troops to consume their troops. Dorgan made a suggestion to consume the cheap yellow turban soldiers. I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Mr. Zhao hesitated. Those who achieve great things don't stick to trivial matters. If we don't capture the city as soon as possible, once Chuzimu's reinforcements arrive, we will all become prisoners. Dorgan was persuading Mr. Zhao to use the yellow turban General Guan Hai to recruit a large number of yellow turbans as cannon fodder. But the army suddenly became restless. Dorgan looked at the incoming reinforcements that made the army restless, and saw an elite cavalry appearing in the distance. At the front is a group of cavalry riding white horses, hunting in white robes, with high morale, and their spears shaking with the bumps of the horses. Shuzhou's White Robe Legion. Zhao Gongzi found out about Shuzhou's legionary organization. Among them, the White Robe Legion was the largest cavalry legion, and it fought on the move for a long time. I have the 8 banners cavalry. Coupled with your characteristics, my lord, it is enough to defeat the opponent's White Robe army. Dorgan organized 1,000 8 banners cavalry and prepared to fight. Mr. Zhao possesses the characteristics of Huang Taiji, which can improve the capabilities of the 8 banners cavalry. Therefore, Dorgan's combat capabilities were strengthened by Mr. Zhao. They won't use light cavalry to fight our heavy cavalry, unless we can force the other side's cavalry to fight us. Mr. Zhao did not think that Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun would be so impulsive as to use light cavalry to attack the 8 banners cavalry and Guan Ning cavalry. When the White Robe army arrived, Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and the defenders in the city couldn't help but be overjoyed. Once you see the White Robe logo, there is basically no need to worry. What kind of cavalry is that? Schwar Gui was somewhat surprised when he saw a white armored cavalry on the opposite side, and a cavalry using what looked like stick weapons. Zhao Yun said, My lord has said that Mr. Zhao of Qingzhou may have formed the 8 banners cavalry and the Guan Ning iron cavalry. The white armored cavalry may be the cavalry of the Zhangbai banner, and the Guan Ning iron cavalry has the weapon 3-eyed fire blunderbuss. Although Chu Tian had never seen the 8 banners cavalry and Guan Ning cavalry, the intelligence work had undoubtedly been done. Let me test it out. Zhao Yun led 1,000 ordinary light cavalry to test the 8 banners cavalry and Guan Ning cavalry. Intelligence may not be accurate, and intelligence may not be the same as actual combat. Wu Sangui did not expect that Zhao Yun would lead his troops directly towards him, so he immediately organized Guan Ning's cavalry to defend. Zhao Yun used a horn bow and led the light cavalry to use mounted shooting tactics. A hail of arrows fell into Guan Ning's cavalry. Attack! Wu Sangui relied on the heavy armor of Guan Ning's cavalry and allowed the rain of arrows to fall. With very few casualties, Guan Ning's cavalry attacked forward, and after approaching Zhao Yun's light cavalry, they lit the 3-eyed fire cannon. There was a dense sound of firearms. White smoke filled the air, and dozens of light cavalry were shot to death by the 3-eyed blazing gun. The sound produced by the 3-eyed firecracker has a shocking effect on both men and horses, and Zhao Yun's cavalry panicked. Guan Ning's cavalry did not have time to reload gunpowder, so they swung the 3-eyed fire blunderbuss as a blunt weapon and killed Zhao Yun's light cavalry. The earth shakes and the cavalry protrudes, once hit by the heavy 3-eyed fire blunderbuss. They will most likely be killed or injured because they cannot withstand the huge impact. Retreat! Zhao Yun only came to test the situation. At this time, he found out the fighting method of Guan Ning's cavalry and retreated decisively. A dozen light cavalry were unable to retreat in time, and were overtaken by Guan Ning's cavalry. They were hit on the head with a three-eyed fire blunderbuss and died instantly. Wu Sangui rarely won a small victory, and he did not pursue him to avoid being fooled. Guan Ning's cavalry is a heavy cavalry that cost me a lot of savings to build. In order to buy the three-eyed fire gun, Ming Guan cheated me of a large sum of gold and silver. Mr. Zhao saw that Guan Ning's cavalry killed dozens of the opponent's light cavalry, but he did not suffer many casualties. And then he felt that it was worth the money. Building high-level heavy cavalry is more expensive than building ordinary heavy cavalry. Mr. Zhao only built 1,008 banners cavalry and 700 Guan Ning cavalry. At present, Mr. Zhao owns 3 counties: Beihai Kingdom, Donglai County, and Qi Kingdom, newly occupied. And he can only provide so few high-level heavy cavalry. The three-eyed fire blunderbuss of Guan Ning's cavalry has a shocking effect. I was also scared just now. Zhao Yun was also affected by the shocking effect of the three-eyed fire gun. Guan Ning's cavalry shoots on the battlefield, and then engages in close combat. To deal with Guan Ning's cavalry head-on, you can only accelerate the impact and come forward to fight in close combat. Or you can use an infantry longbow with a longer range and shoot with a dense rain of arrows. The opponent is a heavy cavalry. Arrow rain's defense is very high, and the damage done to them by cavalry shooting is too low. Schwar and Wangui faced the special heavy cavalry with a shocking effect for the first time. Coupled with the heavy armor of Guan Ning's cavalry, Wu Sangui became a difficult opponent. There are other arms supporting Guan Ning's cavalry, and the mobility of the light cavalry is limited. Without infantry support, Schwar and Wangui and Zhao Yun did not launch an attack rashly. Their combat goal is to support Zhucheng County and prevent Mr. Zhao from going south to Lengye Kingdom, so as to achieve the combat goal. The calmness of Schwar and Wangui and Zhao Yun made Mr. Zhao a little irritable. Taishan County is under Chu Tian's invasion and plundering offensive, and within a month or two, Taishan County will fall. At this time, he regretted not using Dorgan's suggestion, calling all the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army to arrive. The cavalry is preparing to expel the White Robe Army. After hesitation and struggle, Mr. Zhao finally decided to force Schwar and Wangui and Zhao Yun to fight. The bait is Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. The situation has not changed. If the number of the Qingzhou army continues to increase to 100,000, Master Zhao can attack the city while expelling Schwar and Wangui and others. Zhang Ba saw Mr. Zhao's thoughts, under the premise that the other party has the advantage of troops. Schwar and Wangui and Zhao Yun are actually on the passive side, because Zhang Ba and Sun Guan have to save them. Without the city where Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were stationed, the northern gate of Lengye Kingdom would be opened, and the 8 Banners Cavalry and Guan Ning Cavalry would follow the trend and move southward. Unstoppable. Sun Guan was in an equally heavy mood. We can only see how Shueli and Zhao Yun respond to the enemy. We just need to hold on to the city as much as possible and delay time. Zhao Gongzi decided to use all the strength of the 3 counties of Qingzhou to completely capture Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. He sent Guanhai back to the rear town, forcibly recruited the Yellow Turban Army, and piled the corpses of the Yellow Turban Army to the height of the city wall to capture Zhang Ba and Zhucheng County where Sun Guan is located. At the same time, the 8 Banners Cavalry, Guan Ning Cavalry, and other low-level cavalry were ready to expel the White Robes Legion. Catapult! Throw stones! 1, 2, 3, pull! The prisoners of the Qingzhou army worked together to pull the rope of the catapult and throw the huge rocks out. Hundreds of stones roared and fell on the city wall. Boom! A stone hit a corner of the gate tower, causing the eaves to collapse and scattering rocks and mud. An archer on a stone arrow tower was hit by a stone, fell from the arrow tower, and died tragically. Use the catapult to clear out additional defense facilities such as gate towers, arrow towers, and horse faces. Once all defensive facilities are cleared, leaving only the bare city walls, the siege team can swarm up and occupy the entire city. There is no shortage of stones in the Taishan area, so the Shuzhou army can prepare a large number of stones for siege. After 3 days of continuous bombardment by catapults, many city bricks fell off, exposing the rammed earth. 10 tall siege towers are ready. Each siege tower is 12 meters high and requires hundreds of soldiers to push it. Lu Yi personally took charge and urged the army to attack the city. Tens of thousands of people besieged the city from 3 directions. And even the captured Qingzhou troops were used as cannon fodder and put into brutal siege battles. Chowchow, one of the few famous generals in the Lu state, personally defended the city and led the Taishan County soldiers to defend the city wall. The city wall is the only way to bridge the gap between second-rate heroes and first-rate heroes. A large amount of kerosene and rolling stones poured down, and the Qingzhou army who clung to the city wall was injured and rolled down, leaving corpses everywhere. During this period, Li Guan, Hua Mulan, and Joan of Arc planned to lead the advance team to attack Fogao City, but they were rejected by Chutian. Not only does this city have 30,000 defenders, it is backed by Mount Tai, and there is also a famous general in charge of its defense. It is more difficult than attacking Feixian County. It was impossible for Chutian to let his famous generals take risks for the sake of a city. An army of thousands is easy to obtain, but a general is difficult to find. Tao Qian and Yuan Shu had plenty of soldiers and food, but they lacked famous generals. Attacking a city that is not necessary and sacrificing famous generals will have too great an impact on the future. If it were a battle that determined the life and death of a force, Chu Tiantian would dare to bet all his generals on it. Li Yi's offensive was fierce, but he was unable to capture the strongest city in Taishan County in a short period of time. Chu Tian asked Li Yi how many soldiers would have to die to capture the city. Recruiting civilians from nearby villages. With approximately 30,000 soldiers and 20,000 to 30,000 civilians dead and wounded, we can capture the city within 10 days. Li gave Chu Tian a specific price as a reference. This price is too tragic. After this battle, our legions will be severely damaged. The northern part of Langya Kingdom only relies on the White Robe Legion and the Langya Kingdom Defense Legion. With a strength of more than 30,000, it is difficult to withstand Mr. Zhao's troops, who mobilized half of Qingzhou to go south. If Mr. Zhao comes with all his strength, then there will be at least 70,000 to 80,000 troops. A professional soldier, he also has a Yellow Turban army in his hands. As long as he wants, the number of Yellow Turban army can reach 100,000 at any time. Therefore, we must capture Taishan County as soon as possible. Do you two strategists have any ideas? Facing the stubborn resistance of the Taishan County garrison, Chu Tian asked Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui for their opinions. Many emperors were defeated in siege battles, especially the city in front of them, which was built on Mount Tai and was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Chu Tian did not want to use too many troops to attack the city. He still had many enemies to deal with. Fang Xianling said, Lord, do you remember how we captured Tancheng defended by Li Yi? Even if Fogao relies on Mount Tai to build the city, no matter how strong it is, it can still be broken from the inside. Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling sang in harmony. My lord is very prestigious among the strangers. He attacked Tancheng. My lord rewarded the man who captured Li Yi alive with 1,000 taels of gold. This can be said to be true to his promise. You only need to spread the news. If the strangers in the city surrender, not only pardoned, but also able to maintain their current status, they trust the Lord. Why worry about them not surrendering? Another scheming move. Although this method is old-fashioned, it is indeed very practical. Those who surrender the city will be rewarded with 300 taels of gold and promoted to county magistrate. They will never be held accountable. Whoever captures Chow's executioner alive will receive a reward of 100 taels. Chu Tian used the prestige of the First Lord to start sowing discord among the defenders in the city. There must be a brave man under the heavy reward. Chapter 291 Capturing Zhuge Liang alive. The Taishan County garrison was panic-stricken. During the battle to defend the city, the 30,000 garrison soldiers were killed and wounded thousands by Li Yi's army. Li Yi's army is attacking fiercely. If the cost is not considered, the city can be taken out within 10 days. Shuzhou Mu Chu Zima even issued an ultimatum to the defenders in the city. As long as they surrendered the city, they would receive 300 taels of gold and could also serve as county magistrate. Chu Tian's ultimatum intensified the conflict within the Taishan County garrison. Fogao County can no longer defend it. If we continue to defend it with the governor, the city will be destroyed and people will die. It is better to betray the governor and have a bright future for our brothers. The stranger guarding one of the city gates was finally moved. You don't have to die. You can still be an official and get a lot of gold. Comparing the two, one cannot help but choose the latter. If the brothers agree, we will open the city gates and welcome Shuzhou Mu into the city. The alien generals guarding the city glanced at a group of men. Their expressions of fear of death were equivalent to acquiescence in dedicating the city. Don't be afraid of attacking the city. Just be afraid of attacking the heart. Chowchow became even more worried when he saw that Li Yi's army, which had previously attacked Fengdao County, suddenly stopped its offensive. The Lei Legion has exerted enough pressure on the defenders. The current Lei Legion is obviously waiting for the defenders in the city to collapse. How am I going to survive? The prefect of Taishan County asked Chao Jiui anxiously. Chao Jiui replied, abandoning the city and fleeing, or massively suppressing the strangers in the city who plan to rebel. We may be able to hold on for a longer period of time. The prefect of Taishan County was silent. During the fermentation of the alienation plan, Li Yi's army was able to rest and recuperate. Hua Mulan came over and asked, My lord, why don't you continue to attack the city? Once they are given time to reinforce the city, the attack will be even more difficult. Within 2 or 3 days, there will be an internal response in the city, so there is no need to attack the city. Chu Tian trusted the judgment of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. If the two of them cooperated, they would make favorable decisions. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui's plan to divorce did not mean that the previous strong attack by Li Yi's army was meaningless. On the contrary, without the fierce offensive of the Lei Legion against the city, the alienation plan would have had minimal effect. Li Yi's army proved to the defenders that they had the ability to capture the city, but they were just unwilling to kill or injure too many troops. Hua Mulan said calmly, Oh, you stay and warm the bed. That's an order. Dot. Since Hua Mulan came for her on her own initiative, Chu Tian couldn't let her go. Chu Tian even suspected that she knew the truth and sent it to her door on purpose. After spending several years with Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan gradually became enlightened in this regard and learned to take the initiative to attack. Chu Tian, who was in the upper hand, remained calm under the city. Several rebellions had broken out in the city due to simple alienation schemes. Many strangers openly launched rebellions in order to survive and become rich. The prefect of Taishan County and Chao Jiui tried their best to suppress these rebellions. However, as the deadline for Chu Tian's ultimatum is approaching, the scale of the rebellion in the city is getting bigger and bigger, and more people are joining the ranks of the rebellion. Finally, a city gate opened wide, and a white flag was raised on the city gate tower, surrendering to the attacking Shuzhou army. To be cautious, Chu Tian sent a group of servants to attack the city. Even if the other party deliberately feigned surrender, and the entire army of servants was wiped out, Chu Tian would not feel any distress at all. The garrison in the city was divided into 2 factions. The soldiers of the main fighting faction, who were loyal to the prefect, fought their way out of another city gate and fled into the mountains. As for the rebel capitulationists, they laid down their weapons and tied their hands. The prefect and Chao Jiui have abandoned the city and fled. They are not pretending to surrender. Send troops to chase them immediately. If you encounter Zhuge's family, be sure to capture them alive. Chu Tian was worried that the governor of Taishan County would be dead and the net would be broken, so he took Zhuge's family away. In fact, Chu Tian did not need to worry. The rebellion at the city gate was too sudden. The Taishan County governor and Chao Jiui were eager to save their lives and had no time to take away Zhuge's family and hurriedly rushed out of the city. Now the Zhuge family is trapped in the county government office. The city is in chaos and there are shouts of killing everywhere. But they dare not leave the county government office easily. The sound of weapons clashing was heard in the county government area. Zhuge Liang grabbed the corner of Zhuge Jin's clothes, accompanied by his young brother and sister. A bunch of rabble! Flying General Li Guang kicked a guard away and knocked open the gate of the county government office. Behind Li Guang was a group of fierce-looking soldiers. As Li Guang led a dozen soldiers into the county government office for inspection, Zhuge Jin, holding a long sword, stood in front of his younger siblings and looked at the burly Li Guang warily. Li Guang was more than 1.8 meters tall, with thick and long arms. He was wearing Mingguang armor, holding a Huanchou's sword in his hand, and carrying a big bow on his back. His eyes were red, and he had a surging murderous aura. Zhuge Jun and his 2 sisters were frightened by Li Guang's momentum, and couldn't help crying. Zhuge Liang, who was only 8 years old, was not intimidated by Li Guang, but stared at the fierce Li Guang. Little bastards! Are you Zhuge Gui's children? If I catch you, I can claim the reward. Li Guang still didn't know that he looked particularly like a villain now, with blood on his armor. The young Zhuge Jun and his 2 sisters cried louder. Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang continued to glare at Li Guang, regarding Li Guang as their enemy. General Li Guang, please step back and don't scare the children. Hua Mulan led the troops to the county government office. She heard crying coming from the county government office. When she came in, she saw Li Guang holding a knife, bullying several children. So she quickly stopped them. She put away the Tang Dao and came to the two little girls of the Zhuge family. After squatting down, she asked softly, "Sister is not a bad person. You will be safe." Zhuge Liang asked in a childish tone, "Is my sister a subordinate of Xuzhou Mu? What does Xuzhou Mu plan to do with us?" Hua Mulan was a little surprised by the child's calmness. "Are you a descendant of the Langia Zhuge family?" "Exactly. We adults plan to send you back to Langia country. Taishan County is not a place to stay for a long time after all. If you believe in my sister, then come with me." Hua Mulan knew that Chu Tian wanted to capture the Zhuge family alive, raise them from babies, and took the initiative to persuade them to return to Langia Kingdom. Zhuge Liang nodded seriously. "I believe in sister." Zhuge Jin simply weighed the pros and cons. Now that Taishan County is in chaos, they are unable to leave on their own. If what Hua Mulan said is true, they can still return to their hometown of Yangdu County in Langia Kingdom to farm. So the Zhuge family, which was left with only a group of children, was abducted by Hua Mulan. The frosty Hua Mulan has gradually melted away recently, and her affinity has greatly increased. Coupled with the sharp contrast between the fierce and vicious Li Guang, it is easy to abduct the Zhuge family. Li Guang, who was wary of Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang and others, was depressed. "Do you even look at the faces of children? Human nature is evil." Li Guang sighed in his heart and continued to hunt down the defenders who were still resisting. "Taishan County has been obtained. I need a general to guard this place and cut off the connection between Chowchow and Mr. Zhao." When Chu Tian entered the city, he was faced with the problem of selecting the Taishan County governor. After driving away the original Taishan County governor, Chu Tian can appoint his own candidate for the governor. Xuzhou Mu was not qualified to decide on the candidate for Taishan County's prefect in Yinzhou. But these were troubled times, and the court's prestige was greatly lost. Chu Tian could decide on the candidate for the prefect as long as he symbolically submitted his petition to the court controlled by Dong Zhuo and Jiuzhou Laoqin. Who to send to guard Taishan County needs to be carefully considered. "Lord!" Hua Mulan hugged a little girl and held another little girl with her other hand, and took the initiative to come to Chu Tian, making Chu Tian suddenly feel like a dream. This strong sense of déjà vu. His attention shifted to the three people following Hua Mulan: Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, and Zhuge Jun, who were all captured by Chu Tian. Not only that, Zhuge Liang's two sisters were also captured alive by Chu Tian. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were following Chu Tian, were also looking at the three brothers Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, and Zhuge Jun. The two famous prime ministers of the Tang dynasty had a historic encounter with the famous prime ministers of the Shu Han dynasty. But now Zhuge Liang is just a little kid, while Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui are already sophisticated. "This person is the minister left to Quanzi, and he will need to be trained more by the two of you in the future," Chu Tian whispered to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. He didn't expect Zhuge Liang to be put to use within 10 years. No matter how powerful Zhuge Liang was, he still had to accumulate experience. Not everyone is a genius at birth. Chu Tian can't use it, but he can leave it to his son. After Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui understood Chu Tian's intention, they were surprised by Zhuge Liang, who was regarded as the successor by Chu Tian, and looked at Zhuge Liang with their eyes. Zhuge Liang suddenly received the attention of three big men who looked like wolves and tigers. After all, he was timid as a child and hid behind Zhuge Jin. Zhuge Liang did not expect that Chu Tian had already planned to ask Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui to cultivate him well and make him his son's first assistant. Throughout the ages, how many people have been qualified to be students of prime minister level figures like Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui at the same time? "Please rest assured, Lord, we will definitely have strict requirements on him." Fang Xuanling's promise made Zhuge Liang live a miserable life. Chu Tian was still unable to make Zhuge Liang loyal. An 8-year-old kid probably doesn't even know what loyalty is. Zhuge Jin is also a talent. In Sun Wu's power, he became a general and led the herding of Yuzhou. Zhuge Jin became an official a few years earlier than Zhuge Liang, and it is estimated that he could become Chu Tian's staff after a few more years. "You will live in Xiaqing for the time being, and I will make arrangements for you. You don't have to worry about food and clothing. Just study hard. These two are your teachers." Chu Tian forcibly arranged teachers for the Zhuge family. The only elder in the Zhuge family left is Zhuge Xian, Zhuge Liang's uncle. Zhuge Xian is currently serving under Lu Biao in Jingzhou. It was Zhuge Xian who was supposed to bring Zhuge Liang and others to Jingzhou. But since he was intercepted by Chu Tian would not hand over Zhuge Liang and others no matter what. If Zhuge Xian comes to ask for Zhuge Liang, Chu Tian will only shamelessly detain Zhuge Xian. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, it was not uncommon for talents to be forcibly detained. Zhuge Jin saw that Chu Tian was willing to support his family. Although he knew Chu Tian's intention, he still thanked him. "I'm sorry for bothering you, Mr. Zhou Mu," he then said to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. "The two gentlemen can follow Master Zhou Mu. They must be talented people. If they can accept us as disciples, they are willing to lead the way." The Zhuge family is indeed extraordinary. Chu Tian knew that Zhuge Jin, who understood the world, had decided to seek refuge with him. Chu Tian is one of the most powerful princes in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and he is also the governor of Xuzhou, the place where he started his Langya kingdom. The Langya Zhuge clan was naturally inclined to support him. "Zhuge Liang, why don't you meet the two teachers?" At this time, Zhuge Liang did not have the nickname Kong Ming, so he directly called him Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was forced by Chu Tian's majesty and had to follow his elder brother to recognize Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui as teachers. Although Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were born later than Zhuge Liang in history, they had their own order of learning and specialization in the arts. But there were not so many rules. There are also some great scholars, like Lu Ji and Kai Yong in Xiaqing. You can usually talk to them about knowledge. Chu Tian used the names of Lu Ji, Kai Yong and other Eastern Han scholars familiar to Zhuge Jin to make Zhuge Jin live in Xia City with all his heart. As long as Zhuge Jin lives in Xiaqing, his younger brothers and sisters, Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jun, will definitely stay in Xiaqing. Sure enough, Zhuge Jin learned that Lu Ji, Kai Yong and other great scholars were in Xiaqing, so he readily agreed. Zhuge Liang glanced at Chu Tian with some fear, and was somewhat curious about Zhou Mu who had captured Taishan County. If it weren't for Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan's opinions, Chu Tian might have recognized Zhuge Liang as his adopted son, which seemed quite interesting. Chu Tian waved to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was a little resistant, but still came to Chu Tian and bowed to Chu Tian. "Lord Zhou Mu, is there something wrong? If you have the opportunity in the future, would you like to be an official?" "Brother, I have something to say. Our ancestors were silly Xiaowei. If we can become governors, we should shine brightly on our lintel." Ha ha ha. Chu Tian couldn't help laughing. Zhuge Jin thought Zhuge Liang's truthful answer made Chu Tian dissatisfied, and secretly felt a cold sweat for Zhuge Liang. "Your ambition is too small. What kind of governor should you be? If you want to be, just be the prime minister. The prime minister of the world." Chu Tian's words gave Zhuge Liang a blow to the head. Not only Zhuge Liang, Zhuge Jin was even more shocked. Zhou Mu has the ambition to annex the world, and he is by no means willing to be a state Mu. "If you work for me in the future, the reputation of the Langya Zhuge family will be even greater. Being as good as your ancestors is not something to be thankful for. Only by surpassing your ancestors can you say that you are promising." Beyond the Eastern Han Dynasty, there were many civilizations. Why not conquer the barbarians, seal the wolf in Su, Yin Ran and strangle the stone, and make his name go down in history? Chu Tian's words seemed to have magic power, and Zhuge Jin, who was only 15 years old, was inevitably affected. In Chu Tian's view, a governor is nothing. If you want to truly make achievements and be famous in history, you must seal the wolf as a Su and Yin Ran and the stone. Zhuge Jin said respectfully, "I understand." Zhuge Liang nodded as if he understood. Chu Tian did not want to encourage the young people to develop, and Zhuge Liang still needed 10 years to cultivate them. After occupying Taishan County, Chu Tian selected officials and temporarily left Li Guan to guard the city. Li Guan had guarded the border and served as the governor for many years in history. It was not surprising that he was appointed as the governor of Taishan County at this time. Chu Tian originally thought that he had enough generals, but when it came to actually using them, he was still stretched thin. In fact, he already has more generals than most princes, but he just needs to leave people for defense everywhere. In contrast, Yuan Shu's situation was even worse. His vanguard general Qiao Rui was killed by Yang Yi, so he had to send Zhang Sun as general to supervise Pei's vanguard army. Chapter 292: The Worst Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu has replaced a new vanguard general. Yang Yi, who was stationed in Xiaopei, heard the news and once again had the idea of attacking Zhang Sun. Yuan Shu's new general will definitely be on guard this time and not take risks. False and true. Zhang Sun must not have thought that I would dare to attack again. Yang Yi pushed his proactive tactics to the limit and secretly led 7,000 cavalry away, leaving only 2,000 cavalry in Xiaopei to confuse Yuan Shu's spies. Yuan Shu's army set out from Su County and gathered troops and horses along the way. It took almost 2 months before entering Pei State. Unless you are willing to spend a lot of money to use the teleportation array. The normal marching speed is indeed quite slow. If it is an elite legion, the teleportation array can be used to conduct a quick raid. But ordinary soldiers and horses are not necessary. Zhang Sun has taken over Pei's army and reorganized the 40,000-strong army. Morale has been restored to 80%. Let him be prepared for Yang Wudi's sneak attack. Yuan Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that General Zhang Sun had regrouped and the Lord of Pei was still willing to rely on him. How far is it from Xianxin County, the seat of Peigua? Less than 20 miles. Soon my 150,000. No. 140,000 troops will sweep across Xuzhou, and I will be able to do the same. On the surface, Yuan Shu's power has covered the entire Yuzhou, Zhejiang County in Yangzhou, and Nanyang County in Jingzhou. He is currently the prince with the largest territory. As long as Xuzhou is captured, it seems that no one south of the Yellow River can compete with it. The next step is to become emperor. Yuan Shu did not realize that his power was just an empty frame put together by many alien lords. Yuan Shu brought an army of 100,000. Pei also had Zhang Sun's 40,000 troops, while Xiaopei and Pingchang together had only 30,000 defenders. Victory is guaranteed. Report. Our scouts encountered enemy cavalry scouts. Yang Yi's 7,000 cavalry once again penetrated deep into the enemy's territory. For Yang Yi, there is not much difference between leading the light cavalry to attack and doing it every day. The only time he missed was when he was discovered by Mulan's War Eagle. At this time, after Yang Yi joined the Xuzhou camp, he had no natural enemies, and was able to give full play to his abilities. Yang Yi summoned a group of centurions for pre-war mobilization. The enemy must soon know that we have arrived near Xianxin County. If we are timid at this time, we will return in vain, and be laughed at by Yuan Shu for being weak. It is better to go straight to them. Command the flag. Kill the generals, and seize the flag to show off the power of our army. Yang Yi's cavalry were his old troops in Guanling County. They had been friends with Yang Yi for several years, and knew the temper of their general. They all replied, General, just charge into the battle, and we will follow you life and death. 7,000 cavalry left their place, and rushed towards Yuan Shu. My lord, something bad is going on. Something is going wrong. Military advisor Yang Hong came to report in a panic. Why are you so worried? Military advisor? Zhang Sun sent the cavalry to warn you that an enemy cavalry is coming from behind. Its traces have been found in villages and towns. Please be careful. My lord. How dare Yang Wudi? Yuan Shu couldn't help but be afraid. Yang Yi's cavalry didn't take him seriously at all. The front army of 100,000 troops suddenly made a noise, alerting Yuan Shu. Why are the former soldiers so alarmed? There is an enemy cavalry attack. General Ji Ling has gone to pursue him. General Ji Ling plans to capture Yang Wudi and offer him to the Lord. Let Ji Ling come back. Yuan Shu was angry at his general's recklessness. If he had a general like Yang Yi, Pei would not be defeated so easily. However, it was too late. Yang Yi used part of his cavalry to attract the attention of Yuan Shu's scouts and vanguards, and personally led 2,000 cavalry to attack Yuan Shu's commanding flag. Xuzhou Yang Wudi is here! Yang Yi and his cavalry galloped over, shouting the name of the general, and marching with great joy. The alien lord troops on the periphery were the first to be attacked by Yang Yi and quickly collapsed. Yang Yi killed dozens of people with his own strength, and then picked an ordinary general to dismount. 2,000 cavalry formed a cone formation, using Yang Yi and several centurions as a breakthrough point to quickly cut through Yuan Shu's central army. Their target is Yuan Shu's handsome flag. The unsuspecting Yuzhou soldiers were defeated and fled in all directions. In order to save his own army, the Yuan Lord gave up protecting Yuan Shu and retreated, leaving deserters everywhere. It would be fine if they were just scattered deserters, but this time they were escaping in an organized manner. No foreign lord will fight for Yuan Shu. Only Yuan Shu's own soldiers fight to defend Yuan Shu, because the salary of the soldiers is paid by Yuan Shu. Escort! Lei Bo, Qianlan and other third-rate generals guarded Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu faced Yang Wudi's surprise attack and fled to a mountain grave. A dozen third-rate generals and more than 1,000 soldiers protected Yuan Shu. Put up a spear array! Qianlan ordered the soldiers to rely on the terrain and form a phalanx of spears. With hundreds of spears pointing forward, the hillside can stop the cavalry charge. And with a dozen third-rate generals, they can barely stop Yang Yi. Yuan Shu was disheveled and found that his sword had been lost due to the panic just now. Is my lord okay? It doesn't matter for now. Yuan Shu looked calm on the surface, but he was actually panicking inside. He looked at the scattered army below the mountain tomb. The 100,000-strong army that looked mighty during the march was like a flock of birds and beasts. Despite Yongwudi's cavalry galloping through the army, hundreds of people were injured and killed, and many soldiers were killed by him. People were trampled to death. Yongwudi is really a brave general in the world. Why have I never heard of him before? When Yuan Shu saw Yang Yi, who was leading the cavalry among thousands of people, as if he were in a deserted area, his liver and gallbladder were split. Lord, he is coming to kill you. Qianlan pointed at Yang Yi's 2,000 cavalry and saw Yang Yi heading straight towards Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu hurriedly looked at the strong man holding the flag and was shocked. It turned out that Shuaiqi had been following Yuan Shu. Is God going to destroy me? Yuan Gongli? Yuan Shu faced Yongwudi and was trapped on the hillside, shouting that the sky would not respond. Yuan Gongli comes out to fight. Yang Yi led 2,000 cavalry to attack among 100,000 troops. Not only was he fearless, but he called Yuan Shu into formation. More than a dozen generals under Yuan Shu looked at each other, but no one dared to go down the mountain to fight Yang Yi. This is a ruthless character who dares to attack an army of 100,000 soldiers with 2,000 cavalry. Yuan Shu's breathing was rapid, and his 2 fingers were trembling. Only with the help of his guards did he keep from collapsing on the ground. Yang Yi originally wanted to dismount and chase Yuan Shu on foot, but when he saw the phalanx of spears on the hillside, it would be difficult to conquer for a while. Among Yuan Shu's 100,000 troops, the direct troops loyal to Yuan Shu are encircling them, and some foreign lords have reorganized their troops. Come with me! Yang Yi frightened Yuan Shu and charged out calmly. No one dared to stop him. After Yang Yi's cavalry passed by, hundreds more corpses were scattered. Yongwudi seems to have retreated. Not only Yuan Shu, but also Yuan Shu's generals relaxed. Just now, they felt the fear of being dominated by Yongwudi. Yongwudi didn't take them seriously at all. Yuan Shu's troops began to clear the battlefield. And Yuan Shu, his generals and soldiers left the hillside. Although the soldiers were still clearing the battlefield, Yuan Shu estimated that at least 1,000 people died in the rebellion. The most serious thing was the low morale, which made all the soldiers frightened. Morale takes time to recover. Yuan Shu walked with a grim expression on the battlefield littered with corpses. Yongwudi was more powerful than he imagined. Yongwudi played little role under the prefect of Guanling County because his opponent in the Battle of Chuzhou was Schwar and Gui. After Yang Yi joined the Chuzhou camp, facing Yuan Shu's camp, he was able to kill everyone and move forward in any direction. Yongwudi is back. Before Yuan Shu could get angry, Yang Yi led the cavalry to kill a carbine. Yuan Shu was completely frightened, and with the help of his own soldiers, he fled to the hillside to set up defenses again. Yang Yi's sudden counterattack caused Yuan Shu's army to be completely defeated. Yang Yi killed another of Yuan Shu's generals in the rebellious army. His cavalry killed 1,000 people and wanted to capture Yuan Shu alive. When he saw Yuan Shu running away again, he fled away. Yuan Shu no longer dared to go down the hillside. He was worried that Yongwudi would come to kill him for the 3rd time. Again and again. Not again. An hour later, Yuan Shu, who was hiding on the hillside, asked, "Has Yongwudi retreated?" Chief Shi Yang Hong confirmed again and again. "My lord, I am very sure that Yang Yi is not within a 5-mile radius." "That's good." Yuan Shu led his troops down the mountain. Yuan Shu reorganized his army and swept the battlefield again, this time with more casualties. "Yongwudi is here again!" As the shouts of killing rang out, Yang Yi launched his 3rd attack. Yuan Shu was defeated again and fled back to the hillside. This time Yuan Shu didn't want to go down the mountain even if he was beaten to death. What a cowardly guy! Yang Yi thought he could capture Yuan Shu alive. But as soon as Yuan Shu encountered danger, he immediately fled up the hillside, and Yang Yi was unable to capture him alive. This time he completely gave up capturing Yuan Shu. After driving Yuan Shu to the hillside 3 times in a row and walking freely among hundreds of thousands of troops, Yang Yi once again shocked the country of Pei. 2 hours later, Qianlan, Lei Bo, Yang Hong and others persuaded Yuan Shu to go down the mountain to rectify the troops. The frightened Yuan Shu did not dare to go down. It wasn't until Jilin led the front army to join Yuan Shu, and Yuan Shu trusted Jilin's force, that he went down. Yuan Shu's army counted the losses of the front and middle armies. Yuan Shu's army suffered about 3,000 casualties, and its morale dropped to the bottom. Even the commander Yuan Shu was almost killed. 100,000 people being treated like nothing by Yang Wuhui is really a shame. When Yuan Shu learned of the loss, he found it hard to think of attacking Xiaopei. Players from Yuan Shu's forces were also demoralized. They were attacked by Yang Yi and suffered an unprecedented defeat. Chu Tian only sent one general to guard Xiaopei, but he used 10,000 cavalry to block an army of more than 100,000, making them unable to advance or retreat. Yang Wudi is just a general. My lord can occupy the villages and towns near Xiaopei one by one, leaving no room for Yang Wudi's cavalry to display. A foreign lord came to Yuan Shu for advice. Yuan Shu was timid and did not dare to attack Xiaopei for a while. Yang Wudi is unparalleled in the world. We are temporarily stationed in Xiong County and wait for the opportunity. I heard that Chu Zimu has occupied Taishan County. If the lord doesn't act as soon as possible, we will only be defeated one by one. I've made up my mind. Although Yuan Shu also realized that continuing to delay would be detrimental to him, he had no determination to attack Xiaopei for the time being. Yang Yi returned to Xiaopei, won again, and became famous. Yuan Shu's more than 100,000 men were lingering around Xiong County, and did not dare to fight Yang Yi. What's going on with Yuan Jiujiu? An army of more than 100,000 people can't even take down Xiaopei? When Chowchow learned of this, he resisted the urge to overturn the table. Eugene lost 2/3 of his 30,000-strong army, leaving only 10,000 people to return. Yuan Shu's 150,000 soldiers and horses destroyed the vanguard General Xiao Rui, and even Yuan Shu himself almost suffered an accident. Currently, only Mr. Zhao from Qingzhou can withstand Chu Zimu's military front, and Chowchow's allies are being frustrated one after another. Am I going to join Yuan Binshu? Chowchow was helpless in the face of Shuzhou Chu Zimu's aggressive invasion and plundering offensive. Among all the allies, except for the reliable Duke Xiao of Qingzhou, all other allies disappointed Chowchow. Chu Zimu occupied half of the large areas of Central Plains, Huainan and Qilu, and half of Qilu, and the smaller half of Huainan. Chowchow was unable to resist the growing Chu Zimu. Zhou Yafu, Su Rong, Peng Wan and other generals followed Chu Tian's orders, and continued to delay Chowchow. Chowchow had no chance to expand his power. Taishan County fell into Chu Tian's hands, directly threatening the Jibei kingdom currently controlled by Chowchow. What is Yuan Binshu doing? Chowchow was forced by Chu Tian and actually had the idea of taking refuge with Yuan Shao and wanted to become Yuan Shao's younger brother again. He summoned a stranger staff to inquire about Yuan Shao's movements. The foreign staff are well informed and are the most effective way to find out information. Yuan Binshu is fighting with Lu Xuanda in Jilu County to compete for Jizhou. Xiao Long, the prefect of Wei County, sent troops to assist Yuan Binshu in the battle. Who can win? Lu Xuanda is assisted by Lu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, and has a large number of war horses, as well as brave generals such as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Ashina Shi, etc. I am afraid that Yuan Binshu will be in a hard fight. Yuan Binshu has many counselors and backbone generals, and a large amount of food and grass. But he also has it doesn't necessarily mean failure. I want to take refuge with Yuan Binshu. What do you think? Lord Iran was shocked when he heard that Chowchow wanted to join Yuan Shao as his younger brother. Chowchow has been beaten by Shuzhou Muchuzimu to the point where he doubts whether he can still become a prince. Chowchow sometimes wavered. He thought about giving up the Battle of Guandu. And when Guan Yu attacked Xiangyang, he even wanted to move the capital, because Chu Zimu spared no effort to suppress Chowchow. Chowchow's power never improved. The 3 counties were already the limit of Chowchow's power. I have never heard of any game where Chowchow felt so frustrated in the early stages. That's true. Chu Zimu didn't give Chowchow a chance to develop at all. He was just too cruel. The Taishan County in Yinzhou was occupied by Chu Zimu, and Chowchow had no chance to become the shepherd of Yinzhou. Should we make other plans? The strangers in Chowchow's camp had begun to think about their own way out. They chose to become aides because they were unwilling to take the risk of being killed after becoming lords. And they could change camps at any time. Originally, Chowchow's power was the most promising among all the local princes of the Eastern Han dynasty. Unfortunately, Chowchow's power was too close to Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu's territory. He was suppressed by Chu Zimu and had no hope of rising. Do I, Chow Mingda, Really want to join you on Banshu. If I continue, I will be annexed by Chuzimu. Can he tolerate me? Chowchow was uncertain about the stranger Chuziju. While he was considering surrendering to Yuan Shao, he even had the idea of surrendering to Chuzimu. It is estimated that only Shujomu Chuzimu can make the #1 hero of the Three Kingdoms have such an idea. Chapter 293. In the spring of 10 years, all the troops attacked me. Chu Tian decided to leave Li Guan to recruit troops in Taishan County. Considering that Li Guan was not a resourceful general and had bad luck, Chu Tian left Du Ruhui, the newly acquired military advisor, to assist Li Guan in defending the city. Li Guan himself is a general of the Bao system, and he is assisted by a strategist with an intelligence of over 90. As long as he does not take the initiative to leave the city, the defense of the city is quite stable. When a strong enemy comes to attack, all we need to do is clear the field. Any action must be approved by the military advisor. Chu Tian warned Li Guan again and again. Li Guan's luck was worse, and his military management was actually not rigorous. Compared with Zhou Yafu, he was not very reassuring in his use. Zhou Yafu had no military advisor, so Chu Tian dared to ask him to go to Dongping Kingdom to hold Chowchow off. Li Guan is not worthy of a military advisor, and he might be captured by Chowchow. Historically, Li Guan was captured by the Huns because of his rash advance. He escaped while the Huns were unprepared. My lord, the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry was searching for the former Taishan County governor in the Taishan area. They successively captured hundreds of defenders who escaped. One of them was recognized as Chao Gui, a famous general under the Taishan County governor's command. Hua Mulan came to report to Chu Tian about the arrest of the Taishan County governor. When Fogao City was captured, the prefect and his general Chao Gui abandoned the city and fled. Chao Gui was considered loyal to his lord. Even if the city was captured, he still followed his lord. While the Iron Eagle scouts were hunting down the fleeing defenders, Chao Gui and hundreds of defenders were unfortunately trapped and arrested. Chao Gui. Chu Tian was very familiar with this general's name. Chao Gui only recorded once in his life, and that was the Battle of Chowchow. Zhuan has a famous Chao Gui debate, and Chu Tian still remembers its content. In the spring of 10 years, all the troops attack me. The general is fighting, and Chao Gui invites him to see him. The villager said, Meat Eater's plan. So why not? Gui said, Meat Eaters are despicable, and they cannot plan far. Do it all at once. Second time tired, third time exhausted. This illusion comes from Chao Gui. Chu Tian was somewhat surprised to capture this famous general from the spring and autumn period of Lu. Bring him up to me. Chu Tian lacks a group of second and third-rate famous generals. Chao Gui only had one record in the spring and autumn period. He should not be on par with Zhou Yafu, Lu Yi and others, but he is not weak either. Chu Tian wanted to recruit Chao Gui. Chao Gui was brought here. He was about 30 years old. He seemed very calm and did not panic because he was a prisoner. Chao Gui, you commanded the defenders, blocked my advance, and delayed time. Can you plead guilty? I am loyal to my master, guarding the city and blocking the enemy's army. What crime do I commit? Chao Gui did not lose his position because of Chu Tian's pressure. This is a calm military commander. Chu Tian likes this type of generals very much, because such generals often represent reliability. Even if they are not paired with military advisors, they can still stand alone. He extended an olive branch to Chao Gui. It is better to be loyal to me, and you will not lose your position as a general in the future. I'm sorry that I can't obey my order. The old master's whereabouts are unknown. How can I take refuge in the new master? Unexpectedly, Chao Gui did not surrender and refused Chu Tian's solicitation. With the current status of Shujomu of Chu Tian and the bright prospects, not many generals are willing to reject Chu Tian. Chao Gui is one of the exceptions. Facing such a general, it is difficult to force him, which is what Chu Tian finds difficult. Unless Chao Gui's lord is killed or surrenders, Chao Gui can surrender. You will be my soldier for the time being and calm down. Although Chao Gui was still unwilling to surrender, Chu Tian had no intention of letting Chao Gui go and took Chao Gui with him as one of the soldiers. This is also the brilliance of Chu Tian. Regardless of whether you are willing to surrender or not, just be useful to me. The more heroes he comes into contact with. Chu Tian has summarized several methods. If these heroes are beaten hard, they will always surrender. Chao Gui was forcibly appointed by Chu Tian to join the army. In order to survive, he had to accept the appointment. and it was not up to him. The worst case scenario is that we don't have to make any plans in the future. Chao Gui thought this way, and felt relieved. He can be in Chao's camp, and his heart is in Han.
My lord, Yang Yi defeated Yuan Shu in Pei State, killed and wounded Yuan Shu's 10,000 people, beheaded Yuan Shu's vanguard Xiao Rui, and almost captured Yuan Shu himself.
When Chu Tian was planning to leave Taishan County to support Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, he received information from strangers in Pei State.
Yuan Shu had an army of more than 100,000 people, but he was defeated by Yang Yi's 10,000 cavalry?
When Chu Tian received the news, he couldn't help but be stunned. That's 100,000 people. Chu Tian planned to call Yuan Shu Yuan Sherwan. According to Chu Tian's advice to Yang Yi mainly focused on defense, strengthening Xupei's city defense, and working as horns with Yin Li and Mi Fang, who were transferred to Pingchang to block Yuan Shu and buy time for Chu Tian. The worst case scenario is that Xupei is captured by Yuan Shu with superior troops, and Yang Yi will retreat to Pingchang for a second defense. After Pingchang fell, he retreated to Xupei for the third defense. Even in the worst situation, Chu Tian and Fang Xianling believed that it was enough to delay enough time. However, Yang Zhong took the initiative to attack, severely damaging Yuan Shu's morale, and delaying Yuan Shu more than defending the city. When Fang Xianling learned about this, he said,
Yang Yi is so powerful in the country of Pei. With Yuan Shu's character, he will definitely hesitate to move forward. My lord can use all his strength to deal with young Master Zhao. As long as young Master Zhao is defeated, Yuan Shu will have nothing to fear. Rational.
In Chu Tian's mind, Master Zhao, who has the 8 Banners Cavalry and Guan Ning Cavalry, poses a far greater threat than Yuan Shu. Although Yuan Shu's territory was larger, in Chu Tian's view, it was like a ragtag coalition. One Yang Yi can defeat the enemy. Yang Yi is also one of the few generals who can be used as soon as he surrenders. Because Yang Yi is in Xiaopei, Chu Tian has no worries.
How is Yuan Shao now?
Thinking that he no longer had to worry about the threat posed by Yuan Shu, Chu Tian thought of the threat posed by Yuan Shao again. At present, Yuan Shu's surface territory is larger than Yuan Shao's. But Yuan Shao's real strength is stronger than Yuan Shu's. Yuan Shao is separated from Chu Tian by Pingyuan County and Jinan Kingdom in Qingzhou. He can enter Qingzhou at any time. If Yuan Shao also joins the melee south of the Yellow River, the situation will be more complicated. Chu Tian was equivalent to going to war with several great princes at the same time. With the strength of Xuzhou against the princes of Qingzhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou, most of Chu Tian's troops were held back. When Yuan Shao joins the battlefield, the situation will undergo unimaginable changes.
Chu Zimu, in order to repay the kindness during the national war, I have persuaded Yuan Shao to go north to compete with Liu Bei for the northern Hebei region. You don't have to worry about Yuan Shao entering Qingzhou. Liu Bei is a strong enemy, and I don't know if I can defeat him. If Yuan Shao and we can unify Hebei, and we might have a battle in Guandu in the future.
Xiao Long, the prefect of Wei County who took refuge with Yuan Shao, explained Yuan Shao's strategic intentions to Chu Tian, which was regarded as returning Chu Tian's favor. Chu Tian exchanged Catarina for Xiao Long during the National War. Xiao Long reciprocated and persuaded Yuan Shao to go north instead of south.
Is this considered repaying a favor? Or is this your original strategic intention?
Xiao Long can become the prefect of Wei County under Yuan Shao. He has real power, and is equivalent to a country within a country. He is also a shrewd guy. He repaid the debt he owed Chu Tian in this painless way. It is definitely more important for Yuan Shao to go north than to go south. Once Liu Bei is allowed to become bigger, the Hebei overlord may have to change his position.
If you don't think it's repayment of gratitude, if you defeat me in the Battle of Guandu in the future, maybe I can make my general surrender to you.
Xiao Long briefly chatted with Chu Tian. As for Xiao Long, Chu Tianxi is almost done with 5 achievements. He learned from the information provided by other players in Jizhou that Yuan Shao was indeed at war with Liu Bei recently.
Yuan Shao and Liu Bei? Who would have thought that they would fight?
Chu Tian didn't know who would be better. Liu Bei has several powerful generals such as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Ashina Shir. He lacks military advisors, and has foreign military advisors to make up for his shortcomings. Liu Bei also had the support of Yuzhou Mu Liu. Liu has a group of second and third-rate Yuzhou generals under his command, as well as Yuzhou soldiers and horses. Yuan Shao had military commanders such as Yan Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, Gao Lan, and Zhu Yi, and also recruited a group of counselors from Jizhou, such as Zhu Su, Tian Feng,
Shenpei, and others, as well as foreign lords to help him. The most powerful foreign lord in Yuanshao is Xiaolong, the prefect of Wei County, and Shi Sui is no less than one of the 5 tiger generals. If Yin Liang, Wen Chou, and Shi Sui can match Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and Zhang He can match Ashina Shir, then Yuanshao will be better. Chu Tian briefly compared the strengths of Yuanshao and Liu Bei, and finally judged that Yuanshao had the upper hand. Wrong. Chu Tian still couldn't clearly see the results of the melee in Hebei. If south of the Yellow River, Chu Tian stands out and is attacked by many princes. Then north of the Yellow River, there is a battle between several big princes, and no one can win. In Jizhou, the most populous city, Yuanshao and Liu Bei were at war. There are also lords Hu Ma and Lian Po's legion in Bingzhou. Yuzhou Mu Luyu. Western Liaoning have Gongsun Zan and Prince Yin, and Eastern Liaoning have Mingwan. There may be other small princes among these big princes. In contrast, south of the Yellow River, the outcome of the melee between Chu Tian, Chowchow, Xiao Gongzi, Yuan Shu, and Gongzi Wen seemed to be more predictable. Military advisor, who can win north of the Yellow River? Chu Tian asked Fang Xianling for his opinion. It's all possible, as far as Yuanshao and Liu Bei are concerned. It depends on the position of Hu Ma, the lord of Bingzhou. Fang Xianling pointed out the key to the victory of Yuanshao and Liu Bei in the battle that decided Hebei's ownership. In Taiyuan, Bingzhou, whether Hu Ma's Lian Pa army stands in Yuanshao's camp or Liu Bei's camp will determine the ownership of the Hebei region. Perhaps Hu Ma will take advantage of Yuanshao and Liu Bei's defeat to annex Yuanshao and Liu Bei at the same time. The premise is that he wants to unify and merge the states. Chu Tian deduced the situation. There were too many possibilities. Hu Ma and Xiaolong joined forces. Yuanshao's camp plus Xiaolong's Shi Sui army and Hu Ma's Lian Pa army. Liu Bei will probably not be able to stop him. Hu Ma and Liu Bei join forces, and Liu Bei is assisted by Lian Po's army, and it is very likely that he will defeat Yuanshao. Hu Ma could also sit on the sidelines and take advantage of the 2 feudal lords to encroach on their territory. That's all, as long as Yuanshao doesn't interfere in affairs south of the Yellow River. Chu Tian no longer speculates on who can obtain the land in Hebei. The only thing that is certain is that the princes who dominate Hebei will become powerful enemies of Chu Tian, and maybe a battle of Guandu will break out between the 2 sides. The Eastern Han dynasty was in chaos, with warring princes everywhere. There were more than 10 great princes north of the Yellow River and south of the Yellow River that Chu Tian was concerned about. This does not include Guanzhong, Xiliang, Shu, Jingzhou, Jiangdong and other areas that Chu Tian paid little attention to. Chu Zimu, I have decided to temporarily change the direction of the march. Sichuan is difficult to capture. Now the lords of Danyang County and Wu County are fighting, and both sides have suffered heavy losses. I want to cross the Yangtze River south and take Danyang County and Wu County. You must guard Guangling County carefully. Chu Tian was not worried that when Yuanshao went south to Qizhou, Lujiang Prefect Tong Ke, who originally attacked Sichuan, temporarily changed his marching direction, gave up attacking Sichuan, and went straight to the south of the Yangtze River. Tong Ke had been secretly spying on the lords of Jiangnan. When he got the opportunity, he immediately changed the direction of attack. Tongchua's tactical change left the lords of Zhejiang County, Chunqingji, and Guijia, who supported Yuanshu unchecked. Tong Ke is going to take Jiangnan. Chu Tian was on guard against Tong Ke, who had the Beifu army. If Tong Ke could capture the 6 counties in Jiangdong, the threat would be greater than Suqiao. The 6 counties in Jiangdong, Lord, have a larger population than Suzhou, and there are natural dangers along the Yangtze River. Tong Ke and Chu Tian only made a verbal agreement, and the sudden change of attack direction was also within Chu Tian's expectation. Guangling County has Chen Ding's 30,000 troops. Even if Zhejiang County's prefects have Chen Qingji and Guijia, the cavalry cannot play a role and Guangling County can defend it. The person who is most afraid of Chen Qingji and others attacking is not Guangling, but Xiapi. Zhejiang if the county soldiers and horses join forces with Yuanshu, Xiapi, Pingchang, and Xiaopei may all fall. Chu Tian's plan was forced to change because Tong Ke suddenly encountered an opportunity to conquer Jiangnan. At present, Chu Tian has to concentrate on dealing with Mr. Zhao, Yuanshu, and the prefect of Zhejiang County. My lord can use the teleportation array in Taishan County to go to Xiapi and deal with the soldiers and horses of Zhejiang County personally. As for Mr. Zhao, The two generals Hua Mulan and Lui can go to support Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun.
Fang Xianling proposed to divide the troops. This is the first time that the teleportation array is used to transport troops. The teleportation array is expensive, but that doesn't mean it can't be used. As long as the cost of the teleportation array is lower than the cost of long-distance marching, then the teleportation array can be used to transport troops.
Lui, Hua Mulan, you two go to support Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun, Joan of Arc, and Zheng Zhilong. We use the teleportation array to go to Xiapi Kingdom and defeat two groups of soldiers at the same time.
Chu Tian decided to spend tens of thousands of taels of silver and unexpectedly arrived at Xiapi State, severely injuring Yuan Shu and the soldiers and horses of Zhejiang County. No one would have thought that Chu Tian, who was dealing with Mr. Zhao with all his strength, would dare to divide his troops to attack Yuan Shu. Fang Xianling reminded,
"This battle may require the Lord to fight in person, and it may be dangerous. I can't wait."
Chu Tian's own commander attribute is 80, and he also has attributes such as
Song Lang White Deer
and
Han Army Soul,
which is no less than a king-level cavalry commander. Moreover, no one knew how powerful the cavalry led by Chu Tian was, because Chu Tian almost never led his troops to charge into battle.
"I guess even Gui Jia and Chen Qingji don't know how strong my cavalry is. Order Xiao Liang and Li Xiaoning to lead the women's army along the Yi River to Xiapi. Even if Chen Qingji comes in person, he will be tricked to death by me."
Chu Tian did not forget to bring along Xiao Liang, who has the characteristics.
The heroine comes to the court,
including 7% of the army's aura, and Li Xiaoning, who has the characteristics.
Princess Zhao's encouragement
increases morale. Chapter 294 Forced to Fight.
Why did the governor of Lujiang County go to Jiangnan on the way?
The prefect of Zhejiang County was delayed by Tong Ke, who was invited by Chu Tian. As a result, Tong Ke led the Beifu army to the south of the Yangtze River and abandoned Shochuan City, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack. He once again confirmed that this was not Tongchua's plan to attack the east and attack the west. And then he felt relieved. Tongchua's Beifu army posed a great threat to him. The Beifu army has many fierce generals, and its soldiers are brave and good at fighting. They are good at water warfare and land warfare. They are able to run unimpeded in the Huainan area. Tongchua's strategic direction changed, creating an opportunity for the prefect of Zhejiang County to attack Shuzhou.
There are 30,000 Qin Yuan Long in Guanling County, and there are dense water nets and swamps, making it difficult to march. It is better to attack Xiapi instead. Maybe we can win.
Gui Jia followed the Zhejiang governor to Shochuan and proposed attacking Xiapi instead of Guangling. The Guangling County defended by Chen Ding gave people no desire to attack.
Yuan Shu has urged me many times to attack Shuzhou. Now the threat posed by the Bronze Bird has been removed. We can recruit tens of thousands of troops to attack Xiapi. Xiapi only has Prime Minister Li Kui and 10,000 troops. After 3 days, reorganize the entire army and set off.
The prefect of Zhejiang made up his mind to attack Xiapi. Chen Qingji was not good at riding horses, but he still learned the skills of riding horses and led 700 white-robed troops to follow the large army. Although this white-robed army is light cavalry, it is a very rare 7th-level light cavalry. Generally, the 7th-level arms and above are heavy armored infantry or heavy cavalry. As light cavalry, they can become 7th-level arms, which is unusual. In Xiapi City, Li Kui learned that the soldiers and horses of Zhejiang County were cooperating with Yuan Shu to attack Xiapi City. So he immediately strengthened the city defense and quickly recruited soldiers. Chu Tian sent Li Kui to guard Xiapi, and he had some confidence in Li Kui's ability.
This time the Zhejiang prefect has an elite division called the White Robe Army. They are brave and good at fighting. They must defend the city and are not allowed to fight with them.
Li Kui defended Xiapi and focused on defense. As long as they don't encounter the White Robe Army outside the city, it will not be easy for the White Robe Army to capture Xiapi.
No need to defend. We will go out of the city to fight.
A voice sounded, and Li Kui stood up reflexively.
Lord!
Chu Tian took the two heroes Joan of Arc and Zheng Zhilong to Xiapi using the teleportation array, and saw Li Kui who was defending Xiapi. Li Kui said,
"Since the Lord can come here, it means that Taishan County has been captured. Congratulations to the Lord. There should be many talents in Xiapi State when governing Xiapi State. In addition to cultivating farmland and prospering the market, we should also pay attention to trapped talents."
Chu Tian was not worried when faced with the attack by Zhejiang soldiers and horses. Instead, he ordered Li Kui to continue to govern Xiapi with peace of mind.
As for the Zhejiang soldiers and horses, he could leave them to Chu Tian and the group of people who specialized in fighting. Li Kui replied, "There are indeed many powerful people in Xiapi State. There is a powerful person named Lu in Dongcheng County in the south. My subordinates were about to go to recruit them. Unexpectedly, Zhejiang soldiers and horses came to attack. So the matter had to be shelved for the time being." Lu's surname. Could it be Lu Su? Chu Tian secretly wrote it down in his heart. It seems that Lu Su and Zhou Yu haven't established a relationship yet. So it's entirely possible to lure Lu Su over. As for Zhou Yu in Lujiang County, Chu Tian did not believe that Tongke, the prefect of Lujiang, would let Zhou Yu go. If Tongke chose to develop in Lujiang County, he would probably steal Zhou Yu. Once Tongke has the Beifu army in Zhou Yu, he is almost invincible in water battles. Always pay attention to the movements of Zhejiang County soldiers and horses. As long as Zhejiang County soldiers and horses arrive, we will go out of the city to fight. Chu Tian mobilized 9,000 men from the 5 schools of the Northern Army and 4,000 servants and cavalry, and sent them one after another from Taishan County to Xiapi State, consuming a total of 65,000 taels of silver. Although the amount of silver consumed is staggering, it can save a lot of marching time. The amount of food and grass consumed during the march is also staggering. So the cost of using the teleportation array is still acceptable. The Lord ordered us to go down the river and mobilize 5,000 women's troops to go south to Xiapi Kingdom, leaving only 1,000 women's troops and Xia City's city defense troops to defend the city. Xiao Liang and Li Xiaoning received Chu Tian's order and led 5,000 women's troops and mobilized the Hanadi. They could reach Xiapi in a few days, so there was no need to use the teleportation array. The troops of both sides began to gather with Xiapi as the center. Dongcheng County is a manor with a population of several thousand, hundreds of warriors, and several granaries, because the Lu family gathered surrounding villagers to protect the environment and the people. The manor suffered very little damage from bandits, and was comparable to a paradise. There are countless similar manors in troubled times. In troubled times, there is no government to rely on, so the villagers have no choice but to rely on powerful people to protect themselves with the help of powerful people. "Sir, I heard that Xiapi City is recruiting soldiers and horses, and it seems that they are going to fight with the Zhejiang prefect. These days, the war is in chaos, which is really disturbing." A slave came to see their young master. Lu Su, who was only 17 years old, was practicing rural bravery. When he heard the news, he thought for a moment. Zhuzhou Mu is at war with the princes from all directions and has no time to divide his troops. It is better to add icing on the cake than to provide help in the snow. We are going to help in the battle. If we can help defend the city, maybe he can be put to good use by Zhuzhou Mu. Zhuzhou Mu's Chu Zimu was well known, and Lu Su, who had not yet become famous at this time, tried to recommend himself to Zhuzhou Mu instead of Chu Tian, bowing his head and begging him. The princes are looking for suitable subordinates, and the nobles in various counties are also looking for suitable princes to invest. Once you make the right investment, you can break the soil and seal the title of prince, and shine on the lintel. This so-called good bird chooses trees to roost in. Zhuzhou Mu Chu Zimu issued an order seeking talents, and Chu Zimu had a family background, which has become one of the priority targets for the nobles in various counties and counties. "Sir, behind the governor of Zhejiang is Yuan Jiaodong. His power extends to Yuzhou, Huainan, Nanyang and other places. If the master supports Zhuzhou Mu, Yuan Jiaodong may be angry. Yuan Jiuzhou is just a withered bone in a grave, so there is nothing to be afraid of. I personally think that Zhuzhou Mu is better. No, 10 times better. If Zhuzhou Mu can be reused, our Lu family in Dongcheng can have food and clothing for 10 generations. I have made up my mind. If there is a brave man in the manor who goes with me, it would be best. If not, don't force it." Lu Su put down the book and weighed his shield at the same time, planning to fight with troops. Seeing that Lu Su was determined, the servant had no choice but to comply. This young master of theirs did not take care of the family affairs at all. Instead, he used his wealth to buy weapons and shields to equip the villagers. If this continues, the huge family fortune will be completely ruined. Lu Su had always been kind to the villagers. When they heard that Lu Su was going to support Zhuzhou Mu, most of the village heroes in the manor responded and gathered 700 people to follow Lu Su to Xiapi. When Lu Su saw the support of his acquaintances and villagers, he couldn't help but sigh. "You may die in this battle." Many local heroes replied, "In the past, I received favors from the young master, but if I can't repay them,
I should repay them with death.
Lu Su couldn't help but be moved, and resolutely led 700 soldiers to march northward. In the northern part of Langya Kingdom, Schwar and Gui, Zhao Yun and Zhao Gongzi faced off. Schwar and Gui tried to send cavalry to cut off Mr. Zhao's grain route, but Mr. Zhao was prepared for this, and used more troops to protect the grain route. Prince Zhao of Beihai was second only to Chowchow of Dongjun among the enemies around Chutian. Yuan Shu was big but not strong, and Zhao Gongzi was suppressed at the same speed as Chowchow because of the restraint of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army.
If I had already taken possession of Qingzhou at this time, I wouldn't have put so much effort into it.
Mr. Zhao currently only has half of Qingzhou.
General Guan Hai recruited 80,000 Yellow Turban troops to help in the battle. 80,000 should be enough.
Mr. Zhao originally planned to recruit 100,000 Yellow Turban troops to make up the numbers, but Guan Hai only recruited 80,000 Yellow Turban troops. In the final analysis, a large number of Beihai Kingdom's population was plundered. Guan Hai, the only remaining Yellow Turban general, led 60,000 Yellow Turban troops and appeared at the gates of Zucheng. The city was filled with Yellow Turbans.
80,000 Yellow Turban troops were used to attack the city, and 70,000 professional soldiers forced the opponent's cavalry to fight decisively.
Mr. Zhao gathered 150,000 people in the Zhucheng area, of which 70,000 were professional soldiers alone.
His tactics were simple: storm the city and expel Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun's White Robe legions along the way.
The White Robe Legion currently has less than 25,000 cavalry. Facing Mr. Zhao's coordinated multi-arms legion, it is not easy to attack.
There are more and more enemies.
Zhang Ba and Sun looked at the city wall and saw densely packed Yellow Turban troops. They don't have many defenders in the city, so facing 80,000 Yellow Turban troops is really difficult. Guan Hai is not an ordinary general. He is considered a fierce general in the Yellow Turban army. Facing the massive Yellow Turban army, Sun Quan wanted to retreat.
Obviously, Mr. Zhao intends to use the Yellow Turban army as cannon fodder to capture this city by force. If we really cannot hold it, we should be prepared to retreat. We have already defended this city long enough. They are just a group of Yellow Turbans, so why be afraid?
Zhang Ba was not afraid of the Yellow Turban army, but his fighting spirit became even higher. After Mr. Zhao gathered enough troops, 70,000 professional soldiers advanced. Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun retreated 4 miles to avoid Mr. Zhao's army. The Yellow Turban army took the opportunity to surround the cities, prepared siege equipment, and forcibly attacked the cities. The Yellow Turban army originally lacked siege equipment, but when Taisher Siai attacked Chuon before, Taisher Siai had already supervised many craftsmen to build a batch of siege equipment. The 80,000 Yellow Turban army had sufficient manpower to operate these siege engines. Hundreds of trebuchets were ready, and the Yellow Turban army collected enough stones from the nearby hills to attack the city defended by Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. If it were just a simple Yellow Turban army, it might be lackluster, but in the hands of Mr. Zhao, the Yellow Turban army has become a powerful trump card. After busy preparations, the Yellow Turban army launched hundreds of trebuchets to throw stones at the cities. More than 20 kilograms of stones roared, destroying battlements, gate towers, and arrow towers. The double-bowed crossbows were also used by the Yellow Turban army to attack the city. The dense crossbow arrows were fired, and the crossbow arrows pierced the air and made a sharp sound. The few defenders in the city hurriedly dodged stones and crossbow arrows. Even if their shields were hit by stones, they would knock down the soldiers hiding behind the shields. A battlement was destroyed by a stone. The soldiers leaning on the battlement were injured by the gravel and fell to the ground, wailing in pain.
Carry him down.
Zhang Ba urged the soldiers to brave the enemy's trebuchet attack to rescue the wounded. The Yellow Turban army, which had a large number of siege equipment, posed a greater threat than the previous Yellow Turban army.
The Yellow Turban army is attacking the city.
When the defenders were suppressed by trebuchets and crossbows, the Yellow Turban army archers approached the city wall under the cover of carriages. The archers defending the city shot at the attacking Yellow Turban army. The arrows fell on the carriages covered with cowhide, unable to kill the Yellow Turban archers. When the Yellow Turban army archers arrived at the city, they appeared from behind the carriage and fired at the defenders on the city wall. Both sides exchanged arrows.
Use the bed crossbow.
In order to defend the city, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan placed many double-bowed crossbows in the city. The soldiers holding sledgehammers hit the crossbows, and the thick crossbow arrows were shot out. The Yellow Turban army was as thin as paper, penetrated by the crossbow arrows, and nailed to the ground. However, The casualties of the Yellow Turbans wounded by crossbow arrows were almost negligible to the 80,000 Yellow Turbans.
You can't stop my 80,000 people.
Guan Hai, the general of the Yellow Turban Army, who was incorporated, carried a sword and commanded 80,000 Yellow Turban troops to attack the city. The advantage of the Yellow Turban Army lies in its numbers. Quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. Schwar and Gui and Zhao Yun could hear the shouts of killing. They were coerced by Mr. Zhao and had to save Zhong Ba and Sun Guan. Zhong Ba and Sun Guan had been defending the city for a long time, and all the materials needed to defend the city were exhausted. If they did not relieve the siege, the cities would fall, and Zhu County and Kaiyang County would be difficult to defend.
It seems that we can only fight with Master Zhao. I don't know if we can win. Our troops are at a disadvantage, and we have no infantry or archers to support us. Zhu Cheng has no choice but to save, so we can only take a chance.
Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun briefly discussed and finally decided to take the risk. Mr. Zhao can survive the catastrophe of the Yellow Turban Army in Qinzhou and occupy half of Qinzhou. His ability is definitely not weak. He can force Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun to fight decisively, which is a manifestation of his ability.
2 generals. General Hua Mulan's War Eagle. A white horse knight pointed to the sky from the cavalry, and saw a black war eagle circling in the sky.
Our reinforcements will surely arrive soon, and we can fight Master Zhao for a decisive battle.
Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun knew that war eagles were often accompanied by Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scouts. Once the war eagles appeared, the Iron Eagle scout cavalry and larger legions would soon arrive. In other words, they can now fight to the death with Mr. Zhao. The war eagle landed on Schwar Gui's horse. The war eagle's talons were still tied with copper pipes, and there was a note stuffed inside. The more than 20,000 cavalrymen continued to retreat for 2 miles, and finally had to spread out their formation, assuming a posture of being forced to fight. Prince Zhao took Dorgan, Wu Sangui, Taisher Siai, and Shui Wanche as generals, and deployed 70,000 troops.
Chu Zimu has occupied Taishan County, and can only defeat Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun as soon as possible.
Mr. Zhao placed the infantry in the middle, the cavalry on the left and right wings, and the 8 Banners cavalry and Guan Ning cavalry on one side. Zhao Gongzi personally commanded the infantry. Taisher Siai commanded the archers, and Shui Wanche commanded some cavalry as a reserve force. There were only Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun on the opposite side. As long as the 70,000 strong army faced death and launched a charge, Master Zhao believed that he would soon destroy the opponent's cavalry. The cavalry, which lacks the cover of infantry and archers, cannot exert its power in the surrounding hilly terrain. Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun had to fight decisively, and the balance of the war tipped to Mr. Zhao's side.
Chu Zimu, I'm sorry. Only one person can succeed in the competition in the Central Plains. We have no choice.
Mr. Zhao pulled out the sword from his waist and pointed it at Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun's cavalry.
Attack with the whole army and crush the enemy.
Chapter 295 Lu Su. Lu Zijing.
I wonder if Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun can stop Mr. Zhao's attack. Mr. Zhao has many famous generals.
Chu Tian collected information about Mr. Zhao and knew that Mr. Zhao had several famous generals. Dorgan was one of the top famous generals in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Shui Wanche was a cavalry general of the Tang dynasty, who was praised by Li Shimin. Tai Shirzi was good at archery and was a bout general. Guan Hai's own strength is not low. There is also Wu Sangui, who often causes trouble for Chu Tian. It is difficult for 2 fists to beat 4 hands, with only 1/3 of the opponent's strength. Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun, who only have cavalry, have a low winning rate. Despite this, Chu Tian believed that Li Yi and Hua Mulan, who came to support, could help Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun win. Instead of worrying about Schwar Gui and Zhao Yun, it is better to take the lead in dealing with the troops in Zhejiang County. Xiao Liang and Li Xiaoning from Xiaqing led 5,000 women's troops to Xiapi on Zhongku and Xiapai. The women's army armed with spears, shields, bows and arrows disembarked from the boat, which aroused surprise among the residents of Xiapi. They rarely see female soldiers, let alone a women's army of thousands of people. Some of the women in this group of women soldiers have strong bodies, even more majestic than men who are 1.8 meters tall. They wear heavy armor and act as heavy infantry in the women's army. There are also some heroic women who mainly serve as light infantry and archers, attracting the attention of many civilians and players. 5,000 women's army stationed in Xiapi City.
In this battle, there are 9,000 troops from the 5 schools of the Northern Army, 4,000 cavalry troops from the Servant Army, and 5,000 troops from the detachment of women, for a total of 18,000 troops. After the arrival of Xiao Liang and Li Xiaoning, Chu Tian assembled 18,000 men to attack the Zhejiang enemy. Li Kui also had more than 10,000 low-level infantry and archers in his hands, and Chu Tian asked them to be responsible for transporting food. The military advisor of the Zhejiang prefect is Gui Jia, and his generals are Chen Qingji and Hou Jing. Chu Tian collects detailed information. Hou Jing was one of the northern Hu generals during the Jin and southern and northern dynasties. He participated in suppressing the Six Towns uprising and was once defeated by Chen Qingji. Later, he defected to Nanyang, betrayed the imperial court, captured Jiakong City Jianye, and called himself the General of the Universe. He burned, killed, and looted in the Jiangnan area, which was known in history as Hou Jing's Rebellion. Hou Jing is a level lower than Chen Qingji, but he is brave and aggressive, and he is an ambitious warrior. Joan of Arc, can you compete with Chen Qingji? Chu Tian didn't know how the representative hero of France was. Maybe he could block Chen Qingji and buy time for Chu Tian. Seeing that Chu Tian doubted his ability, Joan of Arc reluctantly raised her head and said, I will try my best to fight. The detachment of women and Zheng Zhilong hold the central army, and I personally lead the cavalry to attack. Facing the Zhejiang governor's offensive, Chu Tian simply deployed. Lord, do you really want to take the risk yourself? Xiao Liang's fingertips were wrapped around her black hair, feeling a little uneasy. There cannot be any losses in this battle. We must fight bravely. My cavalry will destroy the enemy. Chu Tian's characteristics include Tian Khan, foreign arms damage plus 10%. Han Army Soul, 3% Army Aura. Song Lang White Deer, cavalry attributes plus 15%. Mounted archery, heavy cavalry, charge damage plus 25%. Coupled with Xiao Liang's Head of the Heroine, 7% Army Aura. The attribute bonus of Chanshui Camp and Yuechi Camp led by Chu Tian is 25%. And the charge damage is extra plus 10%. Mounted shooting damage plus 35% additional. As a heavy cavalry, the cavalry camp attributes are increased by 25%. And the heavy cavalry charge damage is additionally increased by 25%. Chu Tian himself had 80 commanders. And with a series of bonuses, his cavalry even dared to confront the white-robed army head-on. This is also the reason why he has to go into battle in person. Only the troops he personally leads can have the bonuses of Sky Khan and Song Lang White Deer. Blue Wolf and White Deer is one of the most advanced cavalry characteristics of the Mongolian Empire. When combined with other auras and characteristics of the entire army, the power of the cavalry will be unimaginable. Even the white-robed army will suffer from hatred. But Xiao Liang is still quite worried about Chu Tian going into battle in person. And she still has no children. My lord, Xiapi Kingdom's Dongcheng County powerful man led 700 township warriors to come to support. Not long ago, my subordinates wanted to win over the Dongcheng County powerful man. But I didn't expect that he would understand the current affairs and come to rely on him. When Li Kui was arranging tactics in Chu Tian, he introduced the powerful Lu Su from Dongcheng County to Chu Tian. He thought Chu Tian would be interested in Lu Su. What can 700 Xiangyong do? Chu Tian didn't care very much. This time to deal with the Zhejiang prefect. He didn't even use Li Kui's professional soldiers guarding Xiapi, let alone a group of local warriors, assembling a large number of Xiangyong. Once the Xiangyong is defeated, it will only affect the performance of the main army. 700 warriors are indeed nothing. But the man who leads this powerful team is Lu Su from Dongcheng County. Lu Su? Chu Tian was finally moved this time. Lu Su, one of the great governors of Suchow, had the famous couch duel, who persuaded Sun Quan to first eliminate Huang Zu, then attack Lu Biao, unify the Yangtze River Basin, and wait for the opportunity to go north. For Suchow, the pair on the couch was as important as the pair in Longzhong. Sun Quan has been acting in accordance with this strategy throughout his life. Lu Su took the initiative to come to rely on him, which was something Chu Tian did not expect. He didn't know that he had inadvertently become one of the princes who were given priority in the eyes of the gentry in the late Eastern Han dynasty. If this continues, I will soon catch all the officials in Suchow. Chu Tian took away Zhang Zhao, Shuga Jin, and Su Sheng, and now Lu Su is coming. It is estimated that there will not be many people left in Suchou's team in the future. There was no other way. Chu Tian's location was close to Jiangdong, and a steady stream of talents, who originally fled south, were left in Suzhou. Bring Lu Su to see me. Since Lu Su took the initiative to send it to his door, Chu Tian accepted it unceremoniously. Lu Su, who was only 17 years old, was brought to the camp. The generals in the camp all looked at Lu Su. The young Lu Su felt deeply pressured. Among them is the blonde female military general and the ferocious pirate Zheng Xilong. Shuzhou Mu Chu Zimu was much older than Lu Su. It's not that Chu Tian is too old, but that Lu Su is too young now. The young Lu Su couldn't help but stand in awe when he saw Shuzhou Mu, who was said to be full of martial virtue and able to suppress his surroundings. In his eyes, Chu Tian was brilliant and mighty, and had the possibility to unify the world. He quickly bowed. Lu Zi worships Lord Zhou Mu. Chu Tian did not expect that Lu Su, a figure who could become the governor of Suqiao, would be so respectful to him. So he was already such a prominent figure among the figures in the late Eastern Han dynasty? If you think about it carefully, Chu Tian is now the youngest Zhou Mu, plus General Anton, and has a family background of 4 generations and 3 dukes. He is full of martial virtue and invincible. At the same time, Chu Tian, Lu Ji, Kai Yong and others, they all have friendships and participated in the crusade against Dongshuo, which had a fatal attraction for the aristocratic families of the Eastern Han dynasty. With Dongcheng Lu Zijing coming to help, the enemy will definitely be defeated. Chu Tian warmly entertained Lu Su and invited Lu Su to meet with the generals. Lu Su was flattered. He was just a disciple of a local noble family. But Shuzhou Mu, the 4th generation and 3 dukes, did not understand his talent and learning when they met him, and actually treated him as a distinguished guest. Zijing is very frightened. Just get used to it. After 2 years, Zijing can become a military advisor. Chu Tian has regarded Lu Su as a candidate to join the army. Lu Su was a calm man, and once went to a meeting with Guan Yu alone without any fear. Chu Tian is working hard to expand his army. The current main military advisors are Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. The candidates prepared to join the army include Chao Jiui, Shuga Jin, Lu Su and others. Shuga Liang is still young and won't be able to use it for a while. Lu Su was treated like a distinguished guest and couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. The aloof Shuzhou Mu actually valued him so much. Has Mr. Zhou Mu already figured out how to defeat the enemy? Chu Tian asked back. Does Zijing have a good strategy to defeat the enemy? Lu Su replied. Maybe we can clear the plains and cut off the food routes, and the enemy troops will retreat without a fight. What Zijing said is true. But this time we intend to fight quickly and win quickly. Chu Tian thought that Lu Su's suggestion was not inappropriate. Lu Su's proposal was based on his ignorance of Chu Tian's military strength. If he had known how terrifying the cavalry led by Chu Tian was, he might have advocated an attack instead of spending time on defense. How many soldiers and horses does Lord Zhou Mu have? Can he go out of the city and fight to the death with the soldiers and horses of Zhejiang County? 18,000. Too few. I have a stranger who found out that the Zhejiang prefect temporarily recruited a large number of troops. A total of 40,000 to 50,000 people. 3 times as many as Lord Zhou Mu. How can Lord Zhou Mu take the risk? Zijing doesn't know something. In this battle, Zijing only needs to stay with the central army and see how I defeat the enemy. Chu Tian did not let Lu Su display his talents in this battle. Lu Su has not grown up yet. Lu Su knew that his status in Shuzhou's power was not high yet, and Chu Tian was willing to invite him to participate in military and political affairs. He already valued him very much, so he did not force Chu Tian to clear the field. Shuzhou Mu must have had his own plans when he decided to do this. More than 40,000 soldiers and horses from Zhejiang County came to the plains of Xiapi, hunting in white robes. In addition to the white robe cavalry, there was also a Hu cavalry led by General Ho Jing. At this time, Chu Zimu should still be fighting against Master Zhao Qingzhou. This is a good opportunity to capture Xiapi, because the Zhejiang prefect was marching in the wild. The news was lagging behind. He didn't know that Chu Tian had used the teleportation array to arrive at Xiapi City directly from Taishan County, keeping it secret. Report. Thousands of people from Xia City went south along the Yi River to support Xiapi. Someone from Xiapi City witnessed a large number of soldiers emerging from the teleportation array, estimated to be more than 10,000 people. When the Zhejiang prefect was approaching Xiapi City, the scouts he sent to Xiapi City finally sent back important information. Chu Zimu actually used the teleportation array to mobilize troops. He was really willing to pay for it. But for him, who owns 5 counties in Shuzhou and 1 county in Yanzhou, the cost of teleporting more than 10,000 soldiers is nothing. The prefect of Zhejiang attacked Xiapi and found that Chu Tian was gathering troops in Xiapi. He began to hesitate whether to continue the attack on Xiapi. he asked Guijia. To attack Xiapi now. Should we go to Pagua to join Yuan Shu? Guijia replied. Soldiers need to be quick. Our army has been noticed by the enemy. Shuzhou has made arrangements. It may be difficult to capture Xiapi. It is better to join Yuan Gongluo and wait for the opportunity to move to avoid the entire army being annihilated. It makes sense. The prefect of Zhejiang vaguely realized that Xiapi City was dangerous. Very dangerous. Whether it was the thousands of soldiers and horses heading south from Siai City, or the soldiers and horses using the teleportation array to reach Xiapi City, they all made the Zhejiang prefect feel deeply uneasy. Guijia had a similar premonition. So he dissuaded the Zhejiang prefect from marching to Xiapi City and instead headed north to join Yuan Shu. The whole army goes north. The prefect of Zhejiang gave the order. Aren't you going to attack Xiapi? Why did you suddenly change your marching route? Ho Jing, the general of the universe in Nanliang, was dissatisfied with the turn of the army. Follow orders. Qin Qingji asked Ho Jing to obey. Ho Jing was quite afraid of this person, so he did not refute, but just muttered a few words. The general of the universe, Ho Jing, was Qin Qingji's defeated general, so he had to be convinced by Qin Qingji. Zhejiang County's 40,000 men suddenly changed direction, allowing Chu Tian, who was waiting in Xiapi, to pounce. Guijia and Qin Qingji's sense of smell is really keen. It seems that they can't wait and wait. Reorganize their troops and go to pursue them. If they join up with Yuan Shu, then Yuan Shu will also be eliminated. Chu Tian heard that soldiers and horses from Zhejiang County were heading north, and he and Fang Xianling judged their intentions. The prefect of Zhejiang is nominally Yuan Shu's subordinate. If his 40,000 men are combined with Yuan Shu's 140,000 men, there will be a total of 180,000 men. Qin Qingji and Ho Jing led the cavalry, and Yuan Shu's generals led the infantry and archers, posing a considerable threat to Chu Tian. 18,000 elite troops left Xiapi City to pursue Qin Qingji and Ho Jing's troops from Zhejiang County. This is the first time Chu Tian takes Xiao Liang to fight, in order to gain her army-wide halo effect. Lord, if you lose the battle, I will always follow you, Xiao Liang said to Chu Tian before leaving for the battle. Don't be clumsy. Not only do we want to win, but we also want to capture the white-robed military god Qin Qingji alive. Chu Tian commanded the army to leave Xiapi City. Lu Su was also fortunate enough to participate in this battle. He followed the great pirate Zheng Zhilong. When he saw Chu Tian going on an expedition with a woman, he thought Chu Tian was just a child, so he couldn't help but shake his head. Master Shuzhou is young and promising, but he shouldn't be obsessed with beauty, Zheng Zhilong said. If you knew that she once defeated more than 100,000 enemy troops with 10,000 defenders, and turned the tide in the Battle of Shuzhou, you would not say that. If this is really the case, then Zijing is using the heart of a villain to judge the heart of a gentleman. Lu Su couldn't help but feel ashamed. My lord, there are no useless people under his command. We will still win this battle. Although Zheng Zhilong only participated in the battle against Taishan County, he was aware of the deeds of his colleagues. Chu Tian will take advantage of anyone who is useful. Therefore, even the women under Chu Tian's command can fight, and the Taishan bandits can also perform brilliantly. There is no coward under Shuzhou. Yang Wudi is in Xiaopei. He is extremely brave. We might as well go and take Pingchang. Yuan Shu heard that the prefect of Zhejiang County was heading north, so he led his troops southward, intending to meet up with the prefect of Zhejiang in Pingchang, between Xiaopei and Xiapi. He was already afraid of Yang Wudi and did not dare to attack Xiaopei. Yuan Shu went south from Pei to Pingchang? Yang Yi seemed to have his eye on Yuan Shu. He regarded capturing Yuan Shu alive as his goal. He immediately counted the cavalry and pursued Yuan Shu. The battlefield originally scheduled for Xiapi City changed. A total of 4 legions gathered around Pingchang, namely Chu Tian Legion, Yang Yi Legion, Yuan Shu Legion, and Zhejiang Legion. Pingchang State also has more than 20,000 people, including Shuzhou Wushuang General Mi Fang and Taishan Bandit General Yin Li. The Battle of Pingchang begins. Chapter 296, Fighting the 8 Banners. Kill! The Qingzhou Legion came toward Schwar and Zhao Yun's cavalry phalanx. The 8 Banners cavalry attacked Schwarengui's troops, using sinew recurved compound bows and heavy arrows with strong penetrating and lethality. Arrows fell into the Shuzhou light cavalry, and the low-level cavalry who were hit were seriously injured or killed. Schwarengui personally led the Tang Dynasty archers to fight against the 8 Banners cavalry. His cavalry also had strong armor-breaking capabilities. Both sides fired heavy arrows and suffered casualties. Zhao Yun's white horse Yisong fought against Wu Sangui and fell into a hard battle against the heavily armored Guan Ning cavalry. Beima Yisong faced off against Guan Ning's cavalry-level heavy cavalry, but the damage was insufficient.
Use heavy cavalry!
Schwar Ngui's White Robe Legion also had an ordinary heavy cavalry, numbering 4,000, which was used by Schwar Ngui to deal with Guan Ning's cavalry. In the absence of heavy infantry, heavy cavalry can only be used to deal with heavy cavalry. Zhao Yun personally led 4,000 heavy cavalry and took the initiative to attack Guan Ning's cavalry. Wu Sangui's Guan Ning cavalry held three-eyed fire guns and attacked Zhao Yun. Behind the Guan Ning cavalry, there were Qinggo heavy cavalry. This is a battle between heavy cavalry facing the three-eyed fire gun. The most effective way is to attack directly and break through the range of the fire gun as quickly as possible. Iron hooves rolled. Zhao Yun put on heavy armor, basically only showing half of his face, and stared straight ahead with sharp eyes. The most terrifying thing about Guan Ning's cavalry is the shooting and intimidating power of the three-eyed fire gun. Several rows of three-eyed fire cannons fired in turn, filling the air with white smoke. When they reached a distance of 20 or 30 meters, the fire cannons had powerful armor-piercing capabilities. Even the armor of heavy cavalry was shot through. The heavy cavalryman whose armor was broken by the projectile fell off his horse and fell heavily to the ground with his armor intact. Zhao Yun's horse was frightened and continued to charge under the control of Zhao Yun's riding skills. Facing the immature firearms in Lord, charging at full speed is the best way to crack the firearms. After sacrificing a row of heavy cavalry, Zhao Yun came to the front of Guan Ning's cavalry. His spear used inertia to pierce the armor of Guan Ning's cavalry, and took a cavalryman off his horse. It was unstoppable. Two torrents of heavy cavalry collided in the smoke that has not yet dissipated. Guan Ning's cavalry wielded a three-eyed fire gun, treating the fire gun as a blunt weapon to hammer the oncoming Shuzhou heavy cavalry. The Shuzhou heavy cavalry in the first three rows used horse spears, and relied on the length advantage of the horse spears to stab the Guan Ning cavalry. Wu Sangui did not expect that there were heavy cavalry equipped with horse rifles in the White Robe Legion. The three-eyed blazing gun looked stubby in front of Ma Yang. The horse rifle caused Guan Ning's cavalry to suffer a big loss. Guan Ning's cavalry in the front row was hit by the sharp horse rifle. Pierce. The Guan Ning cavalryman in the back row swung his three-eyed fire cannon and hit the helmet of the Shuzhou heavy cavalry. The force caused the head to concussion. Guan Ning's cavalry hit him with a firecracker again. The Guan Ning cavalry in the rear was still waiting for an opportunity to shoot with the three-eyed fire blunderbuss, and sporadic gunpowder explosions sounded. Zhao Yun killed several Guan Ning cavalry in a row and headed towards Wu Sangui behind Guan Ning's cavalry. Beima Yisong roamed around, shooting with bows and arrows, and covering their general. Arrows flew and hit the armor continuously. Some of the arrows penetrated the armor, and some of the arrows were bounced off the goggles.
Heavy cavalry comes forward!
Wu Sangui did not fight Zhao Yun head-on. He also had an ordinary heavy cavalry behind him, trying to use heavy cavalry to contain Zhao Yun's front. The two steel torrents collided, and the speed of both sides gradually slowed down. They used blunt weapons, spears, and sabers to fight hand-to-hand. Zhao Yun ran straight towards Wu Sangui, but was blocked by the opponent's heavy cavalry. With their sharp spears, Zhao Yun killed all the heavy cavalry who blocked Zhao Yun. A Guan Ning cavalryman held a three-eyed fire gun in both hands and smashed it down hard. Zhao Yun used his long spear to block the three-eyed fire gun. Due to the weight of the fire gun, the wooden shaft of the red tassel gun bent inward. Zhao Yun shouted loudly, pushed away the three-eyed firecracker, and knocked off the cavalry on horseback with his spear.
Shuzhou is indeed a strong general. But even if you block my Guan Ning cavalry, how can you resist the infantry and archers of our Qingzhou Legion?
Wu Sangui was afraid of Zhao Yun, who fought bloody battles. He did not dare to end the battle in person, so he could only continue to command the cavalry to encircle and suppress Zhao Yun. Zhao Gongzi and Tai Shirzi took advantage of the 8 Banners cavalry and Guan Ning cavalry to hold back Schwar Ngui and Zhao Yun, and drove forward a mixed phalanx of infantry and archers to attack. The heavy infantry in the front row held guns and shields and pressed forward step by step. In Schwar Ngui and Zhao Yun's central army, a group of dismounted cavalry reluctantly pieced together an infantry phalanx to block the opponent's infantry and archers from advancing. The person commanding the infantry phalanx was Lu Sandao, the former general of Langye Kingdom.
Too many enemies!
Lu Sandao collapsed because Schwar Ngui and Zhao Yun entrusted. He is not even a second-rate military general among Chutian's forces in Shuzhou. This time he went on an expedition with the army. But Chuon gave him a chance to make meritorious deeds. Before the war started, Lu Sandao dug trenches in front of the phalanx, and set up wooden fences in order to delay Mr. Zhao and Taisher Siai as much as possible. Lu Sandao felt that his legs were shaking. There were 3 times as many troops on the opposite side, including Taisher Si. It's too difficult for him, as an ordinary general. Archers on both sides fired arrows, and hundreds of dismounted cavalry were killed. For the Lord, as long as the cavalry horses were not killed in battle, the loss was not too big. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and the heavy infantry of the Qinzhou army broke into Lu Sandao's phalanx, but was blocked by trenches and wooden fences. Lu Sandao's phalanx barely stood firm with its crude fortifications. The situation was not optimistic, because the crossbowmen led by Taisher Siai caused a lot of casualties to Lu Sandao, and the wooden fence was covered with arrow feathers, like hedgehogs. Although Chu Zimu and Xuzhou had many generals, Chu Zimu was incompetent. The guard in front was obviously just a mediocre man, and he was still using dismounted cavalry. Mr. Zhao can judge the level of the opposing general through the situation. Lu Sandao's phalanx seemed somewhat weak. Please, my lord, let the last general lead the cavalry to attack the enemy's formation. We can defeat the enemy in one battle. Shui Wanche, a fierce general of the Tang dynasty, was holding a horse pole and riding a huge war horse covered with heavy armor. He planned to lead his cavalry to attack Lu Sandao's phalanx. Wait a moment. The infantry is destroying the obstacle set up by the opponent. You lead the troops to support Dorgan. Prince Xiao saw that the 8 banners cavalry and a group of light cavalry were in a bitter battle, so he ordered Shui Wanche to go to support Dorgan. I will obey your orders. Shui Wanche shook his horse and led 3,000 cavalry to support Dorgan and face Schwarengui. Schwarengui led the Tang dynasty cavalry to attack the 8 banners cavalry. 2,000 Tang dynasty archers faced 1,008 banners cavalry. Schwarengui held the divine ghost Fong Tian's painted halberd and rushed straight towards Dorgan. Fong Tian swung his painted halberd and killed dozens of 8 banners cavalry by himself. Dorgan used a compound bow and tried to shoot Schwarengui, but the iron arrow was knocked away by Schwarengui's Fong Tianhua halberd. The white armor of the Zhongbai banner cavalry was dyed red with blood. Even the high-ranking cavalry still looked powerless in front of Schwarengui. So brave! Dorgan retreated back with his soldiers, not daring to confront Schwarengui head-on. The war horses were galloping, and Schwarengui actually planned to kill 108 flags with one person. The Zhongbai banner cavalry who fell off their horses got up, acted as heavy infantry, and killed Schwarengui's horse. The war horse that had been accompanying Schwarengui on the expedition stumbled. Schwarengui fell to the ground. Several 8 banners cavalrymen held spears and stabbed at Schwarengui from a high position. Schwarengui fought on foot, wielding Fong Tian's painted halberd, and cut off the spears of the 8 banners cavalry. Die! Schwarengui pushed an 8 banners cavalryman off his horse, and with a vigorous stride, he seized the horse and fought. He continued to kill the 8 banners cavalry like a man who was fine. Everything was carried out in the midst of the rebel army. Schwarengui's bravery frightened the 8 banners cavalry, and they fled one after another, with one person's force, making a group of high-level cavalry fearful. I am afraid only a few generals can do it. Schwarengui is here to fight! When the 8 banners cavalry was frightened to be killed by Schwarengui, Shui Wanche came forward with a horse spear and stabbed Schwarengui. Schwarengui used Fong Tianhua halberd to block. The 2 weapons collided and sparks flew. What a strength! Shui Wanche was a tall and powerful warrior. Facing the young Schwarengui, he was suppressed in strength, which made him shocked. You are a good hand! It was rare for Schwarengui to encounter an enemy with acceptable force, so he fought with Shui Wanche. Fong Tian drew his halberd and stabbed him continuously, while Ma Shan fended off Fong Tian's drawn halberd. The 2 sides fought for more than 10 rounds. Shui Wanche's face gradually turned pale, because he realized that if he continued to fight, he might become Schwarengui's loser. Schwarengui fought bravely in order to share the pressure for Lu Sandao. He successfully attracted Shui Wanche. The battle between Zhao Yun and Wu Sangui was stalemate. Wu Sangui had the advantage in strength and ambushed a group of archers, killing many of Zhao Yun's cavalry. Wu Sangui is considered a difficult opponent and has always been an enemy of Chu Tian. He is committed to defeating Chu Tian, so he fights bravely. When the cavalry on both wings were fighting on the front battlefield, the main force of infantry supervised by Zhao Gongzi and Tai Shirtzi had broken through Lu Sandao's phalanx, and Lu Sandao's phalanx sank backward. Soon I will break through the phalanx in front. Once Chuzimu's White Robe army suffers heavy losses, no one can resist me and annex Langya Kingdom. Mr. Zhao is sure of victory. Lu Sandao was just an ordinary gold-level general. His soldiers were cavalry who dismounted and formed a formation, facing Taishursi's archers. They suffered heavy casualties. But it's a little weird. Why is the White Robe army strengthening its flanks? But the center is so weak? Mr. Zhao can stand out from the Qinzhou lords. After all, he is a shrewd lord. The smoother the progress, the more uneasy he becomes. Does the White Robe army intend to defeat my two wings and then flank me? But my two wings are also very powerful. It is definitely my center that will break through their center first. Mr. Zhao thought for a while, and thought that Schwar and Zhao Yun were using the tactic of outflanking from two wings. The outcome of the war depends on whether Schwar and Zhao Yun are the first to defeat the opponent's two wings, or whether Zhao Gongzi and Taishursi are the first to defeat the opponent's central army. Obviously, Lu Sandao could not stop the superior forces of Zhao Gongzi and Taishursi. Victory belongs to me! Mr. Zhao thinks that victory is within easy reach. Suddenly, there were shouts of killing from behind the Qinzhou army. Hua Mulan led more than 10,000 light cavalry across the hills, and went straight into the enemy camp. The Qinzhou army was unprepared and the camp fell. Hua Mulan turned to attack Master Zhao's rear. The Iron Eagle scout bent his bow, and shot an arrow at the reserve team behind Mr. Zhao. The soldiers who were preparing were knocked down by Hua Mulan's cavalry, and the horses' hooves trampled over them. Hua Mulan wields her horse spear, and kills more than 10 enemy soldiers in a row. Blood splashes, and the enemy general is beheaded. The cavalry troops suddenly attacked, and cut into the enemy's formation. Overwhelming. Lord, there are enemy cavalry attacking our rear. When Mr. Zhao received news of Hua Mulan's cavalry's sneak attack on the rear, he had already been lured into the enemy's position by Lu Sandao, and the battle line was stretched, making it difficult to support the rear. Lu Sandao was not discovered by Mr. Zhao, because Lu Sandao did not know that Hua Mulan would lead the light cavalry to raid the enemy's rear. Lu Sandao simply could not stop Mr. Zhao. Why can they bypass my scouts? Mr. Zhao hurriedly commanded. Order Xue Wanqie to return reinforcements. Or Dorgan to return reinforcements. Xue Wanqie was held back by Schwar, and only Dorgan returned to the army. There were only 508 banners cavalry left around him. In addition to the 508 banners cavalry, there were more than 1,000 low-level cavalry. The soldiers in the rear were all fleeing, blocking Dorgan from returning to the army, making Dorgan anxious. Hua Mulan's cavalry held tang swords in their hands, and hunted down the defeated troops in the rear. She saw a group of white-armored cavalry, so she took off the horn bow behind her, and with 2,000 Iron Eagle scouts, she threw a rain of arrows at Dorgan. There is no need for Iron Eagle scouts to aim. There are enemies everywhere, and as long as the arrows fall, there will always be casualties. Dorgan held a Yin Fei Dao in his hand, and struggled to block the rain of arrows. An arrow hit his skirt, causing severe pain in his thigh. This arrow has broken through the defense of the skirt. Dorgan was in pain, and ordered the 8 banners cavalry to shoot arrows at the Iron Eagle scouts to fight back. Both sides are good at using bows and arrows. Several arrows passed by Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan was not afraid and took her bow, and shot at an 8 banners cavalry. The 8 banners cavalry was hit by an arrow in the forehead and died on the spot. The Iron Eagle scouts, for times as many as the 8 banners, used arrows to wash away the 8 banners cavalry. Many of Hua Mulan's cavalry were also killed. The 8 banners cavalry's heavy arrows were very deadly. Although Hua Mulan felt distressed about the loss, she remained indifferent on the surface. Generals die in hundreds of battles, and so do soldiers. Compassion does not command troops. The number of 8 banners cavalry was decreasing rapidly. In addition to the Iron Eagle scouts, a large number of low-level light cavalry came to try to overwhelm Dorgan. Dorgan's personal strength is not top-notch. Once he is surrounded by a large number of light cavalry, he can be easily killed. Retreat! Dorgan was unable to turn the tide, so in order to protect his own safety, he led his cavalry to retreat. Hua Mulan took this opportunity to drive the cavalry in, and the Qinzhou army fell into complete chaos. Because of Hua Mulan's unexpected offensive, all 3 roads collapsed. Lord, the situation is over. We can still break through if we gather our forces. Taishur Siai held a short halberd and gathered all the nearby troops. There is little point in continuing to break through Lu Sandao's phalanx. Lu Sandao is just a bait for the White Robe's legion. We can lose, but we can't lose badly. Mr. Zhao tried his best to maintain formation with Taisher Siai and retreat in an orderly manner. He allowed failure, but not annihilation. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Beihai Kingdom had a small population, and its main army was wiped out. For him, it may be impossible to recover from the fall. Chapter 297 Death of Wusangui. It's really torture to travel long distances. Li followed Hua Mulan's cavalry to launch a raid. He abandoned the infantry regiment with only more than 30,000 people, and participated in the raid just to provide an attack halo for Hua Mulan's cavalry. It is precisely because of abandoning the bloated infantry regiments, and using only light cavalry, that it can achieve miraculous results. The 70,000-strong Qinzhou army was defeated due to Hua Mulan's attack, and the battlefield became even more chaotic. As the infantry commander, Li commanded the Offensive Legion. He was unfamiliar with Hua Mulan's Reconnaissance Legion, and did not command it at will. Even so, Hua Mulan left him 2,000 light cavalry to protect Li Yi's safety, and to be commanded by Li Yi when necessary. Li Yi observed the battlefield. The rear of the Qinzhou army was in complete chaos. No generals could step forward to maintain the formation. Hua Mulan pursued Dorgan and attacked Dorgan and Xue Wanche with Schwar, intending to kill Dorgan and Xue Wanche first. Xuzhou heavy cavalry and Beima Yitsong led by Zhao Yun clashed with Wu Sangui's Guan cavalry and Qinzhou heavy cavalry. Wu Sangui's Guan Ning cavalry was expensive to build, and was swallowed up by the 4,000 heavy cavalry led by Zhao Yun. The entire army was almost annihilated. Zhao Yun's heavy cavalry also suffered heavy losses, relying on their numerical advantage to consume the high-level Guan Ning cavalry. Zhao Yun killed more than 20 Guan Ning cavalry by himself. When he fought with the high-level heavy cavalry, he obviously felt a little strenuous. The Guan Ning cavalry was equipped with heavy armor. If the spear pierced the heavy armor, the reaction force would make Zhao Yun his wrist was slightly numb. Zhao Gongzi and Tai Shirzi gathered about 10,000 people and began to retreat. They did not know how many cavalrymen were attacking the rear. So in order to prevent the entire army from being annihilated, they chose to retreat, drive the enemy to a rout, and attack the Chinese army. Although Li Yi is the infantry commander, he also has bonuses for cavalry. He commanded the cavalry to attack Zhao Gongzi and Tai Shirzi's army. Li Yi's tactics were very insidious. He only had 2,000 cavalry in hand, and his own force was not high. He did not directly attack Zhao Gongzi and Tai Shirzi's army, but drove away the defeated rear army and marched on a large scale. Thousands of defeated troops were driven by Li Yi's cavalry. They panicked and overwhelmed Zhao Gongzi and Tai Shirzi's army. "My lord is here. The enemy is behind. Why don't you fight?" Taisher Siai held a short halberd to protect Mr. Zhao, and drove away the defeated troops with Mr. Zhao's personal soldiers. Taisher Siai personally beheaded several defeated soldiers, and the defeated soldiers, who were like headless flies, calmed down. However, Li Yi from behind drove more defeated soldiers. Like shepherds, faced with a corrupt situation, Mr. Zhao felt deeply desperate. Unless a general has the ability to reorganize the army, he cannot turn the tide. With Li Yi's death, the battlefield was in chaos. The 10,000 people Zhao Gongzi and Taisher Siai had finally gathered were scattered by thousands, leaving less than 5,000 people around them. "I didn't expect we had reinforcements. All soldiers, fight back with me." Lu Sandao was already prepared to kill himself after defeat. When he saw a fire in the backyard of the Qinzhou army, he immediately organized a counterattack and bid Zhao Gongzi and Taisher Siai, "We once joined forces to suppress the Qinzhou Yellow Turban army. If you surrender to our lord, you can survive." Schwar pointed Fang Tianhua halberd at Xue Wanche. The two sides had fought against the Yellow Turban army in Beihai Kingdom, and were familiar with each other. Schwar wanted to persuade Xue Wanche to surrender and serve his lord. Schwar recognized the brave Xue Wanche from the bottom of his heart. If Xue Wanche is brought over, Xue Wanche can become a strong cavalry general under Xuzhou Mu. Schwar has suppressed Xue Wanche, and Xue Wanche's jaw is numb, and it is almost difficult to hold the horse. "I already have a master. How can I betray my master so easily?" Xue Wanche is also a loyal person, and will not betray easily if he already has a lord. "Then there is only a dead end." Schwar and Xue Wanche each have their own masters, and life and death on the battlefield are unpredictable. He swung Fang Tian's painted halberd and stabbed Xue Wanche. A cold arrow flew towards him, and Schwar had to change the trajectory of Fang Tian's painted halberd to block the hidden arrow. "Nothing can be done. Retreat immediately." Dorgan drew his bow, and came to support Xue Wanche and rescued Xue Wanche. He sacrificed the insignificant ordinary cavalry and ordered them to block Schwar, who was beginning to lose his strength. Schwar continued to pursue, and all the light cavalry along the way were killed by him. Dorgan and Schwar went to find Mr. Zhao and Tai Shirtzi to break out of the encirclement. Schwar, Hua Mulan, and Li launched a pincer attack. There were a large number of broken troops between the two sides, and the entire battlefield was in a mess.
Master, follow us. I will keep you safe.
Two fierce generals, Tai Siai and Schwar, were willing to risk their lives to protect Mr. Zhao. They killed the surrounding Xuzhou soldiers and Qingzhou troops and cut a bloody path.
Capture Mr. Zhao alive.
Yi knew that if the lord of the Qingzhou army could be captured in this melee, half of Qingzhou would be controlled by Xuzhou Mu. Schwar and Hua Mulan once again attacked Mr. Zhao's peripheral troops and defeated them. Two fierce generals, Tai Siai and Schwar, risked their lives. Their armors were dark red, and they tried their best to protect their lord from breaking out safely. They still owned half of Qingzhou and had a chance to turn defeat into victory, so they were unwilling to surrender. Schwar and Hua Mulan's offensive was even more fierce. Among them, Schwar was only less than 200 meters away from Mr. Zhao. Dorgan continued to shoot arrows and sneak attacks on Schwar in the rebel army, and at the same time set cavalry to prevent Schwar from pursuing. He knew that Chu Zima might not let him go, and the only way to survive was to follow Mr. Zhao. Schwar was holding Fang Tian's painted halberd in close combat with the enemy cavalry. He hated Huang Taiji, who kept firing cold arrows, and he rode towards Dorgan. More than 100 Tang Dynasty archers followed Schwar, using bows and arrows to provide support. Dorgan was regarded as a target by Schwar, so he was frightened and did not continue to fire arrows. After arranging hundreds of cavalry to intercept Schwar, he withdrew. Behind Dorgan's palace, Schwar and Tai Siai opened the way in front. Hua Mulan rushed out from the diagonal ground and was stopped by Schwar. Hua Mulan had no advantage against Schwar, so she had to use mounted archery to delay the retreat of the Qingzhou army. The number of the Qingzhou legion is getting smaller and smaller, and whether Mr. Zhao and his generals can break through has become a question. Li Yi's 2,000 cavalry are still watching. Unexpected changes occur not within the battlefield, but outside it. A yellow turban army came to meet the Qingzhou army.
Don't let them have any chance to fight back.
Li Yi immediately threw 2,000 cavalry into the battlefield to attack the incoming yellow turban army. This yellow scarf army of 10,000 people sent by Guan Hai to support was suddenly attacked by Li Yi's 2,000 cavalry, and they immediately fled with their heads and arms. However, the unlucky yellow turban army attracted Li Yi's attention, providing an opportunity for Zhao Gongzi, Tai Siai, Schwar, and Dorgan to break out, because Li Yi's cavalry had already entered the battle to attack the yellow turban army.
My 70,000 professional soldiers were destroyed.
Mr. Zhao looked to the rear and saw that the defeated troops were still being chased by the opponent's cavalry, but he could not help. He currently has only a few thousand people around him. It was the first time that he encountered such a huge defeat, and he couldn't help but feel disheartened.
My lord,
you only failed once,
so why bother?
We still have a chance.
Chu Zimu will always show his flaws. We return to Qingzhou. There is no way we can make a comeback.
As an extreme militant, Dorgan persuaded Mr. Zhao to regroup.
You are absolutely right. We still have 3 counties, and can reorganize the army quickly. Where is Wu Sangui?
Mr. Zhao escaped because he sacrificed 10,000 yellow turban troops as bait. When he counted his generals, he found that Wu Sangui was missing. Dorgan said,
Wu Sangui had a deep enmity with Chu Zimu, so it is very likely that he was jealous and did not retreat in time. I led a group of cavalry to support him.
In the chaotic battlefield, Wu Sangui's army was still at odds with Zhao Yun's army.
Our army has been defeated. Am I, Wu Sangui, going to lose to Chu Zima forever? I won't accept it.
Wu Sangui was almost hysterical when faced with a one-sided situation. The Guan Ning cavalry beside him were all killed and injured. The three-eyed fire blunderbuss, which was a blunt weapon, deformed after hitting the armor of the Xuzhou heavy cavalry and fell to the ground. Guan Ning's cavalry achieved great results before the entire army was annihilated. In order to eliminate Wu Sangui's main cavalry, Zhao Yun sacrificed a large number of ordinary heavy cavalry. The red-eyed Wu Sangui looked around, only to find that his lord and other generals had withdrawn from the battlefield one after another, leaving only Wu Sangui, who was fighting hard. Wu Sangui came to his senses and was sweating profusely. He continued to stay on the battlefield and might die at any time. Zhao Yun pursued Wu Sangui and the rebel army, which intensified Wu Sangui's thoughts of fleeing. Retreat! Finally, Wu Sangui could not bear the huge psychological pressure and led more than 1,000 light cavalry to avoid Zhao Yun and flee. The enemy general shall not leave! Zhao Yun fought his way out of the rebel army, followed by Bai Song, chasing Wu Sangui all the way. Zhao Yun's silver armor and white robe was stained red with blood, and the armor was dented. It was injured by the blunt object of Guan Ning's cavalry three-eyed fire blunderbuss. Guan Ning's cavalry were indeed brave in combat, but Zhao Yun still led a large number of ordinary heavy cavalry to annihilate 700 Guan Ning's cavalry and pursue Wu Sangui. The cavalry led by Wu Sangui kept falling behind and was shot dead by Bai Song. No one can kill me, Wu Sangui! I have been defeated by Chu Zimu many times, but he has never been able to kill me. Wu Sangui, who had been defeated many times, gradually went crazy. This was also his last pride. Chu Zimu could defeat him, but he could not kill him. Wu Sangui used the lagging light cavalry to interfere with Zhao Yun's pursuit. Not far away, Dorgan led 308 banners cavalry to come to meet him. As long as he met Dorgan, Wu Sangui believed that he would basically be safe. Dorgan, suffer death! Zhao Yun couldn't help being angry when he saw the Zhengbai banner cavalry led by Dorgan. When Dorgan was serving in the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, he killed Zhao Yun's old master. Zhao Yun attacked Dorgan many times in an attempt to take revenge, but to no avail. Now that the two enemies met, Zhao Yun immediately abandoned Wu Sangui and attacked Dorgan. You again? Dorgan was also deeply impressed by Zhao Yun, who had raided him in Qingzhou many times before. He was afraid of Zhao Yun, and when he saw Zhao Yun coming, he immediately led the 8 banners cavalry to retreat. In Dorgan's view, killing one lord is not a big deal. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army killed not tens of thousands, but thousands of Qingzhou lords, so they would not be chased by Zhao Yun all the way. Dorgan has attracted the enemy's attention, and I can survive. Chu Zimu, just wait for me. Even if I lose every battle, I will take revenge. There were only a dozen cavalry left by Wu Sangui. He could not count how many times he had been defeated by Chu Zimu and his generals, but he never gave up defeating Chu Zimu. General, be careful! Just when Wu Sangui thought he could survive, the cavalry around him reminded him anxiously. A figure galloped over, bent a bow and shot an arrow, and the sharp arrow penetrated Wu Sangui's throat. Wu Sangui covered his throat with both hands and looked at the exposed arrow shaft in disbelief. The arrow that hit the vital point killed Wu Sangui directly. Wu Sangui fell off his horse unwillingly. Before he died, he looked at the general who shot him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. I once told my lord that I would kill you for him, and now I have fulfilled my promise. Hua Mulan put down her bow and arrow, pulled out the Tang Dao, and stabbed Wu Sangui twice more to ensure that he could not die again. The lord has said that he needs to make a last-ditch attack. Wu Sangui, who had caused a lot of trouble to Chu Tian, finally died. And the one who shot Wu Sangui was Hua Mulan, who was the first to confront Wu Sangui. At that time, Wu Sangui used beheading tactics to attack Chu Tian, but was blocked by Hua Mulan. This time, Wu Sangui died directly at the hands of Hua Mulan. A diamond-level military commander felt like this. When the cavalry guards around Wu Sangui saw that their general was dead, the birds and beasts dispersed. It took the Xuzhou army one day to calm down the battlefield, wiping out the main force of 10,000 Qingzhou army and capturing more than 10,000 prisoners. There are still 40,000 Qingzhou troops who have escaped. It is estimated that most of them will regroup under the command of Mr. Xiao or flee back to their hometown. The Qingzhou army lost one general, Wu Sangui, and more than 20,000 of its main troops, and its morale was low. Zhao Gongzi reunited with Guan Hai's Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, broke the siege of Zucheng on their own, and withdrew to the territory of Beihai Kingdom. The morale of the generals was low, and continuing to fight would only be a waste of troops. Wu Sangui and Guan Ning's cavalry were wiped out. I finally built the Guan Ning cavalry. Mr. Zhao knew that he would never be able to form the Guan Ning cavalry again. After Wu Sangui died, he had no generals with a 7th-level heavy cavalry unit like Guan Ning cavalry. Currently, only Liaodong Governor Mingguan should have the ability to recruit Guan Ning's cavalry. Guan Ning's cavalry became even more powerful under the command of Li Chongliang and Zhu Das Ho. Dorgan valued Wu Sangui very much. When he saw Wu Sangui being shot, he felt heavy. My lord, you can go on the defensive and consume the opponent's troops, as long as Chu Zimu is defeated. This will be our opportunity. Are we still going to fight Chu Zimu? If we continue to fight, what are our chances of winning? Mr. Zhao weighed in his mind that he had lost the opportunity to take control of Suzhou, and he would probably not have such a good opportunity in the future. On the other side, the White Robe Legion and the Scout Legion cleaned up the battlefield and entered the cities to join Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were surprised and a little emotional when they heard that Wangui was shot by Hua Mulan. They have completed the most basic goal of eliminating the threat from the Qingzhou army to the northern part of Lengge Kingdom. What should we do next? Continue to defend, or take the initiative to attack Qingzhou? Lui thought for a while and said, My infantry regiment is still marching slowly in Taishan County. Depending on the battle situation on the Lord's side, we will decide to go north to attack Beihai Kingdom, or go south to support the Lord. Chapter 298 Pingchang Blitz A. Yuan Gongli, are not afraid of Yang Wudi, so I dare not attack Xiaopei. But Pingchang is more valuable to attack. Yuan Shu commanded an army of more than 100,000 men and moved to Pingchang, intending to capture the city held by Mifang and Yinli. Yuan Shu's generals did not dare to be enemies with Yang Yi. Since Yuan Shu wanted to attack Pingchang and bypass Yang Yi, they were happy to do so. Qin Qingji and Hou Jing, the prefects of Zhejiang, met Yuan Shu, gave Yuan Shu face, and still regarded Yuan Shu as his lord. I have 2 generals who can command the cavalry, and generals Ji Ling, Zhang Sun, Chun Lan, and Lei Bo command the infantry and archers. Although Suzhou Mu has an army of 1 million, he has nothing to fear. In order to make Yuan Shu listen to his suggestions, the prefect of Zhejiang deliberately flattered Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu received help from the prefect of Zhejiang and 2 cavalry generals, and regained his confidence. I want Zhang Sun to lead his troops to attack the city, and the rest of the troops to block the enemy. What do you think? All the generals replied, That's very good, my lord. Xiaopei Guard Yangwudi is less than 20 miles away from our army's northern camp. Yuan Shu was planning to have a banquet for all the officials, but when he heard that Yangwudi was still there, the wine bottle almost fell to the ground. Yangwudi. Yangwudi again. This name made Yuan Shu and the generals of Yuan Shu's force panic. The prefect of Zhejiang didn't know that Yuan Shu and his generals were famous for intimidating the enemy generals, so he couldn't help but wonder, how many people do Yang Yi have? Why should they be afraid? Yuan Shu trembled and said, Yang Wudi's military force is unparalleled in the world, although he only has 10,000 cavalry under his command. If he has more than 10,000, he will be invincible. No more than 10,000 riders. The prefect of Zhejiang could not help but despise Yuan Shu. Yang Yi had 10,000 cavalry, and they were not special cavalry. Yuan Shu had more than 100,000 troops, but he was intimidated by Yang Yi's 10,000 cavalry. If the Lord uses these 2 cavalry retainers, and they cooperate with each other, even 2 Yang Yi will be nothing more than that. The prefect of Zhejiang continued to recommend Chen Qingji and Hou Jing to Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu looked at the 2 people below hesitantly. Can they really match Yang Wudi? Not a problem. I will hand over 30,000 cavalry to them to attack Yang Wudi. Yuan Shu himself had no choice but to count on Chen Qingji and Hou Jing to play a role in Yang Yi. Take orders. Chen Qingji divided Yuan Shu's 20,000 cavalry and Hou Jing's 10,000 cavalry. They were stationed in Beiying, preparing to attack Yang Yi. Yang Yi was aggressive and always wanted to capture Yuan Shu alive among 100,000 troops. However, he has been on the battlefield for a long time and has a keen intuition about danger. When Chen Qingji's White Robe army and a large number of light cavalry appeared, Yang Yi's intuition allowed him to avoid disaster. Yang Yi's army began to retreat. Yuan Shu couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw that Yang Wudi didn't dare to fight. Finally, someone can restrain Yang Wudi. Zhang Sun, prepare siege equipment and capture Pingchang in one fell swoop. Shen Lan and Lei Bo, you 2 form the southern camp to guard against reinforcements that may come from Xiaopei Kingdom. Ji Ling and I are in charge of the central army. Yuan Shu divided the army into the north camp to stop Yang Wudi, the south camp to guard against the Pai army, the siege camp to prepare for the siege, and the middle camp to sit in person and support all parties. Yuan Shu's arrangements seemed to be watertight, and no one from the foreign lords or retainers raised any objections. The defense of the south camp is weak. I'm afraid the Lord will have to garrison it personally. Guijia made a private proposal to the Zhejiang prefect. His current status is not high. He is just a staff member of Yuan Shu's subordinates, and he cannot directly advise Yuan Shu. Commander, please rest assured. I have sent out cavalry scouts to conduct reconnaissance for 30 miles south. Once the Xiaopei army arrives, They will notice it immediately. The middle camp will immediately support the south camp. Even so, don't be careless. Pingchang is a flat plain, which is perfect for cavalry marching. I will go and remind Qianlan and Lei Bo to set up antlers and resist horses to prevent Xuzhou cavalry from attacking. The prefect of Zhejiang knew that Guijia's suggestions were most likely to be effective and would not be misguided. So it was better to be careful. In Pingchang, Mi Fang saw Yuan Shu's army densely packed under the city. He originally planned to capture Yuan Shu alive, but he suddenly gave up. Mi Fang thought that Yang Yi, who led 10,000 cavalry to attack Yuan Shu's army 3 times and almost captured Yuan Shu alive, could also do it. But in fact, even if they saw Yuan Shu's endless army, not many people would dare to have such an idea. There are only 20,000 soldiers in the city. How can we hold on to it? Taishan Bandit General Ainli was dispatched to Pingchang to assist in the defense. When he saw the large number of Yuan Shu's troops, he couldn't help but be afraid. The 4th and 3rd princes of Yuan Shu, in addition to sitting on a vast territory, had a large number of troops, and at least their momentum looked very scary. Yuan Jiuzhou is nothing. I have never heard of him winning any battles. He was a mess at Hula Pass. Didn't our lord drive Dong Zhuo to Chang'an? To sum up, Yuan Jiuzhou is a piece of shit. Mi Fang's carelessness actually boosted the morale of the defenders. Although Yuan Shu had a large number of troops, he was not heard to have any victory. He only succeeded in replacing Yuzhou's governor by attacking him. Lord me! Since Yuan Shu is in such a bad situation, when can the city be relieved? Mi Fang faced the inquiries from a group of captains and army commanders under her command. Since she had put down her harsh words, she might as well brag even more. Yuan Shu will definitely withdraw his troops in less than 3 to 5 days. Ainli's eyes twitched as he listened to Mi Fang's bragging. Mi Fang was too bold to brag. There were 180,000 troops outside the city, let alone 3 to 5 days. It would be a miracle to withdraw the troops in 10.5 months. However, the soldiers believed Mi Fang's words, and their morale was high. After all, Yuan Shu would withdraw his troops in less than 3 to 5 days. In 3 to 5 days, Yuan Shu could not capture Pingchang, which was defended by a large army. The Chutian army, which was still 100 miles away from Pingchang, totaling 18,000 people, just followed the Zhejiang army from a distance and did not approach rashly. The other party has a large number of scouts. Once they get close, they will be easily noticed by the other party. Chutian was accompanied by 2 soldiers, Fang Xianling and Lu Su. He wanted to determine the tactics to destroy Yuan Shu's army. Yuan Shu poses too great a threat to Xuzhou. Even though Yang Yi defeated Yuan Shu 4 times and made Yuan Shu fearful of him, the actual damage to Yuan Shu's army was limited. Yuan Shu soon gathered the remaining troops and was able to regroup. He has too many troops. Under the premise that Xuzhou's various legions were restrained by Chowchow and Zhao Gongzi, Chutian could only defeat more with less. Pingchang is located on a plain with a flat surface and no danger to defend. It is suitable for large-scale cavalry marches. If the Lord is willing to take risks, he can achieve unexpected results. What does the military counselor mean by leading the cavalry on a forced march and running for hundreds of miles? That's right. Although it's risky, the outcome can be decided in one battle. Risk? What kind of marching and fighting is not taking risks? It's decided like this. Order the soldiers to eat, drink and rest. Set out tonight, and be sure to arrive in Pingchang before dawn. Please let Zijing go to the battlefield with you. In order to better integrate into Xuzhou's forces, Lu Su took the initiative to go to war. Lu Su seems to be a bit forceful. Chu Tian agreed. Zijing doesn't need to kill the enemy. Just follow me. Just because Chu Tian led the cavalry to make a surprise attack, it does not mean that Chu Tian must kill the enemy himself. He assumed more of the task of cavalry commander. Chun Qingji, Su Rong and others will personally lead the cavalry in battle, but they will not rush in front. The cavalry will work hard and drive for them. Chu Tian took Zheng Jilong with him and asked Zheng Jilong to act as a guard. At the same time, Chu Tian himself had 70 strength, and the probability of being killed by the enemy was very low. Intelligence showed that Yuan Shu's army did not have a general with a strength of more than 90, and it was impossible to take the leader of Chu Tian among thousands of troops. This attack is an adventure. I, Zheng Jilong, and Joan of Arc will lead 1,000 Tumki battalions, 1,000 Yu cavalry battalions, 1,000 Chanshui battalions, and 4,000 servant cavalry. We will march hundreds of miles at night to defeat the enemy. Chu Tian only used 7,000 cavalry.
although there are only 7,000 cavalry. These 7,000 cavalry are not ordinary cavalry, but high-level cavalry. Tumking, Yuking, and Changshuang are the 6th-level cavalry of the 5th School of the Northern Army. The cavalry of Joan of Arc are high-level foreign cavalry captured by Chu Tian during the National War. Among them, the noble knights with full body armor are more than the 7th level, because the price of full body plate armor is too expensive. Currently the Teutonic Knights also there were just over 100 knights in full armor. In addition, there are 5th Order Rajput cavalry from the Indian Mughal Empire, Arabian Empire cavalry, and Goryeo cavalry. Although the servant cavalry is pieced together from various civilizations, under the control of Joan of Arc's fanatical ability, it can exert unexpected effects. The number of 7,000 cavalry is too small. After the Battle of Chuzhou, the detachment of women learned the lesson of insufficient mobility and has generally equipped horses for transportation. Please, Lord, allow the detachment of women to go into battle with their subordinates. Your Lord, you must need your subordinates very much. Ability. Xiao Liang took Li Xiaoning and requested to fight. She has a military aura. It stands to reason that as she is brought along, Chu Tian's cavalry will be more powerful. It is precisely because we need you that we cannot let you fight. Chu Tian directly removed the last words. Xiao Liang's body trembled slightly. But if something happens to the Lord, my subordinates may not be able to live alone. Moreover, Xiaoning has the ability to boost morale. Running for 100 miles has a great impact on morale. If the soldiers do not have enough morale, they will be like a powerful crossbow, unable to penetrate Lu Tao. Xiao Liang's suggestion moved Chu Tian's heart. If Xiao Liang and Li Xiaoning were brought along, the cavalry's combat effectiveness would indeed reach its peak. Not to mention Xiao Liang's own aura of the whole army. Li Xiaoning's motivational ability as Princess Pingyang was crucial after a night's march when morale was low. Chu Tian has always put pragmatism first. But this time he struggled a bit, and finally said, "It's okay. You can participate in the raid, but you can only be in the rear." Yes. Xiao Liang and Li Xiaoning were able to participate in the raid and were eager to try. Lu Su saw some complicated relationships between these people. To Chu Tian, Xiao Liang may be a subordinate or one of the few strangers with whom he often comes into contact, ensuring that Chu Tian always maintains his thinking ahead of the times. In addition to the 7,000 cavalry and 5,000 detachment of women, who used horses instead of walking, the infantry battalion and the Xisheng battalion then responded. Once Chu Tian ahead falls into a bitter battle, the infantry battalion and Xisheng battalion will play a role. 13,000 men and horses feasted and prepared for the arduous march. These elite soldiers understand that when the food in the army gets better, it means that they will risk their lives next. Even if you die, you have to be a dead ghost. All the soldiers sat on the ground, and the battle was about to begin, regardless of each other. There are many talented people under Xuzhou Mu's command. In comparison, the local warriors I brought to support are just a bunch of rabble. Lu Su felt ashamed when he saw that Chu Tian's elite troops were strong, and when he compared it with the 700 local warriors he had brought with him. After all, rural braves are just rural braves, and there is a gap between them and professional soldiers. Not to mention that the ones Chu Tian used for hundreds of miles of raids were all the elite of the elite. Except for the early stage, Chu Tian rarely had commanders and troops fighting. Most of the founding kings had to go into battle personally and risk their lives. They rarely escaped death, and they were embarrassed to call themselves the founding kings. In order to fight the war, Liu Bang even captured his own family members by Xiangyu, and Liu Bei's family members were also captured by Chowchow. Without military merit, it would be difficult to suppress a group of civil servants and generals below. No one in the Xuzhou forces dared to underestimate Xiao Liang because she had military exploits. No alcohol. Although Chu Tian allowed the soldiers to have a good meal before they fought hard to the death, it did not mean that they could get drunk, and they would not be able to fight. Joan of Arc also sat on the ground. She had become accustomed to the behavior of Eastern cavalry. Just as the grassland tribes were greatly influenced by farming civilization, the Central Plains cavalry was also greatly influenced by the grassland cavalry. So there was the reform of Hufu cavalry and archery. The cavalry from the east came and went like the wind, and it was common for them to attack in circuitous ways. Heavy cavalry is equally good. Aren't we going to fight Chaomunda? Who is this Yuan Gongda? Joan of Arc was tricked into fighting. She didn't know much about the princes around her, and could only passively follow orders. First she attacked Taishan County, and then went south to fight Yuanshu. She didn't know what she was doing.
She only knew to fight with Chuon. It seemed that her road back to France was getting more and more difficult. The cavalry of the Servant Legion were wandering in the Eastern Han dynasty, and could not return to their respective civilizations. They were somewhat similar to mercenaries. Their demanding lord is only willing to pay them half of their military pay. But somehow, they find it difficult to think of betrayal. They are more like servants than mercenaries. Fang Xianling was left by Chuon to command the infantry battalion and Shisheng battalion, and was responsible for the follow-up support. 13,000 people rested. When night fell, Chuon opened his eyes, and saw Li Xiaoning in armor ready, knowing that the time for a surprise attack had arrived. Mount your horse and prepare for battle. Chuon got on his horse, carrying a horn bow on his back and 20 arrows in his quiver. The ferocious pirate Zheng Jilong follows Chuon. His weapons are a spear and a waist knife. Although Zheng Jilong prefers to use a knife, fighting immediately is, after all, an inch longer and an inch stronger. The young Lu Su had a sword on his waist, because he was on the battlefield for the first time. A real battlefield. He couldn't help but feel excited. Why don't men take Wu Go and collect the 50 states in Guanshan? Please come to Lingyan Pavilion for a while. As if you are a scholar with 10,000 households. Set off! 13,000 cavalrymen left the camp, and under the cover of night, they raided Pingchang for hundreds of miles. A long time ago, there was a man who dared to play like this. That man's name was Xiang Yu, and 30,000 cavalry attacked Liu Bang's 560,000 army. Chapter 299 Pingchang Blitz B. At dawn, at the south camp of Yuan Shu's army, at the camp of his general Qinlan, a group of soldiers were about to leave the camp to replace the soldiers who patrolled last night. But the scene in front of them suddenly woke them up. In the darkness that was about to disappear, overwhelming cavalry appeared, and Joan of Arc held high the red dragon flag, hunting in the morning wind. Enemy attack! Arrows rained down, and the patrolling soldiers were covered by the dense rain of arrows, and the entire army was wiped out. As mounted infantry, the detachment of women immediately dismounted their horses after approaching Qinlan's camp, cleared the trenches and blocked the horses, providing conditions for a steady stream of cavalry from the rear to break into Qinlan's camp. Kill! 1,000 high-level heavy cavalrymen from the Tunki camp broke into Qinlan's camp with their sharp horses and spears. The armored war horses galloped, and their iron hooves trampled through the enemy's camp. Many sleeping soldiers were mercilessly trampled by the heavy cavalry. The cavalry of the Tunki camp commanded by Chuon were extremely terrifying, like a torrent of steel rolling past. The soldiers patrolling the camp, and the soldiers who hurriedly came out of the tents to fight encountered a group of monsters with both men and armor. This group of monsters weighs more than half a ton. Once trampled by them, it is enough to kill. The sharp sword can easily pierce the armor of ordinary soldiers without any accidents. The Tunki camp opened the way and opened a gap, and a steady stream of servant cavalry, Chanshui camp, and Yuechi camp from the rear rushed into Qinlan's camp. The knight in full armor, with only a crack exposed, held a knight's sword and slashed in the camp. This unprecedented type of troops in the Eastern Han dynasty intensified the panic of Yuan Shu's soldiers. Monster! It's a monster! Many soldiers of Yuan Shujun were afraid of the knights in full armor. The heavy cavalry of the Tunki camp still showed their faces, while the knights in full armor were like airtight iron cans. Because in Lords, language differences are not a problem. The knight in full armor couldn't help but feel depressed when he heard the other party calling him a monster. Isn't it just that the armor looks a little strange? Retreat! Retreat! When Yuan Shu's general Qinlan came out of the tent, the camp was already in chaos. The cavalry was galloping, and the camp was broken. Unable to regroup, Qinlan chose to retreat. The effect of Chution's bonus to the cavalry troops was too strong. In front of Tunki camp, Chanshui camp, and Yuechi camp, Qinlan's army was caught off guard and had no choice but to be slaughtered. Thousands of soldiers were killed by the condescending cavalry, and the camp was littered with corpses. After the detachment of women destroyed the defenses of Qinlan's army, they then attacked the camp of Lei Bo's army, spreading the war to all the camps of Yuan Shu's forces. No! Qinlan was fleeing when she noticed that a female warrior in silver armor was catching up from behind and stabbing her with a knight's sword. Qinlan tried her best to avoid the knight's sword, but her armor was still pierced by Joan of Arc's sword. The high-speed charge of the war horse made the knight's sword with armor-breaking ability more penetrating, and it easily penetrated Qinlan's body. Another of Yuan Shu's few generals was defeated and killed. Joan of Arc was unable to determine Qinlan's identity, so she just regarded him as an officer of Yuan Shu and killed him. Qinlan fell to the ground, and Qinlan's army,
which had lost its generals, collapsed. Everyone follows. After easily breaking through the camp of Chunlan's army, Chuon continued to attack Lei Bo's army. The essence of Blitzkrieg is not to destroy how many enemies, but to continuously defeat the enemy so that the opponent is unable to organize a counterattack. After the collapse of Chunlan's army, it will take a lot of time to regroup. In other words, Chunlan's army has lost its combat effectiveness, and Chuon can freely attack other camps. The cavalry led by Chuon was very capable of breaking up camps. After quickly defeating Chunlan's army, the detachment of women had basically cleared the obstacles in the camp of Lei Bo's army, and Chuon's cavalry was able to drive straight in. The clanking iron hooves and the neighing of the war horses once again broke through the camp of the Lei Bo Legion. With Chunlan's army blocking the way, Lei Bo had longer reaction time, and he chose to escape from the camp with his soldiers. He looked back at the shattered camp with lingering fear in his heart. This cavalry was like thunder, speeding like lightning, and it was impossible to stop it with human power. Chunlan and Lei Bo's southern camp had about 30,000 troops. Chuon's cavalry killed thousands of them, and more than 20,000 soldiers were defeated and fled. Attack northward! Chuon was in a tragic battlefield. Although he did not kill the enemy personally, his consciousness was affected by the fighting around him. He knew that the cavalry he led only needed to attack, and attack again. The 13,000-strong raiding force was affected by the general and the bloodshed on the battlefield, and became a tiger and wolf army. Although their number is small, they are the hunters, and Yuan Shu's army is the prey. Yuan Shu's middle camp and siege camp had the largest number of people. When they heard the thunderous shouts of killing erupting in the south camp, they understood that the south camp was under attack and hurriedly prepared for battle. Could it be that Wangui is here again? Yuan Shu came out of the tent, holding a sword and a shield. Since being attacked by Yang Yu many times, Yuan Shu was armed with both grass and trees, and his saber and shield were never far away from him. When he was attacked at this time, he could react in time. Chief Shi Yang Hong and General Ji Ling came to see Yuan Shu. The Nanning was attacked. How could it be the south camp? Could it be that Wangui bypassed the north camp and the middle camp and attacked the south camp directly? Yuan Shu was afraid of Yang Yi, and the enemy he thought of now was Yang Yi. Ji Ling, you lead 20,000 soldiers to rescue Nanning, and you must drive Wangui away. Yuan Shu believed that Ji Ling could still block Yang Yi with his superior strength. Even if Yang Yi is more powerful than Ji Ling, there are still 30,000 people in the southern camp, plus the 20,000 people Ji Ling went to help. There is no way that 10,000 cavalry can compete with 50,000 soldiers. Take orders! Ji Ling wanted to mobilize 20,000 soldiers, but the people of Yuan Shu's army, who were now attacked, were panicked. Ji Ling's behavior of accepting orders and dispatching troops in the face of danger only aggravated the chaos. It's already too late. My lord, it's better to retreat to Chowchow and look at the general trend of the world. In the Zhejiang County Legion camp, Guijia could already see the cavalry rushing towards the Chinese army. According to his judgment, most of Yuan Shu's legion, whose generals are still gathering soldiers, will be killed or injured. The prefect of Zhejiang was unwilling to give in. We still have soldiers and horses, so we can still resist. But the cavalry is already here. Chuon led the cavalry to drive away the defeated soldiers of the southern camp and violently attack Yuan Shu's middle camp. He couldn't tell which camp Yuan Shu was in. He only knew to attack. More than 20,000 defeated troops broke through the obstacles set up by Yuan Shu's army, and the trenches were filled with corpses. Chuon's cavalry was able to move forward unimpeded. The heavy cavalry from the Tun Cavalry Battalion galloped past and defeated another battalion. The alien lord in this camp was trapped in a tight siege and could not escape. He was trampled to death by the heavy cavalry of the Tunki camp. Since you have chosen the path of struggle for hegemony, you have to bear the price of defeat and death. Even Chuon must be prepared to die in battle before every battle, and even regard Xiao Liang as his heir even when he has no heirs. The Tun Cavalry camp was destroyed by 1 battalion. The Yu Cavalry camp was destroyed by 1 battalion. The Changshui camp was destroyed by 1 battalion. And the Servant Cavalry camp was destroyed by 2 battalions. Not to be outdone, the detachment of women formed a phalanx and attacked the enemy camp on foot, and even broke through several camps one after another. Yuan Shu's middle camp had no time to organize a defense, although they had been given time to prepare when the south camp was attacked. The mobilization of 100,000 people was so clumsy that many camps were destroyed. The brazier fell over and ignited the tents in the camp. The tents were covered in raging fire, and black smoke billowed. There was chaos everywhere. Even if Chuon ordered the cavalry to stop killing the enemy, it is estimated that the enemy troops would trample on each other, and thousands of people would be killed or injured. Chuon's cavalry intensified the chaos in Yuan Shuzhong's camp. Chuon rarely used his bow and arrow to kill one of Yuan Shu's soldiers. In order to show his loyalty, Zheng Zhilong followed Chuon with a shield in hand. Lu Su drew his sword and wanted to step forward to kill the enemy, but Chuon stopped him. The extent to which Chuon allowed Lu Su to take risks was, at most, just like him, shooting hidden arrows from a distance and not allowing him to charge into battle. Lu Su's impulse is understandable. The defeated troops of Yuan Shu's legion were everywhere in front of him, falling like grass to Chuon's butcher's knife. He had never seen a battlefield that was one-sided. This is not so much a war as a one-sided massacre. Yuan Shu's army, which was attacked by Chuon's cavalry, was exposed to its strong-willed nature and was in chaos. Chuon only needs to rush his troops to attack one camp after another, and he can defeat all the camps.
Yuan Jojo is nothing more than that.
As a hero among women, Li Xiaoning holds a long bow and shoots through an enemy soldier, making it unstoppable. Under her encouragement, the morale of the detachment of women and the friendly forces around the detachment of women soared. Their combat effectiveness returned to its peak, and they pounced on Yuan Shu. Joan of Arc slashed with her knight's sword, blood splattering on her armor. As a foreign general who was captured by Chuon actually didn't pay much attention to her life and death at the moment, so he felt free to let her lead the cavalry charge. Under her leadership, the servant cavalry became more motivated and moved forward regardless of casualties.
For Fran,
Joan of Arc originally planned to shout slogans to inspire the soldiers, but then she thought about it. This seemed not to be France, and most of the cavalry she led were not French.
For the sake of Lord and glory, dye the battle flag red with the blood of the enemy.
Joan of Arc had to change her tune. Soon the cavalry had defeated half of the central camp of Yuan Shu's army. The only ones with combat effectiveness were the soldiers and horses brought by the Zhejiang governor from Sichuan. The crossbowmen of the Zhejiang legion used crossbows to kill a large number of Changshuang cavalry who attacked their camp. More than 100 Changshuang cavalry were killed by the dense rain of arrows, causing heavy losses. Xiao Liang followed Chuon's request and only assisted Li Xiaoning in commanding the detachment of women from the rear. Li Xiaoning left 1,000 detachment for Xiao Liang to directly command. She noticed that the resistance of the Zhejiang army was very threatening, so she ordered 1,000 women's troops to drive a large number of Yuan Shu's defeated troops to the Zhejiang army's camp. The Zhejiang legion fired their bows and crossbows, but those killed instead were soldiers from Yuan Shu's legion. The defeated troops driven by Xiao Liang attracted the attention of the Zhejiang army. Li Xiaoning cooperated with Xiao Liang and led 4,000 women's troops back to the rear of the Zhejiang army. The two engaged in a pincer attack. In addition, the Changshui camp cavalry attacked the Zhejiang army in anger due to heavy casualties. The Zhejiang legion was defeated. The prefect of Zhejiang had to give up his defense and began to withdraw from the battlefield. Chen Qingji and Hou Jing were transferred to deal with Yang Yi. The Zhejiang legion lacked corps generals. The Zhejiang prefect, who did not expect to be attacked, suffered a big loss and was defeated by a legion with fewer numbers than him. When the detachment of women and Changshui battalion defeated the Zhejiang army, the Tunki battalion, Yuechi battalion and servant army cavalry attacked Yuan Shu. Chuon had hatred for Yuan Shu, so Chuon had no intention of capturing him alive. As for the impact of killing Yuan Shu, the fourth generation and the third prince, Chuon did not consider it. Aren't they the 4 generations and 3 dukes? Chuon also has the background of the 4 generations and 3 dukes.
Shuzhou Mu and Anton General Chu Zizhu are here. Anyone who captures Yuan Jojo of Running alive will receive a reward of 1,000 taels. Anyone who kills Yuan Jojo will receive a reward of 3,000 taels.
Since there were a large number of soldiers around Yuan Shu, Chuon ordered his cavalry to shout in order to undermine Yuan Shu's morale. When Yuan Shu heard the earth-shattering shouts, he felt like he was being attacked from all sides, and his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. There is only 1,000 taels of gold for capturing him alive, but 3,000 taels of gold for killing him. Chu Zimu wants him dead.
Lord, let the last general kill Chu Zimu.
Ji Ling took the initiative to ask for a fight. Of all the people here, only Ji Ling's martial arts is acceptable.
The situation is over. Chu Zimu bravely leads the 3 armies. He is unstoppable and cannot be our enemy. We should withdraw as soon as possible and fight again in the future. Yuan Shu was frightened by the reputation of Mu Chu Zimu in Suzhou, and his two sides trembled, almost wanting to leave first. This is the second person after Yang Wudi who makes Yuan Shu's expression change. Who would have thought that Suzhou Mu Chu Zimu himself was also a fierce cavalry commander? The enemy cavalry has reached less than 500 steps. When Yuan Shu was preparing to retreat, he found that a dozen knights in full armor led by Joan of Arc had already attacked to a distance of only 500 steps. The surrounding guards faced the knights in full armor, and it was difficult for ordinary swords to break through the defense. In addition, they had never seen such iron can cavalry before, and they collapsed one after another. Joan of Arc's frontal attack is overwhelming. Quickly retreat! Yuan Shu was frightened and fled on horseback with the support of Ji Ling and other generals. The civil servants, including Yang Hong, didn't even care about the army, and every one of them could escape. The Yueqi camp intercepted in a roundabout way. Don't let Yuan Shu go. As Yuan Shu's camp was broken, Chu Tian's appetite became even greater. He wanted to directly capture or kill Yuan Shu alive and let Yuan Shu's power collapse. The remaining few hundred cavalrymen of the Yueqi battalion made a detour to intercept the escaping Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu was left in despair. Fortunately, Ji Ling and other generals fought hard to block the Yueqi camp, and Yuan Shu was not killed. Zheng Zhilong was sent by Chu Tian to hunt down Yuan Shu. His archery skills were second to third rate, and he killed Yuan Shu's horse with one arrow. Yuan Shu was caught off guard and fell from his horse. He rolled several times on the ground. His head was bruised and bleeding, and his face was covered with dirt. He struggled to get up from the ground. Feeling dizzy, Zheng Zhilong and Yu Qiang were still showing off their evil intentions behind him, and he was terrified. If the Yueqi battalion catches up with him, he will die without a chance to survive. He looked around hurriedly and saw a donkey driver driving a donkey cart transporting grain to escape. At this time, he didn't care about his face and snatched the donkey cart. Get off! Yuan Shu kicked the donkey driver down and took the reins himself. Drive! Facts have proven that human potential is unlimited in the face of death. Yuan Shu drove the donkey cart at high speed. The donkey cart was jolting like a powerful wind. Zheng Zhilong was stunned. He originally planned to chase Yuan Shu, but Ji Ling had already targeted him. So he had to fight Ji Ling with a sword and shield, and let Yuan Shu walk away. Chapter 300-700 White Robes. The South Camp, Middle Camp, and Siege Camp have been captured by the enemy. Qin Qingji and Ho Jing learned that Yuan Shu's 100,000-strong army had been defeated by cavalry, and immediately began to withdraw their troops. Yang Yi is still watching. He seemed to be aware of changes in the south, and was preparing to attack Qin Qingji and Ho Jing. Qin Qingji and Ho Jing withdrew their troops, and Yang Yi immediately sent troops to pursue them. I will personally take the rear, and you lead the cavalry to retreat. Since Yuan Shu has been defeated, it is better to bring this cavalry back to Chowchow. As a military commander of the Zhejiang prefect, Qin Qingji thought about his lord. After Yuan Shu's defeat, he could try to lure Yuan Shu's cavalry to Chowchow to strengthen his lord's strength. Facing an opponent of Yang Yi's level, Qin Qingji did not trust Ho Jing to deal with it, but went to the rear in person. Ho Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Can you stop Yang Wudi? If you don't try it, how will you know? Qin Qingji left only 700 white robe cavalry, plus 5,000 light cavalry, to cover the departure of Ho Jing's cavalry group. I will protect my lord, so you can take care of yourself. Ho Jing rode his war horse and led more than 20,000 cavalry from Yuan Shu's forces southward. Qin Qingji turned to look at Yang Wudi in the north. Yang Yi's cavalry was approaching, and it was impossible for him to let Qin Qingji and Ho Jing leave peacefully in front of his eyes. Opposite Yang Yi, a group of white-robed cavalry confronted him. The 700 white-robed cavalry were majestic and looked down upon Yang Yi's cavalry. Although he only had 700 horses, Yang Yi had the illusion of facing thousands of troops. This is a tough enemy. Yang Yi knew that Qin Qingji had the courage to take the throne, so he must be fully confident. The Guanling County cavalry asked, Sir, do we want to attack? Wait a moment and just follow him. Yang Yi did not attack without authorization, but followed Qin Qingji. Yang Yi's decision made Qin Qingji feel deeply troubled. If Yang Yi's cavalry takes the initiative to attack, he is not afraid of Yang Yi and Yang Yi's cavalry. On the contrary, it was the cavalry that entangled but did not attack that troubled Qin Qingji. When Qin Qingji guessed that Ho Jing's cavalry had evacuated, he led the white robe army and light cavalry back slowly. Yang Yi was in hot pursuit, following Qin Qingji all the way. Below Pingchang, An army of more than 100,000 people was attacked by Chutian's cavalry legion, and corpses were scattered all over the field. 20,000 soldiers died under the cavalry attack or were trampled to death, and countless soldiers surrendered. Mi Fang and Yin Li saw that their cavalry regiment was invincible under the city, so they opened the city gate and led the defenders out to harvest heads and gain military exploits. Mi Fang boasted to everyone about Haikou not long ago, claiming that the siege of Pingchang would be lifted within 3 to 5 days. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true, and all the Pingchang defenders regarded Mi Fang as a wizard. The final general will fulfill his mission and defend Pingchang. Mi Fang paid homage to Chu Tian and couldn't help but be proud of her contribution to guarding Pingchang. It has to be said that Mi Fang's luck has been good since he took refuge in Chu Tian. He had a share of the credit for taking Donghai Kingdom and Guanling County, and he also had a share of the defense of Pingchang. At present, Mi Fang may be one of the few generals in Chu Tian's forces who are mediocre in ability but have great achievements. If he continues to develop with this kind of qualifications, he might become a general with no title. You have made great contributions, and I will have your contribution recorded. Chu Tian remembered his kindness to the Mi family, and it was insignificant to give Mi Fang some credit. My lord, the general is incompetent and lets Yuan Shu escape in a donkey cart. Zheng Jilong limped over. There was a wound on his shoulder. He was obviously injured in the rebellion. Chu Tian never thought that Yuan Shu had the ability to drive a donkey cart to escape. Who caused your wound? There is a fierce general in Yuan Shu's army who uses a 3-pointed two-edged sword. The last general will injure him. Otherwise Yuan Shu can be captured alive. Yuan Shu actually caused me to almost lose a general. He is just a withered bone in the grave. It doesn't matter whether Yuan Shu can be captured alive, as long as you are fine. Send an order to the whole army. If there is danger in the future, there is no need to pursue the enemy general, unless the enemy poses a sufficient threat to us. Chu Tian waited up. As one of the candidates for the future commander-in-chief of the Navy, Zheng Jilong is not worth exchanging for Yuan Shu. Zheng Jilong also wanted to conquer the sea. From Zheng Jilong's point of view, he thought Chu Tian was considerate of his subordinates, and he couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. My lord, Yuan Shu also has a camp in the north to resist Yang Yi. Now we can break it while our army is strong. Ili reminded Chu Tian in time that there were still Qinqingji and Ho Jing's cavalry in the north. Let's go get it! Chu Tian knew that there was an enemy camp to the north, so he took the victorious troops hostage and headed north to meet them. As for cleaning the battlefield, leave it to Mi Fang, General Yin Li, and the Pingchang Kingdom Defense Corps. On a hillside, the donkey cart driven by Yuan Shu stopped. Panting, he was almost captured by the Shuzhou army just now. Yuzhou's soldiers fled back one after another. They couldn't help but be startled when they saw that the Yuzhou herdsman, who used to be aloof, was driving a donkey cart. Yuan Shu also realized that he had lost his composure, with his status as the 4th Third Duke and the Mu of Yuzhou. How could he do such a shameful thing? Yuan Shu got off the donkey cart, and soon Yuzhou's soldiers came to please Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu gathered hundreds of people, and then more and more defeated soldiers attached themselves. However, compared with the momentum of the previous attack on Shuzhou, which was like a tiger swallowing thousands of miles, the defeated troops in front of them seemed a bit desolate. Changsha Yang Hong escaped. He wore a soldier's armor and disguised himself as a soldier, and finally escaped with his life. Yang Hong encouraged the courageous Yuan Shu. My lord, we have not yet failed. My lord owns Yuzhou, Zhejiang, Nanyang and other places. We can harvest countless grains and grass every year, and it is easy to reorganize an army of 100,000. This is the territory that makes the emperor's foundation. Unless Chu Zimu dies and Yang Wudi dies, I will never be able to set foot in Shuzhou for the rest of my life. Yuan Shu was obviously bullied by Chu Tian and Yang Yi until he lost his courage. An army of more than 100,000 people disappeared without warning, just like a big businessman who suddenly went bankrupt. The difference was unacceptable. What the military advisor said is that the Lord's territory is larger than that of Shuzhou Muchuzimu. So why should he be afraid? His general was almost killed by the last general just now. In my opinion, it's just mediocre. Ji Ling fought against Zheng Jilong, but he didn't think Zheng Jilong was very powerful. When we return to Su County, we can't compete with Chu Zi. Cough cough. Yuan Shu was frightened, shocked and angry, and he coughed and bled. Yang Hong was shocked when he saw Yuan Shu coughing up blood. It seems that it is really possible for a living person to be angry to death. Ho Jing, the general of the universe, took away the main force of Yuan Shu's cavalry and bypassed Pingchang, intending to go to Chuon in Zhejiang County instead of Su County in Yuzhou. If Yuan Shu's main army was still there, Ho Jing would not dare to take away Yuan Shu's cavalry blatantly. But since Yuan Shu failed, then Yuan Shu's cavalry captain noticed that Ho Jing was marching in the wrong direction. Ho Jing, this is the direction to Zhejiang County. We should go to join the Lord. Ho Jing pulled out his ring-show knife, pierced the cavalry commander's armor, and killed him. Captain Shi Du, who was sent by Yuan Shu to supervise Ho Jing, did not expect to be betrayed in this situation. Your cavalry is mine now. Ho Jing took another stab, and the cold ring-show knife penetrated the cavalry commander's throat, bringing out a trace of blood. Yuan Shu's cavalry around him couldn't help being horrified, and they all pulled out their swords. Yuan Shu is just a waste. If you follow me from now on, you can enjoy endless wealth. We will go to Huainan and loot the villages and towns along the way. All the spoils will belong to you, including money, food, treasures, women. I won't take anything from you, as long as you are loyal to me and work hard for me. Ho Jing has the characteristic of incitement, and his seductive words made Yuan Shu's cavalry rebel. They follow Ho Jing and can plunder all the loot and women without restraint. Pandora's box was opened, and Ho Jing took advantage of the evil of human nature to easily gain a group of followers with combat effectiveness. Ho Jing saw the fanaticism in the eyes of many cavalrymen and knew that most of them were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Or to be precise, to sacrifice their lives for the desires in their hearts. Some sober cavalrymen were unwilling to follow Ho Jing, and Ho Jing did not persuade them to stay. Different road non-phase plan. Ho Jing led a group of greedy cavalry, destroying villages and towns in Pingchang Kingdom and marching toward Chowchow. This group of rebellious cavalry, with the connivance of their leader Ho Jing, committed crimes, burned, killed and looted, and the evil of human nature was infinitely magnified, because they gained a lot of benefits from the raid. The cavalry under Ho Jing's command became more loyal to him. They knew that as long as they followed Ho Jing, they could continuously grab money, food, and women. This group of cavalry will become the cornerstone of my great achievements. Ho Jing looked at the cavalry, who had been led astray by him with satisfaction. Without the suppression of Zhejiang governor and Qinqingji, his ambitions gradually expanded. Ho Jing's own random behavior of burning, killing and looting caused more damage to Pingchang Kingdom than Yuan Shu's army. So he was listed as a must-kill person by Chu Tian. Behind Qinqingji's palace, he was dragged by Yang Yi and unable to evacuate the battlefield quickly. To the south, Chu Tian's cavalry regiment appeared, and Yang Yi attacked Qinqingji from the north and south. Except for the white-robed army, the other 5,000 cavalrymen following Qinqingji all showed panic expressions. They are the cavalry of Zhejiang County, not a special unit like the White Robes. Faced with the possibility of defeat and death, they were sincerely frightened. Everyone, follow me to break out! Qinqingji sensed the danger and ignored Yang Yi behind him. He led 5,700 cavalry and charged towards the Chu Tian army blocking the south. 700 White Robes were in the vanguard, followed by 5,000 Zhejiang County cavalry. A mighty force. The White Robe army only has 700 people, but it has the momentum of thousands of troops. This kind of momentum is not something ordinary cavalry troops can possess. Famous masters and generals should not keep themselves in prison, and thousands of troops should avoid White Robes. As Qinqingji's opponent, Chu Tian clearly felt the opponent's amazing momentum. This may be the ability of the hero Qinqingji. The true White Robes. Chu Tian saw hundreds of White Robe cavalry galloping from a distance, felt an indomitable momentum, and understood that his opponent was Qinqingji mentioned in the intelligence. But Chu Tian is not afraid either. What he possesses is the green wolf and white deer, one of the top cavalry characteristics of the Mongolian Empire, as well as Joan of Arc's ability to make soldiers fanatical and look forward to death. Behind Qinqing, Yang Ye's cavalry and Chu Tian were attacking Qinqingji. As long as Qinqingji's cavalry slows down, there may not be a chance of capturing Qinqingji. On the front, Joan of Arc's servant cavalry serves as the first echelon of cannon fodder, withstanding the fierce attack of Qinqingji's cavalry and slowing down the speed of the opposing cavalry. The Tunki battalion of the heavy cavalry is the second echelon, and the Yueqi battalion and Changshui battalion of the light cavalry are the third echelon. Joan of Arc also felt the terrifying bonus brought by the Eastern cavalry hero Qinqingji to the White Robes. So she used all her abilities, waved the red dragon flag, and led the servant cavalry to fight for Shuzhou Mu through life and death. For the Lord! For the glory! For the dignity of the warrior! The servant cavalry looked like crazy and attacked the white robe cavalry head-on. With a distance of tens of meters, the two sides fired arrows to kill the enemy cavalry. Chen Qingji did not expect the heroes with special abilities in Chuon's camp, and was somewhat caught off guard. Joan of Arc inspires the fighting spirit of the servant cavalry and makes them look forward to death. Chen Qingji has no choice. Yuan Shu's army has been defeated. He can only break out of Chu Tian's army as much as possible. The white robe cavalry gathered into a tight charge formation, protected the general Chen Qingji among them, and broke into the servant cavalry. The white robe army has an astonishing military strength and can overcome all obstacles. Even the fanatical servant cavalry will suffer hatred. A Goryeo cavalryman was stabbed by the spear of the white robe cavalry. He seemed unable to feel the pain and stabbed the white robe cavalry with the spear in his hand. The white robe cavalry relied on their amazing riding skills to avoid spears and was almost killed by the Goryeo cavalry. As a 7th level light cavalry, the white robe cavalry has more powerful abilities than most special light cavalry. 700 white robes attacked the servant cavalry, trying to tear apart a passage for Joan of Arc's servant cavalry. Joan of Arc held a knight's sword in her hand and intercepted a white robe cavalry. The white robe cavalry was somewhat able to fight back. This cavalry is a bit weird. Although Joan of Arc stabbed to death the white robe cavalry who fought against her with a knight's sword. Special units that can consume a hero's physical strength often have something extraordinary about them. Even if the fierce General Zhao Yun kills Guan Ning's cavalry, it will take more physical strength. The white robe cavalry is fierce, and the servant cavalry shows no weakness, delaying the white robe cavalry at all costs. The servant army itself is cannon fodder in Chu Tian's mind, coupled with Joan of Arc's ability to drive them into fanaticism. They will bite off a piece of meat regardless of the cost, even if the opponent is a 7th order light cavalry. The white robe cavalry protected Chen Qingji from breaking through the legions of Joan of Arc servants, and their remaining power remained unabated. However, the white robe army suffered casualties of 200 cavalry, and the 5,000 low-level light cavalry in the rear suffered even more heavy casualties. The crazy servant cavalry killed and injured more than 1,000 people. Reorganize the army. Joan of Arc found that she still could not intercept the white robe army, so she quickly turned her horses around and prepared to pursue Chen Qingji. Yang Yi saw the servant cavalry for the first time, and led the cavalry to join Joan of Arc to pursue Chen Qingji. This is a good general, but his military strength does not seem to be high. If he is captured, the Lord can get a commander. After Yang Yi failed to capture Yuan Shu alive, he changed his goal to capture Chen Qingji alive. Chen Qingji's military strength was not high, but Xuzhou's forces did not lack strong generals with high military strength.